In the early morning, the alarm clock roused Mo Qingchuan from his slumber. Reluctantly, he fumbled around until he silenced the ringing. As he opened his bleary eyes, something felt amiss. Why did this alarm sound so different from the usual? A glance around the room revealed a dazed expression on his face. Who am I? Where am I? He had been maintaining a good sleep schedule recently and hadn't resorted to any sleep-inducing methods. So it was improbable that he had perished in his sleep and somehow transcended realms. With this thought, Mo Qingchuan swiftly sat up. This room undeniably belonged to a girl. The blue bedspread adorned with adorable bear patterns and a faint, delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Nearby, a drying rack displayed an array of clothing and skirts. A chilling realization dawned upon him. He reached beneath the covers to confirm his suspicions. Oh no! Where's my son? Family? Who can understand this? Awakening to find one's child missing is heart-wrenching. Soon, he transformed his sorrow into resolve, moving his hand to assess the development of this body. Ismo, yet quite adorable. Suddenly, a phone call startled Mo Qingchuan. He grasped his phone with his left hand, glancing at the number displayed. It bore no label, yet he recognized it all too well. Wasn't this his own phone number? What was happening? Had he not traversed realms, or was this merely a coincidence? After a moment of hesitation, he chose to answer. Hello, are you Mo Qingchuan? A chilling voice echoed from the other end, and Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. It was undeniably his own voice. Could it be he had swapped bodies with an acquaintance? Who are you? He replied. Haven't you looked in the mirror yet? What are you doing? The tone on the other end grew colder. Mo Qingchuan glanced at his right hand. I'm dribbling a ball. Dribbling what ball? Mo Qingchuan, you better explain what is going on. Why have we exchanged bodies? The anger in the voice was palpable. Mo Qingchuan hastily got to his feet. There was a full-length mirror in the room, and he was determined to discover who he had swapped bodies with. However, among the familiar girls, was there an A? The answer was unveiled as Mo Qingchuan stood before the mirror. The first beauty of Shana No. 1 High School, Yi Shui. She was also his classmate. Gazing at the stunning visage reflected before him, resembling a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, he noted that although her hair was somewhat disheveled, it imparted an air of languid elegance. One side of her pajamas hung loosely from her shoulder, while the other had slipped down, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like shoulder. Her neck, gracefully outlined like an ink-wash painting, was exquisitely beautiful. He gently placed his right hand on his cheek, his eyes filled with astonishment. I'm simply too beautiful. I must have mesmerized my good buddy into a fool. This exclamation reached Yi Shui's ears through the phone. She proudly tilted her head. Of course, it was beautiful, and it was no wonder considering whose body it was. However, in the next moment, she recalled something, and her anger intensified. Mo Qingchuan, are you even listening to me? It was only then that Mo Qingchuan snapped back to reality, having been too preoccupied with admiring his new body to pay attention to Yi Shui. I heard you, but I truly do not understand what is happening. This is completely beyond my comprehension. The two of us have swapped bodies. It's utterly absurd. Yet, there might be some strained rationale to explain it. Perhaps the Earth's online game encountered a glitch? Or maybe it relates to quantum mechanics. Mo Qingchuan found the former explanation more plausible than the latter. Aliens, please fix this glitch. For man, losing his son is an immense blow. Yi Shui remained silent, aware that such occurrences are far-fetched, yet they had indeed transpired to the two of them. Call the police? They would likely admonish them for misusing public resources and offer a lecture. Even if they believed them, the two would undoubtedly be captured for experimentation. While Yi Shui harbored doubts, she was more inclined to trust that Mo Qingchuan lacked the ability to orchestrate such a thing. Otherwise, the body swap would involve another girl, one she despised immensely. Forget it. It's pointless to discuss this over the phone. Let us go to school first and address it there. And you are forbidden from looking at the messages on my phone. Yi Sui Varnit Griv. Mo Qingchuan quickly replied. I want tea. However, I'm unfamiliar with the route from your home to school, so I will likely need to use the navigation. Yi Shui paused for a moment. Navigation is acceptable, but if I catch you sneaking a glance at my messages, you are finished. Beep. The call ended. Mo Qingchuan glanced at the time. He needed to hasten his morning routine. Upon opening the bedroom door, he felt somewhat disoriented and began searching for the bathroom. As he wandered, he realized that this home seemed rather spacious, much larger than his own, perhaps around 300 square meters. He anticipated that Yi Shui's family was so affluent, yet it appeared that no one else was home. Were her parents already at work? So early? It was only 6 o'clock. Could it be that Yi Shui lived alone? After a brief exploration, he arrived at the washstand and quickly freshened up. 2 minutes later, he dried his face with a towel and attempted to tie his hair, only to find himself utterly inept at it. Forget it. I'll take a wooden comb and a hair tie. I'll figure it out at school. There was certainly no time to wash his hair. Hastily, he changed into his school uniform and slung on his small backpack. He searched for the keys, only to discover that Yi Shui's home had a keypad lock. Descending the stairs, he retrieved his phone, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and opened the navigation, only to find that the school was merely 1 kilometer away. At that moment, a flurry of messages began to pop up on WeChat. To be honest, Mo Qingchuan felt an overwhelming urge to click and view the messages, whether out of curiosity or the desire to pry into someone else's privacy. His temptation to open them grew stronger. It felt as if 2 little figures appeared in his ears, one an angel and the other a devil. Open it. What harm could it do? No. Invading someone else's privacy is unethical. Mo Qingchuan shook his head, banishing the angel and devil. He chose not to look at his phone, glancing at the navigation only occasionally until he soon recognized the familiar road and decided to stow his device away. At this moment, he remained in a daze, questioning whether he was caught in a dream. Upon awakening, I have become the most admired beauty of the school. He murmured softly. This sensation was utterly enchanting. It was said that Yi Shui received numerous love letters every semester, yet none ever succeeded. Since the beginning of her first year, there had been no rumors of Yi Shui being involved with any boy, earning her the title of the Ice Mountain Goddess. Of course, she was commonly referred to as Master Yi. It seemed that someone had once spread a rumor, only to be met with Yi Shui's wrath, leading the principal to summon the boy, who then spent a month reflecting at home. Subsequently, no one dared to provoke Master Yi again. Nevertheless, suitors continued to appear incessantly, a phenomenon that even Yi Shui could not prevent. He wondered how long this peculiar glitch in reality would persist. Surely, it would return to normal after some time. I can't possibly remain as Master Yi forever, can I? Mo Qingchuan pondered aimlessly, convinced that this must be a temporary state. After some time, things would revert to the ordinary. For now, however, being the school's belle seemed rather delightful. Just then, a stuttering voice broke through his thoughts. Excuse me. Is this Yi Senior? Chapter 2. 2 mouths. Mo Qingchuan turned around to behold the unfamiliar countenance of a boy he had never encountered before. Who are you? I am Lu Jiwei from Class 3, Year 1. The boy's face flushed a deep crimson, his stammer rendering him nearly speechless. Observing the youth, Mo Qingchuan discerned the essence of his intentions. It was indeed unexpected to receive a confession merely on the way to school, and from a first-year student, no less. TSK, such is the allure of the first school beauty. May I add you on WeChat? At last, the boy summoned the courage to voice his thoughts. He was acutely aware that a direct confession would likely end in failure. However, by adding her on WeChat and engaging in frequent conversations, perhaps a glimmer of hope might emerge. Mo Qingchuan scratched his face, having initially anticipated a straightforward confession, only to be met with a request to add on WeChat. TSK. The lad possesses a certain cleverness. A mere refusal to add him would not yield excessive embarrassment, far preferable to a confession gone awry. What are you two up to? Just as Mo Qingchuan was about to decline, a voice emerged from behind. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his former self standing before him. It was surreal to witness oneself from a bystander's perspective. The visage and physique remained commendable, yet within that form resided the soul of the first school beauty, Yi Shui. Who are you? Lu Jiwei inquired, his gaze filled with confusion. Follow me. Yi Shui merely cast a glance at Lu Jiwei before directing her gaze back to Mo Qingchuan. Oh, Mo Qingchuan lifted his foot to follow her. He was not surprised by her prompt arrival, as his home was quite close to the school, and he had often traversed this main path in the past. Lu Jiwei watched their departing figures, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. In truth, even if the school beauty had rejected him, he would not have been taken aback. After all, she was a lofty flower seldom approached by suitors. Yet now, a boy had called out to her, and she obediently followed him? What on earth? Who is that man? In his astonishment, he hastily retrieved his phone to capture the moment. He was certain that if this image were to circulate, it would create an explosive sensation at Shanha Middle School. Mo Qingchuan stole glances at the silent Yi Shui before deciding it best to initiate conversation. The boy back there is Lu Jiwei from Class 3, Year 1. He wanted to add you on WeChat. Yi Shui halted in her tracks. Did you agree? No. Upon hearing the reply, Yi Shui turned around and extended her hand. Phone. Oh. Mo Qingchuan handed over what was originally Yi Shui's phone, then opened his palm. Where's my phone? Not giving it. What do you mean? I need to check first. Holding the phone, Yi Shui did not access WeChat or any applications. Instead, she opened the settings, activated the battery saver, and examined the usage duration of the applications. Discovering that only Gouda Map had been used for a few minutes that day, she looked at Mo Qingchuan in astonishment. She had not anticipated that this individual would prove to be so trustworthy. If she discovers the usage duration of applications such as WeChat, she will spend an equal amount of time scrutinizing Mo Qingchuan's privacy. Are you done checking? Mo Qingchuan in Kviut. Here you go. Yi Shui returned the phone to him. Upon retrieving his phone, Mo Qingchuan also examined it, finding only the duration of the map application. Mo Qingchuan, are you certain you do not know how this happened? Yi Shui pressed him. Although she believed that no one could possess such an ability, her curiosity compelled her to ask. Mo Qingchuan shrugged helplessly. As long as I know. Despite having numerous questions lingering in her mind, Yi Shui realized that it was almost time for morning exercises, and she could not afford to delay any further. Let's head to school. We could discuss this later. Mo Qingchuan nodded. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Yi Shui turned around again. By the way, when I called you this morning, you mentioned something about dribbling. I don't recall having a ball at home. Mo Qingchuan stiffened at the mention, as he had still been groggy at the time, leading him to blurt out the term dribbling. His expression grew somewhat unnatural, revealing a stiff smile. I was dreaming about playing basketball when you called. I was still a bit dazed. Oh. Yi Shui found his response peculiar, though she could not pinpoint why. Soon after, they entered the school, arriving at their respective classrooms. Due to the intense workload in their senior year, many students were seen poring over textbooks, memorizing vocabulary. Qingchuan, a voice called, prompting both to glance over. It was Mo Qingchuan's close friend, Zhang Xiang, nicknamed Big Head. Just as Mo Qingchuan intended to respond, he suddenly realized he was currently in Yi Shui's body. Qingchuan, I feel like crying. Yi Shui observed Zhang Xiang as he approached her, maintaining an indifferent expression. Aware of the strong bond between Mo Qingchuan and Zhang Xiang, she did not ask him to leave. What's wrong? Zhang Xiang glanced around before speaking in a hushed tone. I had a dream last night where two girls wanted to kiss me. I thought I'd start with the less attractive one, saving the pretty one for later. But just as I finished kissing the less attractive one, I woke up. I regret it so much. Boo-hoo. Yi Shui. Mo Qingchuan. What a character, my friend. Yi Shui glanced at Mo Qingchuan with an expressionless face. Mo Qingchuan stifled a laugh, casting his gaze into the distance. Initially reluctant to engage in conversation, Yi Shui considered that since she was currently in Mo Qingchuan's body, perhaps it was permissible to ask, what does it feel like to kiss in a dream? Mo Qingchuan instantly felt uneasy. Could this be a question Yi Shui would pose? At that moment, he turned around and caught a glimpse of a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Soft, fragrant, chewy, and sweet. Ahem. Mo Qingchuan cleared his throat, wishing his friend would refrain from elaborating further. He did not want Yi Shui to witness any more of his embarrassment. However, Big Head remained oblivious, earnestly describing his experience. His eyes filled with fantasy. Forget it. It doesn't matter. The one who should feel embarrassed is Big Head, not Mo Qingchuan. Qingchuan, do you think I still have the chance to dream? Of that beautiful one? Zhang Xiang sighed as he inquired. The thought of not being able to reach that exquisite figure in his dreams made him pound his chest in frustration. Perhaps, Yi Yishui replied nonchalantly. Qingchuan, what's wrong? You seem unusually aloof today. Are you feeling down? Not at all. Zhang Xiang scratched his head, recalling how Mo Qingchuan had always been cheerful and talkative with him, a stark contrast to his current demeanor. The only thing that could possibly dampen Mo Qingchuan's spirits was likely one matter. You Miao Miao? Did you confess to you Miao Miao and get rejected, which is why you're feeling low? Yi Yishui frowned, aware that her relationship with you Miao Miao was far from amicable. She had even heard disparaging remarks about her from the class president. Not all. Then, please don't pry. Mo Qingchuan intervened, unable to bear the conversation any longer. Zhang Xiang stood there, taken aback. What was happening? The usually aloof Ice Queen was actually speaking to him. The expression on the Ice Queen's face hinted at some irritation. Could it be that there was a story between Mo Qingchuan and the Ice Queen? In an instant, Zhang Xiang's curiosity surged, his eyes darting toward his good friend, eager for an explanation. However, Yi Shui remained expressionless, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Zhang Xiang's heart sank. It seemed his good friend was reluctant to share. Just as he was about to give up, a figure approached Yi Shui. Hey, what did you bring me for lunch today? Zhang Xiang inhaled sharply, stepping back a few paces. Yu Miao Miao had arrived. Chapter 3. Is she a shield? In terms of appearance, Yu Miao Miao does not quite shine like Yi Shui. However, she ranks among the top 3 in the class and possesses a certain skill in makeup. Naturally, heavy makeup is inappropriate for school, so she opts for a more subtle approach. Previously, it was Yu Miao Miao whom Mo Qingchuan had pursued. When Yi Yishui was questioned, she turned to look at Mo Qingchuan. He had long forgotten about this matter, still reeling from the shock of waking up to find himself transformed into the school beauty. Who would think to remember the lunch? He had not brought any. Seeing Mo Qingchuan empty-handed, Yi Yishui replied coolly, her tone rather frigid. This demeanor caused Yu Miao Miao to furrow her brows. What S with that attitude? Didn't we agree that you would bring me breakfast every day? The food in the cafeteria is simply inedible. I can hardly stomach it. If you don't bring me anything, I will have to starve in the morning. Her haughty and domineering attitude only deepened Yi Yishui's disdain for Yu Miao Miao. Who was she, after all? The first beauty of Shanhua No. 1 High School. From a privileged background, consistently ranking first in her studies. Though she did not exhibit the airs of a spoiled heiress, she effortlessly overshadowed Yu Miao Miao in every regard. How dare a green tea BTCH give her directives? Go ahead and starve. Missing a meal won't kill you. Yi Yishui's voice grew colder. Mo Qingchuan, standing by, felt as if he might perish from embarrassment. What are you doing in my body? Come with me. Unable to hold back any longer, he grasped Yi Yishui's arm and led her to an empty corner. Yi Yishui frowned but offered no resistance, allowing herself to be pulled along. This scene drew the attention of their classmates, who exchanged astonished glances. The school beauty was actually holding onto Mo Qingchuan's arm. What is happening? Everyone was bewildered. Whoa! Zhang Xiang exclaimed, taken aback. Yu Miao Miao was also left in a daze, struggling to comprehend the situation. The icy school beauty had taken hold of Mo Qingchuan's arm. Once they reached the secluded space, Mo Qingchuan finally halted. Though countless eyes were upon them, certain words needed to be spoken. He gazed into Yi Yishui's eyes, which seemed frigid enough to send a shiver down his spine. Could you perhaps adopt a more reasonable attitude? I believe that although we have swapped bodies, we should strive to maintain our respective lives as they were. Yi Yishui regarded him coolly, and Mo Qingchuan felt a chill. The first beauty's gaze was indeed intimidating. Though the face was his own, he had never worn such an expression. Why don't you suggest that I pursue you, Miao Miao? Yi Yishui inquired. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. Pursue? Don't complicate matters. I meant to maintain the status quo. If you truly pursued her, it would only give me a headache. In that instant, the surroundings seemed to fall into silence. Yi Yishui's face took on an expression of confusion. According to her previous understanding, Mo Qingchuan had been a loyal admirer of Yu Miao Miao, unwavering in his affections since their first year. Now, observing his expression, it seemed there was an unspeakable secret lurking beneath. If you elucidate the matter, I might contemplate it. Mo Qingchuan hesitated. For this secret was one he had not even confided in his closest friend, Wang Xiang. He was well aware of Miao Miao's true nature, a fish farmer entangled in flirtations with multiple individuals, claiming to those who sought to advance their relationship that they were friends above the threshold of romantic involvement. TSK. Mo Qingchuan harbored disdain for Miao Miao. Yet, what compelled him to pursue her? He gazed into Yishui's eyes and sighed. After all, the end of their senior year was not far off, and sharing his thoughts seemed harmless. Moreover, given Yishui's character, she would not divulge anything to others. The event could be traced back to their first year of high school during military training. At that time, filled with aspirations for high school life, I received a confession letter, and naturally, my heart soared with excitement. After all, it was the first time I had ever received such a letter, and I approached it with utmost seriousness. At the appointed time and place, I met the individual who had penned the letter. Yishui's curiosity was piqued. Although others labeled her as an ice queen, she had a keen interest in gossip. Listening to others' tales was among the most delightful pastimes for her. Who was it? Ah, Zhou Ying. Huh? Yishui tilted her head. Wasn't she just a girl from their class? Someone they encounter daily. You find her unappealing? Suddenly, Mo Qingchuan felt as if his throat had been constricted. She hit the mark. Firstly, I must admit that I have a preference for aesthetically pleasing women. Secondly, I harbor no discriminatory intentions. However, I truly cannot muster any feelings for a girl who is 5 feet tall and weighs 160 pounds. I cannot betray my own physical and spiritual inclinations. I hold a profound sense of remorse regarding this sentiment, yet I cannot accept it. Doing so would betray myself, and I am quite selfish. But after that rejection, she continued to pursue me relentlessly, and in desperation, I resorted to chasing Miao Miao. Yisui understood. It turned out that Mo Qingchuan's pursuit of Miao Miao was merely a fade. In reality, he was using her as a shield to deflect Zhou Yingying's advances. She couldn't help but laugh lightly, her lips curving in a smile that was difficult to suppress. It rendered her expression quite peculiar. Yet internally, she felt a surge of joy, as if the gloomy sky had been dispelled, making way for radiant sunshine. You were quite honest, far superior to those hypocritical individuals. Thank you for the compliment. I presume you understand why now? So might you. Mo Qingchuan rubbed his hands together. I still need to consider it. Yishui replied. Since Miao Miao detests her, she too harbors disdain for Miao Miao. So, to appease Miao Miao, dream on. By the way, you currently reside within my body. What are you so worried about? Who knows when this will be resolved? You may find it amusing, but the mess left behind is a source of great distress for me. Yishui pondered, stroking her chin, and acknowledged the validity of the sentiment. She too was uncertain whether the body swap between the two was a temporary or a permanent affair. If it were temporary, she hoped for a longer duration. Yet if permanent, that posed its own dilemmas. However, she had begun to find Mo Qingchuan somewhat more agreeable. Well then, it's time for physical exercises. I should return to my position. Mo Qingchuan stepped into the girls' lineup as Yishui passed by him. At that moment, Miao Miao approached. Oh, you, Mo Qingchuan, explain yourself. Did you not claim to have feelings for me? How is it that you're now involved with this person? What a scoundrel! Yishui frowned at the accusation. It seemed unreasonable for Mo Qingchuan to be labeled so harshly after merely exchanging a few words with her. It was important to note that a teacher was observing not far off, and escalating the situation would be detrimental for all parties involved. They might even involve the parents. Leave, Yishui said coldly. This abrupt demeanor left Miao Miao taken aback. In the past, Mo Qingchuan had always displayed a sycophantic attitude, never daring to speak to her in such a manner. Today, it seemed he had summoned an extraordinary audacity. Yet the true Mo Qingchuan felt utterly despondent. Very well, the school bell, play as you wish. I shall disregard your fate, and when the time comes, I will not concern myself with yours either. Enough of the noise. Quickly return to your positions. Prepare for morning exercises. At this moment, their homeroom teacher approached, his expression stern. He was a middle-aged man, balding in the Mediterranean style, who taught Chinese. Although his manner was not particularly humorous, he approached teaching and classroom management with utmost seriousness. Most students held him in high regard. Yi Yishui disregarded Miao Miao and moved to the back of the boys' line. After all, Mo Qingchuan stood at a height of 1.8 meters, making him notably tall among his peers. The morning exercise was brief, and once completed, they would return to class for a morning self-study session, followed by mealtime. Upon returning to the classroom, Mo Qingchuan took the seat that originally belonged to Yi Yishui. He picked up her notebook and began to read. It must be said that Yi Yishui's handwriting was truly exquisite. Each stroke appeared strong and graceful, a delight to behold. Furthermore, she meticulously outlined every knowledge point for each problem, providing profound insights that captivated Mo Qingchuan and offered him new understandings of the topics. In contrast, Yi Yishui wore a look of disdain. The pen was difficult to use, and Mo Qingchuan's handwriting resembled a dog's paw prints, chaotic and nearly illegible. She glanced at a problem and nearly became confused. No wonder he rarely scored above 600 on tests, she muttered under her breath. Of course, she was merely venting her frustrations. Despite his poor penmanship, he typically managed to score around 580, which required at least a modicum of intelligence. Hey, Qingchuan, what happened this morning? What did the school belle say to you? Zhang Xiang had been staring at his deskmate for quite some time. His curiosity piqued, and he could no longer hold back his inquiry. His desire for gossip had reached a boiling point. He was eager to uncover every secret between Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui. Yi Yishui cast a glance at Zhang Xiang. Guess. Zhang Xiang immediately felt frustrated. He despised guessing games. Couldn't she just give him a straightforward answer? The more she withheld, the more his curiosity grew, leaving him increasingly restless. You don't treat me like a brother at all. You must know that she is an unattainable beauty, yet countless people covet her. Today, you pulled your hand, many saw it. If this word spreads, you'll have quite a bit of trouble. As your good brother, I could at least help you shield yourself from some of it. Yi Yishui shot another glance at Zhang Xiang, whose slender limbs seemed so frail that a slight breeze could topple him. You? Forget it. What do you mean looking down on your brother? Yes. Yes? Fine. I want to talk to you. Zhang Xiang felt deeply humiliated and picked up his book to read. Yi Yishui finally felt a sense of tranquility as she took out her 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulation book, and began to solve problems. Meanwhile, Mo Qingchuan felt invigorated. The pen he twirled in his hand moved with newfound ease. Many of the uncertainties he had previously harbored became clear after reviewing Yi Yishui's notes. He believed that his physics score in the upcoming exam could see a modest improvement. Achieving a score of 600 was not entirely out of reach. Ding, ding. Ding, the bell, signaling the end of class, rang out. Instantly, several figures dashed out of the classroom, leaving swift trails behind them, their hurried footsteps echoing in the hallway. Their singular objective was clear: to eat. In this scene, Mo Qingchuan has become quite accustomed to such occurrences. Since entering high school, this has become a compulsory lesson for him. He now feels a lingering desire to delve deeper into his notes. However, the gnawing hunger in his stomach prevents him from concentrating fully. It seems he must first satisfy his hunger. Mo Qingchuan. A haughty voice resonated throughout the classroom. A figure stormed towards Yi Yishui, gritting her silver teeth. You had better explain what transpired during morning exercises. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. Was he being questioned? From what he understood, Miao Miao merely regarded him as one fish in a pond. With so many fish in the pond, the loss of one seemed inconsequential. Moreover, he would not resort to violence against Miao Miao. But Yi Yishui was an entirely different matter. Yi Yishui's martial prowess was formidable. Taking on 10 opponents was likely no challenge for her. I have nothing to explain to you. Please keep your distance from me in the future, Yi Yishui replied coldly, her expression unwavering even when addressing Miao Miao. Despite her calm demeanor, Mo Qingchuan felt increasingly restless. You Miao Miao gritted her teeth. Fine, Mo Qingchuan. You shall regret this. From now on, we are no longer even friends. With that, she stormed away, thinking he was merely a fish unworthy of her concern. After all, there were plenty of fish left in the pond. At that moment, Zhang Xiang stood agape, utterly astonished. Is this really Mo Qingchuan? He questioned whether he was looking at a different person entirely. Even if he no longer pursued you, Miao Miao, it should he have escalated to this point. What are you staring at? Ye yisui inuited. Ahem. Brother, have you finally realized you are but a fish in the pond? Zhang Xiang coughed lightly. I realized it long ago. Yi Shui rose and walked towards Mo Qingchuan's seat. Zhang Xiang's pupils widened in shock. The morning hand-holding incident left him skeptical, especially since it involved the school beauty, who had no prior rumors surrounding her. However, if the two frequently interacted, he felt there was no need for doubt, as no other boy had ever been able to engage with Yi Shui up close. Yi Shui approached Mo Qingchuan, their eyes locking. I want breakfast. I'm not hungry. Mo Qingchuan replied sorrowfully. Stop dawdling. I'll treat you to breakfast. Yi Shui reached into her backpack and retrieved a meal card adorned with glowing stickers. Although she was a day student, she still had a meal card issued. All right. It was a chance for a complimentary meal, which at least somewhat compensated for his hunger. Yet, Mo Qingchuan felt it was rather peculiar. It seemed as though he were the one being treated by Yi Shui. Mo Qingchuan, how can you bully a girl? You're saying you'll treat her to a meal, yet you're using Yi Shui's meal card. A girl, seemingly unable to bear the sight, intervened. Mo Qingchuan glanced at his deskmate, Tang Wenk, the class monitor and one of Yi Shui's few friends. She was a girl with a strong sense of justice, fond of novels and anime, frequently criticizing the villains within. She would take action against injustices in class, and, if that failed, she would resort to her trump card, the homeroom teacher. Indeed, how can one bully a girl? Another student echoed from the front. Very well, I shall take my leave. Yi Shui placed the meal card down and turned to retrieve the card that rightfully belonged to Mo Qingchuan. Hey, enough. Stop talking. Mo Qingchuan lamented. On the verge of tears, not only could he not partake in a meal, but he would also have to bear the cost himself. Hey, Yi Shui, what is going on between you and Mo Qingchuan? Tang Wenk inquired softly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. As soon as this question was posed, everyone at the adjacent tables leaned in closer. Mo Qingchuan fell silent. What could he possibly say? Is this something that can be discussed? Everyone's eyes gleamed with intrigue, so insatiably curious. However, given Yi Shui's actions, he felt compelled to drag her into this. Well, to put it simply, we are currently inseparable in a physical sense. Dan Wen Go. Front table. Back table. Chapter 5. The topic Tang Wenk and others were rendered speechless, their minds in disbelief. What had Yi Shui just uttered? Was this truly her choice of words? After knowing her for so many years, they had never heard her utter a profanity, let alone such a statement. Observing their expressions, Mo Qingchuan realized his objective had been achieved. Although there was ambiguity in his words, he had not spoken incorrectly. Had he? As for the explanation, that would naturally fall upon the illustrious Yi to clarify later. At that moment, Tang Wenk's complexion began to flush rapidly, a rosy hue creeping up to her ears. What are you all discussing? Yi Shui approached, holding Mo Qingchuan's meal card. Oh, nothing. Let us head to dinner, he replied, rising to lead the way. Yi Shui, perplexed, wondered how a mere meal card could evoke such a change in Mo Qingchuan's demeanor. Yet, her hunger prevailed, and she prioritized satisfying her appetite. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they ascended to the second floor, as the offerings on the first floor were hardly palatable. Mo Qingchuan, too, felt the allure of this physique wherever he went. He became the center of attention. He noticed many furtive glances directed his way, which made him feel quite uneasy. In contrast, Yi Shui found her experience far more comfortable, as she merely had to follow Mo Qingchuan. I want wontons and half a basket of soup dumplings, she declared. Mo Qingchuan shook his head, saying that won't suffice. A full basket would be more appropriate. He was intimately aware of his own appetite. If she only consumed half a basket, her stomach would surely grumble by 11 o'clock. Ultimately, he ordered 1.5 baskets of soup dumplings, 2 bowls of wontons, and 2 eggs, totaling 22. Afterward, the two found an empty table to sit down. Wait a moment. Am I seeing this correctly? Who is sitting with the school belle? A male? What the heck? What right does he have? What are his special talents? The onlookers were astounded. I want to go too. Dude, You didn't even wash your hair. Wouldn't you be met with disdain? Instantly, the duo became the focal point for the majority of gazes in the cafeteria. As Mo Qingchuan ate, he felt increasingly uncomfortable under the weight of so many eyes upon him. It was only then that he fully grasped the tremendous allure of the first school bell. Had he ever faced such scrutiny while dining before? Is this how it always is when you come to the cafeteria? He asked, exasperated. Munching away, Yi Ishua's mouth was stuffed full. Finally, she could eat without a care in the world, regarding neither weight nor image. She intended to indulge in all the delicacies she had previously shied away from. After swallowing a dumpling, she scrutinized Mo Qingchuan. So, is this unbearable for you? It's quite uncomfortable. Who enjoys being stared at incessantly? Mo Qingchuan hastened his pace, wishing to escape the situation. On second thought, perhaps it would be better for us to eat separately. It wouldn't benefit either of us otherwise. With that, Yi Shui picked up her dumpling and wontons and relocated to another table. Her entire attention was focused on her meal, completely oblivious to the gazes around her. Her departure relieved a significant number of boys in the cafeteria, who sighed in relief, thinking the campus belle had truly fallen in love. Ha, I knew it. He is just a clown, daring to approach Master Yi. In less than a minute, he was driven away. It's a miracle that Master Yi didn't lose her temper. In my opinion, Master Yi should have kicked him twice to humiliate him thoroughly. Why reward him? As the discussion persisted, the cafeteria buzzed with noise. After finishing his meal in a state of restlessness, Mo Qingchuan felt as if he had forgotten something. What could it be? Oh, right. His good friend Zhang Xiang. They usually dine together, but now, it seems they can no longer share a meal. Big head, enjoy your solitude in these final days of senior year. He patted his slightly bulging stomach, which felt full despite having missed breakfast. He picked up the steamer and bowl, placing them on the table by the door for the cafeteria lady to collect. Subsequently, Mo Qingchuan hastily exited the cafeteria. Without the scrutiny of numerous eyes, he felt considerably lighter. With only 2 months until the college entrance examination, perhaps he could significantly improve his grades. He mused, considering that Yi's typical scores hovered around 670. He could learn a great deal from her notes. However, on the flip side, their bodies had now been swapped. Perhaps they wouldn't revert to their original selves by the time of the exam. Wouldn't they then end up assisting each other in their tests? Did he still need to exert himself? This question lingered in Mo Qingchuan's mind. While slacking off felt delightful. Wouldn't he that ultimately jeopardized Master Ye's future? A solid education holds significant value in society. Dismissing the notion that degrees are worthless today, one only needs to open a job recruitment app to see that good positions often have educational requirements. Without the requisite qualifications, one might not even qualify for an interview. Ultimately, even if they all become corporate drones, the salary disparities are considerable. Moreover, it seems that Yi's family is quite affluent, living in a 300-square-meter house adjacent to the school, which surely cannot be inexpensive. Sigh, how I wish I were super rich heir. Longing for the day, my father casually states that $1 billion is merely a small goal. Mo Qingchuan occasionally harbored hopes of his father becoming a dragon. This was not mere fantasy. He genuinely wished for it. There might be an opportunity to persuade his father. Over the past few years, had he truly put in the effort? Had his salary increased? He needed to reflect on his own shortcomings. Upon returning to class, he picked up Yi's notes and continued studying. With this infusion of energy, the speed of his cognitive processes noticeably quickened. This morning's classes consisted of mathematics, physics, and physics. Not this tedious subject again. Who schedules these classes? My brain is overloaded today, and I can hardly keep up. His desk mate began to complain. Nowadays, teachers no longer meticulously cover knowledge points. Instead, they explain questions based on the test papers. If a solid foundation wasn't established in the first 2 years, one would essentially be at a loss in senior year. If one didn't understand, they could always ask Ishui. She explained things in great detail, and sometimes her insights were illuminating. Dan wen go zima? Huh? Who? Me? As Mo Qingchuan lifted his head, his gaze, cleansed by knowledge, appeared remarkably clear. To Tang Wenk and her companions, he seemed somewhat adorably naive. He initially contemplated declining, but then realized that the most effective way to validate his understanding was to elucidate it to others. Thus, he changed his mind. Ask away. I shall not withhold what I know. Wonderful. I adore you, exclaimed Ishue. Ishue, resting her hand on her belly as she leaned back in her chair, suddenly heard such a proclamation and could not help but cast a glance towards Mo Qingchuan. To her astonishment, he was actually explaining a problem. How could someone who barely scraped a score of 600 dare to mislead others? She immediately stood up and approached him. With a thud, she tapped her middle finger against Mo Qingchuan's head. Do you comprehend what you're saying? Mo Qingchuan rubbed his head, wincing slightly. Did this person not care for their own body? What are you doing? Don't you know your own capabilities, Mo Qingchuan? How dare you question Ishue? Tang Wenk playfully ruffled Mo Qingchuan's hair. Ishue crossed her arms, declaring, I fear he may lead you astray. Perhaps I should take over the explanation. Just you? Tang Wenk appraised Ishue from head to toe. Never mind, discussing problems pales in comparison to, well, when did you and Ishue become an item? Chapter 6. The prejudice in one's heart is a great mountain. A sudden silence enveloped the two. Together? When did they become an item? Class monitor, you seem to have misunderstood. We are merely friends. Mo Qingchuan replied with a forced smile. Oh, I see. Pure friendship. Tang Wenk nudged her glasses, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The others displayed knowing expressions, which made both of them feel somewhat uncomfortable. Their faces slightly flushed. Mo Qingchuan quickly shifted the topic, diving into the lesson. Yi Ishue was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Mo Qingchuan to grasp the problem so thoroughly just by reviewing his notes. It appeared that his foundation was solid, allowing him to integrate various concepts seamlessly. As he concluded the explanation of the problem, the school bell rang. They reconvened outside the school gate during lunch. After leaving that remark, Yi Ishue returned to her seat. Hey, Ishue, what do you see in Mo Qingchuan? He seems unworthy of you. It's ridiculous that you've only just realized you've been the fish nurtured by you, Miao Miao. Was it you who told her? Mo Qingchuan tilted his head to glance at Tang Wenk. You are the foolish one. What do you know as a woman? I endure humiliation and work diligently, avoiding romantic entanglements, all in hopes of gaining admission to a prestigious university and beginning a new chapter. How dare you call me silly? Just wait until you're pursued by a stout fellow measuring 1.60 meters and weighing 160 pounds. Then you'll understand how wise I truly am. Creating a worry-free learning environment, devoid of emotional complications, is of utmost importance. Class is starting, he declared, deftly sidestepping the issue. Tang Wenk refrained from pressing further. Apart from being a bit foolish, Mo Qingchuan was a person of good character and commendable grades. However, one couldn't help but wonder if they were, perhaps rushing into certain matters. At that thought, Tang Wenk felt her ears grow warm, conjuring images from various anime that made her mind whirl. Just then, a female teacher ascended the podium. All right, class, let us commence. Mo Qingchuan adjusted his focus, preparing to earnestly absorb the material. He intended to make a final push during these last 2 months. She had already thoroughly studied these problems and felt no need to listen again. Yet, her gaze occasionally wandered to Mo Qingchuan, observing his earnest demeanor, her expression gradually softening. The teacher's voice began to fade into the background. Time passed unknowingly until Zhang Xiang nudged him. The teacher has called your name several times. What are you daydreaming about? Yi Ishue snapped back to reality, momentarily lost in thought, recalling some past events. She stood up and looked at the problem projected on the screen. But then came the teacher's voice, tinged with disappointment. With the college entrance examination approaching, shouldn't you focus on your studies? Do you understand how crucial the exam is? Do you think scoring over 120 in mathematics leaves no room for improvement? Mo Qingchuan, can you please concentrate? If you could raise your math score by 10 points, do you know how many people you could surpass? 3 years of effort, and you can't hold on for just a little longer? In youth, we all experience infatuation, yet long-distance relationships seldom yield fruitful outcomes. However, if one finds themselves within the same university, the realm of possibilities expands infinitely. Mo Qingchuan, do you grasp my meaning? At this moment, seated in his place, Mo Qingchuan was drenched in sweat, while Yi Yishui stood composed. No, Yi Yishui was lost in thought. Was the one being reprimanded really him? When the teacher called my name, I too found myself daydreaming. Truly, Yi Yishui's gaze flickered. Today her spirits were unusually high, causing her to overlook certain pressing realities. Mo Qingchuan's academic performance was nearly 100 points behind hers, making it fundamentally improbable for them to attend the same institution. The teacher's remarks served as a reminder to her. Teacher, I understand, but I have already mastered this problem. Oh, the mathematics teacher furrowed her brow, recalling that during the exam, Mo Qingchuan had merely scribbled a solution for this question. Since you claim to have mastered it, why don't you come up and explain to the class? Very well. Yi Yishui approached the front, took the pen, and began to elucidate the problem meticulously, detailing each step and thought process. The mathematics teacher was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by his genuine understanding. It appeared she had misjudged him, reflecting on her earlier words. He was not deceiving her. After Yi Yishui concluded her explanation, she returned to her seat. Mo Qingchuan, having listened intently, experienced a moment of clarity. So, that was how it worked. Curious, he pondered why he had been unable to comprehend it before. Had his intellect been heightened upon entering Yi Yishui's consciousness? Soon, his thoughts spiraled into a flurry of fantastical ideas. The teacher was quite pleased with Yi Yishui's presentation and felt a sense of satisfaction. Well, Mo Qingchuan, your earlier explanation was commendable. Now, let us proceed to the next question, which only one student in the class managed to solve correctly. Yi Yishui, would you care to enlighten the class? She turned her gaze towards Mo Qingchuan, only to find him lost in thought as well. What was going on? Hey, Yishui? Tang Venka nucht Mo Qingchuan. Huh? Mo Qingchuan looked up bewildered. The teacher wants you to explain the problem. Huh? The mathematics teacher, observing his expression, felt an even greater sense of pride. Yishui was clearly pondering the problem. Take your time, I will explain it instead. Hey, Mo Qingchuan could no longer contain himself. Teacher, please don't show such favoritism. It's not fair. I was merely daydreaming. You should let Yishui speak. Yet the teacher had already commenced her own explanation. Alas, the biases within one's heart are akin to a formidable mountain. For most, the morning lessons proved exceedingly dull and tedious, with some students having succumbed to slumber. Finally, the clock struck noon, and Mo Qingchuan sighed in relief. Class was over. He could return home to enjoy a hearty meal and rest. He gathered his belongings, slung his small backpack over his shoulder, while those boarding at the school had already rushed out. He stepped out first, followed closely by Yi Yishui. They maintained a respectful distance. Some teachers would also be heading home at this hour, as their residences were nearby, and to avoid any misunderstandings. They refrained from walking side by side. In the back row of the classroom, Miao Miao observed Mo Qingchuan's retreating figure, gritting her teeth. She could not believe that the person who had pursued her for nearly 3 years would choose this moment to abandon her. Matters of the heart are not so easily severed. Miao Miao, Mo Qingchuan, and Yi Yishui, could they possibly be together? Lu inquired. She and Miao Miao shared a close friendship, often spending time together. Although Miao Miao's expression was somewhat somber, she asserted impossible. He likely believes that this will induce me to panic, and thus agree to define our relationship. To my astonishment, he resorted to such tactics. I am confident that before long, when I remain unresponsive, he will come scurrying back, pleading for my forgiveness. Lu chuckled at this, finding the situation quite plausible. When that time comes, let him treat us to a meal, preferably at that expensive Asian restaurant. I've been longing to dine there again. Rest assured, it won't be long before that happens, and we should aim for the more extravagant dishes, Miao Miao replied with a cold smirk. Simultaneously, her animosity towards Yi Yishui intensified. In her view, it was undoubtedly Yi Yishui who had initiated contact with Mo Qingchuan, attempting to undermine her. What a wretched person! She vowed not to let her have it easy. After some contemplation, she recalled a certain admirer among her followers who could indeed be of use. Chapter 7. Indulgence outside the school gates. Mo Qingchuan paused for a moment after walking a distance. Ishue caught up, rubbing her stomach. She was slightly astonished. Despite having consumed a considerable amount in the morning, she found herself inexplicably hungry by noon. This stomach of hers certainly had an enormous capacity. Had she not endured enough hardship while accompanying Mo Qingchuan? No need to worry. As long as I, Ishue, inhabit this body, you shall not suffer any longer. With no one at home and lacking culinary skills, I utilize your meal card in the morning. Let me treat you to lunch today. How about dining at the Yuzhen restaurant? The cuisine there is quite satisfactory. The name Yuzhen restaurant sounded familiar to Mo Qingchuan. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled visiting there once with his family, where a meal for four had cost over 1,000. Truly exorbitant. However, the flavors were indeed commendable. Such affluence. A wealthy lady. At least what I consume nourishes my own body, unlike someone who brings breakfast for others, squandering money. Hold on. Let me clarify. I charge for bringing breakfast to Miao Miao. It's fortunate I didn't charge her for travel expenses. Do you think I'm catering to her whims? Mo Qingchuan interjected, eager to defend himself. He certainly would not waste money on a fish farmer. A stuffed pancake was 7 yuan in the morning. Accumulated over a year, that would amount to quite a sum, if it weren't for the excellent cover it provided. He wouldn't bother with such efforts. Ishue's mouth formed a na shape as the realization dawned upon her. Then she gazed at Mo Qingchuan. The Yuzhen restaurant allows takeout. You could bring something for your sister. This suggestion made Mo Qingchuan hesitate. Who wouldn't want to indulge in something delightful? Once home, he would only be able to whip up a quick fried rice dish. It was tea that Mo Qingchuan lacked culinary skills, but after cooking and eating, his precious nap time would slip away. Don't be fooled by my appearance as a mere sheep at that moment. Mo Qingchuan's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his sister calling. Brother, what are we having for lunch? I'm starving. Can we skip the fried rice today? Although your fried rice is delicious, eating it every day is rather monotonous. Dear brother, Mo Qingchuan remained remarkably composed, unaffected by her pleas. He had long become accustomed to it and recognized her feigned distress. What a sweet little sister, he thought with a smirk. Speak properly, or it seems you're wishing to go hungry. Who are you? Mo Qingchuan's body stiffened. He had momentarily forgotten that he was currently inhabiting Ishue's body, and now he was in a predicament. This little girl would undoubtedly pester him with incessant questions. Given her naturally talkative disposition, a sumptuous meal would hardly suffice to silence her. In a flurry, Mo Qingchuan sought Ishue's assistance, hastily handing her the phone. Quickly, help me smooth this over. Ishue received the phone, having seen the girl earlier that morning, but at that time, she was already prepared to leave. Consequently, they hadn't exchanged words. And since she was still unfamiliar with the girl's temperament, she was unsure how to navigate this situation. Are you my sister-in-law? This simple query left Ishue's body frozen in shock. She pursed her lips, finding it increasingly difficult to speak. Mo Qingchuan, in his impatience, urged her to say something. Why was he rendered so speechless? Hello? Still, no response came her way. All right, I understand. I'm all alone at home, lonely and forlorn. Nevertheless, I wish my sister-in-law and brother an early blessing of children. I could just go out and buy myself a meal. With a pout, she hung up. The two exchanged a silent glance, both feeling a bit awkward. Cough. My sister can be quite mischievous, always chattering away. So don't take her words to heart. If you're upset, just go home and give her a proper lesson. Ishue returned the phone to Mo Qingchuan, shaking her head slightly. I'm not angry. Let us head to Yuzhen restaurant. Tell your sister not to buy any food. Habitually, she reached to tie her hair back, only to realize she was no longer in her former self. Both had yet to fully shed some habits from their previous bodies. Mo Qingchuan no longer resisted the idea. Exchanging a breakfast for a meal from Yuzhen restaurant was quite a bargain. Yet, he didn't wish to take advantage of her generosity. Perhaps he would treat her another time. He felt a twinge of concern for his modest finances. Yuzhen restaurant was not far, and the two rented a couple of shared bikes before setting off. The weather in early April was pleasantly mild, heralding the arrival of spring. Two swallows soared in the sky, carrying twigs in their beaks, seemingly a pair preparing to build a new nest. However, Some online commenters seemed to mock the swallows' nesting skills, claiming they often built nests that collapsed. Others remarked that young swallows, unable to build nests, called upon their mothers for assistance, lamenting that each generation was less capable than the last. Mo Qingchuan, watch the road. Yi Yishui reminded him. Oh right, what was I thinking? Just the comments online. I think you ought to ponder how we can switch back to our original bodies. Yi Yishui came to a halt, securing her bike as they arrived at Yuzhen restaurant. Huh? If I could figure that out, would I still be in high school? Mo Qingchuan parked his bike and followed Yi Yishui into the restaurant. The architectural style of the establishment exuded a rich Chinese aesthetic, creating an ambience that felt like a separation from a modern world. At the entrance stood a young lady adorned in traditional Hanfu, her figure graceful. Welcome to our humble abode. Please follow me, she beckoned. As they entered, Yi Yishui inquired, what does your sister enjoy eating? She likes all delicious foods. Has no particular aversions, though like me, she isn't fond of cilantro or scallions. I understand, Yi Yishui replied, familiar with the restaurant that catered well to her tastes. They proceeded to order several dishes: golden crispy ribbon fish, poached 9-segment shrimp, sea cucumber braised with abalone sauce, supreme crab meat soup, and cumin garlic roasted lamb chops. Mo Qingchuan wiped his brow. Miss, how much will this cost? However, residing in a 300-square-meter home, perhaps she truly did not mind the expense. Sister, you're in for a treat. Yi Yishui continued to peruse the menu, but Mo Qingchuan hastily intervened. All right, enough already. Even 3 people might not finish it all. Well, that's it. Yi Yishui set down the menu. Please wait a moment. We will arrange everything promptly. Feel free to call us if you need anything. After the young lady in traditional Hanfu departed, Mo Qingchuan took a seat, glancing over the prices on the menu. Golden crispy ribbon fish, 268. Boiled 9-section shrimp, 350. It seems that during our last visit, they didn't indulge in such extravagance. Yay. Yishui, could it be that you are a wealthy heiress? Mo Qingchuan expressed his astonishment. If we were to dine here, it would deplete my meager allowance of over 1,000. Goodness, this is beyond my means. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? I come from an ordinary family, Yi Yishui replied, fiddling with her phone. Is that so? Mo Qingchuan's tone remained skeptical. Surely, no child from an ordinary family would dine like this. Their wait lasted less than 15 minutes when a young lady in Hanfu returned with their packaged meals. Everything is packed. Enjoy your meal. Thank you, Yi Yishui said, taking the items and leading Mo Qingchuan outside. Hey, don't we need to pay? Mo Qingchuan paused it. Realization dawning. Yi Yishui, did we forget to pay? Pay. There's no need. I always dine here for free. Chapter 8. Old Mo and old Jew Mo Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback. Free food and drink? Would they not be apprehended? How audacious. However, it appeared that no one was obstructing them. What was he dawdling for? Rest assured, as long as I bear this countenance, I can indulge freely here without anyone demanding payment. Yi Yishui waved her hand in front of Mo Qingchuan. He began to grasp the situation. Yet you claimed you were not a young lady. Indeed, your family must possess considerable wealth. This restaurant essentially belongs to my family, though it is primarily managed by my aunt. Yi Yishui was indifferent to the presence of wealth. Her priorities were twofold: delectable food and enjoying it without cost. With these 2 aspects, she felt satisfied. Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth, astonished by the family business. What else could he do but envy? Father, put in some effort. When will you transform into a dragon? I too wish to be a wealthy second generation. You have concealed your background quite well. Until now. I had assumed your family was ordinary. Mo Qingchuan remarked as they walked. Why did you think that? Yi Yishui glanced at him inquisitively. Look at those affluent classmates. They boast daily, whether flaunting shoes worth thousands or revealing how much they spend on games, purchasing countless skins and attaining level V10. Yet you are remarkably low-key. Yi Yisui sitiflit ayon. What is there to boast about? Those who do not study diligently only seek to show off to the vain who lack wealth. Mo Qingchuan scratched his head, realizing that this might indeed be the case. Those who can focus on their studies do not concern themselves with such trivialities. They're focused on the future. Presently, This is merely a segment of their lives. You do not wish to boast either, do you? Ye yisui inuitit. Me? Mo Qingchuan pointed to himself. I don't even engage in romantic relationships. I only aim to study well. Do I seem like that kind of person? You merely wish to escape someone's entanglement, right? Say what you will. The pair arrived at the residential complex where Mo Qingchuan resided. The community was quite expansive, adorned with lush greenery, and even boasted a kindergarten, making it convenient for families with young children. They reached Unit 601 of one of the buildings and knocked on the door. Who is it? State your name. A voice called out from within. Yi Shui turned to Mo Qingchuan and blinked. She had gathered some insight into the personality of Mo Qingchuan's sister, who seemed exceedingly vivacious. Inside, Mo Qingmiao peered through the peephole at the two individuals outside. There was no need to gaze any longer at her brother. She had grown weary of it. Aside from his good looks, there was nothing remarkable to behold. However, the girl beside him made her eyes sparkle. She had never encountered such a stunning young woman. Even the celebrities she saw on variety shows paled in comparison. Who would have thought her brother was quite capable, finding such a beautiful sister-in-law? Just as Mo Qingchuan was about to respond, the door swung open, revealing Mo Qingmiao. Sister-in-law, please come in. She stood obediently aside as she opened the door. Yi Shui's cheeks flushed slightly. We are merely friends. Oh, I spoke out of turn. Please come in. What delicious food has my brother brought? I am absolutely famished. Montak Qingyao beamed. Dishes from Yuzhen restaurant, and Mo Qingchuan replied. Oh, and Mo Qingmiao joyfully leaped up. She had long been yearning for the delicacies of that restaurant, and she never anticipated that she would have the chance to savor them one day. Long live my sister-in-law. Mo Qingchuan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. If not for the constraints of his current form, he would certainly have given her a sharp reprimand. This little girl at home was as fearless as a world-destroying demon. Sometimes she brought joy, and at other times she drove him to the brink of irritation. Those without younger sisters often envied those who had them, believing that sisters would be obedient. However, in reality, most who had younger sisters found them to be quite bothersome. Speak normally. Otherwise, I shall let you go hungry for lunch today. Suddenly, Yi Shui adopted a firm stance. This surprised Mo Qingchuan, as it was the first time he had witnessed her in such a manner, bearing a semblance of the authority he usually exercised over his sister. Mo Qingmiao pouted and abruptly clung to Mo Qingchuan's arm. Sister, let me tell you, my brother is incredibly stingy. On several occasions, he has refused to take me to Yuzhen restaurant, behaving like a miser, and he always bullies me. You must manage him well. If you do, I might even be able to ride on his head and take a dump. Mo Qingchuan gazed at his sister. Do you even realize who you're speaking to? You think you can ride on my head and take a dump? Truly outrageous. Do you really believe I cannot manage you? I see you have abundant energy, so you must not be hungry. Why not eat in your room? The two of us can finish the food together. Upon hearing this, Yi Shui nodded. No, I was wrong. Is that not sufficient? Sister, why are you behaving as badly as brother? Woo-woo. Mo Qingmiao felt tears welling up. She had hoped that such a beautiful sister would align with her to confront her brother. To her dismay, she found her sister standing on the same side as her brother. How infuriating. What charm does her brother possess? This is unacceptable. Enough of the commotion. Hurry up and finish your meal. Let us take a nap afterward, or we won't have any time left for it. Yi Shui placed the packed food on the table and opened the boxes. The enticing aroma wafted out, and Mo Qingmiao swallowed hard. She craved the food immensely. Her taste buds could hardly contain themselves. After the three washed their hands, they began to eat. It must be said, after indulging in the cuisine from Yuzhen restaurant once more, Mo Qingchuan could not help but exclaim how delectable it was, truly a culinary masterpiece. In a restaurant in the capital, Mo Zhu wearily rubbed his temples, the scent of alcohol wafting from him. In order to negotiate a project, he had consumed quite a bit of liquor. Fortunately, the contract this time in the capital had been secured, and his bonus would be substantial. In just a few days, he would be able to return home and see his son and daughter. After years of constant travel, he rarely spent much time at home. Perhaps it was time to consider a career change, to focus his thoughts on his wife and children. He murmured to himself. Alas, old Mo, in this current environment, it is easy to resign from a job, but finding a new one is difficult. It is not as simple as merely switching positions. After all, you are a supervisor now, earning a decent salary. Although we travel extensively, the family need not worry about expenses. Upon hearing this, Mo Zhu felt a sense of agreement. While he was still capable, it was prudent to work diligently and earn more. His son was preparing for the college entrance examination this year and would soon embark on his university journey, so the expenses associated with it were not a cause for concern. However, he did harbor some worries about whether he would be able to provide his son with a house, a car, and a bride price when the time for marriage arrived. Having never truly enjoyed the fruits of life himself, he hoped that he could afford his descendants some semblance of comfort and happiness. After all, he wished for his life's labor not to be in vain. He chuckled softly, wondering when his son would bring home a daughter-in-law. Why rush? He mused. This year is merely the beginning of his academic journey, and while many young people are dating, few relationships culminate in marriage. Let them take their time. As parents, our role is to provide support without pressure. Mo Zhu nodded in agreement. Over the decades, he had distinctly observed the societal shift towards increasing restlessness, a stark contrast to the past. By the way, Lao Zhu, hasn't your daughter graduated from university this year? When you have a moment, do bring her to meet my family. Zhu Kai shot Mo Zhu a sidelong glance. You seem to have set your sights on my daughter, haven't you? There's only a 4-year age difference, which isn't significant. Meeting one hurt. Even if they don't become in-laws, they could at least be friends. Besides, my daughter is not without suitors. Mo Zhu chuckled, choosing not to respond, acknowledging it was merely a jest. Yet Lao Zhu seemed somewhat perturbed. It appeared he was rather anxious about his daughter's future. This reaction was understandable. His generation often fretted over such matters, unlike the younger crowd, who seemed more at ease. Seizing a moment of respite, he opened his phone to check the home surveillance. He imagined that Chuan and Miao Miao were likely enjoying their meal or causing a ruckus in the living room. To his surprise, he noticed 3 individuals at the dining table. Had his wife returned? After so many years, he should recognize her silhouette. Yet the girl beside his son was clad in the same school uniform. To his astonishment, a wave of joy washed over him. His son had indeed surprised him. While he had previously worried that his son might struggle to find a partner, he never anticipated such a delightful surprise. It appeared that he had secretly brought someone home while they were away. Observing Mo Zhu's radiant smile, Zhu Kai could not help but tease him. What's got you grinning so widely? The sun is nearly outshone by your smile. Ah, Lao Zhu, your daughter can afford to wait a little longer. Mo Zhu replied with playful exuberance. Oh, come on. Chapter 9. The family heirloom. Mo Zhu was overjoyed and chose not to engage in idle chatter with Zhu Kai. He quickly took a screenshot and opened WeChat, sending it to his beloved wife. Dear, look, our son has made a significant achievement. He has brought home a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Fang Mei was taking a break in her office, where she taught 3rd grade at an elementary school. Upon receiving her husband's message, she opened it, feeling a flicker of delight at first, but soon a wave of confusion washed over her as she began typing a response. Did our son tell you this? Mo Zhu replied, no, but isn't it obvious? Come on, stop speculating. Perhaps he merely invited a female classmate over for a meal. There's not even a hint of a relationship yet. Just because she's at home doesn't prove anything. That's uncertain. Have you been drinking again? Mo Zhu was momentarily taken aback. How could she know? There was no video to confirm his state. How do you know? I'm in the capital. Are you surveilling me? Fang Mei rolled her eyes in response. Who is surveilling you? With your dismal job, a business trip means drinking. What else could you possibly be doing? Washing feet? Fang Mei's fingers paused, her irritation palpable. Oh dear, you're quite something. Is that young lady catering to your every whim? Mo Zhu slapped his forehead, realizing he had indulged too much and was not thinking clearly. What have I said? My dear wife, please don't misunderstand. I was merely escorted. I didn't go on my own. I swear to the heavens. Huh, with mere words exchanged. Who knows what's true? When are you coming back? In a couple of days, soon? Good, that works perfectly. I could buy a foot bathtub. Fang Mei finished typing and opened the shopping app, browsing items. Wait, what do you need that for? To serve you. I want to see if you find more comfort from me or from that young lady. and Mo Zhu covered his head in exasperation. Oh heavens! I've inadvertently made my wife jealous. This is troublesome. We were discussing our son and daughter-in-law, and yet it veered into foot washing. Wrong, wrong. My wife. My heart. I swear to the heavens. Don't want a foot bath? No. Then I'll get you a washboard instead. And Mo Zhu regretted his hasty comment about foot washing. No, we have a washing machine. What would we do with that? Make you kneel, of course. Perhaps it could be kept for our son to kneel on in the future. Who knows? It might even serve our grandson. Let S get a quality one, and then it will become the family heirloom of the Mo clan. And Mo Zhu broke into a sweat. This certainly could not be deemed an heirloom. When future generations spoke of this family treasure, he feared he would be labeled a coward. Frightened by his wife. Dear wife, I take it back. I want a foot bath. Dream on. My dear, we've been married for ages. You can't let me become the disgrace of the Mo family. Fine, I'll grant you some leniency. I'll buy the tub, but only if you come back to serve me. Absolutely. When I return, I promise to pamper my wife splendidly. Less flattery. Returning early is more important than anything else. Not a problem. However, regarding our son's company with girls at home, please pay attention to it. All right, I understand. I'll inquire when I return tonight. And you should also be cautious outside. Drink less. Rest assured, everything will be fine. I'll see you when I get back. Feng Mei couldn't help but smile slightly at the corners of her mouth, then saved the picture sent by Mo Zhu to her device, studying it carefully. Although the girl's face was not clearly visible, her silhouette seemed quite agreeable, and she hoped her son would find a good wife. At the Mo Qingchuan household, the three of them finished their meal and lounged on chairs. Whoa, that was delicious. This is the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. Sister, when are you going to marry my brother? If you think he isn't worthy of you, I would gladly marry you instead. Yi Shui's expression froze. She finally understood why Mo Qingchuan felt so helpless towards his sister. Her boldness was relentless, and she felt an urge to sew Mo Qingyao's mouth shut. Aside from eating, her chatter had been incessant. Save that talk for when Mom returns, Yi Shui remarked. But Mom's not back, and my sister is gone. Mo Qingyao pleaded, tugging at Mo Qingchuan's arm. Mo Qingchuan felt no stirrings within. He had long been immune to Mo Qingyao's antics. If I have the opportunity, I will come, but I cannot promise to bring you treats every time. Oh, sister, what are you saying? I adore you. What do these dishes even matter? Sister, you smell so good. Let us take a nap together this afternoon. Yi Shui rose and said, Little sister, sleep by yourself. He is coming back to my room with me. Mo Qingyao reluctantly stood up and returned to her own room. Subsequently, Yi Shui and Mo Qingchuan exchanged glances, and without a word, they headed to Mo Qingchuan's room. Yi Shui sighed in relief as she lay on the bed. Thankfully, Mo Qingchuan was usually tidy. His room was well kept, preserving his image before Yi Shui. Your sister is quite the little tyrant. Have you experienced it? Mo Qingchuan chuckled. Yes, but I have ways to deal with her. However, she is ultimately your sister. So I hesitate to intervene. As long as it's not too excessive, it's manageable. That girl is simply spoiled by my parents. They sometimes find it challenging to handle Qingyao as well, Mo Qingchuan explained. Qingyao, Yi Shui murmured softly. It's a lovely name, and I have a feeling she would get along splendidly with my aunt. Both are little tyrants. Aunt? Yes, my aunt used to live with me. But she has been out for a few days and will return soon. Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth. Another little tyrant? One had already left him drenched in sweat, too. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now, Yi Shui said, lying on the bed and closing her eyes. Upon noticing this, Mo Qingchuan laid down on the other side. The room instantly fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, and they could clearly hear each other's breathing. The two individuals felt a subtle shift. There was no tension, but rather a sense of ease stemming from their unusual body swap. Mo Qingchuan gradually closed his eyes, uncertain of the reasons behind their inexplicable exchange. Yet, in the depths of his being, it seemed as though something had altered, akin to the trajectory of their fates. Two meteors, once traversing their own distinct paths, began to entwine and journey towards a shared destination upon their encounter. Minutes passed, and their breathing steadied as they succumbed to slumber. Outside, however, the atmosphere was anything but tranquil. Mo Qingyao, having discarded her shoes, stealthily approached the door of Mo Qingchuan's bedroom. She pressed herself against the door, straining to listen intently. Yet, after a prolonged moment, not a sound emerged. Could it be so eerily quiet? Mo Qingchuan refused to believe that they had engaged in no mischief at all. With a gentle grip on the doorknob, she began to slowly push it open. Through a narrow crack, her gaze fell upon the two figures peacefully resting on the bed. Her expression transformed into one of astonishment. She could scarcely believe her eyes. After all her anticipation, it turned out they were merely indulging in an afternoon nap. She closed the door softly and tiptoed back to her room, only to find her phone ringing. "Hello, Dad. I'm trying to take a nap. If I catch you sneaking into your brother's room again, I'll confiscate your allowance." "What? Dad, you can't do that. I'm your precious daughter. How could you be so heartless? Even if you are my daughter, you must not engage in such sneaky antics. Now go to sleep. Understood, Dad." Sobi. Chapter 10. Blocked. Mo Qingchuan remained oblivious to the lesson that Mo Qingchuan had received from Mo Juju. He had enjoyed a deep slumber during the noon hour, and had it not been for the ringing of his phone, he believed he could have slept until evening. Upon awakening, he discovered that Mo Qingchuan had already departed without so much as a word. This girl, leaving without a sound. After washing their faces and tidying up, they set out, though they entered the school premises one after the other. Occasionally, the grade director would be stationed at the entrance, scrutinizing students who entered in pairs. So it was prudent to avoid any unnecessary complications. Seated at his desk, Mo Qingchuan listened intently to the gossip shared by Tang Wenk and others about different classes. The tales of others' lives proved to be quite entertaining. Shortly thereafter, Miao Miao arrived in class, her gaze directed at Mo Qingchuan, filled with provocation. She deliberately walked past him, letting out a disdainful snort. Mo Qingchuan couldn't help but wonder why such animosity was directed towards an inconsequential fish. He himself had hardly given it any thought. If it were about breakfast, with so many fish in a pond, one could easily choose another. After all, he had no intention of doing it. There were plenty of others who would. As Miao Miao passed by Yi Shui, she let out another huff. Yi Shui merely cast a glance and paid it no mind, as she could surmise the reason behind Miao Miao's behavior. At that moment, Zhang Xiang slumped in his chair, his face clouded with worry and his eyes devoid of focus. "Qingchuan, I haven't dreamed of that beautiful girl lately. Why? Why can't I dream of pretty faces first? Such nonsense. I regret it." Zhang Xiang lamented, but Yi Shui ignored him and began working through her exercises. "Qingchuan, why are you so silent? You're making me feel awkward." Zhang Xiang scratched his head. Despite being a day student and a boarder, their friendship remained strong. They had never had a falling out before. So Zhang Xiang was puzzled by the unusual tension today. "Let us discuss it over WeChat tonight. I need to focus on my studies." "Huh?" Zhang Xiang was taken aback. "With your grades, you should be able to secure a spot at a good university. You might even scrape into a 211 if you're lucky. So why are you still striving to improve your grades?" In Zhang Xiang's eyes, those grades were already a dream come true. If he could consistently score around 580, his parents would be compelled to support him. His father once exclaimed, "If you could score 580, I'll let you ride on my back and do your business." And I won't hesitate to taste the saltiness of it. Though his words were coarse, they were undeniably blunt. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. "Oh, I get it. You want to apply to the same university as Master Yi, don't you? But let me tell you, raising your score by 100 points is no small feat, especially with just 2 months remaining. Master Yi might aim for 700, and if you push yourself beyond your limits, reaching around 650 in the college entrance exam would be the best you could hope for." Yi Shui pondered for a moment, realizing that Zhang Xiang's words held a kernel of truth. As time progresses, the difficulty of improving one's grades intensifies. Those intricate problems in mathematics and science, if one does not comprehend them, mere scribbling yields no points. In moments of urgency, one might resort to unthinkable actions, yet some questions remain insurmountable. Currently, Mo Qingchuan is self-studying with her notes, and it appears to be quite effective. However, would her efficiency not increase if she were to offer personal tutoring? This remains uncertain. As for you, with a score below 500, what are your plans for future examinations? Alas, my grades are what they are. I will certainly not catch up to you. Perhaps I shall find a school in the same city as yours. Zhang Xiang, however, maintains a carefree attitude, placing no pressure on himself regarding studies. Yet he still harbors a desire to achieve grades akin to yours, as it would afford him some opportunity. His gaze slowly drifts toward a silhouette tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yi Yishui follows his line of sight and is taken aback to discover that Zhang Xiang has affection for someone, her. In the afternoon class, a sense of fatigue permeates the atmosphere. Those who did not rest well during lunch struggle to keep their eyes open. Mo Qingchuan feels as if her meridians have been unblocked today. She comprehends all the knowledge imparted by the teacher. One cannot help but marvel at Yi Shifu's remarkable intellect. Excelling academically, adept in physical pursuits, she truly embodies the best of both worlds. In the blink of an eye, the school day concludes. Boarding students are required to attend evening study sessions, while day students may depart immediately. See you tomorrow, Tang Wenk waves. See you tomorrow. Mo Qingchuan nods and exits the classroom. Miao Miao observes her retreating figure and scoffs softly. Lu, noticing, whispers, Miao Miao, do you think it will be trouble? Those ruffians from the streets might create a scene. Rest assured, it will merely be a bit of bullying. They know their limits. Naturally, Miao Miao dares not escalate matters too far, so she only instructs them to issue a subtle threat. This is to ensure that Yi Yishui keeps her distance from Mo Qingchuan. That evening, she plans to message Yi Yishui, warning her not to meddle with what does not belong to her. Otherwise, she will face daily harassment after school. She is convinced that a girl like Yi Yishui, who has not been exposed to the harsh realities of life, will undoubtedly be intimidated. In that case, should Mo Qingchuan be cast aside, she would likely return to her. However, once one leaps from the fish pond, they must be prepared to pay a price to return. As Mo Qingchuan walks along the path, she ponders the likelihood of not returning home tonight, destined to spend the night alone in her spacious 300-square-meter room. She truly dislikes living in such a vast space. Speaking of which, where are Yishui's parents? They seemed absent during the parent-teacher meeting. Could it be that family business engagements keep them too preoccupied? Well, that is understandable. Her father, a supervisor, is often out and about. Hey, beautiful, don't rush off. Just as she exits the school gate, she is encircled by a group of individuals. Each of them appears lean as a monkey, some with dyed blonde hair and clad in cropped pants, exuding an air of youthful exuberance. They lift their shirts to expose their bellies, some even playfully patting them. What do you want? Mo Qingchuan realized he was in trouble. However, the busy street provided him with a semblance of safety. With a mere shout, the school guard would surely hear him. Just as Miao Miao had mentioned, she truly was a striking beauty. Was she interested in dating? The audacity to pose such a question right away. Even as a young man, he felt somewhat speechless. From where did their confidence stem? Moreover, these individuals were evidently orchestrated by Miao Miao. What mischief was she up to? No, I'm not interested, Mo Qingchuan retorted coldly. Not interested? What pretense are you putting on? Do you genuinely believe that having a bit of charm and receiving adoration at school grants you the right to look down upon others? Once you step into society, what will you amount to? They continued. Miao Miao has informed us that you are rather flirtatious, enjoying the company of men. Do not pretend otherwise in front of us. Their smirks were laden with mockery. Mo Qingchuan's expression darkened. He had underestimated Miao Miao, thinking her merely a fish keeper, unaware of her associations with such individuals. If you persist, I will call the police. Oh, go ahead and report us. We're terrified, aren't we? We haven't harmed you. We merely wish to have a conversation. Have we broken any laws? If you refuse to comply, we shall simply wait for you at the school gate every day. Mo Qingchuan could no longer contain his frustration. Their audacity was intolerable. He was now in control of Master Ye's body. He set his backpack down, preparing to unleash some martial prowess, as he had previously studied boxing. But just then, his arm was seized, and a formidable figure stepped in front of him. Is it not shameful to bully a young girl in front of so many? Chapter 11. Returning home is that. A little girl? Am I, really? Mo Qingchuan felt a twinge of discomfort. He was undeniably a man. Yet he found himself in a different body, one that felt more fragile. Nevertheless, there was a profound sense of security that he surprisingly relished. What struck him as peculiar was that he had never perceived his silhouette as so imposing before. Could it be that after the soul exchange, his entire demeanor had transformed? Oh look, a gallant protector, more like a sycophant, stepping forward now to play the hero. How ridiculous! In an instant, several individuals surrounded him. Yishui glanced around. The group was as lean as monkeys, yet their approach did not fluster her. One individual with dyed blonde hair lunged forward, throwing a punch aimed at her face. She effortlessly blocked it with her left arm and retaliated with a right hook to his chin. Bang! The punch connected solidly, leaving the blonde dazed as he staggered back and collapsed onto the ground, his chin bruised and swollen. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. Yi Shifu's reaction speed and punching prowess were undoubtedly those of a formidable fighter. As others attempted to join the fray, a figure armed with a police fork sprinted towards them from behind. It was none other than the head of the security department from their school, Shauna No. 1. Though portly, he moved with remarkable agility and exuded an intimidating presence. Where do these little brats come from? How dare they bully our students? His fury was palpable as he approached, having witnessed the audacity with which they obstructed their students mere meters from the school gate. Upon realizing that the victim was the school's top flower, his anger intensified. She was not only a beauty, but also a student of great merit, consistently ranking in the top 3 of her class. How dare they obstruct such a commendable student? The group of young ruffians immediately dispersed at the sight. The one who had fallen scrambled to his feet, and they hastily mounted their electric bikes, fleeing in a hurry, with the blonde scrambling after them on foot. How fast they run! If I see those scoundrels again, I will make them regret it. The head of security cursed, brandishing his fork with an air of authority. Mo Qingchuan observed him closely, imagining he would have made a formidable general in ancient times. Thank you, Chief. He exhaled in relief, expressing his gratitude. Although Yi Shifu was skilled in combat, he understood that 4 fists could hardly contend with a multitude, and injuries were a real concern. With only 2 months until the crucial college entrance examinations, any injury could have dire consequences. No need to mention it. It is our duty to protect you, and I'm glad you're unscathed. The head of security then turned his gaze towards Yishui. You're quite brave for standing up, unlike those who merely spectated. That is only right, Yishui replied. Haha, indeed. Be cautious on your way back. If things look amiss, do not hesitate to call the authorities. Safeguard yourselves. The head of security cautioned, clearly worried that the troublemakers might return. Rest assured, my fists pack quite a punch. Yishui chose to disregard the alarm, believing that her fists could resolve the matter. Ha ha ha, quite commendable. The head of the security department observed Yishui with increasing satisfaction, noting her resemblance to his younger self. He reminisced about a time in school when a girl in his class was bullied, her pristine dress marred by mud. Unable to tolerate the injustice, he intervened without hesitation. Though he endured injuries, that girl was never bullied again. Eventually, she became his wife, bearing him a son and a daughter, and she now teaches at Shanhua No. 1. As for him, he ascended to the position of head of security at Shanhua No. 1, dedicated to safeguarding the students. Mo Qingchuan, witnessing the scene, felt a tinge of embarrassment, marveling at Yishui's prowess. After the head of security departed, Yishui approached Mo Qingchuan, grasping his arm to inspect him closely. What are you doing? He inquired. Just checking my body, she replied earnestly. Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine, Mo Qingchuan said, extending his arms for her examination. If all is well, let me escort you back and gather some belongings. Oh, right, she responded eagerly. I am returning to the 300-square-meter house once again. The morning had been too rushed for him to appreciate the spacious residence. This evening, he anticipated a thorough exploration of the 300 square meters, contrasting it with his own modest 100-square-meter home. If it meant residing in such a grand abode indefinitely, he would gladly marry the campus beauty and drive a luxury car. The journey was brief, though darkness had already descended. Upon arriving at the entrance, they exchanged glances. What are you waiting for? Open the door, Yishui urged. I don't know the password, Mo Qingchuan admitted, scratching his head. In response, Yishui pointed to a spot above the lock. Do you see that? It's a fingerprint scanner. Just place your index finger here. Intrigued, Mo Qingchuan leaned closer. How advanced? He extended his slender finger, making contact with the designated area. Beep. Verification successful. Click. The door swung open automatically. Mo Qingchuan marveled at the convenience of the smart lock, which completely eliminated the need to fumble for keys. Lady Yi, please enter. Mo Qingchuan gestured. Lady? Yi Yishui tilted her head inquisitively. What's wrong? Nothing, it's just the first time someone has addressed me that way, she said, stepping inside. She was intimately familiar with the rooms, heading straight to the refrigerator to retrieve a box of yogurt. Would you like some? Mo Qingchuan shook his head. He was not particularly fond of drinks like yogurt, preferring water. The only beverage he indulged in was huiyuan juice, albeit at a higher price, as it contained no dubious additives. Then let us proceed to my room, she suggested. All right, he replied. As Mo Qingchuan walked from the living room to Yi Yishui's room, he was greeted by a delicate fragrance upon entering. He sat on the edge of her bed, feeling somewhat awkward. On a nearby rack hung an array of beautiful dresses. He pondered whether he might someday wear them if their bodies were no longer exchanged. After Yi Yishui entered, she gathered her headphones, charger, and other items. Placing them into her backpack, she gazed at Mo Qingchuan, lost in thought while looking at the dress, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Do you want to try it on? Huh? Mo Qingchuan snapped back to reality, hastily shaking his head. No, how could I? I'm a grown man, though I may currently be in a female form. If you wish to try, why not? No. Mo Qingchuan's face flushed crimson, his heart inexplicably racing. For reasons unknown, he verbally rejected the idea, yet inside, he felt a surge of excitement. There was a peculiar sensation. Well, there's nothing more to discuss. Should I head to your house early to prevent your parents from worrying? Yi Yishui inquired. My mother should be home from work by now, but my father is on a business trip and might not return for several days. Mo Qingchuan explained the situation. Understood. Let's exchange our assignments as well. You do yours, and I'll do mine, or we might inadvertently expose ourselves, she suggested. All right. The two then opened their backpacks and swapped their homework and textbooks. However, Yi Yishui left some notes for Mo Qingchuan. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me via WeChat. I'm heading to your house now. Okay. Mo Qingchuan stood up, intending to see Yi Yishui off. Yet, after taking a few steps, Yi Yishui halted, her face inexplicably flushed, fidgeting with her fingers. There's still one more question. What question? Mo Qingchuan asked, perplexed. Well, this morning, it felt quite awkward. Mo Qingchuan glanced over and suddenly understood. It was the physiological reaction that men experience upon waking. This was unavoidable. In his youthful state, he was at his most vigorous. That's a normal phenomenon. Just try to ignore it. After getting up, brushing your teeth and washing your face should help. All right. Yi Yishui nearly ran out after speaking, feeling utterly embarrassed. Mainly, she was unaware and thought something might be wrong, hence her inquiry. Mo Qingchuan also felt a bit awkward. Yet this understanding seemed to be an essential part of their experience after switching bodies. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Women undergo their monthly cycles, which are said to be quite painful and can last several days. Mo Qingchuan tapped his head, dismissing the random thoughts. Perhaps by tomorrow morning, they would revert to their original forms. Chapter 12. Probing after Yi Yishui departed, Mo Qingchuan abruptly felt a sense of solitude enveloping him within the vast 300-square-meter residence. The absence of conversation and the lively presence of his sister left the atmosphere eerily tranquil, a stark contrast he found disconcerting. Had she truly lived in such silence all along? Rising from his seat, he placed his textbooks on the study desk, intending to complete the assignments given by his teacher that day. Yet, hunger gnawed at him once more. How would he manage dinner? This was a question he had never contemplated before. Upon returning home in the past, his mother would always have a meal prepared. Resolute, he decided to fend for himself and ascertain the contents of the refrigerator and kitchen. Upon inspection, he discovered the kitchen was immaculate, seemingly untouched. The refrigerator, however, was stocked with an abundance of fruits, milk, juice, and alcoholic beverages, yet conspicuously lacking in vegetables. What then did Yishu consume for dinner? Surely She couldn't subsist solely on fruit. Ding dong. At that moment, a notification chimed on his phone. It was a message from Yi Shu. I forgot to mention, don't worry about dinner. Someone will deliver it shortly. If it's not to your liking, feel free to speak with the delivery person. Also, take care of yourself. And Mo Qingchuan scratched his head, pondering if this was the life of a young lady. Well, he supposed he was experiencing a taste of it. He replied affirmatively and then settled at his desk to begin his studies. After sending the message, Yi Ishu reflected for a moment, concluding that nothing had been overlooked. If there was anything else, she would address it later. Hesitating before the door, she ultimately decided to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came the voice of Mo Qingchuan, the little imp. She rushed to the door, peered through the peephole, and swung the door wide open. Are you daft? Has that vixen bewitched you? Knocking when you get home? Our door is only locked before bedtime. Mo Qingchuan stood with her hands on her hips. Vixen? Yi Ishu's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Was she referring to her? Despite having brought Mo Qingchuan a delightful lunch, she was taken aback by the comment. Brother, you ought to focus on your studies. You can't handle that vixen, Mo Qingchuan teased, a mischievous grin dancing on her lips as she patted Yi Ishu's shoulder. Why not share WeChat with me? Let your sister handle her. Yi Ishu opened her mouth in surprise, having experienced the unpredictable nature of Mo Qingchuan earlier that day. Yet, the audacity of her words left her astonished. Mo Qingchuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm deaf? Fong Mei suddenly burst from the kitchen, her demeanor fierce. Even with the dual authority of mother and teacher, subduing this little imp proved challenging. Mom, I'm not deaf. You just misheard. Mo Qingchuan retorted, sticking out her tongue. You're the one who needs to be disciplined, always causing a ruckus. Just listen to what you just said. Fong Mei brandished a cooking spatula, as if ready to reprimand Mo Qingchuan. All of this is due to Mo Zhu's indulgence. Look at the state you've become. Completely unruly. Mom, what are you talking about? I merely suggested helping my brother with her. Mo Qingchuan protested, feeling wronged. That won't be necessary, Yi Ishu interjected. Her situation with Mo Qingchuan is rather delicate at present, and they are reluctant to allow anyone else to intrude. Their son has already entered, serving himself from the meal prepared, while I'm just about to finish frying another dish. You and your sister may start eating. Yi Ishu nodded in agreement, sensing a subtle nuance. Was this affection from Mo Qingchuan's mother? It felt different from that of her own mother. Her mother is often away on business trips, engrossed in corporate affairs, leaving her unable to provide the care she desires. However, her mother does make a point to call her a few times each month, sending her a generous allowance, allowing her to purchase whatever she pleases. Aware of her mother's busyness, Yi Ishu has always been understanding, never demanding much. While her mother feels a pang of sympathy for her, she is somewhat helpless, relying on her younger sister, Yi Ishu's aunt, to keep her company. As for her father, hey, brother, when will you bring your sister back again? Mo Qingchuan asked softly while serving the rice. Did you not call her vixen? Yi Ishu repeated, her tone laced with discontent. Well, brother, why are you still angry? When I called her a vixen, I meant it as a compliment to her beauty. Others would envy being called a vixen. Brother, I quite like this sister of yours. When will you bring her home to be my sister-in-law? Bring her home? Yi Ishu's expression turned peculiar. Do they think it was that easy? However, Mo Qingchuan just expressed admiration for her. What do you like about her? I like everything about her. She is stunningly beautiful and so generous. She feels oddly familiar. Although it is our first meeting, there is a sense of closeness. But brother, I truly worry you may not be worthy of her. You have so little to offer. At this point, Mo Qingchuan's expression grew a bit troubled. Yi Ishu couldn't help but smile slightly. This younger sister could be rather endearing at times. Why are you two still not done serving the rice? My dish is ready. Fong Mei came over and playfully tapped Mo Qingchuan on the head. Mom, why only tap my head? It's my brother who has tea serve the rice. Oomph. You must be distracting him. Woo woo woo. I can hardly stay in this house anymore. Everyone bullies me. Good. Then we shall send you to Uncle Erden's house. We could use some peace for a few days. No. As Yi Ishu served the rice, she felt the warm atmosphere of the household, which was truly delightful. Was this not the family she had always yearned for? She had never aspired to great wealth, merely wishing for more time with her family. If her body could indeed revert, she would prefer it to be later rather than sooner, allowing her more time to savor these moments. At the dining table, with a spread of 4 dishes and a soup, the family began their meal. Fang Mei's gaze occasionally drifted toward Yi Yishui's mouth and neck. How strange. Are boys and girls so reserved nowadays? Or is it that they're interested in one another, but have yet to formalize it? They both entered a room together at noon. How could it seem like nothing transpired? Could it be they merely took a nap? My dear son, who is that girl you brought back today? Fang Mei inquired softly. The youth engage in the tender intricacies of love, yet she is reluctant to become too involved. However, her concern for her son's well-being compels her to seek a deeper understanding. Well, she is my classmate, Yi Yishui replied. Oh, and what is your relationship? Fang Mei inquired, eager for details. Their connection remains that of classmates, a fact Yi Yishui chose not to disclose. Observing her son's somewhat rigid expression and his averted gaze, she concluded that it was perhaps premature to inquire further. Given that her son had never been in a romantic relationship before, she decided to allow him some time. Mom, you shouldn't ask that. Rather, you should inquire if that female classmate is your white moonlight. Do you wish to bring her home? If you do, how can we assist you? Mo Qingchuan chimed in with a playful smile. Fang Mei glanced at her daughter, acknowledging the merit in her suggestion. A rare moment of valuable advice. Now, son, what are your thoughts? Both women turned their expectant gazes toward Yi Yishui. Yi Yishui felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles. She was uncertain if she was indeed Mo Qingchuan's white moonlight, and even more so, whether he wished to take her home. Faced with the probing questions from the mother and daughter, her mind became a whirlwind. I don't know if he likes me. Chapter 13. Pesticides at 9:30 in the evening. The sky had darkened to an inky black. Mo Qingchuan lay on his soft, comfortable bed, gently swinging his elegantly shaped, snow-white calves. His small feet resembled finely crafted jade, the soles revealing a delicate pink hue. After finishing dinner, he completed his assignments and, exhausted, sprawled on the bed to browse his phone. How tiring. The final year of high school is truly grueling. After a brief lament, he opened his phone, scrolled through Douyin, and intended to unwind before washing up and retiring for the night. Typically, he would log onto his computer to play a couple of games, seeking to alleviate the fatigue of the day. Balancing work and leisure had always been a principle he adhered to. He would never bury himself in books to the point of becoming a mere bookworm. Speaking of which, he had recently developed a keen interest in a wildly popular domestic AAA game, Black Monkey. However, upon reflection, he realized that his computer might struggle to run it. Ding dong, a message notification appeared on his phone. It was from Yi Yishui. Did you manage to finish your homework smoothly tonight? It's all just trivial matters, dog emoji. That's good. Want to play a couple of games? Oh, so Yi Yishui also plays games. He had assumed she never engaged with the gaming world. What game? Honor of Kings. All right, but I don't think I have you on my friends list. Add me. My ID is Yi Tiandi. Oh, what a grand title, Yi Tiandi. But I wonder how skilled you are. After logging into the game, Mo Qingchuan searched for Yi Tiandi and was astonished to discover her rank as a demigod. Impressive. However, she had fewer stars than he did. Hey, I have the upper hand. After adding each other as friends, the two opened a room and activated voice chat. Hello. Can you hear me? Mo Qingchuan in Kviat. I can't hear you. Let us get started. I'll help you climb the ranks. Yi Yishui replied confidently. Such confidence. Are you sure you want to drag me down? I'm very strong. You can rest easy. Wait, how are you a Glory V10? Mo Qingchuan was taken aback upon seeing her V10 emblem. You've been quietly pouring so much into this game. Have you really spent that much on Tencent? How foolish. Yeah, what's the matter? My aunt plays too. Sometimes she tops up my account, and I occasionally add a bit, and before I knew it, I was a V10. Yi Yishui spoke nonchalantly about the expenditure. Unintentionally? How infuriating for those with wealth. Could you grant me a legacy spot? Mo Qingchuan asked softly, yearning to play with the many skins he desired, though he had restrained himself from purchasing them. Sure, there happens to be an available spot, but you need a friendship level of 15 or above. Darn, there's even that restriction. He had never previously played with Yi Yishui. It seemed that for the time being, he would not enjoy the skins. Subsequently, the game began to match players. Buzzed with a slight vibration, He entered the confirmation interface. As all avatars lit up, they transitioned to the hero selection screen. Mo Qingchuan glanced at his choices, realizing he did not need to ban any heroes. Why don't you support me? I want to play as Gallo. Yishui clicked on a few heroes. I shall choose Xiao Ming then. The synergy between the two of us will undoubtedly yield explosive results. With a resolute demeanor, Yishui settled on her bed, intent on showcasing her prowess to earn Mo Qingchuan's recognition. Her rank was not merely a product of happenstance. As the game commenced, Mo Qingchuan traversed his jungle with purpose, keenly observing the movements of the opposing jungler. Upon reaching the blue area, he promptly retreated to mid lane. Notably, the enemy support was also present in mid lane, making it essential to secure lane control. The first to push would gain the upper hand for roaming. However, Xiao Ming's capabilities lay primarily in disruption, offering little assistance in wave clearing. His presence in mid lane was merely to ensure that his mid laner remained in good condition, shielding them from excessive harassment by the enemy mid laner in support. Once mid lane was secured, Mo Qingchuan deftly maneuvered Xiao Ming to Yishui's side. Both marksmen were left with half health after a previous skirmish that yielded no definitive advantage. Yet, Mo Qingchuan arrived first, ensnaring the enemy with a chain, allowing Yishui to unleash a flurry of attacks with Garo, leveraging her superior range. Noticing his health dwindling, the enemy Hoi swiftly retreated to regain health. But Yishui was relentless, flashing forward and attacking despite the looming threat of the turret. After claiming 2 kills, she found herself on the verge of being struck down by the turret, but Mo Qingchuan's timely heal spared her. The tardy arrival of Kai Wenji could only witness the spectacle unfold. Impressive, isn't it? Mo Qingchuan praised, taken aback by Yishui's ferocity in playing marksman. In this instance, it was the enemy support who bore the brunt of the blame for arriving too late. Had they been timely, the consequences would have been dire for them as well. With the first blood secured, the economic advantage for the marksman position began to snowball. River crabs and small jungle monsters were swiftly claimed. Be cautious. The enemy jungler has no vision in mid lane, Mo Qingchuan advised. No worries. Let us return home. We shan't be greedy this time, Yishui replied with clarity, acknowledging that while they would concede a wave of minions, such trade-offs were necessary to preserve their small advantage in the bottom lane, lest it dissipate into a significant deficit. Upon their return, the enemy mid laner and jungler indeed appeared in the bottom lane, but they could only find empty space. As the match progressed normally, a dragon fight ensued. Utilizing her range, Yishui unleashed a barrage of attacks while Mo Qingchuan shielded her, absorbing Hoi's ultimate to provide Garo the freedom to deal damage. Although he ultimately fell, Yishui secured a staggering 4 kills in that engagement, establishing a lead of 2,000 gold over the enemy marksman. As long as they maintained composure, victory seemed assured. Your support play has been commendable, Mo Qingchuan remarked. Let us remain low-key. Together we are invincible, wreaking havoc. He lifted his chin with pride, relishing the recognition, particularly from the school's foremost beauty. In the end, the match concluded without surprises, with Yishui achieving an overwhelming 12-0-5 record, earning the title of MVP. Oh, it seems I can no longer play, Yishui expressed with a hint of regret. She had thoroughly enjoyed the match, relishing the experience of having a capable support. Playing marksman had been an absolute delight. Mo Qingchuan had shielded her from numerous abilities, and his timely ultimate heal had proven crucial at pivotal moments. What's wrong? Mo Qingchuan inquired, puzzled by her sudden withdrawal from the game. Your mother urged me to take a shower and go to bed. Oh, Mo Qingchuan understood. Indeed, his mother would casually mention bathing in the evenings, though he usually paid little heed. Well, I shall bathe first, Yishui said softly. Her cheeks slightly flushed, for bathing necessitated undressing completely. Although she was controlling Mo Qingchuan's body, she had yet to witness its nakedness. Presently, her curiosity about Mo Qingchuan's unclothed form was quite piqued. Ahem. I, too, wish to bathe, Mo Qingchuan murmured. Yishui felt her CPU nearing a critical temperature. No, that one T do upon uttering those words, she pondered whether her reaction was somewhat hypocritical. Yet, she found herself in a quandary. The thought of Mo Qingchuan bathing filled her with embarrassment, but the notion of him not bathing left her somewhat disappointed. Ah, how vexing. Why must I experience such contradictions? Yi Yishui felt her cognitive abilities faltering, seemingly influenced by the heat of the moment, as if steam were rising from her head. Do as you wish. After all, that is your body. With that, Yi Yishui ended the call, burying her face in her pillow, her entire being aflame. What had she just said? How would she face Mo Qingchuan tomorrow? Qingchuan, stop fooling around and hurry up and bathe. All right, Yi Yishui propped herself up, held her position for a brief 2 seconds, and then resolutely descended from her bed, making her way to the bathroom. Chapter 14. The phone in the bathtub. The water rippled gently, reflecting the delicate and fair form. A droplet slid down the slender and refined neck of Mo Qingchuan, landing on the collarbone, where a small puddle had already formed. A faint mist enveloped the bathroom, adding a touch of haziness to the scene. Mo Qingchuan stared vacantly at his legs. In the past, they were perfectly proportioned. Unfortunately, those days were behind him. He was now the master of this body. He slowly tilted his head back, his hair cascading down, revealing the flawless, pale neck, while his thin red lips pressed together lightly. This body was exquisite, though if one were to nitpick, it lacked a pronounced front and rear. Yet, at merely 18 years of age, there remained ample room for growth. Ding-dong at that moment, a notification chimed from his phone. Mo Qingchuan reached for the device on the table to check his WeChat, discovering a message from Zhang Xiang. This was the time when Zhang Xiang returned to the dorm after evening classes. Qingchuan, wish me luck in dreaming about that beautiful girl tonight. Mo Qingchuan raised an eyebrow, thinking, if you truly desired to kiss a girl, go pursue one. There were plenty of attractive single girls in their class. Why obsess over a dream girl? With that thought, he began to type. Big head, you're not a child anymore. Stop indulging in fantasies. With graduation approaching, Haven T, you found someone you like? Make your feelings known. Youth is too precious to leave regrets. Upon reading this, Zhang Xiang's expression became conflicted. There was indeed someone he liked. However, he was too afraid to confess, believing it would lead nowhere. It was better to bury these feelings in his heart and let them fade with time. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Mo Qingchuan smirked, feeling a bit helpless. You wouldn't understand? Spare me the act. Go on, keep dreaming, but dare to be bolder in your dreams. Imagine kissing 10 girls. Now that would be something. Mo Qingchuan was at a loss for words. Big head, with that attitude, you'll never find love. You're too timid. Teenage romance should be fearless, unencumbered by material concerns. He didn't pursue relationships, focusing solely on his studies to secure a bright future. He was determined to date in college. However, if this body-swapping situation persisted, how would he navigate romance? It seemed there was only one viable option. The thought of other boys was uncomfortable, and pursuing girls felt absurd. Yet, Qingchuan, I do have someone I like. Sigh. If only my grades matched yours. I didn't realize you actually had someone in mind. Mo Qingchuan's interest was piqued. Who could this girl be? He was now consumed by curiosity. I want to tell you. Teasing him, Zhang Xiang continued. Think carefully. If you tell me, I might help you gauge your feelings. Don't miss this chance. In the dormitory, Zhang Xiang found himself in a state of inner turmoil. He hesitated to speak simply because he was uncertain about the other person's intentions. Although the two had conversed before, their exchanges were rather mundane. Could it be true? Surely. One cannot directly confess their affections to her. Can they? Do I appear to be foolish? This time, Mo Qingchuan was genuinely concerned for his good friend. Yet his friend questioned his intelligence. Ahem, let me think. Isn't tomorrow just a half day of classes followed by an early dismissal? Perhaps we could go out for a meal afterwards and discuss matters at leisure. Very well, but I must bring someone along. Who may I ask? Yi Yishui. Zhang Xiang's hand trembled. Goodness, have you two truly become an item? Just like that? She is an unattainable beauty. If word spread that they were together, it would surely send waves of despair throughout the school. That might not be prudent. I merely wish to inform you. Do you believe it is I who can discreetly gather information? Without Yi Yishui, how can we inquire? With your ample rear, perhaps? Upon receiving this news, Zhang Xiang found himself in a quandary. He wished to keep the information to himself, fearing that ultimately the entire class would learn of it. However, if the girl were to reject him, he would become the subject of ridicule. Such worries were like shackles, preventing him from confessing his feelings to her. I understand, but can you assure me that Yi Yishui won't disclose this? Naturally, with Mo Qingchuan's assurance, Zhang Xiang felt his hesitation dissipate. Very well, it is settled then. Alas, we shall have to wait until after school tomorrow to discover the outcome. Setting down his phone, Mo Qingchuan relished a rare moment of tranquility, indulging in the comfort of his fish tank. Half an hour later, he had finished a shower and was leisurely combing his hair in bed. Though he was not particularly adept at it, he understood that smoothing his hair was sufficient. Yi Yishui had long since completed her shower, complaining about the singular use of a bar of mutton tallow soap. Mo Qingchuan advised her against using other products, asserting that a single bar of soap sufficed, and that his skin was in good condition. For boys, there was little fuss. As long as one was clean, that was enough. Turning off the light, Mo Qingchuan prepared for slumber. Lying on his fragrant, soft bed brought him great comfort. Perhaps by tomorrow, their souls would have exchanged back. However, the fact that Miao Miao had arranged for someone to intercept him could not simply be overlooked. A few minutes later, he drifted into a tranquil state, his breathing steady. Do not let my appearance as a mere sheep deceive you. At that moment, his phone rang again. Reaching out to check, he saw it was an unfamiliar number and promptly hung up. Lately, even students were receiving such nuisance calls. How irritating. Do not let my appearance. Hang up. Do not let. Mo Qingchuan was exasperated. 3 calls from the same number. Was this madness? Was he not allowed any peace? Hello. What time is it? Are you insane? On the other end of the line, silence prevailed. Not a sound emerged. Hello. Where are you? Speak. Do not compel me to curse you. Mo Qingchuan's temper flared suddenly. He usually possessed a calm demeanor, but under such circumstances, he found it impossible to restrain himself. Those who follow Taoism often say that one should not stifle their anger. Otherwise, the heart becomes tainted. Just as he was about to unleash his pent-up frustration, a gentle voice pierced through the air. This voice, like much-needed rain after a prolonged drought, nourished the soul. Yet Mo Qingchuan's gaze turned icy. Was that not his phone number? Who are you? Ah, it was this woman. The lingering thoughts had not yet extinguished, despite the passage of time. Does it concern you? Why are you calling at this hour? There is a matter I wish to inquire about. He is unavailable. I hope you refrain from calling him in the future. After Mo Qingchuan spoke, there was a moment of silence on the other end. He scoffed and was about to hang up when a voice returned. Apologies. I did not recognize you at first. You must be Yi Yishui, correct? I did not expect you two to be together. Have you shared a room so soon? Do your parents approve? What business is that of yours? You're meddling far too much. Moreover, who told you we shared a room? Are you merely imagining things? I apologize, stop pretending. No matter how gentle your voice, it cannot mask the inherent flaws of your character. Did he tell you everything? Mo Qingchuan sneered, as if to say he is Mo Qingchuan. The events of the past truly disgusted him. Otherwise, why would he distance himself from you? Not even his friends. I apologize for disturbing you. Chapter 15. A fragrant discourse ended the call, his mind plagued by memories of a past incident that left him feeling unsettled. He hoped that this woman would refrain from causing any disturbances as the college entrance examination approached. Zhou Yingying, you truly are something. The disdain felt towards her stemmed not from her confession during military training, but rather from her actions following his explicit rejection. He shook his head, casting aside these bothersome thoughts. Sleep. Tomorrow there are still half a day's classes to attend. As dawn broke, prepared himself, surrounded by an array of skincare products on the nearby table. Confounded by their complexity, he opted for the simplest method, splashing his face with plain water. After all, Yi Yishui had flawless skin, neither oily nor dry. He figured an occasional use of facial cleanser at night sufficed. After tidying his hair with a simple tie, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and stepped out. Today marked yet another day of being the school beauty. How delightful! He possessed a remarkable talent that had not faded with his physical transformation. Regardless of his mood, a good night's sleep would significantly improve his state of mind. If one night wasn't sufficient, two would do the trick. Besides, losing a son was trivial compared to the privilege of being the school beauty. As he strolled along the path, many passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at his handsome visage. The school uniform could not conceal the allure of his physique. What are you staring at? Do you wish to lose your eyes? Ahead, a couple erupted into a heated argument. The woman twisted the man's ear, her tone laced with irritation. Oh no, my mistake. I wasn't looking. Your eyes were clearly glued to me. You like watching, don't you? Break up. Hey. I swear I wasn't looking, Xiaoli, please give me another chance. Felt a pang of embarrassment. If they truly broke up, he hoped he wouldn't be blamed for it. He was merely on his way to school. The notion of a beautiful woman being a source of calamity was no mere saying. Nevertheless, this incident heightened his awareness. While being attractive was advantageous, it was a double-edged sword that required vigilance against the covetous gazes of others. When girls ventured out, no, boys must also take care of themselves when outside. Drawing from yesterday's experience, walked at a more measured pace today. He contemplated whether to buy a crate filled with egg or dine at the cafeteria. After all, the constant stares from the crowd at the cafeteria made him uncomfortable. Wait for me a moment longer. If you're not here soon, I'll have to call. A voice rang out from ahead. Huh. Good morning, Yi Shui replied with a smile, surprised to find her waiting for him today. Good morning. You seem to be in good spirits today, Yi Shui remarked as she walked alongside him. You noticed that? Yes. How strong was my performance yesterday? Strong. Gave her a thumbs up. Yi Shui smiled softly, reveling in the recognition, especially from someone with whom she shared a special bond. As for the origins of this feeling, that remained her secret. By the way, there is something I hope you can attend after school today, Yi Shui mentioned, tilting her head slightly. Rubbed his hands together. What is it? It is about my good brother, Datu, who has a crush on a girl from our class. He insisted on conveying his feelings offline instead of through WeChat. I thought, isn't this the final stretch of high school? Let us encourage my dear friend to take a bold step for love, leaving no regrets. Mo Qingchuan spoke slowly, genuinely considering his friend's feelings. Zhang Xiang, being one of his few trustworthy companions, was known for his sincerity and earnestness. Leaving no regrets, Yi Shui's expression became somewhat nuanced. I don't wish to have regrets either, huh? Mo Qingchuan appeared puzzled, as he could not catch Yi Shui's soft-spoken words. What did you say? Yi Shui cleared her throat. I already know who Zhang Xiang likes. How did you find out? I observed it yesterday. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. After spending so much time with Zhang Xiang, he had not discerned his affections, yet she had figured it out in just one day. Is my good brother not perceptive enough? Who is it? Yi Shui, noticing the curiosity on Mo Qingchuan's face, felt a mischievous thrill bubbling within her. Zhang Xiang likes her voice trailed off abruptly. Hey, Mo Qingchuan felt an impulsive urge to fidget. Come on, you all keep dangling the information. Hurry up. I can't take it anymore. He lamented. What's the rush? You'll find out at noon anyway. Yi Shui relished Mo Qingchuan's expression, unable to resist teasing him further. No, you must tell me now. Mo Qingchuan grasped Yi Shui's arm, preventing her from leaving. Yi Shui blinked, studying his face, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. Mo Qingchuan froze, realizing the conversation was veering into strange territory. This was not right. Just as Yi Shui had spoken with a sudden epiphany, her ears began to flush with embarrassment. What had she just said? Thump, thump, thump. The sound of her heartbeat intensified, as if it might leap from her chest. She cast a sidelong glance at Mo Qingchuan, her gaze becoming evasive yet tinged with a hint of anticipation. Seeing that others were at a distance, Mo Qingchuan bit his lip, feeling a surge of excitement. I beg you, Yi Shui. Just as he was about to voice his feelings, an unexpected interruption arose. Yi Shui se engurflated instantly. So close, just a breath away. Who was it? Which fool dared to intrude? Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at the boy approaching in the distance. Yi Shui, let us go to school together. The newcomer exuded an air of confidence and affluence, yet a faint red mark lingered on his neck, not entirely faded. Ignore him. Let S go. Ye yisui, supire sinherire, firmly graspet Mo Qingchuan seirist. Wang Zikai raised an eyebrow, astonished that this boy had the audacity to hold Yi Yishui's wrist. Unthinkable. He had pursued Yi Yishui for so long, yet had never even brushed against a single strand of her hair. How could she be so easily taken away by an unfamiliar young man? What transpired during these past few days while he was absent from school? Suddenly, he rushed forward, blocking the path of the two individuals. Regardless of who you are, I implore you to keep your distance from Yi Yishui. She is not someone of your humble background to be trifled with. Just look at you. It's truly disheartening. This marks the first and last time I shall speak to you civilly. Should I encounter you again, do not expect such leniency. Wang Zikai's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Yishui. And Mo Qingchuan, taken aback, retorted, "Do you even realize whom you're threatening? And what do you mean by coming from a family of migrant workers? What offense have they committed? You are nothing more than a self-important, ill-mannered individual. Let go of her. Get lost." Wang Zikai shouted. "Can't you see that I am not resisting at all?" And Mo Qingchuan replied. Wang Zikai's breath caught in his throat. Indeed, no one could compel Master Yi, especially not in a manner that involved physical contact. He recognized this truth, yet what did it matter? What could this fellow possibly possess that would earn Master Yi's regard? Coming from a wretched, lowly family, he could easily be dismissed with a mere wave of a foot. Yet, the very lowly individual he scorned was now engaging so intimately with the one he could not attain. Instantly, jealousy morphed into fury, and he glared fiercely at Yi Yishui. "Still not leaving? Do you wish for me to take action?" Yi Yishui wore a displeased expression. Her previously cheerful mood had vanished. She regarded Wang Zikai with the disdain one reserves for refuse, slowly parting her lips to utter a fragrant retort. "Fool!" Chapter 16. The finest fish Yi Yishui could hardly recall the last time she had uttered such eloquent words, certainly not during her high school years. However, this time she was genuinely infuriated. Their peaceful world had been intruded upon, and to add insult to injury, someone had the audacity to belittle and threaten Mo Qingchuan. Who did he think he was? Did he believe they were blind to the strawberry marks adorning his neck? Such a person dared to approach her? How revolting! Mo Qingchuan was somewhat taken aback by Yi Yishui's use of profanity, yet her words echoed his own sentiments perfectly. "You dare speak to me like that? You wretched creature!" Wang Zikai had no intention of enduring this any longer and swung a fist towards Yi Yishui. Alas, he had misjudged his opponent. Yi Yishui's martial arts skills were formidable. She reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping the punch, seizing his arm, and executing a powerful shoulder throw. Bang! With his backpack devoid of books, Wang Zikai was left reeling from the impact. Dazed and in pain, he found himself unable to rise, groaning on the ground. Yi Yishui brushed her hands off nonchalantly and turned to Mo Qingchuan. "Let us go. We shouldn't delay our studies." "Oh," Mo Qingchuan replied obediently, trailing behind her. Truly, who would choose to provoke Yi Yishui? They deserved the consequences. How impressive! A grin spread across Mo Qingchuan's face. Yi Yishui felt her spirits lift slightly, though it was a pity that Mo Qingchuan had not articulated his earlier plea more clearly. Nevertheless, time would allow for another opportunity. Upon arriving at the school gate, they did not deliberately separate, and the head of the security department observed them with a discerning eye, choosing to turn a blind eye. Just yesterday, he had found this couple somewhat endearing and had shared it with his wife. However, she was not entirely convinced and offered her own perspective. Nowadays, young people are not as naive as we were. They are wise beyond their years. If he truly is as reliable as you claim, then that girl is fortunate. Yet, given Yi Yishui's beauty, many may be drawn to her for her looks alone. One must remain vigilant and observe closely. Moreover, with the college entrance exams approaching, it is time to focus. Director Wang Jun found some merit in her words, yet he harbored a deep-seated trust in Yi Yishui. Her tone and demeanor, while conversing with him, had never suggested deceit. After years of service as the head of security, surely he could discern such things? As they approached their class lineup, Zhang Xiang came bounding over with enthusiasm. Mo Qingchuan regarded him with a knowing smile. "Did you manage to get close to that beauty last night?" Zhang Xiang scratched his head, surprised that Yi Shui would broach such a topic. No, I didn't even dream of it. Sigh. His final sigh conveyed a sense of helplessness, disappointment, and a yearning for the unattainable. Mo Qingchuan was at a loss for words. How extraordinary could that beauty truly be to evoke such longing? Qingchuan, Yi Shui, do you have any cravings for lunch? Yuan restaurant, Yi Shui blurted out. Zhang Xiang gasped, suddenly feeling the weight of his wallet. Good buddy, are you trying to bankrupt me? The Yuan restaurant is rather expensive. I wonder if I can even afford 2 dishes. Yi Shui felt a bit perplexed, realizing that the establishment was quite costly for students. Since she dined there without having to pay, she had never truly grasped the situation. As for her school meal card, she had not added any funds for 3 years, and it still contained nearly 1,000. It seemed that there was even more in her bank account, although she had never paid it much attention, as her mother routinely deposited tens of thousands each month. Well, let us just eat something light, Mo Qingchuan said slowly. Yi Shui, being considerate, chose not to press further, as they had morning exercises to attend. Zhang Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, nearly running low on his little treasury. He was even planning to buy a gift, especially since the other's birthday appeared to be approaching. Today they had only half a day of classes, and one must not slack off. Before leaving, Yi Shui remarked, "Don't worry, it won't happen." Recently, she felt as if she had unlocked new potentials. And Mo Qingchuan confidently assured her that in the next mock exam, he would score above 601. Oh, so confident? If you score above 601, I might just reward you. And Mo Qingchuan paused, pondering the notion of a reward. It seemed somewhat akin to what couples might say, perhaps a kiss, a hug, or even a pair of stockings. However, with him currently in control of Yi Shui's body, what kind of reward could he offer? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he found himself slightly intrigued. The second mock exam was scheduled for early April, just a week away, and while time was a bit tight, he felt assured. Yet before that, another issue needed to be addressed. After completing morning exercises and self-study, Mo Qingchuan set his textbooks aside and walked directly to the back of the classroom. His goal was clear: Miao Miao. Upon seeing Yi Shui approach, Miao Miao's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, though she attempted to maintain her composure. Aren't you going to explain last night's incident? Mo Qingchuan's tone was icy. What incident? I don't know what you're referring to. She feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb. When that group cornered me, they claimed you were behind it. Miao Miao's brow furrowed as she shouted, "Where's the evidence? What proof do you have that I orchestrated it?" Her outburst attracted the attention of those in the classroom who had not yet had breakfast. Their curiosity piqued. Rumors had begun circulating that Mo Qingchuan was not fawning over Miao Miao, but was instead growing closer to Yi Shui. Now, it appeared that there was indeed something brewing. At that moment, Yi Shui also rose and approached. How about we call the head of security over for a confrontation? Or we could inform the teacher and have our parents join us to discuss this matter. Miao Miao's face paled. The previous night's incident had not gone as planned, and having been spotted by security, she felt a surge of fear. If the school decided to investigate, she could face expulsion. Moreover, the idea of involving her parents terrified her even more. Her family background was far from ideal. Her mother had an affair, and after the divorce, she naturally went with her father. However, her father had changed drastically post-divorce, becoming a heavy drinker and gambler, raising her with little care. It was best to avoid trouble, for if she did, she would surely face severe consequences. The conflict arising from her family of origin have rendered her distrustful of matters pertaining to emotions. Yet, having nurtured her fish for so long, she finds it unbearable to part with them, especially since Mo Qingchuan is undoubtedly the finest among them. Mo Qingchuan wore an expression of confusion, pondering why Miao Miao harbored such fear of her parents. This contradiction in her character, intertwined with some unsavory associations, perplexed him. But it was evident that you had encroached upon my territory, that you had usurped another's affection. Usurped another's affection? Yi Shui's tone dripped with inquiry. It seems your affection is rather abundant. With so many fish in the pond, is there enough to go around? Miao Miao's complexion soured at Yi Shui's probing. Had she been discovered? She believed she had concealed her secrets well. Perhaps only her close friend Lu was aware. How had her indiscretion been unveiled? Let us draw the line here. I can choose not to pursue this matter further, but I implore you not to trouble us again. Otherwise, I shall certainly seek accountability for last night's incident. Yi Shui spoke slowly. Miao Miao clenched her teeth and nodded. Escalating the situation would not bode well for her. However, she was indignant. She would not yield to Yi Shui, this woman. Chapter 17. Zhangxiang's spicy hot pot time passed swiftly in the morning. Some individuals left with their hands full, while others merely rested their heads on their desks for a brief slumber. Well, that concludes today's class. Next Wednesday will be our second mock examination, and I shall not assign any homework, the teacher announced. Everyone, relax a bit when you return home, but do not let your guard down entirely. This is the final stretch of high school. Persevere, for victory is within reach. School is out. Oh, goodbye, teacher. I'm off to play some games. The classroom erupted with excitement, as if they had been liberated, each student radiating joy, particularly the boarders, who rushed out with great haste. Qingchuan, you all go ahead and wait at the school gate. I'll just grab my suitcase from the dormitory, Zhangxiang said. His home was quite distant from the school, which was why he opted for boarding. However, this fellow had a remarkable knack for returning to school without surrendering his phone, managing to evade detection every time. Ishui, farewell. See you next week. Tang Wenk waved her small hand in goodbye to Mo Qingchuan. Goodbye. Mo Qingchuan replied briefly, then turned to glance at Ishui, only to discover her rummaging through his desk pocket. What are you doing? He queried. Ishui shot him a glance and rolled her eyes. Just tidying up a bit. Look at how disheveled it's become. Mo Qingchuan was well aware of the state of his desk pocket. The daily influx of papers left little time for organization. Let us head out. I'll sort it out when I return next week. All right, she agreed, shouldering her small backpack as the two resumed walking side by side. A few classmates remained behind to clean, and upon witnessing the closeness of the two, they exchanged astonished looks. Could it be? Yi Shui has truly been won over by Mo Qingchuan? One speculated. I do say it's highly likely. Who else could walk so closely with the campus belle? How infuriating. I was planning to confess after the college entrance exam. Another lamented. What a shame. If there was no chance during school, there's even less after the exams. Recently, rumors about the pair had proliferated, and the group sighed, their tone tinged with envy. In the class, nearly every boy admired Yi Shui. After all, she embodied beauty, intelligence, and an innocent romantic history, a true muse for many. Perhaps they were closer than one might imagine, for instance, sharing the same bed. The sudden remark prompted several boys to glance at the speaker. Zhou Yinging. Isn't it inappropriate to say such things? Indeed, aren't you tarnishing her reputation? Is this mere gossip? Zhou Yinging chuckled, shaking her head. These boys all appeared the same, fawning over beauty and defending it, while ignoring or ridiculing those deemed less attractive. In this world, while looks may not be everything, they certainly provide a natural advantage. One must not judge others solely by their appearances, for there are many who, while projecting an image of purity, engage in clandestine activities behind the scenes. Her words rendered several young men momentarily silent, lost in their thoughts. Observing this, Zhou Yinging merely took a sip of water. Her objective achieved. Now, she awaited the outcome, ready to escalate her efforts if necessary. Outside the school, Mo Qingchuan perused Douyin on his phone. He stumbled upon 5 videos, 3 of which featured beautiful women dancing, causing him to break into a cold sweat, prompting him to swiftly close the app. His device seemed unusually chaotic today. Typically, such an influx was not the norm. Who had been casting votes for these promotions? Mo Qingchuan, I have some good news for you. Would you like to hear it? Yi Shui typed on her phone, seemingly engrossed in a conversation with someone. What good news? He inquired. My aunt is returning tonight, she replied. Aunt? Mo Qingchuan pondered, contemplating whether this was indeed a positive development. The more they conversed, the more he feared inadvertently revealing his ignorance of Yi Shui's family, of which he only knew they were quite affluent. What's so good about that? He asked. Yi Shui lowered her gaze and responded. It means you won't feel lonely anymore, as there will be someone to talk to. Don't worry, my aunt is quite amiable. Mo Qingchuan felt conflicted. It was akin to cohabiting with a stranger while pretending to be familiar. It was somewhat daunting for him, as he was not the type to easily warm up to others. Is there anything I should be cautious about? Yishui contemplated for a moment before advising. Do not sleep in the same bed as my aunt. She tends to be restless in her sleep and might inadvertently kick or slap you in the middle of the night. Is that the reason we shouldn't sleep together? He queried, momentarily bewildered. Is it not because your soul is male? What are you thinking? Even if my aunt insisted, it wouldn't be permissible. Understood. Mo Qingchuan nodded earnestly. Also, it's best not to mention men in front of my aunt. Why not? This is a family matter. It's not something I can explain to you. Just don't bring it up, or you might hear her berate all men. What is her issue with men? Mo Qingchuan hesitantly probed, testing the waters. Has she ever been cheated on? Absolutely not. Stop speculating, she retorted. Very well. Mo Qingchuan chose not to press further, recognizing that such inquiries could be considered impolite. At that moment, Zhang Xiang approached, wheeling a suitcase and jogging slightly. Come on, let me take you both out for a feast. What feast? Ye yisui inwit it. You'll find out when we get there, Zhang Xiang chuckled, rubbing his hands together. 20 minutes later, they halted in front of a sign that read Zhang's Spicy Hot Pot. This name, Mo Qingchuan raised an eyebrow, questioning. Is this place owned by your family? Not all. It's merely a coincidence. Zhang Xiang waved dismissively. Come on, the flavors here are quite commendable. Is this really a feast? Yishui tilted her head skeptically. Do not fuss over the freebie. Mo Qingchuan picked up the clip and basin, handing them to her. Yishui nodded and then, with a serious expression, gazed at Mo Qingchuan. You should eat fewer unhealthy snacks. And you as well. I want to eat more. Why? I haven't had much before. Forget it. Let her be. After all, having it occasionally is not harmful. The ingredients appeared quite fresh. They surely wouldn't put Montmorillonite clay in a hot pot, would they? After the three of them made their selections, they settled down in a less crowded area. Mo Qingchuan and Yishui both fixed their eyes on Zhang Xiang, waiting for him to speak. However, the fellow merely glanced between the two, showing no intention of initiating the conversation. What are you staring at? Shouldn't you be honest about who you like? Mo Qingchuan in Kviot. If you're too shy to say it, I can speak on your behalf, Yishui chimed in. I. Zhang Xiang's face suddenly flushed crimson. You already know? He looked at Yishui with surprise. As expected of my good brother, you've known all along. Mo Qingchuan blinked. Your true good brother doesn't have a clue. Since when did you start liking her? Yishui asked. Zhang Xiang hesitated for a moment before slowly responding. The time can be traced back to our military training in the first year of high school. Chapter 18. An unclosed loop during the military training in my first year of high school. I found a certain phrase oddly familiar. Hadn't he just mentioned it yesterday? But who exactly was Zhang Xiang infatuated with? At that time, I was filled with anticipation for high school life, even though the daily military drills were exhausting. My heart brimmed with enthusiasm. However, during the training, I accidentally injured my leg. Concerned about the heat and the risk of infection, the instructor and teachers allowed me to sit on a small stool in the shade each day. Although I was spared the sun and rigorous training, the monotony of sitting there dulled my fervor. Yet, during this time, she too had suffered an injury, twisting her ankle and rendering her unable to continue training. Thus, the two of us, both wounded, found ourselves seated together in the shade. Initially, I hesitated to speak, feeling my heart race and hands tremble in her presence. Yet, she took the initiative to converse with me, asking my name, my interests, and whether I enjoyed any particular anime. Though I stuttered from nerves, our shared interests sparked a lively dialogue, and we exchanged WeChat contacts, engaging in daily conversations. It was during this period that I realized I had developed feelings for her. As Zhang Xiang spoke, his gaze revealed a tinge of nostalgia. For someone who had been largely inexperienced in interacting with girls, she represented a genuine beacon of light in his life. Perhaps she was not the most beautiful girl in school, yet every encounter with her seemed to tug at his heartstrings, leaving him in a state of unrest. However, he chose to keep his emotions concealed, believing himself unworthy of her, and approached their interactions with utmost caution. It seemed that self-doubt was intricately woven into the fabric of his love. Time passed swiftly, and before long, We were nearing graduation from high school. Mo Qingchuan scratched his head, anxious to know the name. How urgent? How urgent? So you've harbored a secret crush for 3 years without doing anything? Ye yisui inwit. Zhang Xiang silently nodded. He dared not take any further steps. He feared that he might not even manage to remain friends in the end. On the 27th, please collect your meal at the front desk. Oh dear, I'll go fetch it first. Zhang Xiang rose and walked toward the table near the kitchen. After he left, Mo Qingchuan hastily turned to Yi Yishui. So who is it? A crush lasting nearly 3 years must run deep. Can you tell me who it is? Yi Yishui propped her chin on her hand and slowly uttered 3 words. Tang Wank. Oh. Mo Qingchuan's mouth fell open, and he was momentarily frozen in shock. It was not the surprise of Zhang Xiang's affection for Tang Wank, nor any significant flaw she possessed. Rather, it was the overwhelming sense of hopelessness that enveloped him. What's wrong? Yi Yishui asked, puzzled by Mo Qingchuan's reaction. Having spent considerable time with Tang Wank, she felt she knew her well and found her to be a good person. She could not fathom why Mo Qingchuan was reacting so strongly. Do you know who Tang Wank likes? When Mo Qingchuan posed this question, Yi Yishui was momentarily taken aback. Throughout their time together, Tang Wank had never revealed her feelings to her. All that Yi Yishui knew was that she had a keen interest in anime characters and novels, sometimes even recommending them to her. It seemed as though she had no interest in men from reality. Who is it? Yi Yishui inquired eagerly. Noticing that Zhang Xiang had yet to return, Mo Qingchuan glanced at her, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Beg me for it. Fortune ebbs and flows. TSK. Yi Yishui lightly scoffed, a blush rising to her cheeks. She hadn't expected Mo Qingchuan to be such a mischievous character. Number 5. Please pick up your meal at the front desk. Number 2. Please pick up your meal at the front desk. The announcement interrupted their gaze. Let's collect our meals first. Yi Yishui stood up and hurried towards the front. Mo Qingchuan cleared his throat, wondering why his own heartbeat quickened. After all, as a once pure-hearted young man, he found it difficult to remain composed while uttering such words. His heart raced. Calm down, calm down. Once the 3 had retrieved their meals and adjusted their sauces, they returned to their seats. So, Qingchuan, actually, it's perhaps better not to ask. I don't think I stand much of a chance, Zhang Xiang sighed. Mo Qingchuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Hey, Yi, please don't say that. Zhang Xiang felt a chill run down his spine, suspecting that Yi Yishui knew something, which prompted her statement. Yi Yishui kicked Mo Qingchuan onto the table. Is it really okay for you to extinguish his hopes so directly? Don't mind his nonsense. You'll only know the specifics if you ask him later, she consoled. Yeah, I appreciate your help, but please don't expose me, Zhang Xiang said earnestly. Mo Qingchuan helplessly nodded. Rest assured, I will inquire with Tang Wank. Although, the chances for Dado are slim. Nonetheless, it's better to end it sooner than later, so he can focus on his exams. University is still a possibility. By the way, you two seem to be getting close rather suddenly. I recall just the day before yesterday, Mo Qingchuan, you brought hand-grabbed pancakes for you Miao Miao, Yi Yishui remarked, feeling somewhat less inclined to enjoy her spicy hot pot. Despite Mo Qingchuan's previous explanations, the thought of him bringing breakfast to you Miao Miao for such an extended period made her uncomfortable. Don't drag us into this, Mo Qingchuan quickly retorted, gritting his teeth. Dado, where's your emotional intelligence? Is this really the time to mention you Miao Miao? Ah, my apologies, I was merely curious. Ahem. Zhang Xiang realized the blunder and hastily apologized. In the future, perhaps think before you speak. By the way, Qingchuan, do you know where Jingbai's gone? That guy hasn't shown up for school in a week, and he doesn't respond to my messages. To alleviate the awkward silence, Zhang Xiang swiftly changed the subject. I have no idea, Yi Yishui replied. Mo Qingchuan chewed on a golden needle mushroom, contemplating. I haven't heard from Jingbai lately either. In the school, the only ones who excel in social circles besides the 2 are Jingbai. Compared to the 2, Jingbai shines more brightly. He is the campus heartthrob of Shana No. 1 High School, distinguished by his exceptional academic performance, affluent family background, and status as an only child, making him a formidable contender for the future leadership of the Jingshi group. However, there exists a peculiar hobby known only to Mo Qingchuan and Zhang Xiang: cosplay and cross-dressing. They once even sent him photos in women's clothing, nearly leaving Mo Qingchuan utterly enchanted. It was a close call. Jingbai almost captured his heart. That mischievous little boy in women's attire. Fortunately, there's a class beauty, Yi, who maintains order, or else the title of campus beauty at Shanano. One high school would undoubtedly belong to Jingbai and his feminine guise. Nonetheless, speaking of Jingbai, one must also mention Tang Wink. She glanced at Zhang Xiang once more. Alas, a fateful entanglement. You three should remain single. After all, this triangular relationship cannot form a closed loop. He is merely curious about who Jingbai, the little boy in women's attire, is fond of. Could it possibly evolve into a quadrilateral or pentagonal relationship? Too complicated. Too convoluted. It's best to simply indulge in the gossip. Chapter 19. The engagement. Hello, beautiful. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? A man with a buzz cut and tattoos approached, casually holding a set of car keys. The woman, adorned with sunglasses and a handbag, her hair cascading freely, wore a coat in a subtle off-white hue that exuded understated luxury. In her hand, she held a Huawei P70 Pro. Her demeanor unmistakably revealed that she was nurtured by wealth. Amidst a crowd, she appeared as if she were born to be the center of attention. Tilting her head slightly, her fair chin raised, she cast a glance at the man. If one peered through her sunglasses, they would discern a look of disdain. Do you own a house? The man assessed her from head to toe, chuckling softly. It's already prepared. The woman furrowed her brow and turned to leave. What bad luck, encountering such a man again. Observing her departure, the man tossed the car keys in his hand, feeling a tinge of contempt. Another woman who lacks discernment, he mused. Her appearance was respectable, and her aura was not lacking, yet she was merely a pretender, a faux socialite who couldn't even recognize a vehicle worth over 500,000. How dull. He yawned, intending to seek his next target. However, he was taken aback as he witnessed the woman entering a Rolls-Royce Phantom, taking her place in the driver's seat. What the? A genuine socialite? The man stood frozen, a cold sweat beading on his brow. He was relieved he hadn't approached her to make advances, for that would have spelled disaster. A person capable of driving such a car could easily deal with him. He turned on his heel and walked away without a backward glance. Yi Qingru settled into the driver's seat, tossing her sunglasses and handbag onto the passenger side. As she removed her sunglasses, her flawless visage emerged, her oval face adorned with a frosty expression. Men are all of this ilk utterly repulsive. After living over 20 years, I have yet to encounter a single decent man. She ignited the engine and glanced at her phone. Still Yi, so adorable. Wait for me. Soon we shall be together. If not for unavoidable matters, she would already be in Yi's embrace. As the engine roared to life, the Rolls-Royce Phantom surged forward, leaving a trail of elegance in its wake. At Yi Ishui's residence, Mo Qingchuan languished on the sofa, having overindulged in spicy hot pot. His stomach felt quite small now, barely accommodating a portion slightly more than half of what he used to consume. Yi Ishui poured him a glass of water, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Mo Qingchuan. His discomfort grew under her scrutiny, prompting him to speak. Why do you stare at me like that? Is there something on my face? Stop dodging the question. Who does Tang Wink have feelings for? After all this time spent with her, I still don't know, and I assumed she only liked anime characters. Ishui pouted. You haven't even asked me nicely. Mo Qingchuan replied with a playful blink. TCH. Ishui turned her face away. For reasons unknown, Mo Qingchuan found a certain charm in the expression of his own body, now inhabited by another soul. This realization stirred something within him. Though it appeared to be his former self, the conversation emanated from a different spirit. Indeed, the body would inevitably change with the soul that resided within. At least he would never have exhibited such a demeanor in the past. In truth, he is none other than the illustrious class leader of our esteemed institution, Jingbai. Mo Qingchuan calmly sipped his water. Huh, isn't he already betrothed? Betrothed? Mo Qingchuan nearly choked, struggling to contain his surprise. Cough, cough. Did you just say betrothed? Indeed, Yi Ishui nodded. I can't believe, as a good brother, I was unaware of this. How infuriating. I must confront him. By the way, how did you learn of this? Yi Yishui tilted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips. And Mo Qingchuan's hand froze as he set down his glass. I won't have to beg you for information, will I? Yi Yishui shook her head. No need for that. My legs are a bit sore. Could you give them a massage? She lifted her legs and placed them on the sofa. Upon witnessing this, Mo Qingchuan hesitated, reluctant to oblige. If I must massage, it should be my own legs, he thought. Surely, his legs were more appealing than they had been before. Yet, curiosity about Jing Bai's betrothal piqued his interest. Thus, conceding this once wouldn't be so bad. He would go ahead and massage her legs. Finding it bothersome, he placed Yi Yishui's calves across his own legs and commenced his ministrations. How does that feel? Is it comfortable? Mo Qingchuan inquired. Not bad, not bad. Since you've asked so sincerely, I shall graciously enlighten you. Yi Yishui's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she continued to enjoy the moment. Jing Bai's betrothal was arranged long ago, but I've heard he is quite resistant to it. This engagement is not merely a commercial alliance. In the past, the Jing family group suffered a severe blow, accruing massive debts. While the higher-ups sought ways to abscond with funds, nearly hollowing out the already weakened company. At that time, everyone was fixated on the crumbling edifice, poised to collapse and be devoured. In such a dire moment, a girl, accompanied by a few associates, entered the headquarters. Shortly thereafter, she departed. Following her exit, the Jing family group revived like a lion awakening from slumber, swiftly reclaiming lost markets and stabilizing the situation, which was followed by a significant overhaul that saw half of the management dismissed and entry-level positions increased. Thus, the Jing family group rose once more, and many sought to form alliances with them, knowing that this rejuvenated entity would be even more formidable than before. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Jing family group outright rejected all proposals and publicly announced Jing Bai's betrothal. That is the gist of it. This engagement is indeed real, but to date, the identity of Jing Bai's betrothed remains undisclosed. After finishing, Yi Yishui closed her eyes, leaning back. Having someone to massage her legs was delightful. She felt her entire body relax, blissful. Mo Qingchuan listened, bewildered, as he had little understanding of the corporate world and was oblivious to the underlying competition and vested interests. Who is this girl? It is quite astonishing that this has come to fruition. Jing Bai is indeed fortunate. In truth, he finds it rather surreal, filled with many unanswered questions. A girl possesses such immense energy? Or perhaps this is the influence of her elders. But is it solely for the sake of a marriage alliance? How infuriating! Is Jing Bai not akin to a protagonist from a novel? How enviable! The last real-life protagonist I encountered was a man who, during the nadir of his life, possessed a mere cold 4 billion in his account. I am not well acquainted with Jing Bai. Nonetheless, this matter has certainly stirred quite a commotion in the business world, which is how I became aware of it. So, do you know that this fellow dresses as a woman? Mo Qingchuan inquired. Yi Yishui opened her eyes, astonished. Dressed as a woman? Is that true? It's the first time I've heard of a young master from a corporation doing such a thing. How do you know he dresses as a woman? He has sent me quite a few pictures. Let me see them. No way. That would infringe upon his privacy. It would be inappropriate to share without his consent. Mo Qingchuan resolutely declined. He could never allow Yi Yishui to discover that he had stored a dozen photos of Jing Bai in women's attire on his phone. As if I would want to see them. Is his feminine attire more beautiful than mine? Not quite. He falls somewhat short. Yi Yishui proudly lifted Herchin. Chapter 20. The young master's private persona, Mo Qingchuan, felt a peculiar sensation upon hearing Yi Yishui's hum. If she were to hum with her own body, it would undoubtedly sound more melodious. That said, it seemed unlikely that Datu had any chance, for Tang Wang did not hold him in high regard. Should I tell him now? Mo Qingchuan inquired of Yi Yishui. That is your good brother. The decision rests with you, she replied. After contemplating, Mo Qingchuan decided to inform him that evening, so he could offer comfort and redirect his focus towards the college entrance examination. If all else failed, perhaps the allure of a university senior could sway Datu's heart. After all, who could resist the charm of a college senior? However, considering Tang Wen's affection for Jing Bai, I must investigate the truth of the matter. If what you say holds water, I believe a matchmaking attempt could be worthwhile. Yishui picked up her phone. Hey, this is what Jingbai told me. It seems mostly fine, but doesn't T Jingbai have an engagement? Is that appropriate? I mentioned before that Jingbai strongly opposes this engagement. Hence, the crux lies in whether Jingbai harbors feelings. Mo Qingchuan responded. Mo Qingchuan fell silent. Sensing that Jingbai was unlikely to have feelings for Tang Wenk, it was an instinctive judgment of a good brother. To exaggerate, even if Jingbai were inclined towards males, it would be improbable for him to fancy Tang Wenk. The basis of this intuition stemmed from discussions about the girls in their class. Jingbai's assessment of Tang Wenk was that she would one day be a commendable woman, yet possessive and domineering, traits he found unappealing. Meanwhile, Yishui had already commenced her conversation. Tiandi. Wenk, are you there? Tang. Here. What is up? Tiandi. Do you have someone you like? Dang, Gaoge. Why the sudden inquiry? Tiandi, just curious. Besides, we've reached the final stage of senior year. Don't you wish to leave no regrets in your youth? Tang. I do, but I can't even see the person, and messages go unanswered. What am I to do? Tang. I envy you so much. You're together with the one you like. Tiandi. We're not together. We just can't seem apart. Tang, I understand. Stay safe. Don't let it lead to disaster. Yishui shivered. She was no naive girl and immediately grasped the implications of those words. How outrageous of Wenk to tease her. After all, she and Mo Qingchuan were entirely innocent. Suddenly, Mo Qingchuan's phone rang. He picked it up astonished. Oh my goodness, Jingbai is alive. This fellow had vanished for an entire week, as if he had evaporated from existence. Now, at this juncture, he suddenly called. Please answer it for me. Mo Qingchuan handed the phone to Yishui. Yishui received it and activated the speakerphone. Hello, Chuan. My darling Chuan. Have you missed me? I will be back tomorrow. Are you prepared to welcome me? The excited voice of Jingbai resonated from the other end. Yishui's expression darkened, revealing her evident disdain through her gaze and demeanor. Mo Qingchuan's lips twitched. It was inevitable, given Jingbai's true nature in private. Of course, this was only possible due to their close relationship, a side of him that others could not witness. I don't want to, Yishui replied flatly. Don't you miss me even a little? How can you be so heartless? Jingbai's voice suddenly transformed into a high-pitched, delicate tone. Yishui was momentarily taken aback. How could this voice belong to a girl? Cough. It's a falsetto, Mo Qingchuan awkwardly explained in a hushed tone. Oh. Yishui's expression grew even more disdainful. She never expected that this young master of the Jing family conglomerate had such a side in private. It was indeed a rarity. Cross-dressing and using a falsetto. Was this the demeanor expected of a young master? Strange. Is my falsetto not pleasant to hear? Didn't you always ask me to speak more? Yishui glanced at Mo Qingchuan. Montag Qingchuan stiffened. No, he.s. just talking nonsense. It has nothing to do with me. Hey, are you still there? Why you seem so cold all of a sudden? Are you angry because I disappeared for a week? Jingbai questioned, perplexed. No. All right, don't be angry anymore. Tomorrow, I'll treat you and two to a meal at the Yuzhen restaurant. Order whatever you like. I'll have a surprise for you. Surprise? Yes, a super big surprise. Can I bring a few more people? From our class. Sure, I have no objections. Tomorrow at noon, let us meet at 12. I have something to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Bye. With that, Jingbai ended the call, and Yishui set her phone down. She stared at Mo Qingchuan for a while before slowly speaking. Why is he acting so strangely? And he can use a falsetto? Mo Qingchuan cleared his throat and said, he has been feverish for more than a day or two. You just now found out. He interacts with the two like this as well. What a rare privilege it is to witness this side of the young master of the Jing family conglomerate, Yishui remarked, genuinely intrigued. Mo Qingchuan had no clue about Jingbai's status as a young master. He only knew that this fellow was wealthy and of good character, which is why they got along well. They typically discussed exercises, games, or social gossip. You mentioned bringing a few more people. You're not thinking of inviting Tang Wenk as well, are you? Well, I'll ask Wenk. This is an opportunity. It's up to her whether she wants to go. Yi Yishui picked up her phone to continue chatting with Tang Wank. Seizing the moment, Mo Qingchuan took out the 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation book. While Yi Yishui was nearby, he aimed to ask more questions and strive for a score above 620 in the second simulation exam. A diligent student deserves rewards. However, he harbored a slight concern. Since Yi Yishui scored over 670 last time, would her score dropping by 50 points lead the teacher to talk to him? Moreover, beyond 620 points, he possessed no definitive assurance, for time was indeed rather pressing. After spending an hour, under the guidance of Yi Yishui, Mo Qingchuan thoroughly analyzed a complex mathematical problem. However, he recognized that mastering similar types of questions required further practice. Is this what it feels like to receive instruction from a master? Mo Qingchuan's eyes sparkled with clarity. This brings to mind the significance of the elderly mentor residing within the protagonist's ring in those fantastical novels. One must consider who is providing such guidance. If it were Miao Miao, she would likely be at a loss. Yi Yishui, with a hint of haughty demeanor, was somewhat discernible to Mo Qingchuan. Yet, after spending the last 2 days together, this rumored ice queen proved to be less frigid than he had anticipated, which took him by surprise. Why bring her up again? Hadn't that matter already passed? Mo Qingchuan scratched his head. Then let us not mention her. Wen Ku will come tomorrow, and he feels quite pleased about it. Whether it will come to fruition depends on Jing Bai. What do you think are the chances of success? Mo Qingchuan lifted his gaze to glance at Yi Yishui. In truth, he held little optimism. However, even if it were to fail, it would be better to sever the hope early on. Short pain is preferable to long suffering. The chances are difficult to ascertain. It ultimately depends on them. Mo Qingchuan yawned. By afternoon, he felt somewhat fatigued and wished to take a brief nap. Ding verification successful. Chapter 21. Gatekeeping. The sound of successful verification sent a chill of sweat down Mo Qingchuan's spine. He was acutely aware that Yi Yishui's aunt would be returning home that evening. Could she have arrived early? No, wait. He was Yi Yishui now. So what was there to fear? Just then, a striking figure entered through the door. Upon spotting the young man on the sofa, she froze in disbelief. How could a boy have intruded into her home? In an instant, her eyes brimmed with disdain, her heart riddled with intense confusion and bewilderment. Would Yi Yishui truly bring a boy home? This seemed utterly inconceivable. Given her sister's circumstances, Yi Yishui should have been rather indifferent to the male species. Considering Yi Yishui's presence, she refrained from an outright confrontation. Yi, who is this? Her tone was icy and accusatory. Mo Qingchuan hastily replied, "He my classmate." Oh, a classmate? If there's nothing important, you should take your leave. Yi Yishui opened her mouth, wanting to protest. Aunt, I am your beloved niece. But it seemed inappropriate to voice such sentiments in her current guise. Mo Qingchuan, you better fend for yourself. Though, to be fair, Aunt wouldn't be too harsh on him. Yi Yishui departed swiftly, without a hint of hesitation, ignoring Mo Qingchuan's multiple pleas for help through his gaze. Mo Qingchuan sat on the sofa, feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles, under the disdainful scrutiny of Yi Qingru. A fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Was it truly necessary for her to stare so intently? Well, Yi, during my absence, you've been bringing men into the house, Yi Qingru commented, striding over, her hand resting lightly on Mo Qingchuan's shoulder, her exquisite face drawing near. Mo Qingchuan felt a tremor run through him. Was Yi Yishui's aunt really this intimidating? How was he to respond? If he failed to navigate the situation well, it might leave an unfavorable impression. Swallowing hard, he finally spoke. He's just a classmate. Yi Qingru's mood soured immediately, her expression turning frostier. A classmate? Ye. Do you not perceive the danger? A lone male and a female, with neither your mother nor I present. Who knows what he might do? How many good men exist in this world? You have yet to enter society and are unaware of the depths of some men's depravity. They will stop at nothing to satisfy their own desires. If that male classmate harbors ulterior motives, he might very well slip something into your drink. Mo Qingchuan dared not interject, for there was truth in Yi Qingru's words. Yet he was not a villain. Moreover, Yi Shui would never permit such vile acts upon her own body. Their situation was unique, but they could not voice it, as it would be met with disbelief. Seeing that Mo Qingchuan remained silent, Yi Qingrou's brows knitted together. Yi, do you like that boy? Mo Qingchuan was at a loss for words. He had indeed grown closer to Yi Shui recently, but how could he ascertain whether she held any affection for him? This was a question he could not answer. Well, my dear niece, I assure you that there will be no issues, stated. Upon hearing's words, sighed inwardly. She had encountered remarkably similar sentiments in the past. It was during her sister's youthful romance with her first love that she had noticed certain troubling signs and attempted to dissuade her sister, only to receive the response, "Sister, I can assure you that there will be no problems." Yet, hearts can indeed change. The fervor of young love did little to prevent subsequent betrayals. She reached out and gently ruffled hair. "My dear, it is not my intention to restrict you, but as your aunt, I must safeguard your interests. Otherwise," she paused, "I may have to inform your mother and let her address this matter with you." Gasp. My mother? Was not prepared to meet her, yet felt a curious intrigue about what kind of person's mother might be. "Aunt, if you help me with this, I trust your judgment." Did not refuse, feeling a sense of relief within. This was already a favorable outcome. He could discern from his demeanor that she harbored a considerable disdain for men. This, he surmised, was likely in consideration of his feelings. Otherwise, she would have insisted on an immediate severance of ties. "Ah, dear, rest assured, your aunt means no harm. Whether he is a man worthy of your trust will soon reveal itself," spoke softly. "But how will we test this?" Inquired. "I have my methods. Provide me with his QQ or WeChat, and we shall commence with online conversations. I happen to have some free time during this period." Crossed her arms, her mind already brimming with ideas. Aunt, we are merely classmates. Is there truly a necessity for this?" Replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Dear, your stammering reveals your nervousness. If a girl can elicit such emotions from you, I cannot believe your claims of a mundane relationship. Therefore, there is no need to shield him. Let us see for ourselves." As tone brooked no dissent. Opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately conceded, "Well, I suppose that's acceptable. Better than directly informing his mother." For now, he only needed to appease his aunt, fearing that if his mother were to confront him later, he might struggle to manage the situation. Moreover, he needed to focus most of his attention on his studies during this time. "Then, Aunt, I shall retreat to my room to complete my assignments, and I will provide you with the contact information shortly." Rose, grabbing his backpack and heading toward his room. "Don't be in such a rush. It's been ages since we've seen each other. Don't you miss me?" Intercepted him, her inner frustration evident. How could he forget his aunt with a man in his life? Infuriating. "I shall ensure that boy's true nature is revealed. I do want to, but Aunt, I have a lot of homework, and the college entrance examination is approaching," hastily responded. "The entrance exam, you say? Very well, then do focus on your studies. I shall prepare a fruit salad for you. Do not let him know about my intention to test him. This is for your own good." Yi Qingru reminded. "Rest assured, Auntie, I will never reveal it to him." And Mo Qingchuan replied earnestly, nodding his head. "Good. Annie believes in you. You may go now." Yi Qingru waved her hand, feeling considerably uplifted. And Mo Qingchuan let out a sigh of relief, having successfully navigated the situation. His tense nerves began to relax slightly as he entered Yi Shui's room and collapsed onto the bed, inhaling deeply. Only this delicate fragrance could soothe his mind and body. After a few moments, he rose, picked up his exercises, and walked towards the study desk. "Study. If I do not put in the effort, I will merely become a plaything for a wealthy woman." Chapter 22. Good night. Mo Qingchuan during Mo Qingchuan's period of study. His aunt lovingly presented him with a fruit salad, inquiring if he needed anything else. Naturally, he dared not voice any further demands. However, the matter that Yi Qingru wished to test had already been communicated to Yi Shui. After all, it was not him who could not reveal certain details, but rather her. He was already fully aware of everything. Yi Shui declared that if anything were to be added, she would require access to the chat records in order to provide him with suggestions. Given that the two had exchanged bodies, maintaining their relationship was imperative. They could not allow his aunt to sever their connection. Mo Qingchuan acquiesced, as he was already prepared to adhere to one simple principle: No additions. You wish to test me. Yet what can you do if I refuse to comply? Let us see what other tactics you have. Nightfall soon enveloped the surroundings as he stretched and reclined on his bed. He opened his phone to peruse recent game reviews. He was eager to play Black Monkey, a game that had gained popularity, yet he found himself unable to participate. As the first university student in the country, he simply had to succeed. Oh, Zhu Beiji, are you too afraid to acknowledge your daughter? This is heartbreaking, he mused. The old Cao family is so unfortunate. They never made the right choices, culminating in their son as a tragic suicide right before their eyes. Oh dear. The Jade Emperor. I'm ready to take chopsticks and mix cement with chili powder and mustard to stuff it into the big, wealthy mud pit. To his astonishment, he discovered there were indeed online attacks against the Jade Emperor. As he read through the comments and grasped the context, Mo Qingchuan felt there was no issue with the online vitriol directed at him. The Jade Emperor you. As he continued to scroll, he resumed chatting with Yi Shui. It seemed that she was quite comfortable at her home. I just want to sleep directly. I don't feel like bathing. Mo Qingchuan typed. But what if I smell? I must change into a fresh set of underwear. Yi Shui pursed her lips, exasperated by his apparent disregard for her body. With the weather warming, daily baths were essential. All right, I'll wash up properly. You won't mind if I see your body, will you? Mo Qingchuan cool usually in Kviat. It's of no consequence. I've seen yours as well. What are you shy? She retorted. Not all. Why would a grown man feel embarrassment? After sending the message, Mo Qingchuan rose to retrieve a set of clothes along with blue underwear, heading towards the bathroom. Just as he intended to lock the door behind him, Yi Qingru unexpectedly emerged from the hallway. Are you going to take a shower? Let us do it together. It's been ages since we last shared one, she suggested. What? Mo Qingchuan exclaimed, alarmed. No, I can manage on my own. He quickly declined. You never refused to bathe together before. Why the sudden reluctance? Are you ashamed of your aunt? Yi Qingru frowned, visibly displeased. Aunt, I'm an adult now. Bathing together doesn't seem appropriate. Mo Qingchuan stated stiffly. Ah, I see. Now that you have a man in your life, you've forgotten your aunt. Suit yourself. Yi Qingru sighed. The women of the Yi family truly had difficult fates. Their youthful infatuations could one day transform into a boomerang, striking at their own hearts. Her sister had a similar experience, albeit with a somewhat more favorable outcome. She was not as deeply ensnared. Mo Qingchuan sighed in relief. It was evident that Yi Qingru held Yi Shui in high regard, and she did not impose her will upon her. After locking the bathroom door, he gradually shed his garments, revealing his fair and delicate skin, with a flat abdomen devoid of any excess flesh, broadening hips, and long, slender legs. Though Yi Shui's physique was slender, it was not akin to a mere stick. However, her breast development lagged behind. Nonetheless, Mo Qingchuan felt quite comfortable. Since taking command of this body, he had encountered no significant discomfort. He lifted his rosy toes and slowly submerged them into the bathtub. Good heavens! Is it truly impossible for us to revert? Mo Qingchuan murmured softly. Although this body had its merits, he still yearned to return to his former male physique. What kind of man lacks even that? A man without manhood? Sigh. It remains uncertain when the bugs of this Earth OL will be rectified. This evening was notably quieter. Apart from Yi Shui, no one else had messaged him. After bathing, he lay on the bed, intending to unwind with a game. But before long, he succumbed to sleep. The past 2 weeks of classes had indeed exhausted him. An hour later, the door creaked open. Yi Qingru considered calling out, but refrained upon seeing Mo Qingchuan asleep. In Mo Qingchuan's room, Yi Shui read a novel for a while before yawning. She scrolled through her screen, switching to WeChat. Aside from the group chat, there were no messages, plunging her into silence. Bang, brother, may I sleep with you? Mo Qingmiao had arrived, clutching a pillow. Huh, at this age, sharing a bed? Yi Shui frowned. Could it be that Mo Qingchuan, at his age, still occasionally slept with his younger sister? Noticing her brother's frown, Mo Qingmiao stuck out her rosy tongue. It has been 7 or 8 years since we last shared a bed. Humph. Don't look at me with such disdain. I merely wish to chat with you for a while before returning to my own room. Chatting is fine, Yi Shui replied, turning over to make space for Mo Qingmiao. and Mo Qingchuan leaped onto the bed, causing it to creak under the strain. After adjusting her pillow, she climbed up and snagged Mo Qingchuan's dinosaur toy to place beside her feet for comfort. Brother, let me tell you, something explosive has surfaced in our class. What is it? Ye yisui inuited. This semester, we got a new math teacher, right? He is incredibly handsome, wears glasses, and teaches exceptionally well. He mentioned that we are his class, and while inexperienced, he would dedicate himself fully. As a result, one of the girls in our class seems to have developed a crush on the math teacher. And Mo Qingchuan exclaimed, astonished. Although he was handsome, he was still a teacher. How could one indulge in such forbidden sentiments? Initially, we were oblivious to the situation, yet that young lady confided in her close friend, leading to the matter becoming widely known. Now, the discussions in class have become quite fervent, and the girl appears to be retreating into herself. Yishui opened her mouth, realizing that this gossip was rather intense. I shall convey this to Mo Qingchuan tomorrow. Has the teacher been informed? She inquired. Of course. The principal is already aware of this matter. The next day, the mathematics instructor seemed to have abandoned all self-care. Her hair was unkempt, and she donned a yellowed garment, clutching a chipped cup of dubious origin. Suddenly, she exuded an air of dishevelment. It felt as though my interest in mathematics had waned. Yishui glanced at Mo Qingchuan. Do you have a fondness for this math teacher? How could that be? It's merely that the math teacher is somewhat attractive, making her lessons more engaging. Mo Qingchuan quickly retorted, emphasizing the phrase older brother with an elongated tone, which evoked memories of the woman riding an electric scooter while savoring a lollipop. Little imp, Yishui remarked. Hee. Actually, dear brother, I wish to assist this girl. She is quite amiable and had no intentions of confessing her feelings. Now that her friend has exposed her secret, it seems she might consider transferring if things do not improve. Mo Qingchuan felt a pang of sympathy for the girl, especially since she was the top student in mathematics. Her emotional resilience is fragile. She could be driven to despair. Yishui contemplated. What? Is it that dire? Mo Qingchuan propped her chin on her hands, her brow furrowing. Shall I visit her tomorrow? Perhaps I could bring a small gift to offer some comfort. If her character is commendable, I see no issue with that. Very well, it is settled. Montag Qingchuan resolvet filmly. Yao, do not linger in your brother's room. Even during the holidays, you must rest early. Understood, mother. And Mo Qingchuan replied, clutching her pillow as she leapt from her bed and dashed towards the door. Good night, brother, she called, closing the door behind her, leaving the room enveloped in silence. Outside, her voice echoed once more. Mom, I wish to sleep with you. What is this? Suddenly wanting to share a bed with me? Isn't it true that I haven't slept with you in quite some time? Besides, Dad won't be back for another 2 days. All right, you may get into bed first. I shall tidy up a bit. Okay. In bed, Yishui turned over once more, gazing at the ceiling. A faint smile graced her lips. She was beginning to genuinely cherish this home. The atmosphere was something she had never experienced before. She glanced at her phone, opening the chat interface with Mo Qingchuan. Good night, Mo Qingchuan. Chapter 23. The declaration of Jingbai. With a dramatic flourish, the curtains were drawn, allowing a blinding light to flood the room. Ugh! Mo Qingchuan let out a soft groan as he struggled to open his eyes. Before the window stood Yi Qingru, diligently opening it to let in fresh air. You went to bed so early yesterday, yet you still haven't awakened until now. She murmured to herself. Aunt. Mo Qingchuan slightly lifted his head, his mind gradually regaining its clarity. Oh, you're awake? Are you hungry? I saved breakfast for you. Mo Qingchuan's consciousness had not fully returned. He simply felt rejuvenated from such a delightful slumber. Although he maintained a regular schedule for school, he still never felt adequately rested, having to rise at 6 in the morning and often feeling groggy even after washing his face. Today, however, he was relishing a well-deserved lie-in. Is it already 10? Indeed. I'll get up and freshen up, Mo Qingchuan replied as he sat up. I plan to have lunch at Yuzhen Restaurant. Aunt, I've finished all my homework. I'm going out for lunch with my classmates. Mo Qingchuan tossed aside the covers, revealing his fair legs. Yi Qingru immediately became alert. Classmates again? It wouldn't happen to be that boy from yesterday, would it? She inquired. Mo Qingchuan cleared his throat. Aunt, it's not just him. There are other classmates as well. Don't worry, we'll also be dining at Yuzhen restaurant. Nothing will happen. Yet, the more he reassured her, the more uneasy she felt. That boy again. She now suspected that the two of them had conspired together. Since he had sent a friend request yesterday, it had yet to be accepted. She found it hard to believe there was no ulterior motive involved. However, since they were going to Yuzhen restaurant, that simplified matters. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qingru decided not to restrict Yi Yishui. All right, you may go, but be careful on your way. For a brief instant, Mo Qingchuan doubted his hearing. His aunt had not tried to dissuade him. Nevertheless, this was quite favorable, as it spared him from unnecessary complications. He rose from the bed and began to freshen up. Gazing at his exquisite reflection in the mirror, his spirits lifted. Today I look splendid. Casting aside the drab school uniform, he donned his own attire, instantly feeling transformed. He even contemplated trying on a JK uniform. Mo Qingchuan inspected himself from various angles, feeling thoroughly satisfied. However, it seemed that Yi Yishui did not possess a JK outfit. He would have to purchase one when he had the opportunity. He planned to model it for Yi Yishui later to see if it suited him. After hastily consuming a few bites of breakfast, he opened WeChat to contact Yi Yishui. Hello, are you awake? Yes, I am. I slept so soundly last night. Me too. By the way, if Datu is coming, have you told him that Tang Wank likes Jing Bai? Mo Qingchuan han Fuzi. Oh no, I forgot. Yesterday afternoon, he had been preoccupied with how to face Yi Yishui's aunt, and after showering at night, he had collapsed into bed from exhaustion. Now, should he tell Data now? As a precaution? I forgot. He replied to Yi Yishui, no witties, whether knowing early or late. Let us indulge in a few games first. I'm logged in. Speaking of logging in, my motivation is certainly at its peak. Mo Qingchuan returned to his room, tossed off his slippers, and leapt onto the bed. Clicking on the familiar icon Timmy as the music played, the two once again traversed the canyon. One support, one marksman. They nearly caused their opponents to succumb to internet addiction. Winning 3 consecutive matches, Yi Yishui achieved 5 kills twice, with one match boasting an astounding 51 contribution to the team's overall damage. Mo Qingchuan felt immense joy as they seamlessly coordinated without the need for excessive dialogue. Climbing ranks was far more exhilarating than before. By the time they finished, it was already past 11. After changing clothes, they stepped outside. Once Mo Qingchuan left, Yi Qingru donned her attire as well. She picked up her phone, her pearly white nails glimmering with a soft sheen. Hey, Xiaolu. Keep an eye on them for me. I'll be there shortly. All right, boss. I promise to complete the task. Yi Yishui and Mo Qingchuan had agreed to meet along the route they took to school, a mere few minutes' walk. You can't get enough of it, can you? Hey. It's a misunderstanding. I just glanced. Look, if you like watching, then go ahead. Mo Qingchuan heard a somewhat familiar voice and turned to look. It seemed to be that couple from yesterday morning. How fortuitous. What are you looking at now? Unbeknownst to him, Yi Yishui had already approached, just observing. Truly, the first school beauty possesses an enchanting allure. Even without makeup, she seemed capable of breaking apart that couple. Mo Qingchuan couldn't help but marvel. TSK. Yi Yishui's cheeks flushed slightly. It's not that exaggerated. Really, it's clearly that guy's wandering eyes. Let us head to Yuzhen restaurant and see if there have been any changes regarding young Master Jing during his absence. All right, but one of us might end up heartbroken this meal. Mo Qingchuan nodded. Dado had a decent emotional resilience. If he truly felt hurt, he could offer him some comfort. If you need my assistance, don't hesitate to ask, Yi Yishui remarked. Mo Qingchuan was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Thank you. He understood that Yi Yishui came from a wealthy family capable of many things, far beyond what he, a high school student, could compare. Although now he held sway over Yi Yishui's being, having the power to mobilize considerable resources with a mere word, his heart remained unsettled. In contrast to Yi Yishui, those resources seemed trivial. No need for thanks. I experienced something precious at your home, which might seem ordinary to you, but it truly means a lot to me. Yi Yishui touched her heart, a soft smile gracing her lips. Is that so? That's wonderful, as long as you like it. He had worried that Yi Yishui might not adjust well. They walked side by side, not in haste. The early April weather was slightly cool, yet wearing jackets made the temperature feel just right. As the two conversed while strolling, they eventually entered the reserved private room at Yuzhen restaurant. Oh my, Chuan, I missed you so much. Ah, Yi Yisui. Jingbai abruptly rose from his chair, astonishment etched upon his face. What on earth is happening? Yi Yishui is here. He had assumed she was bringing male classmates, having mentioned it yesterday. His eyes narrowed, a glimmer of curiosity flickering within. How intriguing. The esteemed young lady of the Yi family was so closely associated with his good friend. This was indeed remarkable. Am I not allowed to come? Mo Qingchuan in Kviat. Of course you are. Please take a seat. Jingbai hastily replied, eager to announce something and show off a bit. However, it seemed his good friend Mo Qingchuan was eager to boast even more. His gaze flitted between the two. TSK. There must be something going on between them. Yet, with Daitu yet to arrive, he resolved to interrogate the pair thoroughly once he did. If his good friend were to become involved with Yi Yishui, he wondered what the Yi family's reaction would be. Hey, Wenke, you are here too? The voice of Daitu resonated from outside. Yes, Yishui invited me, mentioning that Jingbai had returned. Indeed, this guy has been missing for so long. We must inquire about his whereabouts. As they spoke, the two entered. Zhang Xiang, upon spotting Jingbai, excitedly approached and playfully slapped his backside. Quickly tell us, where have you been all this time? After the playful slap, he even nudged Jingbai with his hip. Tang Wen's eyes sparkled upon seeing Jingbai, yet the conspicuous red mark on her neck was unsettling. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Could it be, hey, is everyone here? Jingbai glanced at Yi Yishui, who nodded in affirmation. Good. I have something to address. He tilted his chin, revealing his neck, and precisely pointed at a red mark. I trust you have all noticed this. To prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings and speculations, I must clarify in advance. Tang Wen exhaled in relief, realizing it was not as she had feared. She had thought Jingbai might have been involved with someone else, which startled her. As her mind raced with thoughts, Jingbai continued, this is not a bug bite, nor a bruise or contusion. It is merely a little strawberry. Chapter 24. A heartbroken soul in the city. Yi Yishui, Zhang Xiang, Mo Qingchuan. Both Mo Qingchuan and Zhang Xiang were taken aback simultaneously. Little strawberry? You vanished for a few days and returned with a little strawberry? Snap! Tang Wen felt her heart shatter, akin to glass crashing to the ground, scattering into countless fragments. Her mind went blank, experiencing a complete system failure. It felt as if her heart was being incessantly pierced by a sharp blade, bringing waves of excruciating pain. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui exchanged glances, astonished at the unexpected turn of events. My goodness, little strawberry, where on earth have you been these past few days? Zhang Xiang gazed at little strawberry with envy. He too wished to possess a little strawberry to showcase. Due to family collaborations, my parents took me along to meet my fiancée, whom I hadn't seen in quite some time. As it turns out, after our reunion, we shared an unforgettable and delightful time together. We strolled through the woods, admired the sunset, savored barbecues, lay on the grass gazing at the night sky, played cooperative games, and cuddled before sleep, sharing our heartfelt longings. Stop! Yi Yishui interjected, realizing they were not there to indulge in romantic tales. Moreover, Tang Wen appeared on the verge of breaking down. The conversation could not continue. You, engaged already? When did that happen? Zhang Xiang was utterly envious, yearning for such a connection. How could the disparities between people be so vast? The engagement was rather early. I was still just a child back then. Jingbai took a sip of water, his expression brightening, seemingly pleased with the engagement. What? Engaged as a child? All these years, you have kept this hidden from me. Zhang Xiang lamented, tears welling up. He couldn't believe Jingbai had been engaged since childhood. Why had he not experienced such a thing? He too desired a childhood sweetheart, a clingy, slender companion who wanted to be close every day. Don't rush. Foolish people often have their own fortunes. You will surely find your other half as well, Jingbai reassured, patting Zhang Xiang's head. Get away. What do you take me for? Don't pat my head. Zhang Xiang pushed his hand away, a look of disdain on his face. As the two engaged in their playful banter, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui turned their attention to Tang Wenk. At that moment, the class monitor appeared distressed, her lips pale and her gaze wandering. Upon closer inspection, one could see tears shimmering in her eyes. The two were somewhat concerned about Tang Wenk's state. They had anticipated Jing Bai's return would bring news of something significant, yet he had unexpectedly grown close to his fiancée. Mo Qingchuan nudged Yi Yishui, and they exchanged glances. He raised an eyebrow, silently inquiring, "What is going on? Isn't Jing Bai opposed to this engagement?" Yi Yishui rolit hadis. "I've only heard rumors. It's hard to discern truth from fiction." Jing Bai's arrival with Little Strawberry caught them off guard, leading them to fall victim to the perils of misplaced trust. In the future, any rumors will surely be met with skepticism. In truth, I am more curious about the two of you. What did you grow so close? Chuan, were you not once a devoted admirer of you, Miao Miao? Jing Bai rested his chin on his hand, his eyes surprisingly gleaming with a hint of allure, yet predominantly filled with curiosity. He often advised Mo Qingchuan against fawning over you, Miao Miao, but the latter never heeded his counsel. How could he have changed his affections in such a short span? Had he perhaps found another object of his devotion, or had he become a mere plaything for a wealthy heiress? If it were the latter, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution to Mo Qingchuan, who truly is his loyal admirer. My intentions are my own. Presently, however, I find it unnecessary. Yi Yishui harbored a strong aversion towards you, Miao Miao. Thus, whenever Mo Qingchuan's infatuation with you, Miao Miao, was mentioned, it stirred an unpleasant sensation within her. She recognized that her emotions could easily be swayed by Mo Qingchuan's actions and endeavored to remain composed, yet the mere thought of it incited her ire. Were it not for the fact that Mo Qingchuan resided within her consciousness, she would have relished the opportunity to land a few punches. The motive? Could it be because of Zhou Yingying? Jing Bai raised an eyebrow. Huh, Yi Yishui inquired. It seemed that Mo Qingchuan had confided in her alone regarding this matter. It was a reasonable deduction, considering how repugnant Zhou Yingying had been to you back then. Jing Bai chuckled lightly. He had witnessed the incident when Zhou Yingying confessed her feelings to Mo Qingchuan during the military training in their first year, only to be rejected. Yi Yishui cast a sidelong glance at Mo Qingchuan, realizing that he had not disclosed the entire truth. There existed a portion that was concealed. This left her puzzled. While it was common for confessions to be rejected, what had Zhou Yingying done that compelled Mo Qingchuan to willingly assume the role of an admirer? Contemplating this, a chill swept through her heart, for all troubles seemed to stem from Zhou Yingying. She had not paid much attention to her previously, but it appeared prudent to remain vigilant now. Given her close proximity to Mo Qingchuan, should Zhou Yingying remain unyielding, the likelihood of her causing trouble was substantial. Mo Qingchuan let out a soft sigh. Being handsome came with its own set of burdens. Good day, your meals are served. At that moment, the waitress arrived with the dishes, casting a glance at Mo Qingchuan as she assessed the situation. After placing the food down, she departed. The group paid little heed to her presence. Come, let's eat. Jing Bai was the first to pick up his chopsticks, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Tang Wenk. He noticed that the class monitor was not quite herself, but he chose not to address it. Whether she could overcome it was ultimately up to her, and his words would bear little weight. As for the matter of the marriage contract, rumors were not always unfounded. Previously, he refrained from discussing it with his close friends, as he had not fully accepted it and had expressed a desire to annul the engagement. However, he eventually came to terms with reality. He was powerless to effect change, as the Jingshi group and the opposing family loomed like two insurmountable mountains, leaving him without a voice. As time passed, he gradually found peace with the situation and made his concessions. Indeed, with maturity came the realization that there was little to be concerned about. Everything seemed rather pleasant. After all, the other party harbored affection for him, was aesthetically pleasing, and their engagement had long been arranged, with both families being well matched. What more could one desire? In retrospect, he found it perplexing to remember what he had resisted so vigorously. Was it truly absurd that his family had made all arrangements without consulting him? How laughable. At home, he has been given the very best, yet he still remains discontented. He reflects on his past behavior, acknowledging it as somewhat despicable, even having quarreled with his parents. Now, he wishes he could turn back the clock a few years and slap himself twice. Hey, Wink, eat up. This is Yuzhen restaurant, and every dish here is quite expensive. Try this crab. Zhang Xiang observed Tang Wenk lost in thought and reached out to offer her the largest crab. Shall I peel it for you? He inquired. No, it's fine, thank you. Tang Wenk shook her head in refusal, her hands still trembling. The sting in her heart rendered her utterly weak. Despite the tools at her disposal, she lacked the desire to consume crab. Instead, she craved white rabbit milk candy. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. In this city, yet another sorrowful soul had emerged. Chapter 25. During this meal, Tang Wenk scarcely uttered a word. Zhang Xiang, too, fell into a contemplative silence, while Jing Bai appeared quite cheerful. He had brought along 2 adorable Q-version figurines for Mo Qingchuan and Zhang Xiang. Delightful little walnut-shaped trinkets about 10 centimeters tall, perfect for adorning a desk. They could serve as charming decorations, and when boredom struck, one could play with them. Yi Yishui glanced at Tang Wenk several times, wishing to offer her comfort, yet she felt it inappropriate as she was leaning against Mo Qingchuan's body. I must take my leave now. There are matters at home that require my attention. Please enjoy your meal, Jing Bai announced, waving his hand. Goodbye. Be careful on your way. Zhang Xiang replied as he stood up. Hey, I'll send you both some photos tonight, Jing Bai said with a playful wink, revealing a bright smile before he exited the private room. Zhang Xiang and Mo Qingchuan instantly understood what sort of photos he intended to send, dressed in women's clothing. Well, I should also take my leave. You all, enjoy your meal. Tang Wenk stood, having barely touched the dishes before her. Although the food was delectable, everything tasted bitter to her at that moment. She fell on the verge of tears, yearning to retreat into a quiet corner to weep. Noticing her distress, Yi Yishui quickly nudged Mo Qingchuan and leaned closer to his ear. Go and comfort her. Mo Qingchuan nodded and stood up, heading out to pursue Tang Wenk. Within the room, only Zhang Xiang and Mo Qingchuan remained. Zhang Xiang sighed heavily, finishing his juice before speaking in a subdued tone. Qingchuan, does Wenk perhaps a feeling for Jing Bai? Yi Yishui regarded him thoughtfully. Yes, I thought you were oblivious, considering how often you serve her food. How could I be unaware? I am not a fool, Zhang Xiang retorted with a sigh, his heart heavy. He had discerned from Tang Wenk's demeanor that she harbored affections for Jing Bai, feelings she had never expressed to him. It was bewildering to realize that the person he admired was enamored with his close friend, who was already betrothed. What a cruel twist of fate. He mused that if he too could possess Jing Bai's charm, he might garner the affection of girls as well. This sentiment was profoundly uncomfortable, more so than the distress of unfulfilled dreams. Zhang Xiang leaned back, cradling his head in his hands, sharing in the heartache. His feelings would now remain buried deep within his heart. Was the one you liked particularly handsome, resembling Tang Wenk? Yi Yishui inquired. Not quite. I can't recall clearly. Perhaps she bore a slight resemblance to the second most beautiful girl in school, Li Shishir. Yi Yishui fell silent, sensing that Zhang Xiang did not require consolation. Once he experienced a pleasant dream, his spirits would likely lift. Company might be superfluous. Qingchuan, do you think I should reach out to Tang Wenk when I return home, perhaps chat with her and offer some comfort? Zhang Xiang asked. I believe that would be appropriate, but only if you know how to comfort her. How could I possibly do that? I can't even soothe the children at home. Zhang Xiang acknowledged his straightforward nature, lacking the artful words often needed in such situations. He also wished to learn, yet found the flowery words too insincere. Thus he refrained from pursuing it further. In retrospect, would it have been beneficial to acquire some knowledge? Zhang Xiang inquired once more. Yi Yishui nodded in affirmation, stating, certainly, though I believe it is improbable for one to develop affections for anyone else in such a short span. Upon hearing Yi Yishui's words, Zhang Xiang slumped completely in his chair, seemingly resolved to surrender. Alas, Perhaps I never had any chance, merely a one-sided infatuation on my part. Focus on your studies. You are still young, and the future holds promise, Yi Shui replied. You speak as if you were old. He retorted. I believe I need some time to reflect and gather my thoughts in preparation for the college entrance examination. This is indeed a pivotal moment in life. A pivotal moment, you say? Yi Shui had never regarded the examination as such, at best seeing it as merely a stepping stone. However, when it came to pivotal moments, she had already experienced one. Fortunately, at that time, he was present, and Mo Qingchuan hurriedly caught up with Tang Wenk, witnessing the once resilient and kind-hearted girl dissolve into tears. It appeared that love for Jing Bai had truly penetrated her heart, yet alas, reality had not aligned with her desires. Ven kiskiviko. Ishui, you need not. Comfort me. Sabai. I will just cry at home. Tang Wenk wept. I apologize. I did not foresee that Jing Bai's absence would lead to such circumstances, and Mo Qingchuan expressed with some remorse. No, do not blame yourself. You merely wish to create an opportunity for me. You and Mo Qingchuan should be well. Do not trouble yourself over me. I can manage to return home alone, Tang Wenk replied, her tears flowing relentlessly. It was uncertain how greatly this situation would impact her. If she were to succumb to despair, it could indeed affect her performance in the examination. Ven kiskiviko. Tang Wenk had already fled, seemingly in need of a cathartic release for her emotions. Love is indeed complex, and even Mo Qingchuan found it difficult to grasp. It was akin to Jing Bai's handsome appearance. Many were drawn to him, yet perhaps more were enamored with his visage, coveting his physique, or perhaps even his family's wealth. If he were to embody a less appealing figure, it seemed the number of admirers would dwindle to nearly zero. That is likely, he pondered. Could love truly begin with mere physical attraction? Mo Qingchuan mused, shaking his head in confusion. Unable to make sense of it, he decided to return home for the time being. Within the private room, the company had shifted from 2 to 3. A strikingly attractive female server entered, clad in a qipao that accentuated her figure, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Hello there, handsome. May I take a moment of your time? Her voice was soft and melodic, likely enough to ensnare someone like the two instantly. Yi Shui looked surprised. She had not seen this server before. Was she new? Is there something you need? She inquired. Well, it's nothing too pressing. I merely wanted to ask if you could add me on WeChat. As the waitress spoke, she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, exuding a certain charm. Yi Shui furrowed her brow, contemplating adding WeChat. Isn't that a bit abrupt? Do you wish to pursue me? The waitress stiffened, her mouth twitching slightly, and a blush rapidly crept across her face. Dado stared in disbelief, utterly bewildered by the situation. How could it be that while dining, someone sought his good friend's WeChat? Why was no one interested in him? Was he truly devoid of charm? He felt on the verge of emotional collapse, lamenting inwardly. Clearing his throat, the waitress implored, I merely wish to get to know you. Is that not permissible? Her expression bore a touch of vulnerability, laced with a hint of desperation. If she were an ordinary young man, he might have found it difficult to resist such an appeal. Just imagine, an alluring woman, looking forlorn, wishing to exchange contact information. Would one dare to refuse? Yet, Yi Shui remained unmoved. I declined, and besides, I am a student. She rejected the offer without hesitation, leaving Dado astounded. Was she truly turning it down? Did she fear he would spill the beans, given his presence? With this thought in mind, he interjected, Hey, Qingchuan, even if you don't refuse, I wouldn't betray you. Rest assured, as a good brother, I would never ruin your chances. Zhang Xiang patted his chest, offering reassurance. Yi Shui found herself at a loss for words, pondering the implications of his statement. What a loyal friend. Was he really providing such a cover? The waitress, undeterred, brandished her phone, revealing a QR code for a contact card. I said no, I will not add you. Chapter 26. Collusion in a private room of a Yuzhen restaurant. Yi Qingru furrowed her brows, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Are you saying he decisively rejected her? A flicker of doubt danced in her eyes. Could it be that the waitress she dispatched lacked appeal? Or perhaps she did not align with Mo Qingchuan's aesthetic? That should not be the case. Generally, People tend to share a consensus regarding beauty. The disparity ought not to be significant. Indeed, his rejection was resolute. The waitress tucked a stray lock behind her ear, visibly discontent. Her displeasure stemmed from failing to fulfill her employer's directive, thus missing out on her bonus. Moreover, the audacity of that boy to coldly dismiss her was infuriating. Although employed at the restaurant and lacking in formal education, her looks and physique were undeniably commendable. What was amiss? How exasperating. Men can be such brutes. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingru murmured softly. She had presumed that establishing contact would be a certainty, yet it had ended in failure. He doesn't act like a man. He behaves like a eunuch. The waitress vented, feeling a sting to her pride for not being able to win over even a high school student. Eunuch? Yi Qingru chuckled softly, then glanced at the slender waitress. While she possessed admirable attributes, she paled in comparison to Yi Shui. A suspicion began to brew within her. It was highly probable that Mo Qingchuan simply found this waitress lacking. However, few could rival Yi Shui's beauty. Must she personally intervene? No. How could she possibly beseech a boy to add her on WeChat, especially after having faced rejection? Yet, without that connection, her schemes would remain unexecuted. How infuriating! She had not even taken the first step. She never anticipated that her illustrious reputation would falter here. After all, she was a member of the Yi family. In her 20s, with countless suitors eager to exchange contact information. Yet now, she was repeatedly turned down by a mere high school student. WeChat phone Douyin. There were myriad ways to connect, but suddenly reaching out felt too abrupt. Phone. A sly smile crept across Yi Qingru's lips, her eyes gleaming with mischief. If the WeChat ID was akin to a phone number, then the situation was easily remedied. Just wait. What could a young boy possibly escape from her grasp? When the time comes, she would let Yi Shui witness the true nature of this scoundrel, trampling him underfoot, repeatedly grinding him down. As Mo Qingchuan returned to the private room, he found Yi Shui serenely reclining in her chair, her eyes closed in repose. It was evident she had indulged in a hearty meal and was now inclined to sleep. Big Head sat nearby, engrossed in his phone, oblivious to his surroundings. Yi Shui, you're back. I think I should take my leave as well. I could use a good cry, Zhang Xiang lamented, clutching his chest with a pained expression. After enduring 3 consecutive blows, my heart feels quite chilled. Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth, perplexed. 3 consecutive blows? How do you quantify that? Did you fail to impress the beautiful one in your dreams? Tangwen doesn't fancy you? That is only 2. I senti it? Qingchuan, there is no need to send me comforting messages when I return. I shall prefer to embrace silence. With that, Zhang Xiang exited the private room. Be careful on your way. Mo Qingchuan remarked with a gentle sigh. He never anticipated that matters would unfold in such a manner. He harbored feelings for her, yet she did not reciprocate. Conversely, she had affections for him, but his heart remained unmoved. His gaze drifted towards the overly full Yi Shui. Was it truly necessary to indulge so excessively? Do you perceive my body as a mere receptacle for food? Please, do not ruin my appetite, he chided lightly. Yi Shui patted her belly, assuring, not at all. I know my limits. I simply wish to rest. Then let us depart. For I too long to recline for a while. Mo Qingchuan confessed, feeling a yearning for Yi Shui's bed. Shall we play some games upon our return? Yi Shui Inuited. Mobile Legends? Indeed. The second mock exam is approaching. Is this advisable? Studying requires a balance of relaxation and diligence. Surely, the time spent in school is ample. If you ask me, homework should be disregarded. We ought to focus on enjoyment. Let us revel, Yi Shui proclaimed, rising with her chin held high. From her expression, Mo Qingchuan discerned the rebellious spirit of an academic achiever. Very well. With your scores hovering around 670, placing in the top 3 of the grade, I shall defer to your wisdom. Even if you claim to have no interest in wealth, I would believe you. Subsequently, the two exited the private room and strolled leisurely along the path. Oh, by the way, I recalled something. My father returns tomorrow evening. He might bring out his white liquor and share a drink with you. Mo Qingchuan said slowly. In the past, whenever his father returned, it was always a similar affair, some snacks and family chatter. Mo Juju was also quite the conversationalist, perhaps due to his frequent interactions with clients. Each return often brought small gifts, not extravagant, but thoughtful nonetheless. I do not drink white liquor. Yi Yishui had tried it before. It was simply dreadful, the spiciness overwhelming her palate, leaving only a harsh taste of alcohol. She could not fathom why anyone would enjoy such a beverage. Mo Qingchuan understood that one could not compel others to appreciate what they themselves found unpalatable. He too found it distasteful. Were it not for his father's toast, he would certainly not indulge even a sip. Then perhaps you might substitute juice for liquor, he suggested. That is acceptable, Yi Yishui nodded, her heart brimming with anticipation. She cherished the familial atmosphere that Mo Qingchuan seemed to embody. To possess such a harmonious family dynamic, one could only surmise that his father, whom she had yet to meet, must be a kind and responsible individual. After the gathering on Mo Qingchuan's side had dispersed, another scene unfolded in a CAF where two individuals took their seats. Miao Miao, arms crossed, gazed quizzically at the woman before her, Zhou Yingying. Hey, why did you summon me here? What could possibly require a face-to-face discussion? Miao Miao and Zhou Yingying were hardly acquainted, having scarcely exchanged words. Yet, this time Zhou Yingying insisted on pulling her out, claiming there was something significant to discuss, thus prompting her attendance. There is nothing particularly noteworthy. However, I recently heard that Mo Qingchuan no longer fawns over you and has instead grown quite close to Yi Shui. A faint smirk appeared on Zhou Yingying's lips. Miao Miao raised her eyebrows, instantly incensed. She had no desire to hear about this matter. And yet Zhou Yingying had come to her, brazenly discussing it. What do you mean by this? Did you summon me merely to mock me? Do you believe I won't retaliate? Zhou Yingying wore a placid smile. Miao Miao's agitation was precisely as she had anticipated. Calm down, she said. We are on the same side now, and I can reveal to you an astonishing secret regarding Yi Yishui and Mo Qingchuan. Who is on your side? Miao Miao's expression darkened, but in the next moment, she pivoted her tone. What is this secret? Speak plainly. Zhou Yingying, unhurried, scanned a nearby QR code with her phone and began selecting coffee on the app. Before that, let me ask you, what is your opinion of Yi Shui? Miao Miao crossed her arms, wearing an expression of defiance. I simply find her displeasing. What else could it be? Zhou Yingying chuckled lightly, ordered herself coffee, and then handed her phone to Miao Miao. Choose whatever you like. There are also desserts available. I was thinking, since Yi Yishui has usurped your position, you must have noticed that she pretends to be aloof at school while being quite promiscuous in private. Miao Miao nodded in agreement. Of course I see that. She is nothing but a vile person. Wow, this cup of coffee costs over 30. Isn't that exorbitant? Miao Miao exclaimed, astonished. She had never indulged in such an expensive coffee before. Her father rarely provided her with money, leaving her to rely on her grandparents' meager pension. Though there were admirers, Mo Qingchuan had previously been as stingy as a miser, offering no financial assistance. The other boys, barely managing their own meals, were not well off either, only occasionally gifting her inexpensive cosmetics. The one time she dined at Yuzhen restaurant was organized by the older brother of one of the boys. By the end of the meal, they found themselves short on cash, rummaging through their pockets and WeChat accounts until they covered the bill with borrowed funds. Don't worry about the price. It's on me, Zhou Yingying smiled. All right, then I shall not hold back. You didn't invite me here just for coffee, did you? Speak up. You must have something in mind for me to do. Miao Miao scrolled through her phone, selecting the most expensive option. I do have something I wish for you to undertake. However, before that, let me share their secret with you. Zhou Yingying leaned in closer to Miao Miao's ear and whispered a few words. Then she returned to her seat, awaiting her friend's reaction. Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback. Her mouth agape. You mean to say they have already? She was astounded. Though she had dabbled in relationships, she had never dared to overstep boundaries. To think that Yi Yishui, hailed as the most beautiful girl at Shanghai Yizhong, had engaged in such acts. Indeed, she has gone to great lengths to wrench Mo Qingchuan away from you, Zhou Yingying provocatively insinuated. Bang! Miao suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her complexion appearing somewhat unnatural and tinged with a hint of crimson. How could she, the most esteemed beauty of the school, be subjected to such indignities? Many regarded her as pure and virtuous, but what utter nonsense. How shameless. Mo Qingchuan is also a fool, utterly beguiled by mere beauty. The detestable Yi Yishui, in her quest to usurp Mo Qingchuan, resorted to such despicable tactics. Is it not loathsome to witness such individuals? Zhou Yingying inquired. Indeed, do you wish to retaliate? At the very least, she should not be allowed to enjoy her triumph unchallenged. Yu Miao furrowed her brows. In truth, when Yi Yishui and Mo Qingchuan approached her in class to clarify matters, she had already relinquished her claim on Mo Qingchuan. However, she would not concede to Yi Yishui. Absolutely not. What clever strategy do you propose? Yu Miao asked. Naturally, I possess a cunning plan. Given your extensive connections, engage in casual conversations with these individuals, and inadvertently disseminate Yi Yishui's indiscretions. In due course, as the tale spreads from one to another, it will morph and proliferate uncontrollably. In just a few days, the reputation of the school's belle will be irrevocably tarnished. Zhou Yingying's eyes gleamed with a malevolent chill. The moment she cast her gaze upon Yu Miao, a shiver ran down her spine. This woman is truly terrifying. I could certainly partake in this, but what will you do? Yu Miao countered. Me? I shall engage in similar endeavors. Once public opinion swells, I will post on forums and discuss in groups, leaving her no room to defend herself. With her gaze lowered, Zhou Yingying plotted to drag Yi Yishui, this lofty flower, into the abyss. Surely, the experience would not be pleasant. Mo Qingchuan, you may not cherish me, but if I cannot have you, neither shall anyone else. I will exhaust every means to sever your ties with the women close to you. In the end, you will realize that I am your sole choice. Very well, I understand. I shall undertake this task, for I too find Yi Yishui quite displeasing. I have placed the order. Here's my phone. Yu Miao handed her phone to Zhou Yingying. Their collaboration was sealed with a smile as Zhou Yingying confirmed the payment. After a moment, a notification of insufficient balance appeared. She was taken aback. How could her funds be inadequate? Returning to the app, she discovered that the total exceeded 150. She had only ordered a coffee costing over 20. How could Yu Miao have racked up such a bill? Glancing at her own balance, she gritted her teeth and removed her coffee order, finally completing the transaction. For the sake of the plan's successful execution, what was a trifling amount of money? Chapter 27. Recharge received, alas. Exhaustion overwhelms me. The project has finally been signed, yet this wretched work is unbearable. Mo Zhu reclined on the hotel bed, his expression weary. In order to successfully finalize this project, he had brought along 5 colleagues. Engaging in discussions for several days and indulging in copious amounts of alcohol, leaving him utterly drained. However, upon securing the deal, his bonus would undoubtedly be substantial. Resign? So, resign? And then what? Breathe the north wind? Though Mo Zhu complained, the thought of resignation was unfathomable. Finding work these days was arduous, especially since he had attained a managerial position. Despite the chaotic nature of his benefits, his commissions were quite significant. Furthermore, at his age, with aging parents and young children to support, who would dare to resign? Creep, Brother Mo, I brought some tea from the front desk. At that moment, a young man in his 20s emerged, carrying a tray of detox tea. Both men turned their attention to the youth. Xiaofeng, despite being fresh out of university, your perceptiveness is truly commendable, Mo Zhu praised. I noticed that the 2 leaders had consumed quite a bit of liquor, and I was concerned for your well-being. So I prepared some tea. Feng Yang replied with a cheerful smile, placing the tea on the table. I see you're quite astute. Do you have a partner? Zhu Kai queried. Not. Who dares to date nowadays? Feng Yang stammered. Sensing the 2 leaders' unwavering gaze, he steeled himself and continued, in truth, I have no desire to marry at all. Not marry? Mo Zhu was taken aback. Indeed, leaders, let's not even mention the dowry, the house, or the car. Just consider the reality of middle age. After a long day of work, enduring reprimands from our superiors, returning home only to find my young son engrossed in a video game, miscalculating 2 as 1. During dinner, my elderly parents call to discuss health supplements. And despite saving a bit for a new phone, I am compelled to send them the money. At that moment, my wife insists on purchasing cosmetics and undergoing cosmetic procedures costing tens of thousands. The weight of it all becomes overwhelming. After a long day, when she asks whom I would save first if she and my mother fell into a river, I am left fuming and retreat to the balcony for a smoke, only to discover my lighter has been misplaced. I scroll through my social media, only to find my eldest daughter has posted, "Just because he fathered me doesn't tea make him my dad." After quietly shutting off my phone, I return to the bedroom, only to hear strange noises beneath the bed. Upon investigation, I discover not one, but several men lurking there, and to my dismay, they are all of a darker complexion. "Stop! Stop! Enough!" Mo Zhu interjected hastily. The mere thought of managing the aftermath of a drinking session was already a headache. Now, after hearing Fang Yang's account, he felt even more overwhelmed. Are the younger generation truly this pessimistic about marriage? However, with society's increasingly restless atmosphere, it is indeed likely to breed numerous issues. "Ha ha! Old Mo, do you still wish for your son to marry?" Zhu Kai couldn't contain his laughter. "Of course. My son is exceptional. Why should I worry about him finding a good woman?" Mo Zhu retorted defiantly, though a twinge of apprehension lingered within him. He hoped his son would choose a good spouse, one who did not resemble the type of woman Fang Yang had described. "Xiao Fang, what has brought you to such a dismal view of marriage?" He could not help but inquire. Since time immemorial, deep affection is seldom retained. Once, I believed that possessing her equated to possessing the entire world, and I engraved her deeply within my heart. Yet, a man of lesser appearance and means, lacking my merits, swindled her away with mere flattery. Is it not laughable? Fang Yang did not conceal his sentiments, but expressed them candidly. He harbored no faith in marriage, nor in contemporary women. Hence he devoted his entire being to his career. That experience had shaped his current disposition. In truth, her departure was a blessing in disguise for you, Mo Zhu remarked. Fang Yang nodded, acknowledging the truth of her words. Later, after being used, she sought to return to me, but I severed all contact, relocating to another city. I shall dedicate myself entirely to work, and once I have amassed sufficient wealth, I will retreat to a tranquil place to savor the remainder of life. His ambitions were unequivocal, to earn money and then retire. Mo Zhu and Zhu Kai discerned that if this were indeed his path, it could lead to his advancement. Fang Yang, in his role as a subordinate, was notably more at ease. He did not engage in sycophancy, but rather undertook tasks that brought comfort. For instance, he had instinctively brought tea without being instructed, precisely what was needed. Given some time, he could indeed flourish in his profession. Fang Yang, although society is rife with turbulence, I must remind you not to be too extreme. It is commendable to immerse yourself in your career, yet should a worthy woman cross your path, take heed. A life without marriage may ultimately feel lacking, Mo Zhu advised. Wishing to guide this fine young man away from dismissing all women due to a past experience with one unworthy of his affection. Having undergone such an experience should enable him to better discern a person's character. Fang Yang silently nodded, taking note of her counsel. "Let us rest well today. There is nothing to worry about. Prepare for tomorrow morning, as I've already purchased the high-speed train ticket for the afternoon." Mo Zhu reassured him, patting Fang Yang's shoulder. "Indeed, understood, Mo Ge. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me." Meanwhile, in another realm, Mo Qingchuan passionately swiped across his screen. This time, Yi Yishui was assisting him, and he did not disappoint, successfully achieving a team wipe and securing a pentakill. Following the super minions, they pushed straight to the crystal, claiming victory once more and earning another star. "I'm utterly exhausted. I can't go on." Mo Qingchuan sighed with relief. Playing AD is simply too taxing. One must be vigilant with positioning, wary of ambushes, and cautious of assassins' advances. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Losing even a single point can have significant repercussions. It's far less stressful to play as a support, focusing on self-preservation and safeguarding teammates while avoiding needless losses. "Is that really tiring? You seem inadequate," came Yishui's teasing voice from the other side. "I'm using your body. If you're struggling, it's your body that's failing. It has nothing to do with me. I could play all day without a hitch." Yishue retorted, "Never mind if you are tired, take a rest. I shall indulge in some short videos for a while. After all, I have accumulated enough points for today." Engaging in such a game requires utmost concentration. Thus, it is far more relaxing to watch short videos. All right, Mo Qingchuan replied as he exited the room and closed the game. He subsequently opened the Tomato free novel app and began reading the book titled The Campus Belle Had No Scandals Until We Swapped Bodies. However, he had not read for long before encountering that despicable yellow button. What short read? He scoffed as he switched to watching short videos. Suddenly, a notification popped up at the top of his phone. Recharge notification, dear customer, at 16:29:35 on April 6th, 2024, you have successfully recharged 10,000 yuan through mobile internet recharge services. Chapter 28, Installment Payment. Mo Qingchuan rubbed his eyes, doubting the veracity of what he was seeing. After a thorough rub, he glanced again, and his expression instantly froze. How much? 10,000? Unbelievable. Whose prank message is this? 10,086? Is it truly deposited? He hastily opened the application to check his balance, and upon doing so, he discovered that indeed 10,000 had been credited. What on earth? Who topped it up? Damn! Mo Qingchuan was astonished. His monthly phone bill amounted to only 29. A sum of 10,000 combined with his original balance would suffice for 29 years. 29 years, wow. Who could have contributed such a sum? A large question mark hovered over Mo Qingchuan's mind. His younger sister could not possibly have afforded it, nor could his parents. Such a hefty amount could not be casually deposited for a phone bill. Ding dong. At that moment, another message arrived. Hello, I accidentally charged the wrong number earlier. The 10,000 yuan was meant for you, dear brother. Could you please return it to me? Mo Qingchuan's expression was frozen. 10,000 indeed? How could he possibly repay that? Where could he procure such a sum? He could not return it. After composing a message, he sent it off. Shortly thereafter, a reply came from the other side. Are you unwilling to return it? It's not that, buddy, who charges 10,000 yuan for a phone bill in one go. If you had charged 100 or 200, I would have returned it to you. I'm just a student. I currently have no means to repay such a sum. Mo Qingchuan sighed in resignation. How could someone be so careless? Charging 10,000 by mistake. Truly wealthy. I'm not your buddy. I'm a girl, but this 10,000 yuan in phone credit is genuinely significant to me. You could return it bit by bit. I implore you, dear brother. Mo Qingchuan stared at the message, utterly disdainful. Who was calling him dear brother? Someone who could casually charge 10,000 would surely not be younger than him, right? How about this? Let us first add each other on WeChat and then discuss how to resolve this matter, shall we? Dear brother, Mo Qingchuan hesitated momentarily. Adding WeChat would facilitate the discussion rather than incurring texting fees. All right, my WeChat is this phone number. After responding, he pondered whether to share this incident with Yishue and then inform his parents. After all, 10,000 yuan was not a trifling amount, and he found it challenging to resolve on his own. Before long, a friend request popped up on WeChat. Strawberry tart sauce request to add you as a friend. Accept, decline. Mo Qingchuan clicked accept, and almost immediately, a message from the other side followed. Thank you, dear brother. What do you propose we do about this 10,000 yuan? I would love to hear your thoughts. Meanwhile, at the Yuzhen restaurant, Yi Qingru was curling her toes in embarrassment. Why had she ever engaged in such humiliating conversation? How infuriating. To lure Mo Qingchuan, she must endure this disgrace. Yet, all was for the sake of her niece, her sister, and indeed, for the women of the Yi family. You should first contact customer service to see if the funds can be returned, Mo Qingchuan replied. If a return is possible, that would be ideal. If not, then we shall see. Very well, I shall inquire first. Dear brother, please do not delete me. Mo Qingchuan found himself at a loss for words. Why must the other party type in such a manner? Can we not communicate in a more conventional way? The thought of the phone bill weighed heavily on his mind. If a refund is truly unattainable, how shall he manage this unexpected expenditure of 10,000? Perhaps he should first call Yishue. With that thought, he initiated a video call to her. G-Bond. Huh? Are you quite fond of Juju Xia? Hello? What is up? At that moment, Yishue lay on her bed, gazing at Mo Qingchuan through the screen. Just now, a stranger inexplicably topped up my phone with 10,000 yuan. I asked her to contact customer service. But if a refund is impossible, I may need you to discuss this with my mother. 10,000? Yi Shui tilted her head in confusion. Indeed, 10,000. It's overwhelming. I cannot fathom how someone could make such a mistake. Is 10,000 a large sum? She retorted. Mo Qingchuan found himself momentarily speechless. 10,000, is it not substantial? His family was merely of average means. If necessary, I can transfer it to you directly. This matter should not trouble your mother. Yi Shui gently suggested. I believe I have over 100 in my bank account. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. What are you saying? How can a high school student possess such wealth? Well, considering she resided in a spacious 300-square-meter home, it was indeed incomparable. Dear father, when shall you transform into a dragon? He too wished to revel in the luxuries of affluence. No need for your assistance. Keep your funds for yourself. My family and I will manage this situation. Mo Qingchuan firmly declined the offer. He could not accept the money. Although Yi Shui might view it as trivial, he felt it was inappropriate. Very well. Should you need to discuss this with your mother, just give me a signal. Okay. I will first have a chat with that foolish person who made the erroneous top-up and see how we can resolve this. Mo Qingchuan referred to the other party as a fool, as he could hardly conceive of someone capable of mistakenly topping up 10,000 yuan. A reasonable person would surely double-check the phone number a few times, wouldn't they? After ending the call, he changed the contact note for strawberry tartar sauce to fool and resumed scrolling through short videos. Shortly thereafter, the other party began sending messages. I inquired, but they said there's no way to process a refund. What should we do? In truth, Yi Qingru had not even bothered to ask. She was indifferent to the sum of money. Now that they had exchanged contact information, this 10,000 had already served its purpose in her eyes. No way to refund? That indeed complicates matters. Mo Qingchuan frowned, pondering his next move before typing. I do have a suggestion, but I'm unsure if you would be amenable. Dear brother, what is your suggestion? Installment payments. That works. How much would I owe each month? 29. Having sent the message, Mo Qingchuan did not expect the other party to agree immediately. He merely proposed the idea of installments and intended to negotiate the specifics thereafter. After all, repaying 29 each month would take an eternity. The other party likely needed this phone credit urgently and would probably not consent to such a small amount. All right, thank you. Dear brother. Huh? Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth in surprise, pondering the situation. Could it be true? Had he truly agreed so readily? However, for him, there was no loss in this acquiescence. It was merely akin to a monthly deduction from his phone bill. He expressed his gratitude and then exited the chat, promptly altering his contact name from Big Fool to Cured but still drooling. He decided to relinquish any further concern, intending to take a short rest before having dinner and reviewing some exercises later. At the Yuzhen restaurant, Yi Qingru joyfully swayed her delicate feet. Just wait, little one. I shall play with you. Her plan was to engage him in conversation, sharing snippets of her daily life to pique his interest. Even if he responded with indifference, she remained confident that she could gradually transform their dynamic. Once their exchanges became fervent, her next step would undoubtedly succeed. Oh yeah, dear aunt has made great sacrifices this time. I must unveil this fellow's true nature. Chapter 29, their names at this moment. Zhang Xiang lay feebly on his bed. The curtains were drawn tightly, enveloping the room in darkness, and his eyes were slightly glistening with tears. 3 blows had inflicted deep wounds upon him. Nearly 3 years of unrequited love had come to an end. He murmured softly. He wished to reach out to Tang Wang for a chat, to offer her some comfort. Yet his own spirits were low, and with his clumsy tongue, how could he console another in sorrow? He had picked up his phone multiple times only to set it down again, even typing out messages only to delete them in frustration. Perhaps it is for the best that it has ended. Now he can let go. Perhaps he should make the most of this final time, striving to improve his grades. If love is unattainable, then surely academic achievements must suffice. He endeavored to suppress his grief, picking up the tablet beside him, sitting at his study desk, opening his saved videos, and beginning to attend lessons. If fate has not yet revealed his destined partner, then he should focus on self-improvement. Forge ahead, young man. Tang Wen's eyes were already swollen from crying. Upon returning home, she had sequestered herself in her bedroom. After so long in secret admiration, it all amounted to nothing. She squeezed her phone, hesitating for a moment, feeling an overwhelming need to express herself. Since the situation had reached this point, she might as well unleash her feelings. With that thought, she opened the chat window, her fingers flying over the keys, sending message after message to Jingbai. I know you have someone you care for, but there is something I must confess. You see, I have liked you for a long time. It dates back to our military training in the first year of high school. At that time, my poor eating habits had left me weak, and the training was quite a burden. As expected, after a class meeting, I lost my footing and tumbled down the stairs. I felt a sharp pain in my ankle, and sensation vanished. I could not rise. Though my classmates expressed concern, they were a loss, and only you stepped forward to examine my ankle, discovering the swelling. Then, to my astonishment, you scooped me up and rushed me to the infirmary. In that moment, I thought, how could such a handsome person exist? Had I finally encountered my Prince Charming? In your arms, gazing at your profile, my heart raced uncontrollably. Yet you, despite having exchanged contact information, treated me with indifference. I could not comprehend why you were so decisive in carrying me, yet so distant in conversation. Reflecting now, I realize you were already betrothed, making it unlikely for you to grow close to another girl. But you, how could you be so cruel? You made me fall for you only to bury those feelings for nearly 3 years. And then today, you plunged a dagger into my heart. I despise you. After sending the message, Tang Wen could no longer hold back her tears. It was over, though a slight relief washed over her after expressing her feelings. The lingering ache remained. After approximately a minute, Jingbai replied to her message. I never anticipated that my initial action would lead to this. At the time, I was merely concerned about the severe swelling in my foot and felt an urgent need for treatment, without considering anything else. After all, I'm already engaged, and we have developed mutual affection. I could never commit an act of betrayal. There are countless admirable men in the world. Perhaps you should pay more attention to those around you, as your Prince Charming may have been by your side all along. Tang Wen pressed her lips together after reading this. This fellow, it appears, never harbored any feelings for her from the very beginning. Perhaps this is for the best. Jingbai did not keep her hanging, and the lingering connection would have been even more painful. I know what you are implying. It is to make me pay attention to Zhang Xiang, right? I truly feel nothing for him. I regard him merely as a friend. This time, Jingbai responded rather quickly. Well, let us look forward and adjust our mindset to prepare for the college entrance examination. Perhaps in university, I will encounter that special someone. Tang Wen wiped her tears, fully aware of this without needing a reminder. But you shall be remembered with resentment for a lifetime. Jingbai sent her 6 dots and then ceased communication. After waiting for a while, she flung her phone away. How infuriating! A man so indifferent. From this moment forth, you have been dismissed by me. I shall no longer acknowledge you. After saying this, she felt a pang of grievance. When dinner time arrived, she had no appetite, as if she had reverted to her previous state. My youth is far from perfect. Later that night, around 10, Mo Qingchuan finished studying, took a shower, and lay back down on his bed. The day had passed rather swiftly. He was chatting with Yi Shui on his phone. Ever since they had exchanged bodies, the two would converse each night before sleep. I see you have a computer. May I play on it for a while? What is the password? Yi Shui read it. No, you cannot. Mo Qingchuan decline it. I want to. You cannot. What must I do to be allowed to play? Yi Shui had already brought the computer to bed, but the password barred her from entering the Windows desktop. She had been eyeing this computer for quite some time. Today she could no longer resist the urge to play hybrid plants versus zombies. How vexing. Mo Qingchuan, hoarding such a wretched computer and denying her access. What is so entertaining about that computer? I can play a few rounds of Honor of Kings with you. Mo Qingchuan es lips twitched. There were great secrets contained within that computer. How could he allow anyone else to access it? Even his sister did not know the password. I'm not playing Honor of Kings. I've had enough of that. I want to use the computer. I want to use the computer. I want to use the computer. Yi Shui began to flood the chat with messages. Mo Qingchuan remained steadfast. Secrets are secrets, and he would not yield. To uncover the secrets, one would have to step over his corpse. Stop dreaming. Get some rest, Miss Yi. Yishui pouted, exclaiming, what's the point? If I can't even play on a computer, who cares? Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that even a regular computer can be quite agreeable after a brief period of use. Unless, of course, it harbors some unspeakable secret. Her eyes glimmered. Could it be that this computer contains such things? Yi Shui picked up her phone and began her inquiries. Mo Qingchuan, is there something unclean within your computer? Unclean? Absolutely not. There's no need for further explanation. I'm already aware. You might as well confess. My computer is impeccably clean. Mo Qingchuan ri taught stupidly. Is it? Then I shall have someone crack your computer's password tomorrow. Do not doubt me. My family possesses numerous technological enterprises brimming with talent. In an instant, Mo Qingchuan fell silent. Is this truly appropriate? That is my computer. How can you act in such a manner? However, if you simply divulge what resides within your computer, I shall refrain from delivering it to anyone. Yi Shui did not press him for the password. She merely wished to compel him to acknowledge the presence of something unsavory, to prevent him from maintaining his obstinacy. Mo Qingchuan pondered for a moment, then relented. Although he was not well acquainted with Yi Shui's family, the fact that a high school student could possess hundreds of thousands in her bank account spoke volumes. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. Yi Shui's eyes brightened. Was he about to concede? Indeed, my computer does contain certain unsavory items, all of which were bestowed upon me by the esteemed Big Head. Well, just that? Be more specific. Yi Shui could not suppress a smirk. Now we were getting somewhere. Very well. Those unsavory items all possess names. Sister-in-law's coercion, sister's fantasies, sister-in-law's pleas, cousin's wails, eldest sister's struggles, wife's demands, teacher's lessons, CEO's bullying, aunt's tenderness. Chapter 30. The Gift. How outrageous. Leaf Ishue's face flushed as she beheld the names sent by Mo Qingchuan. This fellow, who usually appeared so earnest, was secretly indulging in such frivolities. Unforgivable. A thorough cleansing was imperative. Clutching her laptop, she hesitated for a moment before ultimately placing it back on her study desk. It would be inappropriate to meddle with someone else's study materials. Climbing into bed, she picked up her phone and replied to Mo Qingchuan's message. Pervert. Sleep. After sending her message, she switched off her phone and burrowed under the covers. Meanwhile, Mo Qingchuan felt a tinge of embarrassment. You were the one who compelled me to say that. It's not my fault. Upon receiving Leaf Ishue's message, he sent a simple goodnight and turned off his phone, slipping under the blankets. Yet neither of them fell asleep immediately. Instead, they found themselves lost in a sea of thoughts. The more they pondered, the more their minds wandered to inappropriate realms. It was only when exhaustion overtook them that they finally succumbed to slumber. The following day, a Sunday, the boarding students were required to return to school for 2 evening study sessions. However, the day students had no such obligation and would resume classes on Monday. Mo Qingchuan had a rather leisurely day, studying for a while, engaging in some gaming with Leaf Yishui, chatting with his good friends, and perusing the photos of cross-dressing sent by Jingbai. The day passed rather pleasantly. In the midst of it, he received a message from Zhu, who had recovered, and he nonchalantly replied. Spending the entire day at home was indeed refreshing. Leaf Yishui felt similarly, though Mo Qingmiao had ventured out for yet another outing. As night fell and mealtime approached, Leaf Yishui, Feng Mei, and Mo Qingmiao gathered around the dining table. Let us eat first. Your father will be home shortly, Feng Mei stated, serving the dishes before them. The spread was quite lavish today, featuring 6 dishes and a soup, including 2 appetizers likely intended for Mo Zhu. Mom, what gifts did Dad bring us this time? Mo Qingmiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. So focused on gifts, yet you seem to have forgotten about your father, Feng Mei replied, rolling her eyes. How could I forget? But I'm curious about what the gifts are. Mo Qingmiao chimed in pitifully. Enough. Speak normally, or I shall give you a good thrashing. Feng Mei could hardly tolerate Mo Qingmiao's high-pitched voice, wondering where she had learned such antics. Despite attempts to correct her, the girl persistently resorted to such behavior. Leaf Yishui chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent as she savored the familial atmosphere. "Ah, brother, save me. Mom's being violent. Someone's going to get hurt." Mo Qingchuan exclaimed dramatically, clinging to Leaf Yishue's arm. "All right, sit still and eat." Leaf Yishue tapped Mo Qingchuan on the head with her chopsticks. After spending these past few days together, she had grown accustomed to Mo Qingchuan's personality. Though outwardly mischievous, she was more of a playful spirit and generally listened when spoken to. "Who dares to lay a hand on my precious daughter?" Suddenly, a figure burst through the door. Clad in formal attire, a bouquet of flowers in hand, he moved with the agility of youth, taking 2 strides before kneeling on one knee, sliding to Feng Mei's side. "Ah, it is my beloved wife." Mo Zhu extended her hands, offering a bouquet of flowers to Feng Mei. The fluidity of her movements resembled the gentle flow of water, devoid of any clumsiness. Yi Yishue was taken aback, then burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Indeed, the father of this family was no ordinary man. This was the first time she had witnessed someone execute such seamless gestures. None of the variety shows or dramas she had seen had ever achieved this level of grace. One could surmise that he must have practiced extensively. At his age, engaging in such displays was quite amusing. Feng Mei feigned disdain, yet a smile graced her lips. She accepted the flowers with both hands, inhaling their fragrance, her heart swelling with joy. "Go wash your hands and eat. You still carry the scent of alcohol," she remarked. Mo Zhu scratched his head, admitting, "I've been worn out by the clients these past few days. Every contract negotiation involves drinking, and I have no choice in the matter." In his line of work, many contracts were indeed settled over meals, but the prerequisite was the ability to converse and entertain the clients. This phase inevitably involved alcohol. Having said that, he patted the shoulders of Yi Yishue and Mo Qingchuan. "Guess what I brought you?" Mo Qingchuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Something delicious?" No. Mo Zhu shook his index finger side to side. "Try again." "Something fun?" He shook his head once more. Mo Qingchuan pondered, unable to deduce what her father had in store. Finally, she resorted to a playful pout. "Daddy, your daughter is too silly to guess. Just show me already." She tugged at her father's arm. Since his daughter had implored him, Mo Zhu decided to reveal his surprise. He produced a keychain from his bag, adorned with pink hair and a blissfully vacant expression, dressed in Eden Academy's uniform. "Wow, Oignon, how adorable!" Mo Qingchuan exclaimed, rising to take the keychain in her hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. She was truly enamored with this gift. Seeing his daughter's joy, Mo Zhu smiled, having stumbled upon this trinket during a shopping trip, convinced that his daughter would cherish it. Fortunately, he knew her tastes well. Next came the turn for his son. This time, he did not leave it to guessing. He simply extracted an item from his bag. "Here, goji berries, good for nourishment." Yi Yishue raised an eyebrow, incredulous. "Are you serious? Does he need this?" She chided Mo Zhu playfully. "You're the one who could use some nourishment." Feng Mei playfully nudged Mo Zhu, then gave him a gentle kick. "I think you should really take care of yourself. Now, hurry and wash your hands for dinner." Clearing his throat, Mo Zhu complied without protest, dutifully heading to wash up. Yi Yishue stared at the box of goji berries, contemplating. Did she need them? Perhaps she would ask Mo Qingchuan later. "Son, you're still young. You don't need this. I'll take it and send you a red envelope later," Feng Mei declared, snatching the goji berries away. "All right," Yi Yishue agreed, realizing she indeed had no use for them. "Who at 18 drinks this stuff? Brother, isn't it pretty?" Mo Qingchuan flaunted the keychain to Yi Yishue, her excitement palpable. Feeling somewhat foolish, seemingly lacking in intelligence, Yi Yishue assessed the anime character on the pendant. "Isn't it simply adorable?" she mused. "Monta Qingchuan Chakotzofli," then dashed to her room to attach the pendant to her backpack zipper. Soon after, the four gathered around the dining table to partake in their meal. Montak Tzu, having indulged excessively in alcohol during their outing, opted instead for juice and began to boast about her prowess in handling the client. Immersed in such a delightful atmosphere, Yi Yishue felt a profound sense of contentment. Chapter 31. The young master and the butler in the opulent suite of Litong Hotel. Prince Kai reclined on the bed, his upper body bare, while a quilt covered his lower half. He held a woman in his arms, the aftermath of their encounter evident. A cigarette dangled from his lips as he exhaled tendrils of smoke, his eyes half closed. Master Kai, when will you take me on a trip? I've been waiting for so long, the woman cooed softly. Prince Kai released a puff of smoke, fixating his gaze on her as he licked his lips. Several red marks marred his neck. Don't be impatient. I'm still in school and can't run around carelessly. If my father catches wind of it, I'll be in for scolding, he replied with a chuckle, his interest rekindled. The woman let out a playful huff, eliciting a shiver from him. A surge of desire ignited within him as he extinguished his cigarette and pulled her beneath him. Oh, how annoying. You're such a tease. She gasped lightly. Come here, my darling, Prince Kai urged, lifting the quilt in preparation for another round of passion. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his mobile phone shattered the moment, jolting him in surprise and filling him with irritation. Damn it, who the hell is calling? He glanced at the screen, and, upon seeing the caller ID, his anger diminished significantly. It was an old family butler, a peer of his father. Hello, Uncle Lee. Why are you calling at this hour? Despite his calm tone, traces of annoyance lingered in his voice. Forgive the interruption, young master. Regarding the matter you asked me to investigate, we have made some progress. Based on your description and surveillance footage around the school, we have identified the student who assaulted you. His name is Mo Qingchuan. He comes from an ordinary background. His mother is an elementary school teacher, but his father is quite intriguing. Prince Kai raised an eyebrow. An ordinary background was manageable, but the mention of intriguing piqued his curiosity. He glanced at the woman beside him, struggling to suppress his inner fervor, eager to end the call. Uncle Ali, please be concise. I have matters to attend to, he urged impatiently. He loathed being disturbed during serious discussions, especially when the butler was dragging his feet in conversation. Were it not for the butler's management of family affairs, he would have already unleashed his frustration. Mo Qingchuan's father is named Mo Zhu, and he has held a managerial position in our branch company for 8 years. Over the years, Mo Zhu's performance has been outstanding. He has secured half of the contract for the branch and holds considerable respect internally. Many high-ranking officials fear crossing him, as losing his contracts would lead to unsold drones and significant losses. Master, I advise against confrontation. It would be wiser to negotiate at the dining table and have him apologize. A harmonious approach fosters prosperity and serves the greater good. If Mo Zhu were to leave, it would greatly impact the branch, potentially leading to losses and closure. Prince Kai's expression darkened, his forehead taut with tension. He was already infuriated by the assault, and now a mere commoner dared to lay hands on him? The butler's suggestion to merely seek an apology felt like an affront, making his humiliation all the more unbearable. Even if the police were called, there would be no outcome. First, it is of no consequence to him. Second, he struck first. Third, there are no visible or internal injuries, merely momentary pain. Uncle Lee, let me be frank. I intend to deal with him. He is merely a corporate drone. What significance does his position hold? In my company, my word is law. I demand his immediate dismissal. Wang Zikai shouted. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. A few seconds later, the voice responded. Young master, this is merely a fleeting display of power, and it will not benefit the company's progress. I hope you can remain composed, Uncle Lee advised. I'm perfectly composed. What? Is my authority in my own company not to be acknowledged? Can a mere supervisor exert such influence? Were they anyway? I refuse to believe that such a large company cannot function without him. Uncle Lee felt a throbbing headache. Recently, the company had encountered various issues and was already overwhelmed, with the main office having delayed wages for a month. The branch office, however, was thriving, and they had contemplated relinquishing or tightening operations at the main office to focus on the branch. If this continued, the company would inevitably collapse. A transformation was imperative. Young master, Mo Zhu has served in the branch office for 8 years. Should he be dismissed, the compensation will not be insignificant. I fear. What? There is compensation for dismissal? What can they do if it's not given? I have heard that the company has done this before and ultimately did not pay. Why should he be treated differently? This matter is hardly significant, is it? Uncle Lee, do you truly refuse to assist me with such a trivial issue? You must understand that this company will eventually be my property. You need only execute my commands. Even if Mo Zhu possesses exceptional abilities, what of it? Does society lack competent individuals? We can simply hire another. I do not wish to discuss this matter again, Uncle Li. Wang Zikai concluded his outburst, met once more with a brief silence. He refrained from speaking further, awaiting Uncle Li's capitulation. Uncle Li had served his father for many years, yet he remained merely a steward. His descendants could not afford to offend Wang Zikai, for they aspired to become his personal steward. I understand, young master. I will address this matter, and you may await my news with ease. Beep. The call ended. Humph. Wang Zikai tossed his phone aside in frustration. Do you comprehend who your master is? Advising me to consider the greater good? To maintain harmony for prosperity? You are merely an old dog tethered to my father. How dare you instruct me on how to conduct myself? The woman beside him was accustomed to his temper. She knew Wang Zikai often lost his composure. However, she had ample experience with such matters. Her left hand gently rested upon Wang Zikai's chest, her fingertips gliding across his skin, enticing his heart. Young Master Kai, calm down. An old dog is not worth your ire. If you let your anger harm your health, what shall I do? The woman's voice was sultry, laced with allure. She pressed her chest closer to Wang Zikai, exhaling a fragrant breath. In an instant, Wang Zikai felt a shift. His anger dissipated, and he gazed at the woman with rapt fascination. Your allure is truly insatiable, igniting a desire to consume every last bone of yours. He embraced the woman tightly. Oh, that's simply one do. She is still young. How could one indulge in her? She wishes to live a few more years to accompany young Kai. If I were not here, could you manage? Shall we put that to the test right now? Demaya, Chapter 32. Rumors were you doing? Yi Yishui lay on her bed, swinging her feet as she sent messages on her phone. Sunday had come to an end, and school would commence again tomorrow. Why aren't you sleeping yet? Mo Qingchuan inquired, noticing her late-night activity. How can I sleep when you're still awake? She replied, teasingly reciting a tongue twister. Big chicken. Big pear, big fence. Big chicken, big pear, big fence. Chicken is bigger than pear. Fence is bigger than chicken. Can you send me an audio of that? Mo Qingchuan was puzzled by the source of this tongue twister and had yet to attempt it himself. Yi Yishui glanced at him and snorted. You go first. Big chicken. Big pear, big chicken. Mo Qingchuan hesitated, sensing something amiss, and abruptly stopped, exclaiming, wow, that was close. This tongue twister was indeed challenging. Attempting to recite it twice without faltering was no easy feat in the next moment. Yi Yishui sent him an audio message. Upon opening it, her voice resonated clearly, each word articulated perfectly, devoid of any entanglement. Damn it, is this the gap between me and a genius girl? Mo Qingchuan lamented silently. Impressive, impressive, he praised after listening. Just a trivial matter, lacking any challenge. By the way, is Wenk feeling so down that it might affect her studies? As class monitor, will she consider resigning from her position? Yi Yishui inquired with a hint of concern. Today, when she messaged Tang Wenk, the response was minimal, suggesting she was still in a fragile state. If this continued, the responsibilities of being class monitor might become a burden for her. Don't worry, it won't happen. You're overthinking. Once one has tasted power, it's hard to relinquish it, and Mo Qingchuan reassured her. How do you know? I was a hygiene monitor in elementary school. Wow, you're quite the authority, Mr. Hygiene Monitor. Let's keep it low-key. All right, time for bed. Good night. After sending the message, Mo Qingchuan intended to turn off his phone and sleep. Yet, the notification sound chimed once more. He picked it up to find a picture sent by Ji Hao, who had just recovered and was drooling. Upon opening it, he was met with an image of long, slender legs, tightly wrapped in black stockings, the fabric delicate and elastic, perfectly conforming to the skin, accentuating the leg's slenderness and allure. Uncertain if the picture had been edited, Mo Qingchuan could only respond with a question mark. What is this person up to? Is she resorting to seduction to ensure I make my payments on time? Do you think it's nice? Ji Hao inquired. If you're worried I won't make my payments, that's entirely unnecessary. Anyway, I'm going to bed now, he replied before shutting off his phone. Once the light was extinguished, the room fell into silence. Before long, his breathing steadied. Meanwhile, next door, Yi Qingru stomped her feet in frustration. Damn it, what does it mean? Asking if I look good, and you say you're going to sleep. She was exasperated, especially since she had sent the picture confidently, without any editing. The cold response was disheartening. Don't be upset, don't be upset. She patted her chest, beginning to calmly analyze the situation. Is it truly possible that there are boys who do not enjoy watching? Unthinkable. Can they still be considered men? Oof. Is he attempting to play hard to get with me? Yi Qingru sat on the bed, crossing her legs, exuding an aura of subtle allure enhanced by her black stockings. There's no rush. I have ample time to see how long he can maintain this charade. On Monday, the day students began to return to school in droves. However, many who encountered Mo Qingchuan on the way bore peculiar expressions. He felt a twinge of confusion. Hadn't he merely been seen in close proximity to Yi Shuai? They weren't even dating. Why the strange looks? Old? Hey, have you heard? That person who's been getting close to Master, he was previously pursuing another girl. You saw that news too, right? Yes, indeed. I heard Master Yi was the one who pursued that boy, stealing him away. She even resorted to seduction to get him into bed. Upon first hearing this news, I was genuinely shocked. I never imagined Master Yi would behave in such a manner. That boy seems to be named Mo Qingchuan. Oh my, how enviable. It said that they didn't even take precautions. Could she end up pregnant before the college entrance exams? Mo Qingchuan's face darkened upon hearing this. What nonsense is this? Where did these rumors originate? If they were merely suggesting that the two had been seen together more often, that would be one thing, but what about all this other nonsense? Hey, what are you all talking about? He asked, his tone laced with irritation as he approached the group of boys. Dude, it's your fault. You were too loud. We got overheard. Cough, Master Yi. We only heard it from others. Didn't you know? One of the boys replied awkwardly. The two boys gazed at Mo Qingchuan, their hearts racing. His looks were undeniably impeccable, embodying the ideal they all aspired to. Each of his actions inadvertently captivated their attention. Mo Qingchuan furrowed his brow. He was genuinely unaware of the situation and had not received any tidings. This indicated that the rumor had yet to spread fully. I truly don't know. Could you explain what is happening? He glanced at the time. There were still a few minutes until morning exercises began, ample time for a brief explanation. Well, if we tell you, please don't get angry and hit us, one boy said, a hint of fear in his voice. I won't resort to violence. Mo Qingchuan replied. Cough, that's a relief. It's rather strange, you see. A boy in our class suddenly claimed in the class group that he had heard something sensational. That Master Yi, in her pursuit of a man, would stop at nothing. Exactly. He said that your classmate, Mo Qingchuan, who had been pursuing you Miao Miao for nearly 3 years, suddenly seems to be very close to you. A boy who has chased after a girl for 3 years must harbor deep feelings. How could he suddenly grow so close to another girl? After their conversation, he began to speak. In truth, Master Yi, you have always harbored feelings for Mo Qingchuan. Your pursuit has been premeditated for quite some time. They say, you two are together. That. The subsequent words were too difficult for the young man to articulate in the presence of Mo Qingchuan. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly suffer a severe beating. What was the name of that young man? Wang Chong. I understand. You both may proceed to school now. Mo Qingchuan's voice turned icy. Oh. The two hurriedly departed, sensing Mo Qingchuan's anger. In truth, upon witnessing the expression of the school belle, one could discern that the rumor was largely fabricated. Indeed, it was too far-fetched to be credible. Yet, once a rumor takes flight, quelling it becomes an arduous task. Everyone possesses a penchant for gossip. With a mere flick of the tongue, several individuals may become aware, and the rumor may even mutate. Moreover, this pertains to the first school belle of Shana No. 1 High School. With her status, it becomes increasingly challenging to suppress the speculation. Wang Chong, one of the fish raised by Yu Miao Miao. His gaze darkened. He had previously warned Yu Miao Miao against stirring trouble, and now she dared to emerge. With the second mock exam approaching, he had not anticipated such a vexing incident would arise at this time. Why are you standing there motionless? Came the voice of Yi Shuai from behind. Mo Qingchuan exhaled softly, turning to face Yi Shuai. Miss Yi, it appears we may be facing some trouble. Chapter 33. The past. Mo Qingchuan took a minute to elucidate the matter to Yi Shui. Upon hearing the details, she understood that there must be someone behind the scenes inciting this turmoil. Perhaps only within their class group had no rumors been disseminated, while other class groups were less certain. Yi Shui appeared remarkably composed, yet her gaze was frigid. It was impossible to harbor no emotions. The malicious spread of such rumors by hidden figures was utterly repugnant. No one wishes for their integrity to be tarnished by slander, particularly significant for a girl. Although she harbored distinct feelings for Mo Qingchuan, their relationship had yet to evolve to that stage. They were not even in the realm of being romantic partners. Prior to that, they needed to preserve their pure friendship. Such rumors could very well create fissures between them. When one is slandered, the burden of pressure can be substantial, leading to thoughts of evasion as a form of self-preservation. Once such thoughts arise, it is inevitable that cracks will form in their relationship. It was almost certain that this was related to Miao Miao. To think she would dare to stir trouble after the last warning. Mo Qingchuan clenched his fists. However, she was undoubtedly not the mastermind behind this incident. Yi Shui looked at Mo Qingchuan and inquired, "Is there someone else involved?" Mo Qingchuan took a deep breath to steady himself, recalling, "Do you remember I mentioned Zhou Yingying?" "Yes, but has she not given up?" "She is quite persistent in her pursuit of you." Yi Shui was taken aback that someone who had remained inactive for nearly 3 years would suddenly re-emerge at this moment. It seemed she had been biding her time in the shadows. I was careless. On the night we exchanged bodies, I received several calls from an unfamiliar number. After hanging up a few times, I became irritated and cursed a bit during the call, only to discover it was Zhou Yingying. He continued, "She recognized your voice and deduced that we were together." This was something he had kept to himself, thinking that once shared, Zhou Yingying would relinquish her pursuit and revert to merely observing from afar. After all, she had been watching for 3 years, yet just before graduation, she could no longer contain herself. His mood was undeniably soured, for Zhou Yingying was quite insidious and skilled in her manipulations. So it was her orchestrating this all along. I suspected Miao Miao lacked the audacity to act alone, likely incited by Zhou Yingying. Yi Shui pieced together the puzzle. It was almost certain that Miao Miao had unleashed her other classmates to spread this matter within the class group. These two truly were partners in crime. Yi Shui nodded, then glanced at the time. "Let us discuss this while we walk. We must not be late. By the way, what exactly did Zhou Yingying do to make you so averse to her?" This was a question she had long wished to pose, initially waiting for an opportune moment. However, circumstances now necessitated the inquiry. Understanding the history between Zhou Yingying and Mo Qingchuan was essential for her to counteract effectively. Indeed, she would never remain passive. The slanderers wish to tarnish her reputation, and their hearts are deserving of condemnation. Yet, she is no saint. Forgiveness is the domain of the divine. What she must do is emerge victorious from this web of rumors. Sighing heavily, Mo Qingchuan began. "After I initially rejected her, I thought the matter would simply fade away. However, she later sent me a letter, professing that I was her first crush and that she merely wished to give me a small gift as a memento. Something that would remind me of a girl who once liked me. I was so naive at the time, not considering the possibility of her setting a trap. So I went along. Upon arriving, I found myself alone, and the gift was contained within a light bag, the contents unknown to me. She instructed me to close my eyes and retrieve the gift from the bag, and I complied. To my utter shock, when I pulled it out, I discovered it was lingerie. I was completely taken aback. What girl would give such a gift? In the next moment, Zhou Yingying snatched the lingerie from me. She declared, "Your fingerprints are now on this lingerie. If you don't want me to report you, agree to be my boyfriend, or else I will ruin your life. And you won't even be able to continue your studies." I was utterly bewildered. With such a heavy accusation looming over me, I was at a loss for words. Looking around, I realized there were no security cameras in sight, leaving me utterly helpless. If I refused, it seemed my life would be irrevocably damaged. She would likely succeed in framing me for theft, as I had no evidence to prove my innocence. Yet if I acquiesced, I feared I would be trapped in a life dictated by her whims. After much contemplation, I still chose to refuse. She looked at me with a cold smile and said, I never expected you would still refuse after this. How much do you dislike me? But it matters not. If you don't agree, prepare to face the consequences. Fortunately, fate had not abandoned me. At that moment, Jingbai emerged from behind the foliage, exclaiming, "What a malicious woman! Fear not, my friend. Let her shout. I shall be your witness." With Jingbai's support as a witness, I found a glimmer of hope. And Zhou Yingying was taken aback by his presence, casting him a venomous glance before departing, bringing a temporary reprieve to the situation. After that incident, I blocked all means of communication with Zhou Yingying, but she was relentless and sought me out. To avoid further harassment, I began searching for a suitable target to use as a shield. Soon, I came across Miao Miao, who was simultaneously flirting with several boys. I was certain she would reject my advances. Consequently, I redirected most of my energy towards my studies. Nonetheless, every recollection of that incident left me feeling nauseated, and I prefer not to speak of it. Yi Yishui listened intently, her assessment of Zhou Yingying deepening. Malicious and willing to employ any means to achieve her ends. Not only was her exterior dark, but her heart was equally so. Why was Jingbai there at that moment? Ye Yisui inweited. Mo Qingchuan's expression was one of confusion. Is this the crux of the matter? Later, after I became acquainted with Jingbai, I inquired about it. He mentioned that he was frequently harassed by girls, which prompted him to seek out a quiet, secluded spot during breaks to play on his phone, and it was by chance that he stumbled upon that scene. After all, as the campus heartthrob, many were eager to flirt with him. As the two conversed, they arrived at the school gate. Students from various grades began to converge. Entering the premises, the head of the security department stood nearby, observing Yishui and Mo Qingchuan as they walked side by side, and he greeted them with a smile. He was convinced that this pair was destined. They returned his smile, thankful for the timely intervention of the security personnel when they were cornered that day. As they made their way to their respective classes, a cacophony of whispers surrounded them. Numerous onlookers cast peculiar glances in their direction. Both Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui found this scrutiny distasteful, yet they held their heads high. The pure shall remain clear, while the impure shall reveal their own nature. Chapter 34. Father and son, the two individuals approached the class line and set down their backpacks. Most of the students in the class had yet to hear about the rumor, so everything appeared relatively normal. At that moment, Jingbai and the two approached. Chuan, I inadvertently overheard the matter concerning you and Yi Yishui. Surely, it must be a rumor? Jingbai inquired, unable to believe that the two could have engaged in such activities at this early stage. It must be mere gossip. Who is the fool spreading such slander? This tarnishes both the reputation of the school beauty and Qingchuan. From the very moment Zhang Xiang caught wind of the rumor, he remained skeptical. After spending so much time with Mo Qingchuan, how could he not know the truth? At most, the two had merely held hands. He would wager a packet of spicy snacks on it. Indeed, it is a rumor, and I have come to understand who orchestrated this matter, Yi Yishui replied. It can't possibly be that woman, can it? Jingbai's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the distance, where Zhou Yingying was reciting her lesson. Apart from her, it seemed unlikely that anyone else harbored such malicious intent to spread such rumors. It is her, Mo Qingchuan confirmed. Should we inform the teacher? Or perhaps involve the authorities? Jingbai asked, concerned. This situation could not be allowed to fester, as it would have significant repercussions for the two involved. Mo Qingchuan shook his head. It would be futile. The root of the issue cannot be quelled. The rumor would only be further demonized. We know who the mastermind is, but we lack evidence to prove it. In fact, she even directed Miao Miao to carry out the dissemination, and then Miao Miao had her sycophants spread it in other class groups. At this juncture, Jingbai and Zhang Xiang began to grasp the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a troublesome matter, fraught with difficulty. The status of the first school beauty would only amplify scrutiny and discussion. Some individuals revel in witnessing those perched atop the pinnacle plummet into the abyss. Have you all considered how to respond? Is there anything we can do to assist? Yi Yishui pondered before stating, we certainly require your help. Whether on the school forum or in group chats, we hope you can lend your voices to our cause. We need to introduce some differing perspectives. Otherwise, there will be little room for maneuver in this situation. Her brow furrowed. They were far too reactive in this predicament. While alternative voices might yield some effect, it felt insufficient, lacking by a considerable margin. However, time was of the essence, and they needed to take action, at the very least to prevent the rumor from being further demonized. It is time for morning exercises. Everyone, please take your positions. The homeroom teacher, Jean Miao, called out sternly. All right, then this matter shall be entrusted to the two and me, Jingbai nodded. Heading toward the back of the line, alongside the two, Mo Qingchuan turned to Yi Shui and said, You should join as well. Do not feel too much pressure. I am here for you. Yi Shui paused momentarily, then smiled. You are here for me. I haven't heard that in quite some time. I didn't expect to hear it again in such a moment. Okay, Yi Shui replied, making her way toward the rear of the line. Mo Qingchuan also adjusted his steps, heading toward the girls' line. His gaze was indifferent as it shifted from Zhou Yingying to Yu Miao Miao. The former offered him a faint smile, revealing nothing of her thoughts. In contrast, the latter averted her eyes, a hint of panic evident in her demeanor. As he passed Yu Miao Miao, he spoke. One often must pay the price for their actions. I trust you are prepared for what lies ahead. Yu Miao Miao trembled, clenching her teeth. How dare he speak in such a tone? Now, the majority of the school is aware of your indiscretions. Brace yourself for the ruin of your reputation. She could hardly believe that Yi Shui would still have a means to vindicate herself. Once a rumor spreads, it becomes a formidable beast. In another classroom, Wang Zikai wore a grim expression. Since morning, he had been bombarded with these rumors, igniting a blaze of fury within him. Yi Shui, how could she debase herself for the sake of a pauper? Absurd. It was astonishing to see the young lady of the Yi family so humiliate herself. How amusing. I wonder how the Yi family will react when they learn of this. And as for Mo Qingchuan, just wait. Your family's pillar is about to crumble. At 9 o'clock, Mo Zhu arrived at the company. Hello, brother Mo. You're finally back. Indeed, I am back, and I've landed a significant contract. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to dinner, Mo Zhu said with a smile to his colleagues. These individuals were all under his supervision, approximately 50 in total, many of whom were interns from recent graduations. The atmosphere was, of course, harmonious and relaxed. However, the work was anything but easy. The company's policies inevitably led to the employees being exploited. Yet, everyone was reluctant to leave behind such a pleasant environment and a commendable leader, which is why they persevered. Everyone quiet down. At that moment, a rotund man with an unkempt appearance waddled into view. He was the company director, a superior to Mo Zhu and his fellow supervisors. Today, a prominent figure from the head office was scheduled to visit, a person close to the chairman, a veteran since the company's inception. His visit was for inspection, and everyone was urged to focus on their work, holding off on restroom breaks until lunch. Many felt displeased at this announcement. Damn, which dog of a leader is inspecting us again? How ridiculous to expect us to hold our bladders. That foolish director would get a taste of his own medicine at lunch. Montag zu Fraunet. Think about them. Perhaps he should reflect on himself. The director snorted dismissively and turned to leave. His long-standing discord with Mo Zhu was well known. Had it not been for Mo Zhu's exceptional abilities, he would have been dismissed long ago. Now, with the head office sending personnel, it seemed to fulfill the director's wishes. What a farce. They dared to swagger in here without contributing anything. After the director departed, Zhu Kai could no longer contain his frustration. Calm down, Zhu Ge. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Fang Yang approached at that moment. Zhu Kai paused, realizing he indeed had not eaten. How much do I owe you? I'll transfer it. No need, no need. Fang Yang waved his hand. Hey, a deal is a deal. You must pay. Do not refuse. Zhu Kai spoke as he directly transferred 20 to Fang Yang. That's too much, Fang Yang exclaimed, opening his mouth in surprise. Zhu Kai waved his hand, saying, Consider the rest as travel expenses. You may proceed with your work. All right. Thank you, Brother Zhu. After Fang Yang departed, Zhu Kai furrowed his brow and turned to Mo Zhu. What does this pig mean? There's something hidden in his words. Mo Zhu frowned slightly and replied, It likely pertains to the personnel from the headquarters. It's nothing to worry about. While the headquarters is experiencing losses, our branch is actually profitable. They may transfer me and a few others over, but the tone of that pig does not suggest such a thing. Surely, They wouldn't target me, would they? Chapter 35. Dismissal. Seated at his workstation, Mo Zhu found himself in a state of disquietude. The computer screen had remained static for an extended period. His right eyelid twitched incessantly, an ominous sign. The words of the director upon his arrival at the company echoed in his mind, a sentiment that was certainly not uttered lightly. Could they truly dismiss him? It seemed illogical. With the current state of the company, could it sustain itself in his absence? The market was saturated with drone manufacturers, and it was only through his years of experience, eloquence, and a cultivated client base that he had managed to carve a niche for this struggling firm amidst a plethora of competitors. The quality of their drones was far from exceptional. He had compared the data and found them lacking in comparison to the industry giants. The fate of the branch without him was uncertain, but achieving profitability would likely prove challenging. Furthermore, with the parent company's financial crisis and contraction of business, were the senior executives devoid of reason to target him at this juncture? It was incomprehensible. It seemed he would have to wait for the representative from the parent company to arrive to ascertain the full situation. Mo Zhu muttered softly to himself and took a sip of water. Even if he were indeed dismissed, he held no fear. The severance compensation would be substantial. Moreover, many companies had sought to recruit him, yet he declined their offers due to the proximity of this company to his home. He was not lacking in employment opportunities, and the thought of entrepreneurship had crossed his mind. However, given that everything was satisfactory at home, the risks associated with starting a business were daunting. He was not prepared to gamble. As the clock approached 11, a middle-aged man clad in a suit arrived at the company's entrance. His hair was peppered with gray, suggesting he was in his early 50s. He exuded an air of sophistication, his gaze unperturbed. "Mr. Li, you have arrived. It is nearly noon. Shall we not go for a meal?" Some of the senior executives had been awaiting his arrival, including the portly director with a greasy countenance. Their faces were adorned with forced smiles, fully aware of the esteemed position this man held at the parent company, thus refraining from any semblance of nonchalance. "No need." Li Xingzhou raised his hand in polite refusal. "I am pressed for time and cannot indulge in the pleasantries of a meal. Please take me to the company. Prepare a meeting room. I wish to speak with Mo Zhu." At that moment, the director emerged. "The office has been prepared. Mr. Li, please follow me." The upper management was already privy to the purpose of Li Xingzhou's visit, although they felt a tinge of regret at the prospect of losing a lucrative asset. They remained unconcerned. As long as it did not affect them, it was of little consequence. Talent was abundant in society. Replacing a managerial position was a trivial task. The group ascended the stairs, and at that moment, a young woman from the administrative department approached Mo Zhu's workstation. "Emoji, someone is looking for you. They wish to discuss a matter." Upon hearing this, Mo Zhu closed his notebook and turned to the young woman. "What matter?" The administrative staff shook her head. "I do not know. The director instructed me to call you." Mo Zhu nodded, offering no further comment, and rose to follow the young woman. Zhu Kai also stood, his workstation directly opposite Mo Zhu's, his brow furrowed with concern. Let's hope nothing goes awry. He had shared 8 years of camaraderie with Mo Zhu at this company, having been part of the same initial cohort. Over the years, they had forged a profound bond. In this company, if there were no Mo Zhu, he would hardly want to stay. In a tidy conference room, Li Xingzhou casually chose a seat. "Director Li, do you have any further instructions?" Someone inquired. "No. You may all leave," Li Xingzhou replied, slowly closing his eyes. He felt utterly exhausted. The years had etched a more haggard visage upon him. The affairs of the headquarters had become overwhelming, and although he was striving desperately to salvage the situation, a myriad of issues surged forth. It was disheartening that the chairman was now indifferent to the company, and worse still, was pillaging it. At that moment, the door to the conference room creaked open, and Mo Zhu entered. "Do you not even knock?" Li Xingzhou slowly opened his eyes. Mo Zhu, with an air of calm detachment, pulled out a chair and sat down. "Is it necessary? Do the people at headquarters enjoy such formalities?" Mo Zhu countered. "It was merely to speak with you. There was no meeting taking place here. Knocking is redundant." Such inquiries seemed designed to exert pressure on him. Mo Zhu, a seasoned veteran in the workplace, casually crossed his legs, exuding confidence. Did they truly believe they could intimidate him? There was no need for such theatrics. His position afforded him the luxury of nonchalance, even if he were reclining at the table. Indeed, there is no necessity for that. I have come merely to discuss certain matters with you, Li Xingzhou replied, maintaining his composure. The main company is currently in a precarious state. Adjustments to our operations are necessary. While we take solace in the profitability of this branch, it may soon become the headquarters. However, the workforce is too large for the company to sustain, necessitating layoffs to reduce costs and enhance efficiency. And you will be among those impacted. I understand you have been with the company for 8 years and may harbor discontent regarding this decision, but there is little room for negotiation. The survival of the company is paramount. After all these years, you must have some attachment. Stop. Allow me to clarify. Mo Zhu interjected abruptly. I come to work solely for the purpose of earning a living. I have no emotional ties to the company. Discussing feelings would only lead to financial loss. He had already anticipated Li Xingzhou's forthcoming remarks, which would likely appeal to sentiments in an attempt to coerce him. He could foresee the narrative of the company as crisis, the inability to provide adequate compensation, perhaps in one. How presumptuous of this old fox to assume he was a novice. They wished to terminate his employment without fair compensation? Such fanciful thinking. Li Xingzhou sighed and nodded slowly. He had not expected Mo Zhu, at this age, to be so astute. If I were to continue with trivialities, it would be rather tactless. However, the compensation amount is indeed substantial. Based on your years of service, it would be unfeasible to pay. Nevertheless, we will certainly offer you a compensation package that is satisfactory. As he spoke, Li Xingzhou retrieved a termination agreement from his bag and turned to the page detailing the compensation. The figure had already been filled in, a total of 150,000 yuan. This was indeed a considerable sum. Most would readily agree to such an offer. Mo Zhu narrowed his eyes and picked up the contract for a close examination. He skimmed over the compensation amount, focusing instead on the fine print in the document. He took his time, meticulously reading through the entire contract. The originally serious expression could not help but break into a derisive laugh. Let us not even discuss the amount of compensation. But the inclusion of a non-compete clause is quite ludicrous, is it not? The company is truly ruthless. Are they intent on shattering my livelihood completely? Li Xingzhou shook his head slightly and stated, for a duration of 2 years, we shall provide a certain amount of compensation each month, and during this period, we will not interfere with your pursuit of other employment. This should be advantageous for you. Given your capabilities, securing a suitable job elsewhere should pose no challenge. I hope you can appreciate the situation and refrain from wasting each other's time. Otherwise, you shall receive no compensation at all. The company possesses its means, so consider your response carefully. Mo Zhu's gaze was restrained, somewhat frigid. He leaned back, wearing a look of disdain, and let the contract slide across the table towards Li Xingzhou. Let me be unequivocal. I refuse. Chapter 36. No rus. Refuse? Li Xingzhou furrowed his brow. To be candid, he was taken aback by Mo Zhu's rejection. A sum of 150,000 is not insignificant, and a non-compete agreement was merely a reflection of Mo Zhu's exceptional capabilities. Should he join another company, acquiring orders for their drone products would prove exceedingly challenging. As for online sales, how many could one realistically expect? Many consumers only acknowledge renowned brands' drones. This left Li Xingzhou feeling helpless, burdened by a sense of exhaustion. Is there still hope for the company's future under the stewardship of Wang Zikai, that frivolous scion? Initially, he intended to incur no losses. But the situation was far from simple, and Mo Zhu was no fool. I will not sign unless the compensation is satisfactory, especially with a non-compete agreement in play. He found himself curious. What were these executives thinking? The parent company may be experiencing losses, yet the subsidiary is profitable. The future of the company seems bleak. While the subsidiary's success is primarily due to my team's efforts in securing orders, and yet they intend to dismiss me. If the parent company collapses, do they now wish to bring down the subsidiary as well? Mo Zhu's tone dripped with sarcasm. If they wished to terminate him, he felt no need for civility. The notion of preserving appearances was inconsequential. Securing compensation took precedence. Granting them face had only emboldened their arrogance. I'm not here to debate this with you. What will it take for you to sign this contract? Li Xingzhou inquired. Compensation of 300,000 and the non-compete agreement must be eliminated. Are you dreaming? Then there is nothing to discuss. And Mo Zhu rose, intending to exit the conference room. Should he refuse to sign, the company would likely create difficulties for him in various respects. Yet he was prepared for such eventualities. He was indifferent. However, the repercussions of not securing orders would ultimately incur the greatest losses for the company. Wait, Li Xingzhou called after Mo Zhu. We can accommodate your request. Let's sign a contract. Li Xingzhou retrieved a pristine termination agreement. Mo Zhu examined it. The compensation amount was left blank, and the non-compete clause had been removed. He glanced at Li Xingzhou, recognizing the cunning old fox had clearly come prepared. You fill in the amount, sign your name, and I have brought the company seal as well. Li Xingzhou produced the seal along with another contract. Such agreements are typically drafted in duplicate. Mo Zhu slowly resumed his seat and asked, when will the compensation be dispersed? It is not specified in this contract. On the 15th, which coincides with your payroll date. That is too late. I will not sign. Mo Zhu set the contract down. You. Li Xingzhou was vexed. How could one still be dissatisfied at this juncture? You must understand that 300,000 is not an insignificant sum. It requires some time for the company's finances to mobilize these funds. What does that matter to me? You are well aware that 300,000 is a considerable amount. Why should I trust that you will provide it by the 15th? Montag tartet. Having encountered similar situations in the past, Mo Zhu remained vigilant. Did they assume that signing a contract would ensure the promised compensation? The cost of breaching such contract for the company is minimal, while the expenses for workers seeking arbitration or legal recourse are excessively high. Amid the intricate maneuverings, many workers found themselves overwhelmed by the burdens of cost. Moreover, the company had numerous tactics at its disposal to exploit the situation. So when do you intend to settle this? Li Xingzhou queried, his spirit somewhat unsettled. He had not anticipated that, at his age, he would encounter someone so exceptionally formidable. This individual was akin to a stone in a cesspit, both foul and unyielding, and frustratingly impervious to his schemes, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Now, if you pay me now, I shall sign the contract and depart immediately. Montag replied. In the presence of these cunning old foxes, there was no need for pleasantries. Securing one's rightful gains was paramount. Li Xingzhou took a deep breath, finding himself in a precarious position. He gazed intently at Mo Zhu, contemplating whether, if this person were a senior executive from the headquarters, they might reverse the company's current decline. Alas, they were destined to remain adversaries. The 300,000 is something the company will never part with. Mo Zhu maintained an air of calm, as if he had anticipated this. However, I can cover it. Li Xingzhou responded slowly. Montag frowned, perplexed. What do you mean? The company won't pay, but you will as an individual? What sort of new tactic is this? I only hope that once you leave the company, you do not seek to harm it. Given our 8 years together, grant the company a chance to survive. If it collapses, those you brought with you will also face unemployment. Mo Zhu found this line of reasoning baffling. Was he truly the type to cause trouble? With a severance package duly provided, he would not stir up difficulties. As for those he had mentored here, came the appeal to sentiment. Enough. Since you insist on personal payment, let us proceed. My bank account number is following this. Neither party wasted further words. Li Xingzhou refrained from elaboration and promptly transferred 300,000 to the bank account. Mo Zhu, in turn, readily signed the contract. Feeling an odd sense of unreality, there had been no time for a proper handover. Was it truly so urgent? It surprises me. I am curious as to why you are dismissing me. Don't tell me it's due to downsizing. Who downsizes by cutting off vital arteries? Li Xingzhou siga, reluctant to disclose more. Mo Zhu sensed something unusual. This man exuded an air of resignation that was inexplicable. Let us just sign the contract and be done with it. Agreed. Mo Zhu retrieved his phone from his pocket and pressed the pause button. Li Xingzhou noticed something amiss. Are you recording this? Indeed. Meanwhile, at Shanwano, one high school, the bell rang to signal the end of classes. Wang Zikai exited the school gates and received a call from the Xingzhou. Hello, young master. Mo Qingchuan's father, Mo Zhu, has been dismissed. Ha ha. What a delightful turn of events. Finally, something to rejoice about. With his father dismissed and the son embroiled in a storm of rumors. How splendid. Young master, I shall hang up now. My daughter is at school. Is she well? Quite well. Thank you for your concern. Merely a trifling matter. After hanging up, Wang Zikai allowed a rare smile to cross his face. In the morning, upon hearing the rumors about Yi Yishui, he was infuriated. However, his mindset has since shifted. There are plenty of women, yet witnessing one's downfall into the abyss excites him. Henceforth, all he needs to do is watch the drama unfold. Ha ha ha. You scoundrels, your day has come. At that moment, Yi Shui was scrolling through the school forum on her phone. Underneath the post discussing them, she questioned the motives of those spreading such rumors. Yet, she was quickly met with a retort from someone named in control. Every time Yi Shui posted a comment, this individual promptly responded with accusations, attempting to tarnish her reputation. In truth, most people were merely spectators in this affair, albeit some expressed mockery, pity, or disdain. This in control was likely Zhou Yingying, Yi Yisui Fumet, wishing to confront her physically. It was utterly repulsive. It must be her. Mo Qingchuan replied. Observing the forum along with screenshots from Zhang Xiang and Jing Bai's class group chats, the rumors had spiraled out of control, with many discussing the matter. A cacophony of voices emerged, and as long as the topic was under discussion, its intensity only grew. By now, it was probable that several teachers were already aware of the situation. Mo Qingchuan set his phone down, having grasped the general circumstances. Most of the senior year students were informed. However, the news had yet to reach the first and second year students. Tang Wenk and others were attempting to speak on their behalf, but to little effect, as many believed their sudden closeness must indicate something amiss. Yi Shui took a deep breath. Attempting to counter the rumors seemed like an exercise in futility. Zhou Yingying had chosen the perfect moment to spread the rumors, making it exceedingly difficult for them to reverse the narrative. Mo Qingchuan recognized that the dissemination was too rapid, leaving them little time to act. I believe I need to post something, Yi Shui declared. Don't, Mo Qingchuan interjected. A small essay won't help. It will only fuel the flames of the rumors. Do you trust me? Of course I trust you. Yi Yisui responded resolutely. Then let us not rush to address this matter. We should focus on preparing for the second mock exam, doing what we as students ought to do. We are not in a hurry. It is she who is anxious. Chapter 37. Teacher Jin's phone call in the school cafeteria. The two of them held their meals and chose a corner table to sit down. The place was sparsely populated, offering a semblance of tranquility. Zhou Yingying wore a smile. The execution of their plan had proceeded remarkably well. The rumors concerning the campus belle could be easily exaggerated and would spread like wildfire. The speed of dissemination exceeded her expectations, perhaps owing to the popularity of the first school flower. However, this could also become a weapon wielded against her. Miao Miao, meanwhile, picked at her food, her mind elsewhere. She felt a gnawing anxiety. She had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such proportions. Throughout the morning, she had been restless, gripped by a fear of retribution. If it were discovered that she was the one spreading the rumors, could the school expel her? Such a possibility was indeed uncertain. Thus, she felt a profound sense of panic, coupled with regret for her actions. Zhou Yingying glanced at Miao Miao and inquired, "Why does your expression seem so glum? Our plan is going rather smoothly, isn't it?" Miao Miao shrank slightly, a bitter expression on her face. "If the school investigates this matter, we are finished." I see you're concerned about that. There is no need for fear. Your worries are entirely unfounded. What evidence could possibly link us to this? Zhou Yingying reassured her. We simply need to feign ignorance and express surprise when outsiders inquire. Stating, I never imagined the campus belle could be such a person. She was convinced that the school would find no evidence to implicate them, as the origins of the rumors were rooted in online forums. The posts were made by Zhou Yingying from Cyber CAF using a phone number that was not registered to her identity. Such numbers could be discarded after use, serving their purpose without consequence. I understand, but there is something I do not quite grasp, Miao Miao sighed. What is it that you do not understand? I harbor disdain for Yi Yishui and feel wronged by her, which is why I engaged in this act. But what about you? What is your motivation? Initially, Miao Miao had only thought to target Yi Yishui without considering the broader implications. Now that the affair had spiraled out of control, her unease grew. Previously, she and Zhou Yingying belonged to entirely different worlds, barely exchanging a few words. How could she possibly assist her without a motive? As for me, it is no secret. The reputation of the first school flower is already tarnished beyond repair. I cannot abide the presence of any girl who draws close to Mo Qingchuan. Zhou Yingying's tone shifted from gentle to icily venomous, laced with malice and hatred. It was difficult to fathom how drastically a person's voice could transform. It was akin to savoring a sweet candy, only for it to suddenly become a concoction of mustard and excrement. Miao Miao felt a surge of fear. What had Mo Qingchuan done to provoke such animosity from Zhou Yingying? She vowed never to share a meal with Zhou Yingying again, and ideally, to sever all ties. Being in the presence of such a person made her feel as though she were constantly surrounded by danger, especially since she had once been quite close to Mo Qingchuan. Why the silence? Zhou Yingying looked at Miao Miao. Nothing, just your best. After Miao Miao finished speaking, she hurriedly shoveled food into her mouth, eager to escape. Without your prompting, I shall naturally attend to these matters. I will make him realize that he has no choice but to choose me, for I alone can accompany him to the very end. I will employ my methods to ensnare him in a profound infatuation. Then he shall never escape from my grasp. Zhou Yingying's smile was somewhat terrifying, her voice becoming hoarse, reminiscent of a villainous witch from film. Miao Miao nearly leapt up in fright at her expression. It was utterly daunting. She felt that if this continued, she would develop psychological scars. Nevertheless, she believed that Zhou Yingying held no hope. If she could not even capture a man's gaze, how could she possibly seize his heart? Yet, she dare not voice such thoughts, fearful that doing so would lead to her own undoing at the hands of Zhou Yingying. In the fictional metropolis of Luo City, a hub of elite educational institutions and the headquarters of numerous domestic corporations, a woman on the top floor of a high-end office building was diligently processing documents. Her fingers danced gracefully over the pages, although her slender middle finger was now completely reddened and slightly swollen. However, this minor blemish could not overshadow her beauty. Her long hair cascaded elegantly, exuding a dignified charm, while the passage of time had imbued her with a mature allure. Her eyes were deep and spirited, concealing both tenderness and wisdom. The hint of heroism in her brow made her appear formidable and dependable, possessing a generous and resilient heart. The phone rang melodiously. Yi Qingwan picked up her phone and glanced at the caller ID. "Teacher Jean, shall I answer it for you?" inquired her secretary. "No need." Yi Qingwan placed the phone to her ear. "Hello, Teacher Jean, what is it?" She recalled that Teacher Jean had once requested her daughter's homeroom teacher to keep a closer eye on her daughter. Typically, such a call would not be made. She remembered the last time it happened was due to accusations against her daughter concerning a fight. Given the timing of this call, she suspected something had gone awry. Indeed, a situation had arisen. Inexplicably, students at the school had begun to discuss her daughter and a boy extensively. Rumors swirled that her daughter had attempted to undermine this boy's relationship and even used her own body to entice him. There were even whispers that she might be pregnant. Yi Qingwan's heart tightened, and she squeezed her pen with force, her palm turning pale. After a brief silence, she spoke. "My daughter would never do such a thing. Yes, I also believe that Yi Yishui would not engage in such behavior. She is an exceptional student, discreet and reserved by nature. A student like her could not possibly act so irrationally. Everything was normal last week, yet suddenly on Monday, there was widespread discussion. Someone must be stirring the pot." Teacher Jean assured her, "Rest assured, I have already informed the principal and will investigate this matter promptly." Yi Qingwan responded, her beautiful eyes shifting. "Who is that boy? Can you tell me what the situation is?" "Oh, the boy's name is Mo Qingchuan, a classmate of Yi Yishui. He performs quite well academically and generally exhibits good behavior. I find it hard to believe that he could engage in such actions. However, It appears that the two have been spending a considerable amount of time together recently, often commuting to and from school. Yi Qingwan fell into deep contemplation. Could it be possible that her daughter is growing close to a boy? Is this truly the daughter she once knew? Or perhaps her daughter harbors feelings for him? Otherwise, why would they be so close? Yet, how many men can one truly trust? I understand, Teacher Jean. Please keep a vigilant eye on the situation. After saying this, Yi Qingwan ended the call. A sense of unease lingered within her, though she was uncertain whether to intervene. Experiencing a few trials and tribulations can be beneficial, fostering resilience and enabling one to remain composed in the face of future challenges. Nevertheless, she feared that her daughter might be severely impacted by this situation, leading to a state of despondency, much like that time when she wept quietly, alone, and retreating into herself. Eventually, she was unsure how she managed to heal, but she dreaded the thought of history repeating itself. Xiaoyun, Yi Qingwan softly called. Here, please help me investigate someone. He is my daughter's classmate named Mo Qingchuan. I require all pertinent details, including information about his family members. If you can uncover any past events, that would be most advantageous. Understood, Messieurs. Chapter 38. A World of Three? Goodness, is all mere gossip. I implore you, my friends, how could you believe such nonsense? In Zhang Xiang's dormitory, 8 individuals were already reclining on their beds. I refuse to accept that such matters arise from thin air, especially since these two have indeed been rather close of late. Could it be that Yi Yishui is Zhang Xiang's cherished muse? Why protect her so fervently? Exactly, why are you so agitated? We are merely spectators. Your outbursts hold no weight with us. In Class 6, after a morning of discussions, the news had largely circulated. Initially, many expressed surprise, but upon reflecting on the recent closeness of the two individuals, it seemed rather plausible. Moreover, it was common knowledge that Mo Qingchuan had been rather infatuated with Miao Miao. With all these factors combined, they found themselves increasingly inclined to believe the rumor. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang was filled with indignation. These people usually got along quite well. Why were they now opposing him? He sat up in a huff, growing more agitated with each passing thought. It should be a joyous occasion for a good brother to grow close to the campus belle. Yet this rumor was utterly outrageous. At that moment, his phone's notification light flashed. He quickly picked it up to check. Mo Qingchuan. Let this matter be for now. Focus on preparing for the second mock exam. Zhang Xiang, somewhat puzzled, opened a reply. Zhang Xiang, ignore it? Should we allow the rumors to spread unchecked? Mo Qingchuan, precisely. Zhang Xiang, precisely? Come on, my good brother. Do not give up. If it comes to it, we shall report it to the authorities. Mo Qingchuan, I have not given up, but even with the police involved, it will be difficult to quell the rumors in the short term. I know what I am doing. You should concentrate on your studies and aim for over 500 this time. Zhang Xiang, very well, I trust you. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. You are my sole confidant. Mo Qingchuan, spare me your flattery. Meanwhile, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui were making their way down the street with their meals in hand, intending to visit Mo Qingyao, who had been missed for a few days. Mo Qingchuan had already informed Zhang Xiang and Jing Bai that they need not concern themselves with the current situation. As he held his phone, he remarked, to be honest, I am more curious about what plan you have. The rumors are spiraling out of control. Yi Yishui responded, even with the schools or police's intervention. It is inevitable that discussions will continue privately, which is quite detrimental to our position. Mo Qingchuan smiled and replied, every situation is a double-edged sword. The key lies in how one wields it. The process of rumor propagation is bound to be fraught with distortions, growing increasingly absurd, which can, paradoxically, facilitate its spread. In just a few days, public perception will align with the narrative of the rumor, and they will believe it wholeheartedly. Only a select few will regard the rumors with skepticism. At that point, we can harness this double-edged sword. We may not emerge victorious, but we shall certainly not face defeat. Yi Yishui's eyes sparkled with understanding. She grasped Mo Qingchuan's intent. This rumor has been directed at them, rendering them passive from the very beginning. Their desire to succeed is fraught with difficulty, and they lack the energy to address this matter. However, they cannot overlook those who propagate these rumors, as it essentially drags them into the fray. Thus, we merely need to await the opportune moment. Ye Yisui murmurit softly. Mo Qingchuan nodded, affirming her words, yet before proceeding, he posed a question. What is your perspective on me? Oh, a grand feast. I adore a grand feast. Mo Qingya exclaimed, bouncing on the sofa. Just moments ago, she had received news about an impending sumptuous meal. Is that sister coming again? This time, I must obtain her contact information. For the happiness of my elder brother, as a sister, I ought to be a competent wingman. At that moment, the door creaked open, and a figure entered. Elder brother, elder Deng, Montag zu Frotze, bewildert. What are you saying? Cough. My esteemed father, what brings you back from the company? Mo Qingya descended from the sofa to greet him. Mo Zhu was about to mention his dismissal, yet he hesitated, concerned about the potential impact on his daughter and son. It was uncertain they might worry for him. I'm feeling somewhat unwell, so I took a half-day leave to return. Here, I brought you your favorite fried noodles. Mo Zhu extended his hand, offering the dish to Mo Qingya. Upon seeing it, Montag Qingya grimaced. Dad, you eat it. I don't wish to. Why not? Mo Zhu was taken aback. He had specifically added extra ham and bacon when purchasing. What was wrong with this girl? Has she become so finicky now? I'm not hungry at the moment. I will eat later. Mo Qingya's eyes darted mischievously. I will certainly have a grand feast later. Who would want fried noodles? Have you been snacking too much? Mo Zhu placed 3 servings of fried noodles on the table, accompanied by peach juice. Not at all. That's unjust. Mo Qingya protested, genuinely claiming she hadn't indulged in snacks. Though tempted, she was aware of the health implications of overeating, thus limiting her intake each week. She recalled her elder brother telling her that consuming a packet of spicy strips contained harmful substances that would take 3 days to expel. Whether true or mere persuasion to deter her from snacks, she was unsure. Just then, the door swung open again. The first to enter was Yi Yishui, who halted in her tracks upon spotting Mo Zhu at the dining table, frozen in place. What do we do? Why is Mo Qingchuan's father home at noon? Mo Zhu turned to Mo Qingchuan, puzzled, wondering why he was lingering at the door. Just as he was about to speak, a female voice resonated from outside. Why are you standing still? Have you been electrocuted? You've brought that girl home again. Mo Zhu's eyes sparkled with delight. Well done, son. While he was unsure after the first visit, bringing her home a second time was a promising sign. There's no way he believes that. He wouldn't even buy it if I said it outright. Mo Qingchuan was perplexed. What had Yi Yishui seen that left her looking as though she had malfunctioned? He fully pushed the door open and beheld a mature, handsome face before him. Old Deng? What on earth was old Deng doing here? Confusion and disbelief washed over him. What are you standing there for? Come in, come in. Mo Zhu waved cheerfully, his previous mood of unemployment completely dissipated. His son had made great strides. He scrutinized what could potentially be his future daughter-in-law, feeling quite pleased. Her beauty was even more striking than his wife's in her youth. Oh! Mo Qingchuan, carrying the dishes, silently stepped inside, feeling a wave of nervousness in this unexpected scenario. That insidious old Deng, was he attempting a surprise attack? Yishui, too, dare not speak much, trailing in after him. Am I being too formal? Mo Zhu noted the tension. Should I leave? Indeed, old Deng. Hurry and take your fried noodles outside. Don't disrupt our little world of 3. Montag Qingya giggled. Chapter 39. The elbow turns outward. What does that even mean? A world of 3? S expression darkened. After all, he was the head of the household. Was this girl attempting to oust him? Her audacity had grown increasingly intolerable. It was imperative to discipline her. Alas, if only she were a son, a whip paired with iodine would have been a fitting remedy, striking while disinfecting. Old Deng, why do you lack such discernment? Go find a park and enjoy some fried noodles. Stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance. The little demon's traits were fully on display. Gazed at his daughter, reflecting on how she had changed. She once claimed to be his little cotton-padded jacket, but now she seemed to have sprung a leak. Very well, your allowance for next week is revoked. What? The supplements, as earlier bravado dissipated, leaving her looking pitiful. That 50 yuan weekly allowance was her lifeline. Without it, She could neither indulge in milk tea nor snacks. What was the point of living? How could such a chilling statement escape your lips? She retorted, "You were the one who first revealed your true colors, leaving me feeling utterly frigid." Stifled a laugh, pondering the absurdity of expelling. Though the situation was slightly awkward, sharing a meal was hardly a monumental issue. Let's eat first. I brought plenty of dishes. Enough for 4. If we delay, they will grow cold, she suggested. This time, there was even an additional dish compared to last time. Deemed it sufficient, yet intended to provide her sister with a bit more. All right, let us set aside these 3 servings of fried noodles for your mother this evening. I shall sample the fare you've brought, declared, casting the fried noodles aside with a hint of disdain. Whoever wished to eat that wretched dish could do so. He craved the meal his son and future daughter-in-law had prepared. At that moment, felt a deep sense of satisfaction, believing the toil of recent years had been worthwhile. "Young lady, may I ask your name?" he inquired once seated. His lips twitched. It felt rather peculiar that his own father was asking for his name. He almost blurted out, but refrained. It would be better to maintain a semblance of normalcy for this body. "I am a classmate of," she replied, opting for discretion. "Oh, I want to pry further. Let us eat," smiled. Noticing the young lady appeared quite nervous, he decided against placing too much pressure on her. There'd be ample time for inquiries once they grew more familiar. Looking at her age, she seemed to be around 18, but he was curious about her origins. If he were to discover that his own daughter had strayed into another family, he wondered if he would feel any urgency. Contemplating this, he noted that his son seemed to possess a hint of rebelliousness. Found himself puzzled. S. visage bore a faint resemblance to someone he felt he had encountered before, yet he could not place it. "Ah, shrimp, my favorite," exclaimed as she opened the box, her eyes lighting up with delight, saliva pooling at the thought. Compared to ordinary home-cooked meals, the flavors at Yuzhen restaurant are indeed several notches higher. As Mo Qingchuan gazed at the dishes being unveiled before him, he felt a jolt of surprise. Each dish appeared to be quite extravagant, especially with the restaurant's name emblazoned on the takeout boxes, further solidifying his suspicions. Instantly, his brow furrowed. The last time he checked the surveillance footage, it seemed to feature similar takeout bags. A sharp intake of breath escaped his lips. If this were their dining style, it seemed quite challenging for his family to afford such luxuries. He estimated that this meal would easily cost in the thousands. His hand trembled slightly as he held his chopsticks. Not his son, his pockets were insufficient to fund such indulgences. Even if he were to spend millions on a house and a car, it would leave him utterly depleted. "How much did you spend on this meal?" "I'll transfer the amount to you," Mo Qingchuan said, picking up his phone. Though it was costly, he felt compelled to support his son's romantic endeavors. His initial plan to take a week or 2 off was now dashed. He needed to secure a job promptly, or else he would be unable to sustain them. "No need. We haven't calculated the cost, and there's no need to pay," Yishui declined. "What?" Mo Qingchuan's brow furrowed. "Son, are you saying you've dined without paying? How can one eat without settling the bill? Isn't that akin to theft?" Uncle," Mo Qingchuan stuttered, his lips twitching at the unanticipated necessity of addressing his father as uncle. "Well, Yuzhen restaurant is one of our family's businesses, so dining here incurs no cost." Upon hearing Mo Qingchuan's explanation, Mo Qingchuan was struck with realization. So, she was a daughter of a wealthy family. He had mistakenly judged his son. "Yet, we cannot always dine for free. Allow me to transfer some money to you," Mo Qingchuan insisted. Mo Qingchuan glanced at Yishui, his eyes seeking confirmation. Yishui gently shook her head. "No need. I often dine without paying, so quite all right." Mo Qingchuan contemplated for a moment. Discussing finances could jeopardize relationships, and it was indeed inappropriate. Offering cash would likely be unnecessary, as they probably did not lack such resources. The most suitable course of action would be to present them with some gifts. I shall remind my son to be considerate," he mused. "Since you mentioned it, I shall not insist any further. Son, be sure to take good care of your classmate Yishui at school. Should she encounter any challenging problems, assist her in understanding them. Offer help whenever she faces difficulties. If she runs out of water, kindly fetch some for her, and if her clothes become soiled, take them home to wash. If she wishes for something to eat, take the initiative to buy it. Mo Qingchuan, having just taken a bite, was engulfed in confusion. Wait, father, am I to be treated as a lowly servant? I am your own son. Why are you directing me in such a manner? His father retorted. And who is it that has strayed first? Besides, your first point is invalid. Yi Ishui's grades surpass yours significantly. Cough, uncle. We share a purely platonic friendship. It is not as you might envision, Mo Qingchuan clarified. Oh, indeed. How you choose to interact is entirely your affair. I have overstepped my bounds, Mo Qu acknowledged, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He realized that he was still bound by his previous thoughts, which had become outdated over the years. Had it been in the early 2000s, his approach to courting women might still have been somewhat effective. However, that was not his method. He was the one being pursued, and he had never put that theory into practice. In his youthful naivety regarding romance, he found himself ensnared by Feng Mei. Reflecting on this, Mo Zhu seemed to recall a few things. There were several girls who had pursued him back then. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen victim to Feng Mei's charm, and he had truly forgotten the specifics of that process. After his relationship with Feng Mei began, those other girls gradually faded from his memory, their names lost to him. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. They walked down the aisle together and now have a son and a daughter. Life seemed almost perfect. Olba, what are you thinking about? Mo Qingchuan asked, her mouth full, her words barely intelligible. Remember when your mother and I were young? Olba, is this something you can inquire about? Let's eat. Chapter 40. Shoulder throw upon hearing this. Mo Qingchuan tilted her head in confusion. Why was this something she could not inquire about? Was it so difficult for her parents to speak of such matters? Mo Zhu gazed at Mo Qingchuan, who wore a curious expression, and could not help but admonish her. What are you staring at? I don't even want to mention your exam results. If you perform poorly again, you'll have no pocket money for a month. Mo Qingchuan's expression immediately fell. Although she usually appeared bright and clever, she lacked a passion for studying, managing only an average standing in her class. Her thoughts seemed to wander aimlessly each day. Yi Ishui chuckled softly. She genuinely believed that Mo Qingchuan's academic performance was not a cause for excessive concern. Once Mo Qingchuan decided to learn, it would be impossible to hinder her enthusiasm. There's no trace of paternal affection. I've praised you so much in front of my classmates, but I shall cease to do so henceforth, Mo Qingchuan lamented. Why do they always focus on grades? Isn't having a healthy, beautiful daughter more valuable than mere scores? Really? Mo Zhu was taken aback. Of course not. I only compliment my brother for being handsome and my sister-in-law for her beauty. Who would fancy an old man like me? Mo Zhu stiffened, feeling a pang in his heart. I have merely aged. It's not that I was never handsome, and my prime was not so brief. He felt compelled to present old photographs of his youthful self as a form of protest. After lunch, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Ishui returned to their room for a midday nap. Such rest was essential, lest they lack energy for the afternoon. Meanwhile, Mo Zhu sat in the master bedroom, perusing numerous messages sent via WeChat, and began responding one by one. Before long, the phone rang. What the hell, Lao Mo? What's going on? You really got fired? Zhu Kai's voice came through. Yes, indeed. Is it not shocking? Mo Zhu replied with a smile. Good heavens. Has the company gone mad? They must not wish to survive. Who knows? Mo Zhu shared his bewilderment. However, given that the situation had transpired, he needed to swiftly devise a follow-up plan. In the vicinity of Shana City, there were few sizable companies and almost none engaged in the manufacturing and sales of drones. Thus, he contemplated whether to pivot towards sales in a different direction or to relocate to a larger city. Yet, the cost of such a shift was considerable. There was much to learn, and he feared his existing network of clients would become obsolete. It felt akin to discarding 8 years of accrued experience. To be honest, we all had grievances with this company for quite some time. Had it not been for you, we would have left long ago. Have you found your next opportunity? Many of us wish to continue following you, Zhu Kai remarked. After all, many had been with him since their internships and held a deep-seated affection for him. Montak chuckled lightly. Oh, come now, don't be so sentimental. I'm considering my options as well. He considered seeking a job closer to home that would not require travel. At his age, he preferred not to be constantly on the road, sometimes going weeks without seeing his family. However, This path inevitably meant earning less. All right, take your time to think it over. Once you've made your decision, let us know. At your command, we shall all rush over to serve you. You may serve me, but let the others remain as they are. Enough of this nonsense. I urge you to reflect on what I have said. Many in the company are eager to follow your lead. With a resigned sigh, ended the call, feeling a twinge of conflict within. After a moment's contemplation, she opened her notebook and began to refine her sum. The lunch break swiftly elapsed, and in the afternoon, the two resumed their journey to school. Remarkably, they displayed no signs of avoidance, their expressions remaining unperturbed. During the lecture, S. gaze was fixated on them, and with every passing moment, her mood soured further, her countenance darkening. The two appeared utterly composed, even engrossed in their studies, seemingly untouched by the swirling rumors. Why were they so unfazed? Did they truly disregard the gossip? These questions plagued mind incessantly. Was it possible for someone to be so oblivious to the world outside, focusing solely on their studies? She found it hard to believe. No one could be entirely indifferent to such slander. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can maintain this facade. She muttered through clenched teeth, her dissatisfaction palpable. According to her expectations, the pair should have been restless, unable to lift their heads in shame. That was the reaction she yearned to see. Yet, when her expectations were unmet, her unease grew. In stark contrast, felt increasingly anxious. The more vicious the rumor spread, the more guilty she felt. It was inevitable that their predicament would reach the ears of their teachers. Her only hope was that the school would remain uninvolved and that the rumors would dissipate swiftly. Otherwise, each day spent in the classroom would be an agonizing ordeal. After 2 classes, felt the need to visit the restroom. She exited the classroom and hurried to the top floor. The upper 3 floors of the academic building were devoid of classrooms, primarily housing computer labs, music rooms, and art studios, with the top level containing the principal's office and suggestion boxes. Consequently, the area was often deserted, allowing to slip into the men's restroom unnoticed. "Hey, I told you to watch me. What are you looking at?" Upon reaching the top floor, was greeted by an unwelcome voice. Who else could it be but, as she rounded the corner, she spotted him cornering a girl against the wall. The girl was undeniably attractive, with a delicate oval face and fair skin. Yet her gaze was devoid of warmth. In contrast to his cool demeanor, this girl exuded a serene detachment, a subtle air of independence that set her apart. Recognizing the girl, realized it was her classmate and the second most beautiful girl in the school. What could she possibly have to do with? "You tell me, what sets you apart from the women outside? You merely possess the title of student. Spare me the pretense. Moreover, your father has instructed me to look after you properly. Are you disregarding his words? If so, rest assured that once I take over the company, your father will be the first to go, followed closely by you." As Li Shishir remained silent, Wang Zikai let out a cold laugh. "My family has truly raised a treacherous wolf. How could your father possibly think you're fit to be my personal steward or secretary? Have you even considered your worth?" Li Shishir's delicate lips parted slightly, her voice tinged with detachment. "Your demands are excessive." "Excessive?" Wang Zikai's anger flared. "Is tasting what you have in your mouth excessive? You are likely unaware of how many women outside are on their knees, yearning for me to indulge. You pretend to maintain an aloof demeanor for the world to see, yet wish to feign such airs before me. I have truly given you too much grace. If you do not fulfill my desires today, do not expect to attend class." Hearing this, Yi Shui was immediately incensed. A scoundrel bullying female students? She rolled up her sleeves and rushed over. Upon hearing the hurried footsteps, Wang Zikai frowned and turned, his expression shifting dramatically. Before he could react, his arm was seized, and he found himself spinning uncontrollably. Yi Shui executed a shoulder throw with precision. With a thud, Wang Zikai hit the ground, rendered voiceless, his body racked with pain and cold sweat as he struggled on the floor. After the throw, Yi Shui dusted off her hands. "Despicable scoundrel! Were it not for the rule of law, you would have met your end long ago." She then turned to the bewildered Li Shishir. "Your troubles are resolved. Now go attend your class." With that, Yi Shui dashed towards the restroom. Li Shishir stood in stunned silence for a moment after Yi Shui entered, thinking to herself, "This person is rather impressive. Subsequently, she cautiously moved her feet and slipped away. Chapter 41. He is so handsome. After relieving herself, Yi Yishui emerged from the restroom, her expression noticeably more relaxed, although she felt a twinge of embarrassment at first when she had to lower her pants. She had grown accustomed to it over the past few days. Mo Qingchuan, I will not let you off. Wang Zikai huddled on the ground like a shrimp, glaring fiercely at Yi Yishui. She raised an eyebrow, rolled up her sleeves, ready to take action. Wang Zikai's pupils constricted instantaneously, his body quivering slightly. I was just joking. Don't hit me. I was wrong, bro. Humph. Yi Yishui scoffed. He capitulated so quickly. Stay out of my sight in the future, or every time we meet, I will strike. She harbored no fondness for Wang Zikai, especially given his chaotic private life. The thought of someone like him wanting to approach her was utterly repugnant. As Yi Yishui departed, Wang Zikai struggled to rise. Humph. Your father is unemployed. Just wait. Let's see how long you can remain happy. He was familiar with the company's affairs. In this mountainous city, their family dominated the drone manufacturing industry. Mo Qingchuan's father would find it nearly impossible to secure another satisfactory position. Under such circumstances, the atmosphere at home would undoubtedly be unbearable. Coupled with the recent rumors circulating in school, Mo Qingchuan, your good days are numbered. Unbeknownst to Yi Yishui, she was oblivious to Wang Zikai's thoughts. However, she recalled his words with a hint of surprise. Wang Zikai's family business was reportedly managed by a highly capable steward who, though discreet, had kept the company running like clockwork. However, the company had recently encountered financial troubles. She was unaware of the reasons and had no desire to delve into it. To her astonishment, the steward's daughter, Li Shishir, attended the same school and was the second most beautiful girl in her class. Given the steward's remarkable abilities, it was reasonable to assume his daughter was equally impressive, having been raised in such an environment. Well, I shall ponder this later. First, I must prepare for the upcoming mock examinations. Li Shishir sprinted back to her seat in Class 9. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that for the time being, Wang Zikai would likely not trouble her again, allowing her a respite. In truth, Wang Zikai had long coveted her, yet had been unable to make any advances. The reasons for his lack of success were twofold. First, Wang Zikai could not overpower her, despite her seemingly delicate appearance. She had been trained in martial arts since childhood, attending a dojo with her father. Had he attempted to force her earlier, she would have certainly retaliated. Second, she remained perpetually vigilant, striving to avoid being alone with Wang Zikai, which had kept her relatively safe thus far. However, today, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Wang Zikai had sought her out in class, claiming his father had a message for her, only to attempt to take advantage of her instead. As for her future, Li Shishir held no expectations. She merely wished for the day to arrive as late as possible. Becoming Wang Zikai's personal steward or secretary filled her with dread, as she felt her life would take a dark turn. She had long harbored discontent with her father's teachings, yet felt powerless to change her circumstances. She currently spends her father's money, attends a school funded by him, and during the winter and summer breaks, she participates in numerous tutoring classes. Her grades consistently hover around 600, all thanks to the resources her father has provided. Thus, even in her dissatisfaction, she finds herself at a loss for how to express her feelings to him, fearing that doing so might lead him to perceive her as merely complaining. The early departure of her mother has left her with an inexplicable void in her heart. It is akin to never having experienced the tenderness of being a cherished child. The absence of a nurturing figure in a single-parent household inevitably leaves an indelible mark on a child. Nevertheless, that individual is undeniably handsome and remarkably decisive. Li Shishir's mind drifts back to the image of Yi Yishui, replaying that scene over and over. Who is this boy? She feels as though she has seen him before, yet his name eludes her. She wonders if she will have another opportunity to meet him, especially since her final year of high school is drawing to a close. Hey, sure. Have you heard about the incident with the first school beauty, Yi Yishui? It's absolutely sensational. Huh? Li Shishir looks at her desk mate, perplexed. What incident? You really don't know? This is the consequence of all the time spent on your phone. I heard that Yi Shui stole someone else's boyfriend and actually succeeded. But she did so through seduction. What's even more outrageous is that they didn't take any precautions, and now she's pregnant. What? Li Shishir is utterly stunned. The school beauty, who ranks just above her, has engaged in such scandalous behavior? Is it truly worth it for a man? By doing so, doesn't she tarnish her own reputation? How many boys in the world are deserving of such actions, especially when it leads to pregnancy? Once more, the image of Yi Shui flashes through her mind. Perhaps he's a good man. If it were for someone like him, she might understand. But if this boy were to fancy someone else, and she had the opportunity to pursue him, would she stoop to such actions? She quickly shakes her head, her thoughts swirling chaotically. Was she even contemplating? She absolutely cannot engage in such behavior. Where is her moral compass? Where are her ethics? Are you not utterly astonished? When I first heard, I was equally shocked. I never expected the first school beauty would do something like this. If I were the first school beauty, wouldn't I have my pick of men? Why would I resort to such scandalous actions? Li Shishir glances at her deskmate and silently muses. You're neither the first school beauty nor that boy, so how can you presume to understand their situation? She is not one to easily believe in rumors. Her father has taught her many lessons, reminding her to be wary of external information. The truth is best uncovered through one's own inquiry or by allowing time to reveal it. Perhaps the reality is not as the rumors suggest. Although she spends little time online, she is aware that many situations ultimately take unexpected turns. Perhaps a little patience will unveil a different outcome. She whispers to herself. She understands that Yi Shui's background is likely complex, laden with constraints. Just like her own, she yearns for the right to pursue love. Yet everything her father has bestowed upon her has, in the end, become a shackle. In her daily life, she endeavored to present herself as a mere machine, concealing the tumultuous emotions within. She yearned for someone to emerge and shatter the shackles that bound her, allowing her to soar freely like a bird. Oh, come now. Don't be so serious. I'm merely an observer, she said. What is so special about the first school beauty? None can compare to my dear Shishir. Her desk mate chuckled and leaned in to inhale the delicate fragrance of Li Shishir. Though we are both girls, distance lends beauty to our relationship. I do not wish for others to perceive me as a romantic interest, Li Shishir remarked. Oh, how cold you are. Is this disdain for me? In the past, I could at least catch a whiff, but now you won't even allow that. How disheartening. I saw a boy today, Li Shishir stated earnestly. And then? He was exceedingly handsome. Handsome to what extent? I cannot quite articulate. Alas, Shishir, could it be that you are falling in love? Chapter 42. Two families. A knock echoed through the office. Come in. Yi Qingchuan did not even glance up, engrossed in her paperwork. Secretary Xiao Yun entered, having spent an entire afternoon meticulously investigating Mo Qingchuan and his family. President Yi, I have gathered the information you requested about that boy. Here are the details regarding his family. Yi Qingchuan set her pen down. I won't look at the documents. Please, enlighten me. Certainly. Firstly, Mo Qingchuan is a classmate of your daughter. He scored over 570 in the last mock exam, which places him among the top students in class. His character appears to be commendable, though he has previously pursued a girl named Miao Miao. Recently, however, he seems to have grown closer to your daughter. His mother, Feng Mei, is an elementary school teacher. He has a younger sister, Mo Qingchuan, who is in the second year of junior high, and his father, Mo Zhu, was a supervisor in a company specializing in drone sales, but has recently been dismissed and is currently unemployed. Stop. Yi Qingchuan interrupted Xiao Yun, her brow furrowing slightly. The names of the mother and father stirred memories from her past, memories nearly 20 years old. Feng Mei, Mo Zhu. Is this mere coincidence? It seems unlikely. Did they not attend Luoqing University together? Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. President Yi, did you deduce that? Yi Qingchuan shook her head gently. What is there to deduce? They are my old classmates. She emphasized the last 3 words with conviction. It was truly unexpected to hear those names under such circumstances. It was both surprising and a reminder of the capriciousness of fate. Mo Qingchuan, the son of those two. Yi Qingchuan murmured, her gaze sharpening. Xiao Yun, please clear my schedule of any non-essential appointments for the next 2 days. I need to return to Shana City. Understood. President Yi. Xiao Yun responded promptly, then began to organize the schedule on her computer. Before long, she spoke again. President Yi, the itinerary has been arranged. You will take the high-speed train on Thursday at 4 in the afternoon, arriving by 6. There are no other commitments on Friday and Saturday. Does that work for you? Ye Vingvan nodded. That will suffice. Proceed accordingly. Of course, President Yi. By the way, have you uncovered how the rumors regarding my daughter spread? Ye Vingvan inwided. We have traced it back, but we have yet to identify the mastermind. Initially, it was through the school S forum where someone continuously posted threads. I have tracked the individual and their phone number, but the location points to an internet CAF, and the number is not registered to a real name, making it difficult to pinpoint the person. Furthermore, there has been considerable discussion in the class groups, which appears to have circulated internally, complicating our efforts to trace the source. This will require time. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingchuan understood. Such tactics were not particularly sophisticated, but thorough investigation necessitated patience. Like posting in an internet CAF, one can swiftly identify the target by referring to the timestamps of forum posts and checking the CAF surveillance. She pondered whether to intervene, uncertain if her daughter or herself could manage the situation. Should she grant her some time? As Yi Qingchuan contemplated, she picked up her phone and dialed number. Hello, is this Teacher Jean? I would like to inquire about my daughter's current situation. Actually, I was just about to call you. Although rumors are spreading rapidly, your daughter has remained remarkably composed, appearing unfazed. The boy involved seems equally unaffected. Oh, Yi Qingchuan replied, a flicker of surprise illuminating her eyes. Rest assured, we have already closed down the forums where these rumors circulated. We are gradually investigating the class groups, as many classes have created groups without teachers, which is slowing our progress. That's fine, I understand. Please keep me informed if there are any developments. Of course. All right, I'll hang up for now. As she placed her phone on the table, Yi Qingchuan exhaled deeply. Composed? She had not realized how resilient her daughter had become. The ability to remain calm in the face of rumors was commendable. Many individuals crumble under such attacks. It seems that Ye's daughter is as formidable as she herself is. Xiaoyan smiled faintly. Yet, no matter how strong, she is still merely a newly adult child. Hello, I'm off work now. Fang Mei spoke on the phone while walking home. This afternoon, she had felt somewhat restless, as a teacher from the school had called to inform her that her son was involved in a rumor with a girl, and essentially the entire senior class was aware of it. I'm at home, and they haven't returned yet. We should discuss how to handle this situation. With the college entrance exams approaching, we cannot allow these rumors to disrupt my son's state of mind. Mo Zhu stated. Both parents could not fathom their son being capable of the actions described by the rumors. Earlier that day, Mo Zhu had encountered the two involved and could tell at a glance that they had yet to define their relationship, making the rumors implausible. The malice behind the rumor-mongering was truly vile. Even with Mo Zhu's maturity, he could not help but curse vehemently. Isn't this an attempt to ruin his future and that of his potential fiancée, those despicable rumor spreaders? All right, I understand. I'll be home shortly. Feng Mei's brow furrowed. She too was incensed. Did she not know her son's character? How could he engage in such behavior? Upon arriving home, the couple settled onto the sofa. How do you suggest we provide psychological support for our son? Once rumors begin to spread, it is challenging to contain them, and they will inevitably affect his mindset. And Mo Zhu sighed. All we can do is offer comfort and swiftly contact the school to address this matter. If the rumors can be quelled, that would be ideal. If not, we should prepare to involve the authorities. Let the police intervene in this matter. That scoundrel who spreads rumors must not be allowed to evade justice. Although he faced little consequence from being dismissed by the company, his animosity towards the purveyor of falsehoods has intensified. However, should we involve the authorities, our son is bound to be affected, and his academic performance will surely decline. What are we to do? We had initially planned for him to attend a teacher training college, but if his grades falter, admission to such an institution could become an elusive dream. Fang Mei is deeply concerned about her son's future. In previous years, the admission score for that college hovered around 540. With a score of over 570, Mo Qingchuan would have been secure, but now, uncertainty looms. It is imperative that our son feels reassured, that he perceives us as a steadfast support, unbothered by this incident, so that he may carry less weight upon his shoulders. Ah, I understand. Creak, the door swung open, and Yi Yishui returned with Mo Qingchuan. How is that student you mentioned, the one you liked? Yi Yishui inquired of Mo Qingchuan. Much improved. She is now wholly focused on her studies and enjoys spending time with me. Mo Qingchuan responded cheerfully, flashing a peace sign. She had forged a wonderful friendship. Yi Yishui smiled. That's splendid. Oh, Mo Zhu and Fong may have both risen to comfort their son. Why is he smiling? Mom, Dad, what is for dinner tonight? Yi Yishui patet harbidi, fading kangri. Son, what would you like to eat? Montag zur Stammelet. Anything is fine. You cook. And I'll eat, came the carefree reply from their son. Fong Mei was momentarily taken aback. Judging by his tone and demeanor, he seemed entirely unaffected. Could it be that Teacher Jean had deceived her? Unthinkable. She exchanged glances with Mo Zhu, both reflecting the confusion mirrored in one another's eyes. I have something I want to eat. Mo Qingchuan raised her hand eagerly. You? With your grades, you think you could talk about food? Feng Mei retorted. Mo Qingchuan immediately wilted. Oh, I guess I'm not your biological child after all. Fong Mei rolled her eyes and declared, all right, today we shall dine out for hot pot. Set aside your books and let us go. Yay! Long live Mom. Chapter 43. Dinner. The bubbling broth in the hot pot steamed vigorously, with some meatballs rolling to the edges. Yi Yishui had already prepared the dipping sauce and settled down, awaiting the ingredients to cook. The young girl, Mo Qingchuan, had directly brought over 2 plates of complimentary fruit. Strangely enough, the watermelon from any hot pot establishment was always lackluster in sweetness. Mo Zhu and Fong Mei exchanged several glances, communicating silently. The couple was puzzled. Was their son truly so resolute as to withhold information about school from them? Ultimately, Mo Zhu could not contain his curiosity any longer. So, has everything been all right at school lately? Yi Yishui slightly raised her head and replied, it's fine, nothing significant. Regarding the rumors, she believed that since she had a strategy to handle them, they hardly qualified as serious matters. Such issues did not necessitate discussion with her family. Revealing them would only cause her parents unnecessary worry. Why not ask me? A significant event occurred at school. Mo Qingchuan interjected. What sort of significant event? Someone confessed their feelings to me. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Zhu was nearly choked by his tea. The news arrived so abruptly that no one could have anticipated that their daughter, in the second year of junior high, would receive a confession. Who on earth dares to pursue my daughter? He exclaimed, incredulous. Her grades are already mediocre. Surely this will land her at the bottom of the class. Who confessed to you? Did you accept? Feng Mei inquired. It was someone from the neighboring class. I hardly paid attention to them. Of course, I did not accept. He is not as handsome as my brother. Mo Qingchuan shook her head, genuinely unfamiliar with the boy. He had unexpectedly approached her class and slipped a letter into her hands, startling her. Upon opening it, she discovered it was a confession. After reading it, she found it amusing and promptly handed it over to the teacher. Subsequently, the student was summoned for a discussion by the teacher, and later that evening, they coincidentally crossed paths again, where the boy ran away in tears. Mo Qingchuan felt this outcome was quite satisfactory. Decisive action was beneficial for everyone involved. Mo Zhu internally sighed with relief. He had almost been tempted to rush home and retrieve something to confront the boy. Only a rare few can rival your brother in looks, especially considering he inherited my remarkable genes. When it comes to appearance, he may not be the pinnacle of beauty, but he certainly surpasses 99. 9 of the population, he boasted. Dad, spare me the boasting. Clearly, my brother and I inherited our mother's exceptional genes, Mo Qingchuan retorted. Hey, you doubt me, do you? Ask your mother who pursued whom back in the day. How many suitors did I have? Mo Zhu countered, feeling indignant. I may be older now, but in my youth, who would dare claim I was unattractive? Fong Mei rolled her eyes. All right, enough of this. Why bother arguing with our daughter? Yao Yao, focus on your studies. The boys out there are rarely responsible. They seek to take advantage. I understand. I never intended to date anyway, Mo Qingchuan replied. Upon hearing their daughter's words, the couple felt reassured. If it were their son, they would not have been so concerned. If he wished to date, he could, and if not, that was fine too. However, with their daughter, it was a different matter. Son, are you truly all right at school? Fang Mei anxiously inquired of Yi Yishui. Teacher Jean would not frivolously discuss such matters with them. It was evident that their son must be concealing something from them, reluctant to share. In truth, it is but a trivial issue, one I can resolve independently, and it will not affect the second mock examination, Yi Yishui said slowly. Very well, since our son has expressed it this way, we shall refrain from further inquiries. Proceed as you see fit. If any problems arise, we shall support you. And Mo Zhu added, choosing not to elaborate further. Come, let us eat. This lamb cannot be boiled any longer. If overcooked, it will be inedible. In stark contrast to Yi Yishui's gathering, an unusual silence enveloped the dining table at Zhou Yingying's home. Coming from a single-parent family, one would expect her to bask in the affection of her parents. Yet, reality painted a different picture. Zhou Yingying's mother had once strayed, leaving for 2 to 3 years, while her father, a man of integrity, had single-handedly raised their daughter during that time. A few years passed before her father found a new partner, intending to marry, only for Zhou Yingying's mother to return at that moment. She harbored deep resentment towards her mother, yet equally disdained her father's new relationship. If her father were to marry and have children with his new partner, where would that leave her? Consequently, she sought out her mother, and after discussions, they conspired to oust her father's new partner, thus restoring what they perceived as a complete family. A family, after all, should be together. However, her father regarded this situation with disdain. Aside from providing financial support, he uttered not a word, having lost all emotional connection to the household. Her mother, too, seemed indifferent, merely existing without attending classes, engrossed in her phone, seemingly engaged in fervent conversations with online acquaintances. Her father remained apathetic, content to provide only a limited amount of money each day, saving the rest for himself. He glanced at his daughter, planning to escape this life once she completed her college entrance examination, wishing to sever ties altogether. His former partner awaited him, and when the time came, none could deter him from pursuing a better family in life. He believed this was the life he deserved, not the one where he faced 2 discontented faces daily. Dad, I'm running low on money, Zhou Yingying said. Last time, she had overspent on coffee and desserts with you, Miao Miao. The money I provided is more than sufficient. If you're short, it means you've purchased other items. If you overspend, do not come to me. Ask your mother, her father replied coldly. Zhou Yingying had long grown accustomed to his indifferent demeanor. It had not always been this way, but since her mother returned, their relationship had soured. She no longer cared. Her father was merely a provider, bound by blood to fulfill his obligations. I do not work, so where would I obtain money? Do not ask me. Seek your grandparents. Her mother retorted impatiently, lamenting that had she not married the wrong man, she would be enjoying a better life. Though fallen from grace, she believed that by securing a wealthy partner, she could still experience a life of luxury in her later years. Zhou Yingying paused, reflecting on her father's former partner, who had treated her kindly, always speaking softly, bringing her delicious food, and buying her toys, never failing in her attentions. Is acceptance a different scenario within the confines of family? She was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of regret. Her father had assured her that they would have but one child and that he would treat them equally. Had she made an erroneous choice from the outset? For a fleeting moment, she was lost in thought, but she swiftly dispelled such notions. Who can guarantee that the future will be any better? Yet, it is unlikely to be worse than the present. However, the situation has reached an irrevocable stage, and she must find a way to secure the benefits that are rightfully hers. She was aware of her father's desire to escape from this life. But before he could do so, she needed him to relinquish all funds pertaining to her university expenses, including tuition and living costs. Relying solely on her own labor would be excessively burdensome. While she could not prevent her father from leaving, she intended to extract every last ounce of value from the tools at her disposal. Chapter 44. Blind date at this moment in a 300-square-foot apartment. Yi Qingru was impatiently tapping her foot in the living room. Despite her overt gestures, why was Mo Qingchuan still so aloof? Could it be that she truly lacked the charm of her own niece? Or was this young man genuinely a remarkably dependable person? It was strange. Not only was his response sluggish, but he was also so indifferent. Was he really a man? Mo Qingchuan sat on the sofa, silently sipping his milk tea while listening to Yi Qingrou's grievances. At this moment, he was indeed not acting like a man. He had transformed into a woman. Yi, tell your aunt the truth. Did you mention this matter to Mo Qingchuan? Yi Qingru couldn't help but suspect that her niece had leaked information. Otherwise, she felt somewhat disheartened. She was well known, pursued by many, yet she found herself at a loss in front of a high school student. No, I didn't say a word to Mo Qingchuan, he replied earnestly. He truly hadn't mentioned it. It was Yi Qingru who had inadvertently revealed her feelings in front of him. This couldn't possibly be his fault. Is that so? Could it be that he is genuinely such a good person? Yi Qingru pondered it. No, I mustn't rush. Men are bound to change their hearts over time. I refuse to believe it. Yi, give me some time. I will surely unveil his true nature. Mo Qingchuan, still not giving up, huh? Is it really necessary to be so persistent? Well, whatever. Just don't entangle yourself too deeply. As for the matter of the 10,000 yuan phone bill, Yi Qingru chose to remain silent. The wealthy truly inspired envy. Having 100 yuan was akin to casually tossing away a penny. Oh, I almost forgot. There's a blind date this weekend, which is even more infuriating. Yi Qingru plopped down beside Mo Qingchuan, her expression sour, clearly resistant to the idea. Blind date? Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. He could sense that the Yi family was quite remarkable. In such a prominent family, arranged marriages were commonplace. For instance, two noble families might unite, enhancing cooperation, a scenario that would delight both sets of elders. However, on a personal level, such arrangements could be disheartening. If one were to become a pawn in a family alliance, it would surely dampen their spirits. Yes, I've heard he just graduated from university and is beginning to take over the family business. His character remains uncertain, but I doubt he has anything special. This old man, why can't he just leave me in peace for a while? Yi Qingru huffed, though her frustration made her appear somewhat endearing. Having been hurt before, she had come to believe that there were no good men in the world. And there's no need to be so upset. Just treat it as a formality. Dine in return. Mo Qingchuan suggested gently. I wish it were that simple, but the information I receive from home strongly indicates they expect us to get together. The more they push, the less likely it is to happen. I, Yi Qingru, will absolutely not engage in romantic entanglements with any man, and I certainly will not marry. Not a single man is worth my trust. Mo Qingchuan felt a pang of sympathy. How much resentment did she harbor against men? Had she truly encountered such a despicable man to warrant this animosity? He took a moment of silence for himself. Indeed, he perceives that Yi Qingrou's behavior is more of an emotional release. The world is filled with all kinds of individuals. There are certainly scoundrels among both men and women. Our task is to sharpen our vision, to avoid being deceived, and to cultivate inner strength. If mere words can leave you utterly enraptured, it is likely that you will end up with nothing but disappointment. Annie, I still have homework to finish, so I must attend to that first. Mo Qingchuan wished to escape this place, hoping to avoid being entangled in her affairs. Wait. Yi Qingru grasped Mo Qingchuan's arm, pulling him back. Yeah. Auntie is frightened and does not wish to go on a blind date alone. Will you accompany me? Look at the consequences of lingering too long. Escape has become impossible. Yi, I implore you, Annie loves you dearly. Do you not love Auntie? Suddenly, Yi Qingrou's voice took on a playful tone, nearly pleading. Mo Qingchuan shivered. How could anyone withstand such a tone? Women can be quite formidable when they indulge in whimsy. All right, I will go. He found himself intimidated. Yi Qingrou's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Mo Qingyao's, despite her seemingly aloof exterior. Perhaps this is the essence of contrast. Most individuals present entirely different personas in public and private spheres. Wonderful. Now I can rest easy. You must assist me when the time comes. Yi Qingru beamed, revealing her pearly white teeth. Mo Qingchuan suddenly sensed that this blind date might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Auntie, isn't it merely a meal? He inquired. A meal followed by an adventure in a haunted house. Do you grasp the intentions of this man now? Oh, I see. Then I shall call someone. Mo Qingchuan? Indeed. Yi Qingru frowned slightly. It was this boy again. How vexatious. However, meeting him might prove beneficial. Online inquiries had yielded no results. Perhaps a face-to-face encounter would be more fruitful. With this thought, Yi Qingru's eyes sparkled with determination. All right, I have no objections. She readily agreed, seizing this opportunity to expose him. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback by Yi Qingru's acquiescence. He had anticipated a refusal. This arrangement might indeed be favorable. Having Yi Yishui present would ensure their safety. Then I shall return to my homework. Very well, off you go. Yi Qingru cheerfully waved him away. Subsequently, she picked up her phone and searched for self-defense sprays and the like. Participation in the blind date was unavoidable due to familial obligations. Failing to attend would invite criticism, yet she must also safeguard herself. Upon returning to her room, she glanced at her phone and was surprised to find that her family had gone out for hot pot. Yi Yishui even sent her a photo. Fortunately, Mo Qingchuan had already eaten. Otherwise, he would have surely felt temptation. Mo Qingchuan sent a brief reply and then began to tackle his homework, writing fervently. It was not until after 10 o'clock that he finally exhaled in relief and collapsed onto his bed. In truth, most teachers nowadays seldom collect assignments. They primarily review answers during class, discussing exercises and key concepts. The collection of assignments in the first and second years of high school serves merely as a means to assess whether you have completed your work and kept pace with the curriculum. However, the current collection of assignments has become devoid of significance. Even if one wishes to catch up, it is nearly impossible to do so. Under the relentless onslaught of overwhelming assignments, many have chosen to abandon their homework. Ding dong, a message from Yi Yishui has arrived. By the way, today your sister mentioned that someone confessed their feelings to her at school. What? Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. His sister was confessed to? Who possesses such audacity? Nevertheless, your sister has already declined and even reported the incident to the teacher. Well done. Mo Qingchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Mo Qingmiao can be a little imp, she is still in middle school. What does she know about love? It is best to maintain the current state of affairs. Mo Qingchuan. I'm feeling tired. I'm off to sleep. All right. Good night, good night. Chapter 45. Femininity in the early morning. Mo Qingchuan prepared himself and set out early. He had mastered the art of tying his hair and today had fashioned a high ponytail adorned with wispy bangs. Had his features not retained a hint of youthfulness, he might have exuded a somewhat mature allure. As for Yi Qingru, it was nearly impossible for her to rise before 10 unless compelled by pressing matters. Descending the stairs and strolling through the community, he noticed a crowd gathered, their attention captured by an unusual scene. At this hour, most individuals were either taking their children to school or heading to work. What could possibly halt their morning routines? Intrigued, he approached to discover two women embroiled in a conflict, though it appeared to be more of an unprovoked assault than a fair fight. Stop. Please stop. A man intervened, but his plea fell on deaf ears. The assaulted woman knelt on the ground, blood staining her face, her hair clutched tightly in the assailant's grip, tears brimming in her eyes. The onlookers merely observed, showing no inclination to intervene. What do you have to say for yourself? The aggressor demanded, her anger palpable. I love your husband, and since you love him too, logically we should be allies. Why are you attacking me? Her words momentarily stunned the crowd, including the man who had attempted to mediate. A collective pause ensued as their minds processed the unexpected rationale. How dare you? A treacherous cat like you dare claim kinship with me? Mo Qingchuan, intrigued by the unfolding drama, found himself captivated. It seemed the human fascination with spectacle was indeed ingrained within our very DNA. Yet, lingering would risk tardiness to school, and he recalled that Yi Yishui might be waiting for him on the way. Resolutely, he averted his gaze and departed from the scene. As dawn broke, golden rays illuminated the path leading to the school, the air imbued with a refreshing vitality that invigorated the spirit. Yi Yishui's silhouette stretched long in the morning light, her pace slow as she awaited someone. Good morning, Mo Qingchuan greeted as he approached her, a smile gracing his lips, radiant as the spring sun. Yi Yishui momentarily paused, visibly pleased with her new hairstyle. My hair looks great today. I'm becoming quite skilled at this, Mo Qingchuan replied, playfully brushing his bangs aside. "And you're increasingly embodying femininity," he added, a slight stiffness overtaking him, admitting to himself that he had harbored a flicker of hope regarding his physical transformation. He wrestled with an unexpected reluctance to revert. After all, he wished to be a man of substance, yet the thought of remaining in this form was not entirely unappealing. "Will we ever revert to our former selves?" Mo Qingchuan inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Who knows?" Yi Yishui shrugged. "Honestly, I've been enjoying being a man. I feel stronger, more energetic, and, most importantly, I no longer have to endure those monthly pains. After experiencing such discomfort, I truly don't wish to revert. All right, let's walk and talk, but we mustn't be late." "All right." The two made their way to the school entrance, where the head of security regarded them with a concerned expression. Recently, rumors have been circulating within the school at an alarming rate, to the extent that even the security personnel are aware of them. The director and others have issued notifications in the school group, urging teachers to guide students not to fall prey to these baseless tales. Who, indeed, could be spreading such malicious gossip, the department had lamented. There is little he can do to assist in this matter, and he is uncertain how they will handle it. Perhaps in the near future, parents will come to address the situation at school. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui could naturally sense that many eyes were upon them, engaged in hushed discussions. Though they appeared calm on the surface, internally they were simmering with frustration, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash their feelings. Zhou Ying, observing their composed expressions from within the group, clenched her teeth. How could they maintain such demeanor? Did the rumors truly not inflict any psychological harm upon them? It was known that whispers had begun circulating about the school belle's supposed pregnancy. "Yishui, are you all right? Don't pay heed to what others say. It seems the teachers are already addressing this issue." Tang Wenk expressed her concern. Yi Yishui was her close friend, and she could not bear to see her beloved companion maligned by such slander. Even more alarming was the fact that some were taking this matter further, embellishing the rumors to a ridiculous extent. "I'm perfectly fine. What could possibly be wrong? I'm solely focused on preparing for the second mock exam," Mo Qingchuan replied with remarkable calmness. Observing his demeanor, Tang Wenk felt uncertain about how to offer consolation. She could only hope that he remained unaffected, as she too had devoted her full attention to her studies. She had come to accept that Jing Bai did not harbor feelings for her. Thus, she resolved to concentrate on her responsibilities as a student. As for her emotions, time would surely provide clarity. Today, nothing particularly noteworthy transpired. Everything continued as usual. However, as the school day drew to a close, the homeroom teacher summoned Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui to the office. His gaze was filled with concern. One of them ranked first in their class, while the other consistently placed within the top 5. Both were promising students. He sincerely wished to avert the ramifications of these rumors, as they were still young and had not yet weathered the storms of society. It was implausible for them to remain completely unscathed. "Many have been spreading rumors about you lately, and the teachers are already aware. I trust that you could not possibly be involved in such actions. The school has initiated an investigation into the matter. Rest assured, we will ensure your innocence is restored. I only hope that, in the meantime, you can maintain your composure and perform well on the second mock exam. It is crucial for you. We will handle this situation. Is that understood?" Mr. Jean spoke earnestly. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui exchanged a knowing glance. They had already devised a plan for addressing this situation. With rumors escalating, was there truly any hope of vindication? Even if the school intervened, it would be challenging to silence the gossip mongers and convince them of the truth. "Rest assured, teacher, we will focus on our exams." Mo Qingchuan affirmed. If he performed to his usual standard, he should score above 600. While his results would not compare to Yi Yishui's prior achievements, it provided an excuse. Given the impact of these rumors, a drop in scores would be entirely understandable. Otherwise, he felt that the sudden and significant decline in grades would surely lead numerous individuals to engage her in conversation, which would be quite troublesome. After all, Yi Yishui frequently ranked among the top 3 in her year, often securing the first position. Well, keep it up. With the college entrance examination approaching, it would be most advantageous if you both could attend the same university. Teacher Jean remarked once more. The discussion concluded shortly, and tomorrow they would face the second mock examination. Upon returning home, Mo Qingchuan began to inquire with Daitu about the current spread of rumors throughout the school. The response indicated that anyone could readily recount the tale. During the first and second years of high school, the topic had garnered considerable attention. Zhang Xiang and Jing Bai expressed their concerns regarding the matter, but Mo Qingchuan reassured them that it was of no consequence. The wider the rumors spread, the better. Chapter 46, Joker. The second mock examination is proceeding in an orderly manner. Over the past 2 days, the exams have slightly diminished the fervor of rumors among the senior students. However, discussions have merely shifted focus to the examination papers. During this time, a minor incident occurred involving Tang Wenk. She accidentally twisted her ankle while ascending the stairs, but fortunately, she was promptly taken to the infirmary. Thanks to the timely assistance, she received adequate treatment, and her mobility was not significantly impaired. Zhang Xiang expressed his concern and inquired about her condition, even purchasing an ice pack from the supermarket. Yet Tang Wenk declined, stating it was unnecessary. On Thursday afternoon, with a resounding alarm signaling the conclusion of the second mock examination, students and teachers alike flooded into the hallway, either heading to the restroom or returning to their classrooms. This floor became a gathering place for half of the senior class. Mo Qingchuan's expression was frosty as he walked through the center of the corridor, his gaze sweeping across the crowd until it fixated on a singular figure. The rumors had circulated for so long, profoundly impacting both him and Yi Shui. Had they not possessed strong characters and devised a plan to cope with the situation, they might have succumbed to despair, and the thought of drastic actions could have been a possibility. Their restraint was a prelude to this moment, which had finally arrived. "Zhou Yingying," he bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the entire floor. A multitude of eyes turned towards him, including that of the teacher collecting the papers. In that instant, he became the focal point, illuminated as if under a spotlight. Zhou Yingying instinctively turned to Mo Qingchuan, momentarily bewildered. Why was he calling her name at such a time? Had Yi Shui's earlier calmness merely been a facade? Was she finally unable to contain her emotions? The thought lightened her spirits considerably, and she couldn't help but smile. "Yi School Belle, is there something you wish to discuss?" she asked, placing emphasis on the title School Belle. "Indeed, there is," he retorted. "The rumors circulating on the school's forum and within our class group. You are the source, are you not?" Mo Qingchuan made his accusation clear, showing no intention of evasion. Sometimes, it is far more effective to be direct than to overthink and over-elaborate. His words ignited a flurry of whispers among the students. Everyone was aware of the rumors. Yet few had anticipated that the instigator stood before them. "It wasn't me. I have no reason to engage in such behavior." Zhou Yingying's heart tightened. Yet she quickly regained her composure. She could not admit to the allegations, believing that her opponent lacked evidence. As long as there was no proof, she could maintain her position unscathed. At that moment, Teacher Jean approached. "Students, please calm down and refrain from causing a commotion in the hallway. The school will investigate this matter, and the rumors will be handled with seriousness." However, Mo Qingchuan was undeterred. He spoke again. "Currently, all rumors are false, and I wish to put an end to this chaos. Thus, I would like to clarify, Yi Shui and I are indeed interested in each other, and we have already made plans to attend the same university. As for you, Zhou Yingying, I am acutely aware of your affection for Mo Qingchuan, but alas, it is patently clear that Mo Qingchuan could never harbor feelings for you." The moment these words escaped, the curiosity of the onlookers surged to an overwhelming crescendo. Even those on the verge of bursting with anticipation found themselves unable to tear away. The spectacle had commenced. How could they possibly depart? "You lie. I do not fancy Mo Qingchuan," Zhou Yingying retorted, her countenance shifting as agitation began to brew within her. An unsettling premonition gnawed at her. She had presumed that the two would shy away from a face-to-face confrontation or refrain from speaking in a crowded space. Yet, to her astonishment, Mo Qingchuan chose the most populous setting to confront her. The spotlight seemed to shine directly upon her. "Deny it, will you? Very well, perhaps you might recognize this?" The love letter you penned to Mo Qingchuan during our first-year military training. Would you like me to read it aloud? You. Zhou Yingying shot him a venomous glare, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. After such a long span of time, it was unfathomable that the letter still existed. In truth, Mo Qingchuan had discarded it without a second thought, never anticipating it would resurface. Observing Zhou Yingying rendered speechless, the crowd comprehended the truth. The love letter was indeed authentic. Goodness, who would have thought the rumors stemmed from her? Such malice. This was purely envy, an attempt to thwart their happiness. Indeed, Zhou Yingying was not just malevolent in nature. Her heart was equally dark. Upon hearing the murmurs around her, a faint smile graced Mo Qingchuan's lips. This situation promised no true victor. The repercussions of the rumors would be profound. Yet, he had vowed that neither he nor Yi Yishui would emerge defeated in this affair. The rumors would transform into daggers. Aim squarely at Zhou Yingying. Do you comprehend why he harbors such disdain for you? It is because you are excessively vile. After he explicitly rejected you, you had the audacity to ensnare him with a so-called keepsake. Upon receiving it, he discovered it was a piece of lingerie you had orchestrated, intending to leverage the fingerprints upon it to coerce Mo Qingchuan into being your boyfriend. Fortunately, Jingbai was present at the time, thwarting your nefarious plan. In the aftermath of that incident, you continued to entangle him, leading him, in desperation, to pursue a fishery owner, namely Miao Miao. From that point onward, he became the object of ridicule, a mere sycophant, no longer cherishing the idealistic notion of high school romance. He merely aspired to study diligently and gain admission to a reputable university. Only recently, as I grew closer to him, did you begin to reveal your true colors, scheming behind the scenes. But on what grounds do you presume that such rumors could create a rift between us? Mo Qingchuan expressed these sentiments, and he felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. The incident involving Zhou Yingying's threats had cast a long shadow over him. But now he felt liberated from that burden. Accept it. He will never like you. In comparison to me, you fall woefully short. I'm more beautiful than you, academically superior, come from a finer lineage, and possess a kinder heart. You have nothing that can measure up to me. At that moment, Zhou Yingying's complexion turned pale, as if she had suffered a crushing defeat. No, it was supposed to be her triumph. How could this be? Yi Yishui stepped forward, her height of 1 meter 80 setting her apart, as she slowly positioned herself beside Mo Qingchuan. Though her expression remained unremarkable, her heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. Winning or losing was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he stood beside her. The surrounding chatter among the students grew increasingly fervent. Yet she understood that this was not the moment of conclusion. She spoke up. All your efforts have been in vain. I cherish him, and he reciprocates my feelings. As for you, Zhou Yingying, you are a creature of darkness, twisted and despicable, cowering in the shadows, employing every means to capture my fleeting attention. Yet you remain a source of my disdain. Joker, Chapter 47. Defeating the boss, the hallway fell into an unusual silence, a stillness that felt more like the calm before a storm. Zhou Yingying's pupils trembled. She realized that in Mo Qingchuan's eyes, she had always been merely a jester. After all her endeavors and enduring for so long, she had still met with failure. What she had thought to be a splendid opportunity had ultimately transformed into a blade that inflicted deep wounds upon herself. Yet, she did not perceive her actions as erroneous. She simply acknowledged her defeat. Given another chance, she would act the same way again. She would employ every means at her disposal to ensure that there was no room for either party to retreat. What a revelation! It was astonishing to uncover that so much had transpired behind the rumors. According to Master Yi and his companions, the notion of undermining someone was indeed unfounded. Such a malicious intention to slander the school belle and her boyfriend, who seemed to be in an undefined relationship. Let us not spread unfounded gossip. The stillness lasted but a few seconds before the hallway erupted into a cacophony. The rumors had already been fervent, but now, an unexpected twist had ignited even greater fervor. In the wake of this turn of events, what was already a blazing incident had undoubtedly been further fueled. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yixue exchanged knowing glances and shared smile. Their plan had been executed flawlessly, and they were no longer at the mercy of the rumors. As for the instigator, she would not escape unscathed. All right, everyone, please settle down. Class is about to commence. Those needing to use the restroom, please do so. Others, return to your classes. Mr. Jean bellowed. Astonished that these two had managed to orchestrate such a feat in truth, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. Often, the administration sought merely to swiftly quell the repercussions of such incidents, neglecting the personal sentiments of those involved. In circumstances like these, the individuals affected could only rely on themselves to assert their positions. Without resistance, who would come to their aid? However, as he contemplated the aftermath, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Given the current circumstances, there was no need for extensive investigation. It was almost certain that Zhou Yingying was the culprit. The teachers and school leaders would soon convene to deliberate on the appropriate course of punishment. Fortunately, his commanding voice had proven effective, as most students no longer lingered in place. The spectacle had concluded, and their insatiable curiosity ignited, prompting them to engage in discussions with their peers. You two should head back to class, Mr. Jean instructed as he approached them. Understood, Mo Qingchuan replied. Mr. Jean intended to turn away, but paused momentarily. You both performed admirably. Leave the aftermath to me. You need not worry. Maintain your composure and prepare for the upcoming mock exams and a college entrance examination. Understood, teacher. Mr. Jean nodded, then took his papers and called Zhou Yingying away. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the spirits of the two soared to unprecedented heights. The shadows cast by the rumors had completely dissipated. Wow! Zhang Xiang dashed over, still in a state of disbelief. He had never witnessed such a grand spectacle in his life. I must say, you both were incredible. To orchestrate a comeback under such circumstances, in Zhang Xiang's view, this is nothing short of a resounding victory. The two of them, under tremendous pressure, managed to dispel the rumors and prove their innocence. Their close association stems from a mutual agreement to apply to the same university, rather than from any sort of gossip. Congratulations! You have successfully vanquished the formidable boss. Is there a reward you desire? Jingbai approached with a smile. A photo of your legs in torn black stockings. Zhang Xiang raised his hand. Jingbai rolled his eyes at him, exclaiming, Who asked you? What was wrong with Zhang Xiang's thought process? This Mo Qingchuan had likely delved into it, and it was probable that half of his collection consisted of Jingbai's cross-dressing photos. As for why, he couldn't quite decipher. Could it be no? That didn't make sense. Wasn't he fond of Tang Wink? That reward could be set aside. Yi Yisui Wavit headhunt, acknowledging that she had yet to see Jingbai's cross-dressing photos, but she imagined they would be undeniably beautiful, given Jingbai's striking appearance. People are invariably drawn to aesthetically pleasing things. Heaven forbid that her Chuan be swayed by such allure. All right, let's head back to class. We still have a lesson to attend, Mo Qingchuan said with a smile. He had largely lost interest in Jingbai's cross-dressing photos, especially since he currently possessed an exquisite physique himself. Moreover, he felt particularly handsome today. Upon returning to the classroom, the chatter about the incident was palpable. However, as they entered, the noise subsided. The eyes of their classmates sparkled with excitement and curiosity, eager to rush over and interrogate the two about the details of the event. Meanwhile, Miao Miao, seated at the back, found her mind blank. It was over. Zhou Yingying would surely reveal her involvement, and when her father found out, she would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand at home. Furthermore, given the gravity of the situation, the school authorities would surely be aware, and any punishment would be harsh rather than lenient. The thought sent her heart racing, engulfed in fear and anxiety, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Why did she engage in such reckless behavior? Had her mind truly been clouded? While she held a grudge against Yi Yixue, it seemed that Mo Qingchuan was not of paramount importance to her either. She merely relished the sense of superiority that came from his admiration. However, Yi Yixue's recent remarks in the hallway had laid bare the truth. She was merely a pawn in this game. It was no wonder. No wonder there always seemed to be an emotional distance between her and Mo Qingchuan. She had thought that sensation to be mere illusion, but it was indeed real. Perhaps this was the consequence of one's own folly, an inescapable fate. Miao Miao bitterly mocked herself. She was acutely aware that punishment was imminent, yet she had not anticipated the agonizing wait leading up to it. Regret washed over her, but alas, there was no antidote for regret. During this lesson, as the teacher was occupied with grading papers, it turned into a study period. With the bells ringing, the class monitor took to the podium, beginning to oversee the classroom's discipline. While conversation was inevitable, he needed to ensure it did not escalate into excessive noise, lest the principal discover them during his rounds and reprimand them. "You were truly impressive just now, Yishui. I never anticipated that you possessed such a side," Tang Wenk remarked, her gaze fixed on Mo Qingchuan, sparkling with admiration. In that moment, Mo Qingchuan appeared incredibly dashing. If one were to consider the situation from her perspective, it would be reasonable to assume that she would struggle to articulate her thoughts, potentially becoming flustered and allowing the other party to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, she would be the one left wounded. "It's nothing. She engaged in such despicable acts to tarnish my reputation, and I merely retaliated," she continued. "You executed it flawlessly. If you were a man, I can hardly fathom how dependable you would be. I would even be tempted to entrust my life to you." Dan Wenke et Galim. Mo Qingchuan felt a bead of sweat trickle down. Indeed, he was a man. Does this not imply that he is rather reliable? Chapter 48. The deterioration of pure friendship throughout this self-study session. Zhou Yingying was conspicuously absent. Meanwhile, Miao Miao was called away in the midst of it. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui were acutely aware that these two were colluding, and this time, neither would escape unscathed. A light suspension plus a record in their files could very well lead directly to expulsion. The class passed swiftly as the alarm rang. Several figures darted out of the classroom, racing towards the cafeteria. The day students, however, remained unhurried, packing their belongings and strolling leisurely. "I'm off to grab some food. Goodbye." Zhang Xiang waved his hand and dashed out. Mo Qingchuan, Yi Yishui, and Jing Bai, being day students, could walk together for a while as they exited the school gates. However, the trio certainly attracted attention. The commotion from their confrontation in the corridor earlier was still fresh in everyone's minds, not to mention Jing Bai, the campus heartthrob, who drew gazes effortlessly. "Which university are you all planning to attend?" Jing Bai inquired curiously. "Luocheng University," they replied in unison. Given Yishui's academic prowess, her admission was a certainty, and as for Mo Qingchuan, it posed no significant challenge either. Presently, he felt quite confident, believing he had a 90 chance of scoring above 610 in the upcoming mock exam. "That sounds good. I'll discuss it with my fiancé, and see if we can apply to the same university as you," Jingbai nodded. His academic standing was also solid, and he was well aware of his fiancé's capabilities. They had indeed agreed to attend the same university, though they had yet to finalize which one. "It seems Zhang Xiang might have a bit of a struggle," Mo Qingchuan remarked. Zhang Xiang typically scored between 470 and 480, and it would be quite challenging for him to elevate his score to over 600 in just 2 months. Moreover, last year, the minimum score for admission to Luocheng University was 603. Luocheng is a first-tier city, housing numerous prestigious institutions ranging from top universities to colleges. With such an abundance of higher education facilities, it has become a hub for talent. When the time comes, we should ask him. He seems to still harbor some fondness for Tangwen, Jingbai said, shaking his head slightly. His gesture was merely an expression of regret regarding the two individuals involved. Although Zhang Xiang might appear unreliable on the surface, he was genuinely a good person and would not falter in critical moments. There's little we can do to intervene excessively. Whether they walk the same path is ultimately up to them, Yi Shui replied. Matters of the heart are difficult to force, so it is best to let things unfold naturally. If souls are truly compatible, they will ultimately find their way to each other. As they exited the school gates, Jingbai waved, "See you tomorrow, goodbye." "Goodbye," the two responded, beginning their journey home. As dusk descended, the sky darkened slightly, with the sun sinking towards the horizon, casting a gentle orange glow across the clouds, resembling a delicate watercolor painting. The faint sunlight elongated their shadows. Yi Shui took out her phone to capture the halo of the setting sun. Click. This halo indeed appeared more enchanting than usual, and Mo Qingchuan's eyes sparkled with delight. The focus is not on the shadows, but rather on the act of sharing, Yi Shui said, holding her phone as she snapped a picture of the two silhouettes. Is a shadow really the main point? Mo Qingchuan inquired. Yi Shui rolled her eyes. The main point is I want to post this on my social media. Oh, I see. Mo Qingchuan took out his phone, eager to show his support with a like. Yi Shui fiddled with her device, pairing two photographs with a caption. After school, the shadows of you and me. As Mo Qingchuan scrolled through his feed, a wave of emotion surged within him upon seeing the images, particularly the shadows of the two figures drawn close together. It was a feeling he found difficult to articulate, yet it was undeniably enchanting, a budding sensation breaking through the surface of his heart. He liked the post and proceeded to read the comments. Indeed, this is the real deal. One comment read, accompanied by a playful emoji. I should mention that my aunt and mother will see this post. Yi Shui said. That's fine. They can't possibly harm me. I fear nothing. Mo Qingchuan chuckled, feeling emboldened by the fact that he embodied Yi Shui's persona. You might not know, but my mother is returning today. I found out last minute. Yi Shui added once more. What? Mo Qingchuan exclaimed, suddenly realizing that dealing with Yi Qing'er was already challenging, and now he had to face her mother as well. The thought made him break into a cold sweat. Are you scared? Yi Shui questioned. Of course not. I will meet any challenge head-on and defend as needed. We are merely friends with aspirations of attending the same university. Mo Qingchuan feigned composure, although the prospect of meeting Yi Shui's mother was indeed more daunting than facing her aunt. He pondered the complexities of meeting a prospective mother-in-law, especially one who had experienced divorce. He was uncertain of her views on men. I hope she won't interrogate me or try to deter me, he thought. As long as you're unafraid. Do you feel confident about the upcoming exam? What score do you anticipate? I believe I can achieve around 610, Mo Qingchuan replied cautiously, not daring to claim more. That's acceptable. Do you recall the reward I mentioned last time? Yi Shui inquired softly, her cheeks suddenly flushed with color. She nervously fidgeted with her hands, betraying her anxiety. I remember, but isn't the result yet to be announced? Mo Qingchuan paused, intrigued by the reward she alluded to. He was curious about what surprises this affluent girl might have in store for him. True, but since you were confident, it wouldn't hurt to give you a sneak peek, Yi Shui replied, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Really? Mo Qingchuan exclaimed with delight. Naturally. It seems you desire it. Yi Shui gazed at Mo Qingchuan, recalling her once stunning beauty. Of course, who wouldn't want a reward? Mo Qingchuan admitted without reservation. Well, Tang Wenk and the others say that our relationship is purely platonic. What do you think of that assertion? Ah, platonic? Mo Qingchuan pondered, responding in a somewhat dry manner. It's acceptable, I suppose. He couldn't definitively say if it was good or bad, given that their relationship had yet to be defined. I think it's not good. Yi Shui asserted firmly. I believe a transformation is in order. Mo Qingchuan, bewildered, pondered. What transformation? As he contemplated, a pair of hands suddenly cradled his face. For the first time, their breaths intertwined in close proximity. He closed his eyes, feeling his lips sealed, and before he could savor the moment, they parted swiftly. Yet, the residual warmth continued to flood his nostrils. Thump, thump, thump. Mo Qingchuan's face flushed instantly, and his heart raced to a staggering 150 beats per minute. Who could have anticipated that Yi Shui would kiss him at this moment? Though merely a fleeting touch, for someone with no prior experience like Mo Qingchuan, it felt like a powerful jolt. The nascent feelings within him seemed to absorb nourishment, flourishing with vigor. Ah, I see. The transformation you speak of refers to a shift from pure friendship to a bond of intimacy? To his astonishment, Yi Shui was capable of such a thing. Is she truly the same aloof schoolbelle? The two gazed into each other's eyes, brimming with emotion, as if they were magnetically drawn closer once more. Ahem! Though reluctant to interrupt, it seems it is time to wrap things up. A voice suddenly echoed, startling both of them nearly out of their skins. Yi Shui's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. How dare anyone disturb them at such a moment? She turned her gaze, only to be rendered speechless, her expression frozen in shock. Goodness. Chapter 49, Love Rivals Question. What should one do if caught by the girl's mother during an intimate moment? Answer. I solemnly assure you that I will take responsibility for your daughter. Question. What if one encounters the girl's father? Answer. Prepare for a beating. Mo Qingchuan was oblivious to these concerns. At this moment, he, like Yi Shui, found his mind utterly blank, completely paralyzed. They were aware that Yi Qingwan would return today. But who could have anticipated encountering her near the school? Wasn't she supposed to be at home? Yi Qingwan wore a somewhat serious expression. She had spotted the two figures from the car and thus approached them. Initially, she had no urgency. But who could have predicted that in one moment they were taking photographs, and in the next they were sharing an intimate moment? Despite her seriousness, she had no intention of making things difficult for them. The two managed to walk together under the pressure of rumors, and in any case, Mo Qingchuan was still somewhat acceptable. At least he was not avoiding the situation. Moreover, her purpose today was merely to reconnect with an old classmate. As for that utterance of Mom, she decided not to dwell on it too much. Encountering her daughter being kissed by an old classmate's son, X, meant that the son of an old classmate would eventually also be her son. Mom rolled off the tongue quite smoothly, didn't it? Say it again. I would like to hear it. Yi Qingwan directed her gaze at Yi Shui. Yi Yisui hesitated, realizing her slip of the tongue and feeling a sense of dread. Upon exchanging bodies, the instinct to address family still lingered, and by the time she realized it, the word had already escaped her lips. Mom. Yi Shui held back, while Mo Qingchuan awkwardly called out. He felt compelled to speak, fearing that otherwise, Yi Shui would be put in an awkward position. Faced with this mature, beautiful, and dignified woman, he felt an immense pressure. She exuded an aura reminiscent of a celestial being, making it difficult for him to breathe and amplifying his anxiety. Yi Qingwan glanced at her daughter and exhaled softly. Let us get in the car and meet Mo Qingchuan's parents. What? Mo Qingchuan felt a cold sweat cover him. Was it really time to meet the parents? Wasn't that a bit too hasty? He was far from mentally prepared. The encounter between their families could spark unforeseen tensions. However, he felt that Mo Qingyao should keep her mouth shut. She was far too bold, unafraid to speak her mind even to strangers she had just met. Yi Yisui, now somewhat dazed, felt her thoughts tangled like a pot of porridge. The two followed Yi Qingwan into the backseat of the car. The ride was remarkably smooth. Unlike any journey Mo Qingchuan had experienced before, and he couldn't even recall the name of the vehicle. The secretary, Xiao Yun, drove while glancing curiously at Yi Shui through the rearview mirror. Finally, she had the chance to meet the boy who had captured the heart of the young lady. He appeared quite ordinary aside from being handsome and tall. Yi Qingwan, seated in the passenger seat, remained silent. Her gaze lost in the scenery outside as she reminisced about her school days. Memories she had nearly forgotten, now resurfacing unexpectedly. As the car sped along, it took only a few minutes to arrive at the community where Mo Qingchuan's family resided. A group of individuals ascended the stairs and arrived at the entrance of room 601. Yi Shui's CPU had managed to regain some functionality, and she slowly pushed the door open. I shall ignite the starry sea, Mo Qingyao exclaimed as she leapt out, momentarily startling the four visitors. Yi Shui entered and lightly rapped her knuckles on Mo Qingyao's head. Don't be so melodramatic. Greetings to my sister-in-law and my two elder sisters. Please come in. Mo Qingyao said swiftly, fully opening the door. Her large eyes sparkled with excitement. Her elder brother was truly impressive, having brought home 3 women, a model for our generation. Yi Qingwan glanced at Mo Qingyao, slightly taken aback. She presumed this must be the daughter of the 2 individuals before her. She anticipated that the little girl had grown up so much. Yao, what nonsensical chatter are you spouting? Feng Mei emerged from the kitchen, assuming Mo Qingyao was up to some mischief again. Upon seeing the 3 visitors, she was momentarily stunned. Son, who are these? She inquired cautiously. Ahem, this is my classmate, Yi Shui, and this lady is her mother, and Yi Yishui hesitated when introducing Xiao Yun. Although she had met her before, she had to pretend not to know her, as she was currently embodying the persona of Mo Qingchuan. Revealing her identity could lead to suspicions. "I'm a secretary of the boss. Just call me Xiao Yun," she said with a faint smile. "Oh, please come in." Fang Mei was well aware of the rumors circulating at school. One protagonist was her son, while the other was Yi Yishui. It seemed the parents had come to discuss how to resolve the matter. She did not delay in welcoming them. However, upon seeing Yi Qingchuan, her expression turned somewhat perplexed. The face seemed so familiar. "What's wrong? Can't recognize me?" Yi Qingchuan smiled at Fang Mei. "You are Ye Vingvan," Feng Mei exclaimed, suddenly recalling a former acquaintance from her school days. To refer to her as an acquaintance felt slightly inappropriate. She was more accurately described as a rival. In their younger days, Mo Juju was indeed handsome and charismatic, attracting many admirers, including both Fang Mei and Yi Qingchuan. Among these competitors, Yi Qingchuan had been the most formidable, primarily due to her immense wealth, contrasting with Fang Mei's modest upbringing. Fang Mei had often wished for a fortune of millions or billions to dazzle Mo Juju and whisk him away. Fortunately, at that time, Mo Juju was not swayed by material wealth and lacked romantic entanglements, exhibiting a certain innocence that she managed to ensnare him with. Subsequently, those rivals faded from view, no longer disturbing their blissful moments together, leading Fang Mei to forget their faces. Yet, the paths of fate are unpredictable. Who could have foreseen that, after so many years, she would encounter her former rival once again? "It's me. I never imagined that after all these years, you would still be as beautiful as ever," Yi Qingchuan remarked. "Oh no, I've aged and lost my charm," Fang Mei humbly replied. Although she projected a friendly demeanor, her heart was brimming with apprehension. The rival has come to the house. Who could remain unperturbed? Mo Qingyao's eyes darted between the two individuals, sensing an awkward atmosphere, and unusually refrained from speaking. She felt that if she were to speak carelessly, her mother would surely reprimand her, while her father would not chastise her. Provoking her mother would undoubtedly lead to consequences. Yi Yishui and Mo Qingchuan stood rigidly, almost like automatons. Could it be that their mothers were acquainted? Is that truly the case? At that moment, the door swung open once more. "Oh dear, it seems the household has received quite a number of guests." Mo Zhu glanced around, settling her gaze on Yi Qingchuan in the center. "Huh? You're Yi Qingchuan?" Crack! The chopsticks in Fang Mei's hand splintered. Mo Zhu's ears perked up, and she instantly realized the gravity of the situation. There would be no escaping the laundry board tonight. Chapter 50, Another Matter in Truth. It is hardly surprising that Mo Zhu recognized Yi Qingchuan at a glance. After all, the events of the past had left an indelible mark on his memory. Their initial encounter had resulted in a confrontation. However, let's not dwell on that. The martial prowess of the Mo family simply could not compare to that of the Yi family. There was little to boast about. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Mo Zhu deftly shifted the conversation. "Ah, so Yi Shui is your daughter. How could I have overlooked this before? Your daughter is truly radiant. At her age, she surpasses even your beauty in your youth." Even more intriguing was the closeness between his son and her daughter. "It seems we may well become in-laws in the future." He tactfully redirected the discourse towards their offspring, for the resolution of the rumors surrounding Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui at their school was of paramount importance. Surely, the purpose of her visit was to discuss a remedy for this predicament. In-laws? It may be premature to speak of such matters. After all, we're merely old classmates. Shall we not engage in conversation? Ye Vingvan Simidet. It appeared that Mo Zhu had become quite ensnared since joining Fang Mei, which was unexpected. One would have thought he was the one wielding authority at home. "Of course, we shall converse. Ideally, dining out would be preferable, but alas, my wife has already prepared half of the meal." Feng Mei hesitated. "Fear not. After all these years, savoring the culinary skills of an old classmate is surely more delightful than dining at a restaurant," Yi Qingchuan replied. She was genuinely curious to experience the flavors crafted by this couple, having sampled every delicacy the world had to offer. She found herself intrigued by the taste of meals prepared by former classmates. "Ah, Please make yourselves comfortable. I shall assist my wife in the kitchen. Mo Zhu coughed lightly. This situation felt rather absurd, as if he were tied to a gallows. Being at home, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui had already settled onto the sofa. They observed the conversation between their parents, sensing an abundance of untold stories among the three. They were eager to listen, yet hesitant to inquire. Meanwhile, Mo Qingya quietly took a seat beside Mo Qingchuan and gently nudged his arm. Sister-in-law, so our parents are acquainted. Are they here to discuss an engagement? Mo Qingchuan's expression darkened. You little rascal, he thought. Yi Yishui's mother was still present. How bold she was to ask. No, it pertains to the matters we encountered at school. Oh, mother mentioned something about rumors. It seems they had quite an impact on you both. Mo Qingya expressed her concern. She was acutely aware of how damaging rumors could be. She recalled a classmate who had nearly succumbed to isolation due to similar gossip, but thankfully, she had been rescued. That math teacher had been quite amiable, for he had long ceased to adorn himself, repeatedly stating in class that no student harbored any affection for him. Such rumors could jeopardize his career, and he warned against further fabrications, lest he be compelled to speak with her parents. Eventually, matters improved significantly. Yet, that girl remained deeply affected by the incident. Rest assured, we have resolved this issue using our own methods. We have not emerged unscathed. Those who spread the rumors will not only face the backlash of their own words, but will also incur the wrath of the school administration. Yi Yishui spoke slowly. Resolved? Yi Qingwan inquired, her brow furrowing slightly in confusion. Yi Yishui was aware that her mother likely remained oblivious to the events that transpired after the second mock examination this afternoon. Thus, she took her time to recount the entire situation to Yi Qingwan. Her mind had already regained much of its clarity, and she meticulously detailed the circumstances, including the two individuals' forbearance, their quest for an opportune moment, and the location of their counteraction. Both had endured humiliation and executed their plan flawlessly, yielding the desired results. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan was somewhat taken aback. She had initially assumed that the matter would necessitate the intervention of both sets of parents, which was why she had returned. However, to her surprise, the two had resolved the issue through their own ingenuity and methods. The next step would involve the school reaching out to them to discuss how to address the situation. The rumors no longer held any substantial power over the two. You both did remarkably well, I must say, Yi Qingwan remarked softly. She understood that whether through police intervention or the school's efforts to quell the rumors, it was impossible to completely silence the students. Even if those spreading the rumors faced consequences, the whispers would still target the two of them. Yet now, they had boldly acknowledged their closeness and their mutual aspiration to attend the same university, effectively redirecting the sharp edge of the rumors. Wow, you two are incredible. If it were me, I would probably lock myself in my room and not dare to step outside. Mo Qingya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Mo Qingchuan glanced at her, somewhat skeptical. If it were you, you'd likely confront them head-on and start throwing punches, he quipped. Nevertheless, as their conversation continued, Mo Qingchuan discovered that Yi Qingwan was not as difficult to engage with as he had anticipated. In fact, she was surprisingly amiable. Meanwhile, Mo Zhu was experiencing some distress in the kitchen, having been pinched several times by Fong Mei. Stop pinching, dear. That's our future daughter-in-law's mother. You can't possibly drive them apart. Mo Zhu evaded, genuinely feeling the sting of her grip. I certainly wouldn't dream of tearing them apart. But I must remind you that Yi Qingwan may one day be family. If you two were to rekindle old flames. What nonsense. If I ever did something like that, I might as well throw myself against a wall. Mo Zhu exclaimed in a hushed tone, fearing the others in the living room might overhear. Just focus on cooking. The couple worked together in the kitchen, their collaboration remarkably efficient. Soon, a table laden with dishes was ready. The seven of them gathered around, feeling a bit cramped yet managing to fit. During dinner, Yi Yishui recounted the afternoon's events once more. Upon learning the details, Mo Zhu and Fong Mei felt a wave of relief. As long as the two of them were no longer subjected to the rumors, everything would be fine. They could now concentrate on their upcoming college entrance examinations, which was undoubtedly a positive development. Ultimately, we shall see when the school contacts us. If this matter can be resolved satisfactorily, that would be ideal, Yi Qingwan stated. Given the gravity of the situation, the school would undoubtedly reach out to both families to discuss compensation and apologies, especially since this is just before the college entrance exams. Had these two not managed to resolve the issue so effectively, who knows what the consequences might have been? Fang Mei expressed her intense disdain for those who had spread the rumors, lamenting how classmates could harbor such malicious intentions. Yi Qingwan nodded, sharing the same perspective as Fang Mei, particularly given that she had only one precious daughter, Yi Shui. For this matter, we shall wait. However, there is another issue I believe warrants our discussion. Yi Qingwan reflected, articulating her thoughts. What is it? Fang Mei inquired, her curiosity piqued. Could it be about the engagement of the two children? My company has a technology sector that initially collaborated with the military industry to develop high-performance drones for defense purposes. This partnership has enabled us to amass a wealth of technological expertise, leading us to establish a separate division focused on civilian drones. Creating civilian drones poses little challenge for us. However, marketing them proves to be more arduous, as the market shares are predominantly held by a few established companies, making it difficult to carve out our own niche. Coincidentally, Mo Zhu has been involved in this field. He was previously a supervisor, but is currently unemployed. I believe this presents a promising opportunity. Fang Mei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, you mean to suggest? Yi Qingwan offered a gentle smile, revealing her intentions without hesitation. I would like your husband to work under my guidance. Chapter 51. $1 million salary at the dining table. A pin drop could be heard. The silence rendered the atmosphere increasingly awkward. Mo Qingchuan and the others were still unaware of Mo Zhu's unemployment, yet they dared not inquire further. Mo Qingya glanced around, suddenly feeling a chill run down her neck, compelling her to involuntarily shrink back. How terrifying! It seemed she sensed her mother's domain expanding. Fang Mei's expression remained impassive, yet the bowl in her hand trembled on the verge of shattering. The words spoken by her former rival, whether intentional or not, felt like a provocation to her. It was as though she were declaring that her husband would soon belong to someone else. Crack! A fissure appeared at the bottom of the bowl. Mo Zhu lowered his gaze to the bowl, silent, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If anyone was enduring torment at the table, it was he, sitting like a needle on a bed of thorns. At over 40, who could have imagined he would experience such a hellish scene in his lifetime? However, he could discern that Yi Qingwan merely wished to recruit him for the drone sales sector, without ulterior motives. Yet he recalled the days of school when Yi Qingwan had hurled money at him. How utterly infuriating. There was no way he would accept her offer. Primarily, he was also considering Fang Mei's feelings. After some contemplation, he resolved to politely decline, aiming to diffuse the uncomfortable atmosphere. Ahem. I believe I have agreed on his behalf. Huh? Mo Zhu was taken aback, his gaze blankly directed at his wife. Had he misheard? It seemed not. Fang Mei's foot was now firmly pressing down on his instep, applying a painful pressure. His face twitched involuntarily. However, you should know that my husband is quite skilled in this area, hence he commands a rather high price. Fang Mei chuckled lightly. If you desire him, very well. I can make it happen. Yet, the salary cannot be diminished. As a primary school teacher, her salary was insufficient to cover the family's expenses. So if Mo Zhu could secure a good job, it would greatly benefit their household. Regarding whether working under Yi Qingwan would spar complications, she felt confident that it would not, primarily due to Mo Zhu's trustworthy character and because she had long since molded him to her liking. It was merely a slight discontent within her. Salary was not an issue. The company was financially sound. Even acquiring Mo Zhu's previous company would be a trivial matter. However, that was unnecessary. Purchasing a dilapidated vessel would require repairs, a thankless endeavor. The most valuable assets on that ship were Mo Zhu and the team he led. Yi Qingwan had already instructed Xiao Yun to investigate that company thoroughly. This company had once had the potential to grow and prosper, but internal finances had been continuously siphoned away, and now it could no longer withstand the pressure on the brink of collapse. Are you implying that you wish for me to bring the team along? and Mo Zhu pondered for a moment. According to old Zhu's previous sentiments, those individuals still wished to work alongside him. It was unlikely that everyone would follow, but a portion certainly would. Indeed, the composition of a team is a laborious endeavor. If it were possible to directly recruit a seasoned team, the company would eagerly pursue such an opportunity, Yi Qingwan remarked. Initially, there existed a small sales team dedicated to drones, yet they struggled to secure any orders, despite their drones surpassing competitors in various metrics. They were unable to capture any market share from other companies. The matter of team recruitment can be addressed later. I need to inquire about the salary, Mo Zhu inquired. The annual salary is 1 million, Yi Qingwan stated without hesitation, presenting an offer that left Mo Zhu at a loss for words. This amount far exceeded his previous earnings. The opportunity for a meteoric rise in life had arrived. Moreover, it is after tax, Yi Qingwan continued. Mo Zhu exhaled sharply, feeling as if he had misheard. He recalled the times when Yi Qingwan had playfully thrown money at him during their school days. The offer was indeed extravagant. However, there are performance requirements. Should you fail to meet them, your salary will be adjusted. If the drones do not sell, this department may also face closure. I wanted to give you a fair warning, Yi Qingwan added. Though they were old classmates, the company had its own considerations, which you can surely understand. Yi Qingwan, no longer the proud youth she once was, had come to terms with the realities of the corporate world. I completely understand. Mixing emotions with finances can be detrimental. Rest assured, I will earn such a salary through my capabilities, Mo Zhu confidently affirmed. He had no intention of invoking their past as classmates. That would undermine his integrity, and he was confident in his ability to succeed. This was a win-win situation. Additionally, Yi Qingwan's openness was a positive development. All right, since you possess confidence, let's have you add Xiaoyan on WeChat. Sometimes I am too busy to respond promptly. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out to her, Yi Qingwan said, taking a sip of juice. The tasks for today had been accomplished, and now she could relax and enjoy the meal prepared by her former rival and her partner. Strangely enough, the flavors were indeed quite distinct. Oh, I forgot to ask, where is the company located? Is it in another city? Feng Mei inquired. Ye Vingvan nodded. The company is in Luo City. However, Mo Zhu's job does not require clocking in. His role inherently involves traveling, and as long as he meets performance targets, he need not return to the office. Thus, you need not worry. It will not disrupt your marital relationship. Well, that sounds acceptable, Feng Mei nodded. If he were to be constantly away, even a million annual salary would require careful consideration. But if he can return frequently, then it poses no issue. Mo Qingchuan was now beginning to grasp the nature of Yi Qingwan's relationship with her parents. So they were old classmates. How peculiar and unpredictable fate can be. Yi Yishui lowered her head, savoring her meal, feeling a sense of contentment. With the rumors drawing to a close, and Mo Qingchuan's father's work seemingly settled, there appeared to be no pressing concerns. In the remaining time, she would devote herself to tutoring Mo Qingchuan, aiding him in improving his grades, so they could both pursue the same field of study. However, this afternoon, she found herself experiencing a rather peculiar sensation within her own body. Although the sensation was fleeting, it unexpectedly ignited within her a desire to capture the lips of Mo Qingchuan and pry open his pearly whites. The atmosphere at the dining table improved considerably, and Feng Mei became animated, sharing amusing anecdotes from the past with Yi Qingwan. Mo Qingyao's eyes widened in delight. Her ears perked up. She adored hearing about her parents' past. Today was indeed a feast for her ears. After finishing their meal and engaging in casual conversation for a while, Yi Qingwan took Xiao Yun and Mo Qingchuan home. She had some matters to discuss with her daughter. Although she had experienced heartache in the past, she did not oppose her daughter's foray into romance. She simply wished to clarify a few things. Chapter 52. Mother Ye's advice with a gentle beep, the fingerprint verification succeeded. As Mo Qingchuan unlocked the door, he pushed it open. Yi Qingru was sprawled on the sofa, idly swinging her jade legs while scrolling through Douyin. Upon hearing the sound, she turned her head towards the entrance, her expression brightening with delight. Sister, you finally made it. The Yi family is a large clan, with many peers among them. Among these contemporaries, she shares the closest bond with her sister. Despite an age difference of nearly 16 years, it does not hinder their relationship. After all, it was her sister who raised her. Has Ro encountered any issues managing the Yuzhen restaurant recently? Yi Qingwan inquired with a smile. Not at all. Under my stewardship, the employees are content. The ineffective management has been dismissed, and quarterly profits have seen a remarkable increase. Those who once mocked my management skills can eat their words. Do they dare to criticize a genius girl? Yi Qingru suddenly adopted a haughty demeanor, although her tone held a hint of playfulness. Excellent work, Yi Qingwan remarked with satisfaction. She was aware that Yi Qingru had a clear understanding of these matters, which is why she had entrusted the restaurant to her without hesitation. Many had opposed this decision, even attempting to compete with Yi Qingru. However, she was well aware that those individuals merely sought to seize the family's assets, hoping to divide them among themselves. The Yuzhen restaurant's legacy was a gift from their mother before her passing. Previously, Yi Qingwan had managed the establishment, maintaining stability but not delving deeply into its operations, as her focus lay elsewhere. As for those eager to snatch the business, she remembered them well. Most were outsiders who had married into the Yi family. Where would I be without the opportunity you provided me, sister? I miss you so much. Once Yi is at Luoqing University, will I be able to join her? Yi Qingru nestled against Yi Qingwan's arm on the sofa, her head naturally leaning on her sister's shoulder. Mo Qingchuan vetchit in surprise. It was rare to see this side of Yi Qingru, revealing her dependence on Yi Qingwan. Of course, you can stay in my villa. Ye vingvan affectionatilis troket ye vingrusit. Radiatink maternal varmt. Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth, momentarily taken aback. Had he not known better, he might have mistaken Yi Qingru for Yi Qingwan's daughter. In fact, he was the one who was supposed to be Yi Qingwan's child. By the way, sister, recently, Yi has been quite close to a boy. You should talk to her. Are there any good men in this world? I've lived for 25 years without encountering one. How about you find one at 18? Yi Qingru suddenly declared. Mo Qingchuan was at a loss for words. Was it truly necessary to be so extreme? Good men had not vanished. She simply had not met them. Her disdain for all men seemed rather radical. Well, let her handle this herself. Our excessive interference will only add pressure. Besides, I've already visited the boy's family. What? Yi Qingru was taken aback. Her sister had already ventured to the boy's family? In comparison, she felt rather inadequate, spending 1,000 to obtain a contact, only to be met with indifference. Suddenly, she felt a sense of frustration. However, your concerns are not entirely unfounded, Yi. Come, sit down, Yi Qingwan said. Mo Qingchuan obediently walked over. I do not oppose your romantic endeavors, but I earnestly hope that your relationship remains healthy. Although Mo Zhufang and Mei are my old classmates, and they have likely instilled good character in their son, you must be vigilant. If any issues arise, remember to protect yourself. Furthermore, I do not wish for you to engage in excessive intimacy before graduating high school. And even more so, I hope you refrain from any indiscretions before marriage. Do you understand your mother's intentions? Yi Qingwan grasped Mo Qingchuan's hand and spoke earnestly. As a mother who had once endured emotional turmoil, she wished to spare her daughter from a similar fate. Yi, you may feel that I'm being overly protective, but my past experiences leave me unable to be unconcerned. At that time, I was young, having just graduated a year prior, managing the family business, and at the age of 23, I was pregnant with you. However, at the moment I needed him most, he betrayed me. Yi Qingwan did not delve into the details of the incident, but the sorrow and worry etched on her face were unmistakable. With her background and capabilities, she should have led a fulfilling life, yet she was almost destroyed by a scoundrel. Mo Qingchuan's expression shifted slightly. It was revealing to learn that Yi Ishui's mother had such a history. No wonder he had never heard her mention her father or seen a photograph of him. This also illuminated Yi Qingwan's heavy love for her daughter. Mom, rest assured I am prudent. We have not yet established a relationship, and we certainly will not engage in any inappropriate actions. We are very cautious about defining our relationship, Mo Qingchuan declared earnestly, needing to assure Yi Ishui's mother. As for the kiss in the afternoon, it was initiated by Yi Ishui, and he too found it unexpected. The transformation from pure friendship to something more had occurred rather swiftly. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease, Yi Qingwan said, gently patting Mo Qingchuan's head. He did not resist, though he felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Prudence is indeed commendable, especially with my sister-in-law testing him. If he harbors ill intentions, I will ensure he is dealt with decisively. Yi Qingru declared loudly, determined to protect her niece at all costs. Mo Qingchuan's lips twitched. Brother, I cannot manage you now. So be careful, though that would require someone else to do the dirty work. Why would you want to soil your own hands? Ye Vingvan, chaklit lightly. Yi Qingru nodded in agreement. Mo Qingchuan found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly wise for them to conspire so openly before him? By the way, are you prepared for the matchmaking this weekend? Ye Vingvan invited Ofye Vingru. Of course. Yi will bring along that Mo Qingchuan, she replied. But isn't there class this weekend? Inform the teacher that taking a day off is not an issue. Yi Qingru has already made the necessary preparations. She knows people at school, and securing a day off for 2 students is quite effortless. Moreover, she intends to devise a plan to potentially unveil Mo Qingchuan's true character. She wishes to discern whether this young man is a scoundrel or a gentleman. Very well. Ensure that you remain vigilant. I initially intended to intervene regarding this blind date, but the old man readily agreed. Having given his consent, it would be unwise to backtrack, so I must trouble you to make the trip, Yi Qingwan remarked. TCH, if that old man had any sense of responsibility, we wouldn't have to return home just to see him during the new year. He doesn't even acknowledge Yi. Once he is laid to rest, I shall certainly dance upon his grave for a couple of days. Chapter 53. Seasoning. The 2 sisters had long harbored grievances against their father, resulting in a strained relationship that worsened after their mother's passing. Consequently, both sisters developed an aversion to returning to the Yi family home, a place that held little sentimental value since their mother's death. Yay, it's getting late. You should wash up and go to bed, Yi Qingwan gently suggested. Allericht, Mo Qingchuan obediently replied. He had discerned that the Yi family was far from ordinary, with intricate webs of interests at play. However, given his current status as a student, Yi Qingwan had not permitted him to engage even slightly in the affairs of the family business. After freshening up and returning to his room, Yi Qingwan was still occupied discussing matters with her sister and their secretary, Xiao Yun, likely pertaining to work. Mo Qingchuan didn't dwell on it. Instead, he flopped onto the soft bed. Ding, his phone chimed with a notification. He picked it up to see Zhang Xiang sending messages in their group chat late at night while in the dormitory. He glanced at the screen and noticed a screenshot of a comment titled "Several Signs That a Girl Likes You." Intrigued by the title, Mo Qingchuan began to read on. 1. If she reads your message but doesn't reply, it's often due to an inner monologue filled with shyness, leaving her unsure of how to respond. 2. If she has difficulty to arrange a meeting with, it's likely because she fears not measuring up to your expectations and worries you might despise her and leave. 3. If she disparages you privately, it's out of fear that her friends might develop feelings for you and steal you away. 4. If she refrains from dating you, it's because she desires to hear more of your confessions. 5. If she deletes or blocks you, it's because she is afraid of falling too deeply in love and becoming trapped. Mo Qingchuan chuckled as he read through the list. He decided to respond to Zhang Xiang. Stop fooling around with your buddies. Don't deceive yourself. Zhang Xiang replied, no way. I think it makes a lot of sense. Jing Bai chimed in. Is this your way of comforting yourself? Zhang Xiang retorted, nonsense. Just sharing some fun. Zhang Xiang then added, Jing Bai, send a picture of your legs. Jing Bai shot back, what do you take me for? You're not planning to use my photo for something, are you? Zhang Xiang responded with a cheeky, naughty emoji. Jing Bai exclaimed, you're disgusting. If you send me that again, I'll cut off your hands. Zhang Xiang laughed. What a joke. I'm a gentleman. Who would do such a thing? Mo Qingchuan quipped. Jing Bai, I think Big Head is dreaming about you. Jing Bai retorted. What the hell? Pervert. Zhang Xiang protested. Hey, that is slander. The group chat buzzed with renewed energy. Amidst the monotonous and intense pressures of their senior year, this lively banter served as a welcome spice in their lives. Only among close friends could they unleash their true selves and relieve stress so freely. As the conversation continued, Mo Qingchuan decided to send a message to Yi Yishui, feeling it necessary to share Yi Qingwan's earlier advice. This fellow had ambushed him, causing his first kiss to vanish before he even had a chance to experience it fully. Upon hearing this, Yi Yishui felt a pang of distress. Who could have anticipated being caught by her mother? What should she do? Must she endure 2 months of merely holding hands? No, this was not her usual demeanor. Where had her aloofness gone? She was the campus belle, an unattainable flower on a lofty peak. Why did it seem that her desire surpassed his? I never claimed to be aloof. That was merely a rumor, she retorted. And Mo Qingchuan, pondering her words, scratched his head. It seemed true, yet her usual demeanor exuded an air of coldness. The aloof campus belle could not afford to let her persona shatter in front of him. Could she? My mother said we cannot be too intimate before graduation, which means we can after? Yi Yishui inquired. Indeed, but before marriage, we must not overstep boundaries. Understood. So that means we cannot conceive, she replied. Huh? Is that what you mean by overstepping? No, wait. He seemed to be the passive one in this situation. Realizing this, Mo Qingchuan tightened his legs. Would he be able to reclaim his original soul? The following day, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui arrived at school, as usual. The reversal of rumors shifted the focus away from them, and instead, it was Zhou Yingying, who had previously remained inconspicuous, that became the center of attention. Her vile actions had drawn widespread disdain, resulting in a chorus of scornful remarks. Today, however, neither Zhou Yingying nor Miao Miao was present. In Class 9, Li Shishir's gaze drifted toward them. Shishir, look, that's the male lead in this rumor incident, and Mo Qingchuan from Class 6. It should be your first time seeing him, her friend remarked. Li Shishir slightly shook her head. I believe I've seen him numerous times before. I spotted him in the hallway after the exam yesterday. A flicker of excitement sparkled in her eyes. Oh, I didn't realize you had already seen him. That's great. He seems unexpectedly reliable. Yes, he is quite handsome. Handsome? Indeed. To think you would praise a boy's looks, sure. Li Shishir cast a couple of glances before her vibrant expression faded, replaced by a hint of melancholy as she lowered her head. So, you already had a girlfriend, the first campus belle, no less. Originally, she had intended to pay attention to him. As for developing a closer relationship, she had not contemplated it deeply. Her life had already been shackled by constraints, and breaking free was her aspiration. Yet, these chains were bestowed upon her by her father. Breaking free would not only cause her to lose her feathers and suffer injury, but also lead to her father's disappointment. She had contemplated death, sometimes feeling that it would erase all worries, offering liberation. Thereafter, she would no longer have to face despicable individuals like Wang Zikai, whom she loathed. Cece, what do you think death feels like? Huh? Sure, what is wrong with you? Why are you asking this? Are you feeling down? No, just curious. When someone dies, they probably know nothing anymore. That sounds rather peaceful. Sure. Are you okay? How could you entertain such thoughts? You don't have feelings for that boy, do you? Are you hurt? Li Shishir shook her head. It was not the notion of death that troubled her. Rather, it was her utter lack of hope for the future, a bleak horizon stretching endlessly before her. She faced a choice, to exist as a mere shell of a person, numb and lifeless, or to embrace death, granting herself a serene rest. The inclination towards the latter was far more pronounced than the former. Thus, the contemplation of death had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Well, what is it, sure? Is there anything I can assist you with? It's nothing. I'm merely speaking my mind, Li Shishir replied. According to her father's plan, after graduating from high school, she would assist Wang Zikai in his endeavors while simultaneously managing her university studies. However, she pondered, perhaps that day would never come. Chapter 54. Responsibility and Retribution. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the grandparents of Miao Miao and the father of Zhou Yingying arrived at the school. Following them were the two individuals responsible for spreading the rumors, their faces ashen with dread. Jin Mingyao selected an unoccupied office and ushered them inside. Simultaneously, Mo Zhu, Feng Mei, and Yi Qingwan also arrived at the school. The parents from both sides were crammed into a conference room, the atmosphere palpably tense. Naturally, the parents of the slandered party wore expressions of deep discontent, harboring intense disdain for students capable of such malicious intent. They had never witnessed classmates committing such atrocious acts. As both sets of parents took their seats, the school had already deliberated on how to address the situation overnight. The punishment was non-negotiable, given the far-reaching consequences of the incident. For the final 2 months of high school, both students would face suspension, alongside a severe disciplinary mark that would remain in their records for life. They were also required to compose an apology letter of no less than 1,000 words. As for compensation for emotional distress and the signing of a reconciliation agreement, while this was originally meant to be settled between the parties, the school suggested a sum of 50,000 each. Miao Miao and Zhou Yingying's countenances turned an alarming shade of pale, particularly Miao Miao, whose tears flowed uncontrollably as she sobbed. Regret consumed her. Her father was absent, leaving her to reach out to her grandparents. Yet for them, at their advanced age, producing 50,000 was an insurmountable burden. Having toiled in the fields their entire lives, how much could they possibly save? Teacher, our Miao Miao has come to realize her mistake. Her father neglected her, failing to instill proper values, which led her to commit this grievous error. We have chastised her at home. The grandfather spoke, his voice frail. As for the compensation, we genuinely cannot afford it. We can only muster 32,540. The elderly couple, their skin weathered and darkened, stood frail and trembling, akin to flickering candles in the wind, their clothing tattered and imbued with the scent of earth. They did not take their seats, remaining unsteady on their feet. Miao Miao's sobs grew more intense, her heart heavy with guilt. Since the 3rd grade, she had been raised by her grandparents, who had always cared for her selflessly. Yet due to their lenient discipline, she had fallen in with a bad crowd and neglected her studies. The current scene was tearing her heart apart. She felt utterly ashamed to face her aged grandparents, who were now compelled to use their meager earnings from years of labor to cover her debts. If given a second chance, she would never wish to be entangled with Zhou Yingying again. Suddenly, she collapsed to her knees. I am so sorry. This is all my fault. I should bear all the consequences. I implore you, please, allow me to repay this money. I am willing to work, to do whatever is required. I beg you. She sobbed, her words stumbling, tears cascading down her cheeks. She recognized her mistake, yet there was no remedy for her regret. However, she could not bear to see the hard-earned money of her grandparents lost in such a manner. It was not the money itself that mattered to her, but the toil and dedication they had invested. Miao Miao, it's all right, don't cry, don't cry. With a gentle touch, her grandmother reached out, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and softly caressed Miao Miao's head. And the others remained silent, for this scene was difficult for them to assess. It evoked a sense of pity, albeit somewhat. Yet, right was right and wrong was wrong. One must bear the consequences of their actions, a truth that should be understood. Sighing, Jin Mingyao covered his eyes with his hand, swaying slightly. Every family has its own struggles, yet he refrained from saying too much. The matter of compensation needed to be negotiated by both parties. Ponder for a moment, casting a glance at the stooped figures of Miao Miao's grandparents before finally speaking. If you're willing to bear the compensation alone, I am also willing to accept it. You may repay it slowly, but we must sign an agreement. Additionally, you must apologize to my son and Yi Yishui in person. Can you do that? Wiping her tears, Miao Miao nodded eagerly. Yes, I can. In truth, she had initially wished to preserve her dignity, but compared to her grandparents, what was dignity worth? They were her only family who truly loved her. Then it's settled. We shall not make things difficult for you. Please stand up, Feng Mei said, helping Miao Miao to her feet. The situation on Miao Miao's side resolved surprisingly smoothly. Noticing that Miao Miao's parents were absent, and Feng Mei could surmise a few things. The remaining concern lay with Zhou Yingying. Her previously dark complexion now bore an ashen hue, her eyes dimmed. Yet, unlike Miao Miao, she did not burst into tears. Will you also be repaying the compensation gradually? Yi Qingchuan inquired, directing her gaze towards Zhou Yingying's father. He remained silent, his expression revealing an endless fatigue intertwined with indifference. Then there is no need. I can provide the compensation immediately, Zhou Yingying's father replied, his voice hoarse and lifeless, akin to still waters. Although he could muster the funds, It pained him to do so. The discussions proceeded smoothly, with both Miao Miao and Zhou Yingying accepting their penalties. And Yi Yishui were summoned to the office to receive their apologies in person. Thus, this matter reached a conclusive end. However, regarding the compensation, the three of them agreed to allocate it for and Yi Yishui, as they had little need for the money themselves. It might serve a greater purpose for the children. Consequently, unbeknownst to, his bank account swelled by 25,000. Ultimately, Miao Miao was taken away by her grandparents, her tears flowing continuously as they offered her comfort, urging her to refrain from wrongdoing in the future, for their love for her remained unwavering. On the playground, Zhou Yingying quietly followed her father, watching his figure recede into the distance. She paused, slowly voicing, "Are you leaving?" Zhou Yingying's father paused, his figure momentarily still. "You have noticed, haven't you?" he said. "Indeed, perhaps only your mother remains oblivious." With weary eyes, he turned to glance at her. "You are so foolish, failing at every endeavor. I have had enough. My life should not be like this. It ought to be more beautiful, even if just a little. The effort, the devotion, the endurance I have invested should not yield such a disheartening outcome. What are your thoughts now? Do you wish to thwart my pursuit of a brighter future?" The bloodshot eyes of Zhou Yingying's father burned with resentment towards everything surrounding him. "No, I will not hinder you. You have fulfilled your duty of nurturing me. But before anything else, I must ask you for 50,000. Although this may prevent me from attending school, I can still take the college entrance examination and pursue higher education. I sincerely hope you can provide me with the tuition and living expenses for university. After receiving this, I promise to no longer trouble you." Zhou Yingying articulated her true intention. Without the funds, how could she attend university? Her indolent mother was utterly unreliable. Taking a deep breath several times, Zhou Yingying's father finally composed himself. He gazed at the vast blue sky. Could this finally be the end? Upon returning, he would transfer funds to her bank account, thereafter severing all ties. He would change all means of contact, bringing this chapter to a close. You, take care of yourself. Chapter 55, Double Standards with the Absence of Rumors Affecting Their Lives. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui gradually found tranquility. On Friday afternoon, Yi Qingchuan departed, her busy schedule making it a rare feat for her to return. After school, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui bid her farewell together. Yi Yishui understood her mother's lack of time, yet it mattered not, for she had someone by her side now. "Don't be disheartened, Yi. Once you finish your college entrance exams, we can venture to Luocheng together." Yi Qingru affectionately ruffled Mo Qingchuan's hair. He felt a hint of resistance, considering Yi Qingru was merely 7 years his senior. He regarded her not as a relative, but simply as an older sister. "Auntie, have you arranged your leave for us?" Mo Qingchuan inquired. "Of course, I've already discussed it with the teacher, and the rest also your." Yi Qingru narrowed her eyes, casting a glance at Yi Yishui. Perceiving a trace of hostility in her gaze, Yi Yishui sighed inwardly. "Auntie, I am your true niece. You seem to have misdirected your focus. Make sure you show up," Yi Yishui replied. "Rest assured, I will definitely be there. Since you don't wish for this blind date to succeed, I shall assist you." After all, she was her aunt, who had cared for her for so long. It was only natural for Yi Yishui to lend a helping hand. "That would be splendid," Yi Qingru conceded graciously. "All right then, let us return to our respective homes. We shall reconvene on Sunday." Upon returning home, Yi Qingru presented him with a bottle of chili water spray. Although Mo Qingchuan deemed it unnecessary, he thought it harmless enough and tucked it into his bag. Later that night, a flurry of messages erupted in their group chat. "I saw Tang Wenk today, walking quite closely with a boy I didn't recognize." "Chuan, do you know what is going on?" Zhang Xiang queried, having accidentally observed the scene while fetching water. At first, he questioned whether he had misseen, but upon closer inspection, he was certain of what he had witnessed. Mo Qingchuan was equally perplexed. While he sat next to Tang Wenk in class, she had not shared any such details with him. However, he recalled that during one period today, she had been conspicuously absent. "I'm not sure either. Should I ask Yi Yishui to inquire?" Mo Qingchuan suggested. "Forget it. It could just be a friendship. I might be overthinking it," Zhang Xiang replied. "Dazue, do you still have lingering feelings?" Jingbai teased. I advise you to let go swiftly. Not at all. I was merely curious. Zhang Xiang defended himself. If she doesn't tea like me, I want to pursue her. Focus and prepare for your exams. Aim for university close to Luocheng, and we can still hang out together, and Mo Qingchuan encouraged. Understood. I'm already dreaming of the senior girls at university. Zhang Xiang exclaimed. Are you fantasizing about a university senior in your dreams? Jingbai quipped. Hey, how did you know, you mind reader? Zhang Xiang retorted. Your intentions are all too obvious. Mo Qingchuan laughed. I'm off to sleep now. Good night, Jingbai replied. Good night, Zhang Xiang added. On Sunday morning, Mo Qingchuan indulged in a leisurely slumber until Yiqing gently drew the curtains, prompting him to blearily open his eyes. His recent sleep habits had become a tad unruly, with the quilt displaced and a large plush toy clutched in his arms. A sudden slap on his backside jolted him awake. Yi, it's time to rise. Freshen up and have something to eat before we set off, she urged. And Mo Qingchuan, fumbling for his phone, glanced at the time and realized it was already past 10. The sleep had been exceptionally refreshing. If only he could enjoy such slumber every day. After washing up, he selected a cream-colored short-sleeved shirt and pants, complemented by a light blue jacket. This ensemble exuded a fresh, understated style. Yet, Yiqing added a pair of sunglasses. Here were these. They truly enhance our Yi-Ye's elegance, she remarked with a smile. Mo Qingchuan donned the sunglasses and admired the effect. They accentuated his flawless chin and the delicate pink of his lips, making him feel quite charming. Upon our arrival, let us separate. You observe from a distance while I approach him directly. During our meal, I will choose a spot with ample empty seats. And you and Mo Qingchuan can dine next door. Should anything arise, we can communicate via WeChat. Yiqing laid out her plan. Mo Qingchuan nodded, replying, all right. I shall follow Andy's lead. Yiqing nodded in satisfaction, her lips curling into a derisive smile, her eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt. I have gathered some information about him. Word around the family is that he is a good man, and they are eager to play matchmaker. Huh, what difference is there between him and a boar in a pigsty? Filthy and vile. Mo Qingchuan nodded in agreement, hands resting on the sunglasses frame. Such scum deserved to be humiliated. Indeed. And as for those at home, I remember perfectly who has been so eager to play matchmaker. Yiqing grudge was palpable. A sentiment Mo Qingchuan keenly noted. He sampled some leftover Xiao Mai from the table while awaiting Yishui's arrival. Knock, knock, knock. Soon the door echoed with raps. And Yiqing personally went to open it. Finally, you've arrived. But your outfit looks rather drab, she commented. Yishui replied, drab? Is it? She felt it was just fine and rummaged through Mo Qingchuan's wardrobe, assembling a more appealing outfit. Such attire is unworthy of my Yi. Yishui retorted. Her mouth agape as she dryly stated, he bought all these clothes. In truth, she wished to convey that the choice of clothing was not her concern. However, to Yiqing it sounded as though she was questioning her niece's taste. Well, it's acceptable, though you certainly lowered the outfit's caliber, she conceded. Mo Qingchuan interjected, sister, even if he hasn't been crowned the campus heartthrob, he possesses both height and looks. To put it plainly, he can merely serve as a mannequin, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. We should not harbor such bias. Aunt, I find him quite handsome, could not restrain himself from speaking up. He felt compelled to advocate for his own perspective. Is that so? Questioned with a look of confusion. If you find him appealing, it suggests you possess a modicum of taste. Hey, that's double standards, isn't it? Enough of that. Let us prepare to depart. Today, I am eager to witness what this blind date might conjure up. Had no intention of engaging, were it not for the need to concoct an excuse. She would not even consider going. Subsequently, and donned their sunglasses. Quietly trailed behind, suddenly realizing that her presence alongside her aunt seemed rather too dazzling. Previously, she had been oblivious, but viewing it from an outsider's perspective revealed a stark contrast. No wonder when she and her aunt had visited a mall before. They were inundated with requests for their WeChat. Upon stepping outside, this notion was further confirmed as many gazes within the community were drawn towards them. I'll make you see. I'll gouge your eyes out. Wrong, wrong. That young couple had begun to argue once more. Chapter 56 Yuzhu Square bustled with activity, thrumming with the vibrant energy of weekend crowds. Not far from the square lay a lengthy pedestrian street, replete with an array of clothing shops, dining establishments, and charming CAFS. Though the drive to this locale had not taken long, Mo Qingchuan found himself somewhat disconcerted by the multitude of curious gazes directed at him and his aunt. As they stood together, their presence undeniably commanded attention, leaving the nearby Yi Yishui feeling somewhat overlooked. "Excuse me, beautiful ladies, are you heading out to dine?" A young man, whose clean-cut visage was somewhat undermined by his shorter stature, approached them. He possessed a certain charm, reminiscent of a youthful puppy, his eyes sparkling with interest. Having encountered numerous attractive women before, he nonetheless found himself outshone by the two before him. The mere thought of winning one of their affections would fulfill his life's aspirations. "Get out of the way." Yi Qingru immediately discerned his intentions and retorted with a loud reprimand. She had always been forthright when confronted by such advances. The invasive nature of the onlookers' gazes made her feel profoundly uncomfortable, regardless of their attempts to mask their intentions. "Do you have no manners?" The young man frowned, taken aback. With a decisive shove, he was pushed aside by Yi Yishui, whose imposing height of nearly 6 feet created an undeniable sense of authority. "I told you to move aside. Can't you understand? There are plenty of people here, yet you choose to block the way." Yi Yishui showed no intention of yielding. Should he persist in his pursuit, she was prepared to demonstrate the formidable skills passed down through the Yi family lineage. With a huff, the young man turned and quickly departed, feeling the sting of embarrassment under the scrutiny of so many onlookers. He had anticipated that even if his flirtation were to fail, he wouldn't be dismissed so harshly. He had never before faced such a public rebuff. "Aunt, it seems we are indeed too captivating," Mo Qingchuan remarked softly, tilting his chin slightly upward. Through his sunglasses, he observed the brown hues of the bustling scene, noting that many eyes were drawn to them. Despite his modest attire, his allure remained unaffected. He felt it prudent to acquire some self-defense skills to ward off unwanted attention. "Well, you and Mo Qingchuan should proceed ahead. Let us part ways for now. That person should be arriving shortly," Yi Qingru suggested, casting a mildly surprised glance at Yi Yishui. It was a pleasant surprise to see her stand up for herself. She seemed far superior to the coward she had previously dated. This small incident had slightly altered her perception of Mo Qingchuan, though only marginally. His true character remained to be tested. Yi. Once I ascertain that he is indeed a good man, I shall not stand in your way." After parting ways, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui moved approximately 10 meters from Yi Qingru. "The sun's rays are rather harsh today. I too would like to wear sunglasses," Yi Yishui commented. "Certainly. Here you go," Mo Qingchuan replied, removing his sunglasses and handing them to her. "There's no need for that. You wear it. Later, let's see if there's an eyewear store on the pedestrian street, and we can buy one then." "All right, but who is the person your aunt is meeting for a blind date?" Mo Qingchuan inquired with curiosity. Until now, he remained unaware of the other party's identity. One could surmise that anyone who could be matched with a young lady from a wealthy family like Yi Qingru must belong to an equally prestigious family, possessing some degree of influence. It is someone from the Zheng family, named Zheng Hui, 22 years old, who has just graduated from university. The information we received suggests he is quite exceptional, though the specifics remain unknown, Yi Yishui replied slowly. Indeed, the other party hailed from a notable lineage. It appeared that he was not an ordinary individual. "It seems he has arrived," Yi Yishui alerted. Mo Qingchuan's gaze followed hers. He saw a man approximately 1.75 meters tall, with a center-parted hairstyle, a fair complexion, and a prominent nose, dressed in a stylish black and white outfit that exuded a casual elegance. The families had previously exchanged photographs, and they recognized each other immediately due to their distinct aura and appearance. At that moment, Zheng Hui wore a radiant smile, embodying a sunny disposition, as he approached Yi Qingru with a bouquet of vibrant red flowers, jogging lightly. Many women passing by couldn't help but glance twice, intrigued by whom this handsome gentleman was presenting flowers to. "Hello, you must be Yi Qingru. I am Zheng Hui. It's a pleasure to meet you." He extended his right hand, appearing eager to shake hers. Yi Qingru cast a sidelong glance, but did not reciprocate the gesture. Oh, my apologies. It was a reflex. I always extend my hand during business discussions and have formed a habit, Zheng Hui explained, somewhat embarrassed. I sincerely apologize. These flowers are freshly picked and are for you. He offered the bouquet to Yi Qingru. The blossoms were resplendent and fragrant. Many girls passing by gazed with sparkling eyes, thinking that if such a dashing young man were to present them with flowers, they would undoubtedly accept, for it was hard to find a reason to decline. However, Yi Qingru felt indifferent. They were merely flowers. If she desired them, her home would be filled with blooming blossoms every day. Wow, these flowers are so beautiful, a little girl exclaimed, her eyes glistening with longing as she admired the bouquet. Yi Qingru glanced at the girl and smiled gently, then took the flowers and handed them to her. If you want them, then they are yours. Singulière expression stiffened. What was the meaning of this? If he were to refuse, he would still have to accept that she had taken the flowers. If he agreed, she had turned and given them to a little girl. Was this a subtle rejection? Can you really give them to me? The little girl hesitated, her shyness evident. Yes. If you like them, they are yours. Thank you. Big sister, you are truly beautiful. When I grow up, I want to be as pretty as you. The little girl looked at Yi Qingru with admiration sparkling in her eyes. You will. I'm certain you will grow up to be a stunning beauty. Yi Qingru ruffled the girl's hair affectionately. After receiving the flowers, the little girl dashed off, eager to share the fragrant blooms with her friends. Holding onto the flowers had become a slight inconvenience, so giving them to the child was quite a lovely gesture. I see it's lunchtime. I haven't eaten yet. Shall we go for a meal first? I have learned that there is a delightful hot pot restaurant here. Zheng Hui quickly masked the awkwardness, his face still adorned with a radiant smile. Very well, Yi Qingru nodded gently. Subsequently, the two began to stroll towards the pedestrian street, while Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui stealthily followed suit. Unbeknownst to them, their hands intertwined at some point. Inside the hot pot restaurant, Yi Qingru and Zheng Hui sat facing each other. The establishment offered the convenience of ordering via a quick scan. Have you ever dated before? Yi Qingru inquired. Taking a sip of water, Zheng Hui paused momentarily, then shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, I have not. You may laugh at me, but I once had a close relationship with a girl, and I genuinely believed we would be together. However, she expressed a desire to refrain from romance, only to confess her feelings for another boy just days later. This experience left a significant impact on me. I was hurt for a long time, to the extent that I hesitated to approach other girls. Consequently, at the age of 22, nearing 23, I remain untouched by first kisses or embraces. Recently, my family arranged a blind date, prompting me to give it a try. Yi Qingru's expression remained composed as she set down her cup, her nails lightly tapping against the surface, producing a crisp sound. A flicker of disdain glimmered in her eyes. This is a fabrication. Chapter 57. She surely likes me. To my surprise, during my very first blind date, I encountered such a stunning beauty, which left me feeling somewhat anxious. Yi Qingru was scrolling through her phone screen, selecting ingredients like lamb rolls. Have you never been in a relationship? She inquired. Well, of course I want to have one. Who wouldn't desire a beautiful romance? However, my family is pressuring me to settle down quickly, I replied. To be honest, the moment I laid eyes on you, I was indeed captivated. Your beauty and grace are unlike anything I have ever witnessed. I assure you, I'm not exaggerating. Zheng Hui's voice carried a hint of excitement, his eyes sparkling. In reality, Yi Qingru looked even more breathtaking than her photo suggested. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment, she responded, though no joy accompanied her words. Compliments from a scoundrel only made her feel disgusted. On the surface, Zheng Hui appeared to be quite charming. Yet beneath that facade lay sheer hypocrisy. According to Yi Qingru's investigations, Zheng Hui's romantic history was far from simple, especially during his university years. He leveraged his wealth to maintain ambiguous relationships with numerous women. Even after graduation, he still kept in touch with them. The fact that he managed to avoid scandals during university demonstrated a degree of cunning, allowing him to deceive multiple women for an extended period. Not far away, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui had taken their seats, their appetites evident as they focused on ordering. These lamb rolls look delectable. Shall we get 2 plates? Mo Qingchuan suggested. Will we finish 2 plates? I see they also have fatty beef rolls. How about 1 plate of lamb and 1 of beef? Sound good. What else do you fancy? If you see something you like, just say it. It's on me. Yi Shui, embodying the traits of a little wealthy lady, exhibited her generosity, not even considering letting Mo Qingchuan spend a dime. Absolutely not. I must treat this time, Mo Qingchuan insisted. Having dined at Yuzhen restaurant so many times, he felt it was unreasonable for Yi Shui to treat him again for this hot pot meal. Additionally, having recently gained an extra 25,000 in his account, he considered himself reasonably affluent at his age. In the end, they settled on their order, and Mo Qingchuan hurriedly paid the bill, leaving Yi Shui a step too slow. How can you be so quick with your hands? She exclaimed. You have to be swift, Mo Qingchuan replied. His gaze shifted slowly towards Yi Qingru and Zheng Hui's table, where the two seemed to be enveloped in awkwardness. Zheng Hui continuously attempted to initiate conversation, yet Yi Qingru remained coldly aloof throughout. Yi Shui, what do you think of that guy? Mo Qingchuan asked. Yi Shui glanced up from her phone and replied, he must be a flirt. He doesn't seem serious. What kind of normal man wears perfume and meticulously grooms himself? Only those with ulterior motives do such things. This assessment stemmed from her experience after swapping bodies with Mo Qingchuan, during which she discovered that aside from shampoo, toothpaste, and mutton tallow soap, he possessed no other cleansing products. Moreover, after discussing skincare products with Mo Qingchuan, he outright refused to allow their use. Years have passed, and he has remained steadfast in his simplicity, maintaining a pristine routine without the need for excessive products. Some ingredients are overly complex, and he dares not use them. Thus, Yi Shui realized that boys indeed differ. Notably, Mo Qingchuan's skin was commendable, neither oily nor dry, requiring merely a wash with mutton tallow soap every 2 nights. Indeed, he resembled a roasted duck. Mo Qingchuan nodded in agreement, removing his sunglasses and placing them on the table before discreetly observing his surroundings. Meanwhile, Zheng Hui felt a flicker of annoyance within. Despite his extensive conversation, the woman before him responded with mere platitudes. Were it not for her striking beauty and esteemed background, he might have overturned the table in frustration. Taking a deep breath, he decided to remain silent for the moment, noting several unread messages from other women. Yet, he sensed a gaze upon him. Was it merely an illusion? Looking up, he fortuitously met the eyes of Mo Qingchuan, who was watching him intently. Instantly, his eyes lit up. In terms of looks, Mo Qingchuan was no less than Yi Qingru. Furthermore, he possessed a youthful innocence, untouched by the harshness of the world, exuding a refreshing purity. Why was she gazing at him? Just moments ago, her eyes had darted away, her head turning to the side, an action layered with subtle fluster. Contemplating this, Zheng Hui's lips curled into a smirk, and he felt an answer forming within. She must be enamored with me. Young girls are naturally drawn to handsome and refined individuals. If she were to discover his wealth, her infatuation would only deepen. Zheng Hui's initial irritation transformed into delight. Although his match with Yi Qingru appeared unsuccessful, the prospect of winning over a younger, equally beautiful girl was enticing. However, his gaze shifted toward Yi Shui, his brow furrowing slightly. What was the relationship between this boy and girl? A quick assessment revealed a lack of intimacy. They were likely not a couple. Moreover, the boyish attire suggested modest means. With this analysis, his confidence surged. Creating an opportunity for a private encounter with them would be advantageous. If he could engage with the young girl, winning her over would undoubtedly be within reach. Mo Qingchuan averted his gaze, pondering why this fellow was fixated on him instead of conversing with Yi Qingru. This was indeed perplexing. After a moment of reflection, he considered that Yi Qingru might not be fond of him, and revealing the truth seemed plausible. Perhaps it was worth attempting. Instead of approaching Yi Shui directly, he picked up his phone and began messaging her. Your aunt's matchmaker has been staring at me. I sense something amiss. His demeanor suggests he's up to no good. Perhaps you and your aunt could venture to the restroom together, and I shall observe if he makes a move toward me. Mo Qingchuan intended to use himself as bait to gauge the other's intentions. However, Zheng Hui's gaze was excessively predatory, and he felt confident that the man would seize the opportunity to approach him in their absence. All right, what a scoundrel. If he dares to act, just spray him with chilly water, Yi Yishui replied, and subsequently sent a message to her aunt. Upon receiving the message, Yi Qingru paused momentarily before a subtle smile graced her lips. She glanced at Zheng Hui before her, only to find his gaze wandering elsewhere, just as she had anticipated. If her plan succeeded, she would no longer need to engage in further probing. With this thought in mind, she responded to her niece with an okay. In truth, if the probing ultimately failed and the other party persisted, she had contemplated tearing off the facade entirely. However, such a course of action would not bode well for her either. The opposing party might disseminate unfavorable information about her, such as unfounded slanders or covert investigations. Yet, should her endeavor succeed, she would acquire compelling evidence, the advantages of which would extend beyond merely ridding herself of this scoundrel. She could also confront those who had orchestrated the matchmaking within her family group. She had long found those individuals utterly repugnant. With this in mind, Yi Qingru rose from her seat, stating that she needed to visit the restroom due to a slight discomfort in her abdomen. Zheng Hui nodded with a smile and replied, "Of course, Miss Yi. Please go ahead. I shall wait here for your return, and we can proceed once you are back." Yi Qingru chuckled softly to herself, thinking that upon her return, it might very well be time to enact her retribution. Chapter 58. Blushing Yi Qingru rose and departed, prompting Yi Yishui to follow suit. The two hurriedly made their way to the restroom. Meanwhile, Zheng Hui seized the opportunity to observe Mo Qingchuan without restraint, reveling in his good fortune. To his surprise, the boy across from him was also headed to the lavatory. Such a moment was not to be squandered. The girl clearly held an interest in him. Otherwise, she would not have been gazing his way or evading his gaze so coyly. No need to worry, brother will arrive shortly. And Mo Qingchuan, engrossed in scrolling through Douyin, sensed the stirrings of intrigue, akin to a fish beginning to nibble at bait. He mused to himself, is it truly this simple to ensnare a heart? It appears Yi Yishui's allure surpasses my expectations. As Yi Qingru and Yi Yishui vanished around the corner of the hot pot restaurant's restroom, Zheng Hui recognized that the moment had arrived. He rose slowly and approached Mo Qingchuan. Though Mo Qingchuan heard the approach, he feigned ignorance, harboring a hint of disdain within. Is he really so brazen, without a moment's hesitation? When Zheng Hui finally stood before him, Mo Qingchuan gradually lifted his gaze. "Hello, young lady. Which school do you attend?" Mo Qingchuan hesitated before responding. "You are." "Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zheng Hui, 22 years old, the heir of the Zheng family. Zheng Hui flashed à Jean Smide. You probably aren't too familiar with the Zheng family, so let me briefly enlighten you. I own properties worth millions, alongside 4 luxury cars, each valued in the 100,000 range. Does this resonate with you?" Mo Qingchuan nodded, not denying the fact that this fellow was indeed quite affluent. It was no surprise for someone from a prominent family to possess such wealth at a young age. If he were an ordinary person, he could simply indulge in a life of leisure. "I'm still in high school," he replied matter-of-factly. "Oh, high school, you say?" Zheng Hui found no cause for concern. As long as the other party was agreeable, everything would be fine. "By the way, I noticed a boy seated with you earlier. Is he your boyfriend?" Mo Qingchuan shook his head. "He is not my boyfriend. He is a classmate. Our relationship is purely platonic." Upon hearing this, Zheng Hui smirked. Was she attempting to exonerate herself to prevent him from leaving too soon? What pure friendship? Who would believe that such a thing could exist between a man and a woman? "Oh, I see. Why don't we exchange WeChat? That way, we can keep in touch frequently." At that moment, Yi Qingru and Yi Yishui had already poked their heads around the corner. "He truly is a scoundrel," Yi Yishui exclaimed. "Oomph. I knew he was a rogue all along. This is perfect. I can gather evidence." Yi Qingru had already taken out her phone, snapping a flurry of photos. Feeling something was amiss, she switched to video recording. Her spirits lifted. She had not anticipated this scoundrel would set his sights on her niece. How absurd that he would pursue her the moment she stepped away. "How do you intend to handle this?" Yi Yishui inquired. Of course, it must be exposed. This scoundrel deserves to be utterly humiliated. He dares to lie to my face. Does he truly believe I am oblivious to everything? Ye Yingru replied, especially concerning that old man. She must confront him about the caliber of individuals he has arranged for her. Is he not endangering her by introducing such people? She was fully prepared to confront those elder relatives in the group with her indignation. This matter would undoubtedly escalate. But if it meant she would no longer be arranged for blind dates, then that goal would be achieved. Having finished recording the video, Yi Qingru noticed that Mo Qingchuan was still at a standstill. Her eyes darted around before she turned back to Yi Yishui. You have been spending quite a bit of time with Yi Yishui lately. Do you find her beautiful? I have a question for you. Between Yi Yishui and myself, who do you think is more attractive? Yi Qingru's gaze lingered on Yi Yishui, her eyes glistening with allure. She even flirtatiously tossed her hair, slightly parted her lips, and exhaled gently. Yi Yishui observed her aunt's antics, genuinely tempted to capture the moment on her phone. However, she truly wanted to affirm that her aunt was indeed more beautiful. But at that moment, she was embodying Mo Qingchuan, and it would be impossible to express such a sentiment. It was clearly a trap. She could not tarnish Mo Qingchuan's image, otherwise. Her aunt would surely do everything in her power to prevent their union. Thus, she uttered a remark that would sting Yi Qingru. You are not even a match for a hair of Yi Yishui. Yi Qingru's previously alluring expression froze, her lips twitching. Her complexion quickly flushed, fingers clenched tightly. She felt a surge of embarrassment and inner turmoil. I'm not even a match for a hair of Yi Yishui. We are clearly on equal footing. Are your eyes blind? If so, you ought to seek treatment. You insufferable man. How infuriating. Is this your honest opinion? Yi Qingru demanded, her gaze fierce, as if she were ready to devour Yi Yishui whole. Yes, I believe you fall short in every aspect compared to her. Beep, beep, beep. Yi Yishui was unsure if she was imagining things, but it seemed she heard the sound of the kettle boiling. She realized she might have gone too far. I apologize. Aunt, I love you, but I cannot be without Mo Qingchuan. Yi Qingru's face flushed crimson, her teeth gritted, producing a grinding sound. She was genuinely enraged. She felt an overwhelming urge to slap Yi Yishui and give her a proper thrashing. Yet she restrained herself. She could not act in such a manner. Yi Yishui would be hurt, and she needed to consider Yi Yishui's feelings. Very well, I shall remember this. Yi Yingru said, her expression darkening as she stormed away with purpose towards Mo Qingchuan. The aura she exuded shifted dramatically, and many sensed her agitation. However, some could not tear their eyes away, remaining fixated on Mo Qingchuan. Oh, don't be shy. It's merely adding each other on WeChat. When you have time, I can take you out and about frequently. Consider the experience of reclining in the passenger seat of a luxury vehicle worth millions. A far more pleasurable scenario than being confined to the back seat of a dilapidated electric car. Zheng Hui seduced, confident that for an ordinary girl, this was an irresistible temptation. Mo Qingchuan cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing silence, instead turning to observe Yi Qingru, who was approaching. Zheng Hui followed his gaze, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. How could she have emerged so soon? Was she not suffering from a stomach ache? Ah, Miss Yi, I was merely inquiring about what delicacies this establishment has to offer. He stammered awkwardly. Yet, Yi Qingru's gaze was frosty, laced with an overwhelming fury. She was in dire need of an outlet for her anger, and fortuitously, a target was within reach. He is attempting to add me on WeChat, Mo Qingchuan stated, directly exposing the falsehood. Zheng Hui's pupils dilated. He realized he was finished. Get lost, you repugnant scumbag. Yi Qingru shouted, delivering a swift kick that was evidently practiced. The force of her kick sent Zheng Hui flying 3 meters away. As he collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and unable to rise, Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth in astonishment. The women of the Yi family were formidable. Ye, let us depart. Yi Qingru urged, gripping Mo Qingchuan's arm, eager to leave the scene without delay. The scoundrel had been dealt with, and her objective had been achieved. But that was not what incited her anger. What truly vexed her was the sting of a single remark from Yi Shui. If given the chance, she would relish the opportunity to deliver a thorough beating to Yi Shui. And Mo Qingchuan, utterly bewildered, was dragged away. Hey, wait. We haven't even eaten yet. I just settled the bill. Chapter 59. Emotional Transference. The scoundrel has been driven away, yet the meal was still consumed, and home was returned to. However, Yi Qingru maintained a rather displeased countenance throughout, as if brooding in silence. And Mo Qingchuan appeared utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Had the scoundrel not been successfully expelled? Why then was she still so irate? Was her anger yet to dissipate? He had intended to seek an opportunity to inquire about Yi Shui, yet such an opportunity never materialized. Upon returning home, Yi Qingru, in a fit of anger, plopped down forcefully onto the sofa, inadvertently flattening a small toy in the process, altering its expression entirely. Still feeling unsatisfied, she extracted the toy and hurled it to the ground. Mo Qingchuan, what on earth is happening? Is there trouble brewing? Her temper is so volatile. Ye sudendi, ye vingru, fading somehat agrievit, pitifully graspet, Mo Qingchuan sar. Do you think we are equally beautiful? I am not inferior to you, am I? And Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth, pondering what there was to compare. There was simply no basis for comparison. After a moment of reflection, he spoke. Aunt, how could you be inferior to me? I believe you are even more stunning, especially in terms of maturity and figure. If you were a boy, surely they would prefer you. Yi Qingru's expression softened slightly. She found comfort in Yi Ye's words, believing them to be perfectly reasonable. Even if she were not as remarkable as Yi, she certainly was not lacking to such an extent. Then, Yi, if you were a boy, who would you choose between us? Yi Qingru posed the question once more. Mo Qingchuan was left speechless. Sister, what is wrong with you? Why must women complicate matters for each other? Noticing Mo Qingchuan's hesitation, Yi Qingru's heart already harbored an answer. Ye. I would like some solitude. Then I shall retreat to my bedroom. Mo Qingchuan hastily excused himself, for such inquiries were far too pointed. Unbeknownst to him, a world where only the ant bore wounds had been established. After Mo Qingchuan returned to his room, Yi Qingru began to take deep breaths, striving to regulate her emotions. While she did not deny that her niece excelled in every regard, possessing considerable beauty, it was intolerable for her to be belittled by a man. The frustration she had felt, particularly after adding him on WeChat and engaging in prolonged conversation without any advancement, culminated in an explosion of emotion. Her dissatisfaction was not directed at Yi Shui herself, but rather at Mo Qingchuan. Once she had calmed down, Yi Qingru picked up her phone and began searching for Mo Qingchuan's WeChat, subsequently sending him a message. Good brother, I would like to see a photo of you. Could you send me one? Upon returning to his room, Mo Qingchuan received the message. He glanced at his phone, bemused by the remark that seemed to flirt with him. Did she genuinely wish to entice him? Or was she merely concerned that he might run off without paying his phone bill? Day after day, she messaged him for no particular reason. Did she not have a job? I am quite unattractive and impoverished, so perhaps it's best you forego the photo. If you're worried I might abscond without paying my bill, rest assured I possess a modicum of integrity. Please refrain from harassing me any further. I will diligently settle my phone bill each month, and I am even willing to pay $100 if necessary. But please do not send such melodramatic messages anymore. I have developed feelings for someone else, although our relationship is not yet defined. Nonetheless, we are getting along splendidly. I ask that you respect yourself. In my heart, you do not compare to her, not even to a single hair on her body. Thus, let this be the end. Aside from messages regarding the phone bill, I kindly request that you cease all other communications. After sending the message, Mo Qingchuan tossed his phone aside. He needed to review some knowledge points, as there were several questions in the upcoming mock exam that he found utterly perplexing, and the teacher's explanations had not clarified anything. Although he had taken a leave today, he could not afford to let his studies lag. In the living room, Yi Qingru saw the message and felt her lips twitch uncontrollably. She ground her teeth in frustration, her face flushed with anger, her rage reaching its peak. She leapt up, flailing her arms, and hurled her phone onto the sofa with force. At Shanwano, One high school, as dinner time approached, Jingbai had left, and Zhang Xiang did not rush to the cafeteria. He glanced at Tang Wenk, his expression slightly somber. Even when his roommate called him to dinner, he did not go. He was waiting, wondering if that person would show up. Ever since he learned that Tang Wenk had feelings for Jingbai, he felt somewhat disheartened. However, it wasn't entirely bleak. He believed he still had a chance, especially since Jingbai was already involved with someone and had a betrothal. Given Jingbai's demeanor, it seemed unlikely that Tang Wenk would have hope. However, ever since the second mock exam, he had seen Tang Wenk getting close to another person. This was unexpected and illogical. Was Tang Wenk so swiftly moving on? Since their last encounter was merely coincidental and inconclusive, he resolved to keep a watchful eye today. Zhang Xiang pressed his lips together, hoping that the boy was merely a casual friend. He may not possess the excellence of Mo Qingchuan or Jingbai, yet he yearned deeply for genuine love. The impression Tang Wenk had left on him was indelible, making it difficult for him to forget or to withdraw gracefully. It felt as though he were ensnared. If there were a deity, may you heed my prayer. I am willing to offer up a photograph of Jingbai in women's attire. Please, do not let a boy emerge to whisk Wenk away. Zhang Xiang closed his eyes, silently praying. During dinner time, he was willing to endure hunger if it meant preserving even the slightest chance with Tang Wenk. When he opened his eyes, he coincidentally noticed an unfamiliar boy entering through the front door, his face adorned with a smile, moving through the other classes with ease, as if he were entering his own. What brings you here? Tang Wenk inquired, looking up. In that instant, Zhang Xiang's heart tightened. Could it be? Oh, I forgot to return the notes I borrowed last time. Here, take them, Song Yuan said, handing the notes back to Tang Wenk. Upon receiving them, Tang Wenk smiled sweetly. So, did you find them helpful? Naturally. After reviewing the notes of a top student, the insights were quite substantial, Song Yuan replied with a smile. Zhang Xiang let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that this boy was indeed the one. It turns out it was merely a request for notes. However, this young man had never encountered Tang Wenk nor exchanged a word with her before. As he stood up, intending to head for a meal, he observed the ethereal figure of his heart, engaging in conversation with other boys, provoking a subtle pang of jealousy within him. I hardly consider myself an academic prodigy. I am far inferior to Yi Shui, Tang Wenk modestly remarked. In truth, her academic performance was commendable, as she often ranked just behind Mo Qingchuan, who was a prominent figure in the school. We need not compare ourselves to them. I'm hungry. Shall we go eat together? Song Yuan inquired. Absolutely. Tang Wenk replied without a moment's hesitation. Grasping her meal card, she rose and walked alongside Song Yuan. Zhang Xiang stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. As a torrent of emotions surged within him, his body trembled slightly, seemingly uncontrollable, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. He sat down, his right hand clutching his heart. It turns out that the heart can indeed feel pain. Chapter 60. The Prince Charming Zhang Xiang found himself at a loss. Slumped over his desk, as if all strength had drained from his body. The atmosphere around him had turned desolate. Suddenly, a spark of thought jolted through his blank mind. He could not afford to linger in this state. With the college entrance examination looming, what was he even contemplating? Struggling to his feet, he made his way to the school store and purchased 2 loaves of bread, seeking solace on the playground as he ate. Hey, big head, come play badminton for a while. A classmate called out to him. Zhang Xiang shook his head slightly, declining the invitation, and continued his aimless, solitary stroll. He gazed at the increasingly overcast sky, a reflection of his own troubled mood, shrouded in shadows. Memories began to surface in his eyes. Before high school, he was not the person he had become. If one were to trace back in time, it was before he met Tang Wenk that his personality began to shift. Throughout elementary and middle school, he had been an invisible presence, entirely out of sync with his peers. It was as if he existed in a world of his own, rarely engaging in conversation with classmates. His academic performance was merely average, and he seldom ventured outside the confines of home, spending his holidays engrossed in anime, gaming, and homework, his sole activities. However, he could never have anticipated that this reclusive, introverted individual would one day encounter his own beacon of light. During the military training in his first year of high school, The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and beneath the shade of a tree, he and Tang Wenk shared countless conversations. Her exuberance was infectious, prompting Zhang Xiang to aspire for change and connect with others. Thankfully, he succeeded. He was no longer the withdrawn boy he once was. He could even joke with his friends, such as Mo Qingchuan and Jingbai. With a reluctant swallow, he gulped down the dry bread, suppressing a tear that rolled down his cheek, falling to the ground. He hastily wiped it away, inhaling deeply. If she could be with someone she cherished, wouldn't that be wonderful? He mused, finishing the last of his bread. High school was merely a chapter. His youth was far from over, and university awaited him. He aimed for a score exceeding 500 and dreamed of attending Luocheng. The plastic bag in his hand crumpled under his grip as determination surged within him. He would strive to excel in his studies. If he could surpass his father just once, that would be a worthwhile achievement. During evening study hours, Zhang Xiang remained silent, grappling with emotions that were not easily alleviated. He bore the pangs of his heart, forcing himself to focus on the problems before him, even when his desk mate attempted to tease him. After the study session, he lingered for a while longer before heading back to the dormitory. Unexpectedly, he caught sight of two figures in the distance, walking closely together, Tang Wenk and a boy he did not recognize. He cast a fleeting glance, but did not linger. He aimed to complete his nightly routine and conserve his energy for the next day's studies. Later that night, he experienced an upset stomach, uncertain if it was the fault of the bread. He hurried to the restroom, only to find all the stalls occupied. Reluctantly, he ascended to the upper floor, relieved to find it less crowded, and finally settled down to ease his discomfort. "How have you been lately, Yuan Ge?" "Not bad. Surprisingly simple. She's an easy girl." The voice from next door caused Zhang Xiang to furrow his brow. It sounded quite familiar, reminiscent of the boy who often walked with Tang Wenk during meals. Coincidence? Hey, it's definitely Yuan Ge. That girl flirts effortlessly. We are all envious. Haha, don't talk nonsense. It's not as easy as you think. It's just that this girl is even more innocent than I imagined, which is why you find her simple. If I had any intentions, I doubt I could even hold her hand now. At this point, Zhang Xiang felt a chill in his heart. You've already held her hand? Progressing so quickly? He had harbored a secret crush on Tang Wenk for 3 years without any advancement. Was the gap between people so vast? Yet, it seemed irrelevant to him now, since Tang Wenk did not like him. If it were truly simple, wouldn't Yuan Ge soon be able to book a hotel room? Who knows? Let us see how it goes. I'm done, so I'll take my leave. Moments later, there was a rustling sound. Zhang Xiang opened the door. He wanted to see if this person was indeed the one who had been getting close to Tang Wenk lately. As the door creaked open, Song Yuan stepped out, intending to wash his hands, when suddenly the compartment in front swung open, blocking his path. He looked inside, and their eyes met. What a fool! Song Yuan muttered under his breath, feeling even more irritated as he gazed downward, realizing he was at a disadvantage. He circumvented the door, while Zhang Xiang remained silent. His fists clenched. This person did not seem like a good man. If Tang Wenk were to date a decent guy, he wouldn't interfere. But what about this boy in front of him? To call Tang Wenk an easy girl? And even suggest booking a room? He felt an urgent need to warn Tang Wenk to steer clear of this boy. However, he feared that such an action might lead to the other party's disdain. After all, he had no proof, only words. He pondered briefly, then decided it was unwise to act impulsively. He hurried back to his dormitory and sought help in their small group chat. Qingchuan, Jingbai, I encountered the boy who has been getting close to Tang Wenk. He doesn't seem like a good person. What should I do? Subsequently, he briefly summarized what had transpired. Upon receiving the message, Mo Qingchuan furrowed his brow slightly. If Zhang Xiang's claims were true, then this boy indeed did not appear to be virtuous. What do you think? Should we collectively address this? Or should I send Yi Yishui to inquire first? Mo Qingchuan asked. Since Tang Wenk was a close friend of Yi Yishui, it was likely she would not want to see her fall into the clutches of a scoundrel. Zhang Xiang contemplated and decided against being impulsive. They should let the school beauty investigate first. Thank you for your trouble. No problem. It's a small matter. After Mo Qingchuan replied, he took a screenshot of the conversation and sent it to Yi Yishui. Just seconds later, his phone rang. Hello, Qingchuan. Tang Wenk hasn't mentioned anything to me either. I'm unaware of the situation. However, during the previous mock examination, Tang Wenk had injured her foot. When I inquired about her condition, she mentioned that a Prince Charming had taken her to the infirmary and that everything was fine. Could it be that this boy is indeed that Prince Charming? Huh? And Mo Qingchuan opened his mouth. Is this what they call a Prince Charming? According to Zhang Xiang, this boy is certainly not a good person. His intentions towards Tang Wenk are far from innocent, and it doesn't seem like he is pursuing a serious relationship. What kind of person seeking a genuine romance would refer to a girl as an easy girl and speak of hotel rooms? Why not ask Tang Wenk about her situation? Frankly, I feel like she is moving on to someone else a bit too quickly. Tang Wenk is not that kind of person, Yi Shui remarked. Yet, Zhang Xiang wouldn't lie about such matters. It's possible that this boy is charming and possesses a silver tongue, which would certainly catch Tang Wenk's attention. Mo Qingchuan said, all right, I shall go and speak to her right away. Chapter 61. No longer reserved, brother. You are so wealthy now. Could you spare a little for your sister, please? All right, dear brother. Yi Shui was about to inquire Tang Wenk about the matter Zhang Xiang mentioned when Mo Qingchuan dashed in, clinging to her. At that moment, the little imp, with her twin ponytails, appeared utterly adorable, her hands incessantly shaking Yi Shui's arm. She had just overheard her father say that the compensation sum of 25,000 had been given to her brother. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed over. 25,000. Such a colossal amount. Even a small portion from her brother would suffice for her to enjoy herself for quite a while. How old are you, and why do you need so much money? Yi Shui queried. The money, well, it can be given, but it certainly cannot be given without a price. Mo Qingchuan had also advised her not to indulge Mo Qingchuan too much, or else the girl would become spoiled. Just 300. It's not much. Please, dear brother. Mo Qingchuan continued to plead charmingly. She genuinely desired this money, as there were so many things she wished to purchase, but unfortunately, she had been without funds before. Now that her brother was affluent, surely as a sister, she could sweetly ask for a little. Mo Qingchuan believed her brother would oblige, given that her request was not excessive. I can give it to you, but you must promise me one thing. Yi Shui pondered for a moment, recalling a task for Mo Qingchuan. What is it? For a good brother, I would brave any challenge. Mo Qingchuan's eyes lit up. It's not that serious. It's quite simple. When you clean the house each week, you can also tidy up my room. For 300, you can do that. For 8 weeks. Yi Shui calculated that cleaning a room would cost $37.50, neither too much nor too little. This sum was trivial for her, but she worried about Mo Qingchuan becoming accustomed to receiving without effort, which would not bode well for her. All right, I love you the most, dear brother. Moi. Mo Qingchuan leaned forward, her rear end sticking out, her left eye half closed, and her palm placed over her mouth as she blew a kiss to Yi Shui. Yi Shui chuckled helplessly. Having such a sister was indeed quite delightful. I'll transfer it to you via WeChat. You should head back to sleep now. Okay, then I'll go. Good night, dear brother. Mo Qingchuan cheerfully exited the room, closing the door behind her. Yi Shui subsequently transferred 300 to Mo Qingchuan and sent a message stating that she had sent the money to his sister. Mo Qingchuan replied with a question mark. Yi Shui provided an explanation, but Mo Qingchuan did not accept the money and transferred himself. As for Mo Qingchuan's refusal to take the money, she felt somewhat helpless. It seemed he was entirely unwilling to take advantage of her. How could there be someone who does not seek to benefit? In truth, Mo Qingchuan believed that if his sister needed money, he should provide it himself. There was no need for Yi Shui to do so. She set this matter aside for the moment, needing to first inquire about Tang Wenk. After some contemplation, she finally opened the message box and began to type. Wenk, I heard you've been quite close to a boy recently. Is that true? Yi Shui anticipated that Tang Wenk would take a while to reply, yet within mere seconds, a message from Tang Wenk arrived. Indeed, how did you know? I was planning to find the right moment to tell you. The text was imbued with a sense of joy, which Yi Shui could easily discern. Having spent considerable time with Tang Wenk, she understood her well. However, this revelation took her by surprise. Had Tang Wenk truly developed feelings for this boy so swiftly? She intended to inquire further. But Tang Wenk could no longer contain her excitement and began to share. Yishui, let me tell you, this boy is incredibly handsome. You remember during the second mock exam, when I was so lost in thought after finishing the test that I misstepped and twisted my ankle. I thought I would have to handle it on my own. But he came over, asked if I was all right, and helped me to the infirmary. I must say, he is genuinely kind and considerate. He kept asking the nurse if the exam would be affected and if there was anything to alleviate the pain. Oh my, I thought to myself, he must be my Prince Charming, not a scoundrel like Jingbai. As Yishui read the message, her fingers paused above the keyboard. Was it just her imagination? Or did it seem that Tang Wenk was somewhat infatuated? She had never sensed this before. Now, she contemplated how to gently advise her friend, at the very least to avoid being so naive. Even if she were to fall for someone, it should not be a cad. He would not bear any responsibility for her. Wenk, how far have things progressed between you two? Ye Yisui imuited. Well, we just held hands and shared a meal. It hasn't become too intimate yet. During dinner, we nearly got caught by the teacher, which was quite a scare. However, his grades are a bit lacking, so we might not end up at the same university. But that shouldn't be a hindrance. As long as we are in the same city, it's fine. Yi Shui felt a knot of concern in her heart. Tang Wenk was far too innocent, easily ensnared without truly knowing the other person. Wenk, I think you should exercise a bit more caution. Your understanding of him is still too superficial. What if he isn't a good man? Meanwhile, Tang Wenk, nestled in her blankets, pouted and pondered. Since meeting Song Yuan, he had always treated her well, responding promptly to her messages and displaying none of the aloofness characteristic of Jingbai. Song Yuan would share amusing anecdotes, and their conversations over the past few days had brought her immense joy. There was a delightful rapport between them. Occasionally, they would tease one another, bringing a sense of playfulness to their interactions. This was the essence of romance, after all. Who would prefer to engage with a block of ice? Without comparison, Jingbai had already been overshadowed by Song Yuan in Tang Wenk's eyes. Yishui, there won't be any issues. He is a genuinely good person. How could he not be a good man? I believe you are worrying unnecessarily. Such words left Yishui at a loss for a response. She is merely an intermediary, privy only to the narratives presented by both parties, and remains uncertain as to the veracity of their claims. This ambiguity renders her unable to assert that the young man in question is indeed a scoundrel, for she cannot ascertain the truth. After a moment of contemplation, she advised Tang Wenk to retire early. Concluding their conversation, she promptly dialed Mo Qingchuan. Hello, Qingchuan. I believe we must exercise caution regarding this matter. Currently, Tang Wenk holds a great deal of trust in that young man, and I find it exceedingly difficult to voice my concerns about him. Moreover, what Zhang Xiang mentioned lacks direct evidence. Although I trust both of you, the absence of proof often renders one's words powerless. This was Yi Yishui's apprehension. Such situations are often thankless, and should any information be erroneous, the intermediary is left most vulnerable. Mo Qingchuan comprehended Yi Yishui's sentiments. It's all right. We shall offer assistance as much as we can. If we cannot, then it is merely a matter of fate. Rest well, for you have classes tomorrow. All right, when shall we converse again? Yi Yishui, you have changed. Why are you so unreserved? What does it matter? After all, I'm not a girl at present. What purpose does reserve serve? Are you trying to take advantage of me? I refuse. Refusal is ineffective. In your dreams, Miss Yi, that is my body. You cannot refuse. Beg me. Please, I implore you. Chapter 62 Breakfast on the following day. A new week commenced. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui dashed into the school with the fervor of a 100-meter sprint, narrowly escaping tardiness. They hastily dropped their backpacks and rejoined their classmates. Mo Qingchuan wiped his mouth, panting heavily. Indeed, the sprint had drained his energy, but they had made it just in time. Yishui, you almost arrived late today. Dan wen go zima? I overslept. Mo Qingchuan managed a weak smile. Yishui, you seemed rather skeptical of Song Yuan yesterday. How about we share breakfast together? This way, you can get to know him better and realize he is quite a decent person. Tang Wenk chuckled, her heart brimming with delight at the mention of Song Yuan. Mo Qingchuan glanced at Tang Wenk, sensing that she was undoubtedly caught up in the throes of infatuation. It had been difficult to discern her romantic inclinations before, likely due to her secret admiration for Jingbai, which had diverted her attention from other boys. All right, let us dine together and observe him. I shall be your guardian, Mo Qingchuan declared. Should we invite Zhang Xiang and Jing Bai as well? Tang Wenk quickly shook her head. You can join us, but they are out of the question, especially Jing Bai. I do not wish to see him. Mo Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. Is this love turning to hate? However, it was hardly Jing Bai's fault. He had been bound by a marriage engagement for quite some time, and he seemed content with it. It was not right to disrupt his life after all. To this day, they were still unaware of the identity or appearance of Jing Bai's fiancée. This fellow had concealed it remarkably well. They had only learned about the engagement recently. All right then, let's have breakfast together, Mo Qingchuan acquiesced. It was essential to ascertain the identity of the person who had captivated Tang Wenk's heart before formulating a plan of action. The morning exercises and study period were brief, passing swiftly. Once the self-study concluded, Mo Qingchuan beckoned Yi Yishui over. What is up? Yi Yishui invited. Li King had Lipsafterwart. I just want to meet the boy Tang Wenk fancies and see what he is like, Mo Qingchuan replied. Tang Wenk beamed. Once you meet him, you'll understand. He'll be here shortly. Although he may not possess your charm, Mo Qingchuan, he is truly a wonderful person. A simple chat with him will reveal his character. Very well. I am curious to see just how impressive he can be, Mo Qingchuan responded. Yi Yishui detected an underlying tone in Mo Qingchuan's words. Sensing he was implying that he wished to see how well the boy could disguise himself. During their first encounter, Mo Qingchuan did not intend to expose the boy immediately. He merely sought to discern who he truly was. This would also be useful information to share with Zhang Xiang. It was evident that Jing Bai was unlikely to concern himself with Tang Wenk's affairs without Zhang Xiang's involvement. He probably wouldn't have paid any attention to the matter at all. In less than half a minute, a new figure appeared at the classroom door. Song Yuan approached Tang Wenk directly, a gentle smile gracing his face. You're here. Tang Wenk rose, unable to contain her radiant smile. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui simultaneously turned their gazes towards a young man, whose height was around 170 centimeters. His skin was excessively pale, lacking the vibrant hue of health, giving him a somewhat frail appearance. Yi Yishui found herself in a quandary. She felt that this young man was vastly inferior to Zhang Xiang. Although he was fair-skinned, a typical Prince Charming, she dismissed the thought. Nevertheless, she could only swallow her words in silence. Song Yuan glanced at Tang Wenk, then swept his eyes over Mo Qingchuan, a flicker of admiration shimmering in his gaze. Even though he had seen the school's top beauty numerous times, witnessing her up close still left him awestruck. You must be Wenk's classmates. I am Song Yuan from Class 9. He introduced himself briefly. Let us go. If we delay any longer, we might miss out on lunch, Yi Yishui interjected, knowing well that Mo Qingchuan would certainly attract more than a few glances. Unbeknownst to Tang Wenk, she took the lead, grasping Song Yuan's arm. Come on, let's hurry to grab some food. We need to be cautious not to get too close, lest we draw the attention of the principal or school authorities. Otherwise, we might hear some reprimands. In truth, the teachers maintained a somewhat lenient stance towards romantic relationships, understanding that it was nearly impossible for adolescents to suppress such natural impulses. Like an instinct of biology, it was exceedingly difficult to compel someone to go against their nature. Hence, most educators adopted an ambiguous attitude towards dating. However, should the principal or school leaders catch wind of it, the consequences would be markedly different, leading to inevitable reprimands. As the four departed, whispers flitted through the classroom. Their class monitor had unexpectedly grown close to a boy just as graduation approached. How much longer are you going to dawdle? Why not follow and see what they're up to before lunch? Jing Bai approached Zhang Xiang and patted his shoulder. Zhang Xiang let out a bitter smile, pondering. Why can't I let go? It's normal. Some feelings are hard to diminish with time. Come on, let us eat. You look so thin. You must eat something. Jing Bai urged, attempting to pull Zhang Xiang along, but found him unyielding. Never mind, I have no appetite. Zhang Xiang shook his head in refusal. Jing Bai furrowed his brows. This simply would not do. If you continue to neglect your meals, your academic performance will suffer. After a moment's thought, he extended 2 fingers. 2 photos of you in women-esque clothing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go eat. Jingbai rolled his eyes, leading the way as he planned to follow Mo Qingchuan and the others to observe the situation closely. In the cafeteria, they arrived rather late, facing a long queue that consumed a fair amount of time before they managed to procure their meals. The four settled at a table, beginning their lunch. Wenk, your ankle seems to be completely healed now, right? Song Yuan inquired. Tang Wenk smiled and nodded, yes, indeed. It's all thanks to you for promptly taking me to the infirmary. She then presented him with a small gift. Here, as a token of my gratitude. This is a Q version figurine that I truly adore. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui glanced over at the adorable Q version figurine with pink hair, both of them wishing to possess it. While it was indeed charming, I was unfamiliar with it. Song Yuan smiled as he took it, intentionally brushing against Tang Wenk's hand in the process. The sensation of her delicate skin intrigued him. This is March 7th, a date I truly cherish. You must keep it safe. Rest assured, I shall protect it meticulously, ensuring it sustains no harm. Song Yuan placed the figurine on the table, pondering how remarkably naive this girl was, already presenting him with gifts. Among all the girls he had interacted with, she appeared to be the most easily won over. Throughout the encounter, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui exchanged little conversation, yet they both sensed that Song Yuan, whether intentionally or not, would cast glances at Mo Qingchuan. Despite his efforts to avert attention, he had been caught several times by the two. As time passed, Mo Qingchuan's expression grew increasingly frosty. One more look, and I'll blind you, Yi Yishui remarked coldly. If Mo Qingchuan remained silent, she would speak up. What's wrong? Tang Wenk asked, utterly confused. Song Yuan's demeanor stiffened, and he dejectedly lowered his head to eat. The two did not respond directly to Tang Wenk, rendering the atmosphere awkward. Not far away, Li Shishir appeared lost in thought. Shishir? What's the matter? Have you lost your spirit? He is so handsome. Chapter 63 Dialogue on the Playground. For individuals walked together. With a little over 10 minutes until class, they moved at a leisurely pace. What a joke. Zhang Xiang clenched his fists. That was the Q version figurine of March 7th. She had mentioned it was her favorite. How could it be so easily given away? Jingbai patted him, saying, if you desire, I can purchase one for you. However, according to Chuan's earlier comments, that Song Yuan is rather unscrupulous. What do you think we should do? Zhang Xiang was taken aback. He wasn't sure how to proceed. Should he confront her directly? But without substantial evidence, it would be futile. This dilemma troubled him. Unless concrete proof was laid before Tang Wenk, she might very well question their intentions. Evidence. I'll gather it, Zhang Xiang declared gravely. However, I must trouble you to keep Tang Wenk occupied and prevent her from becoming too deeply involved. The notion of restraining Tang Wenk led to contemplation. At her current pace, who could possibly hold her back? She was already becoming entangled. Yet, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. The three pairs of eyes gradually fixed upon Jingbai. Jingbai sensed something amiss. Why are you all looking at me? Do I have no dignity? Brother Jingbai. Zhang Xiang grasped his hand without a moment's hesitation. Jingbai swiftly withdrew his hand, feeling nauseated by the gesture. He then tousled Zhang Xiang's hair and said, if you call me dad, I'll do it. Zhang Xiang's eyes sparkled as he immediately opened his mouth. Dad! Before he could finish, Jingbai covered his mouth with his hand and delivered a light punch to his chest. All right, leave this matter to me, but I can only promise to do my best. You can't expect me to indulge in any nonsense, Jingbai asserted. Thank you so much, Zhang Xiang exclaimed, embracing Jingbai in excitement. With Jingbai taking charge, he felt relieved that Tang Wenk wouldn't fall too deeply into the situation. After all, compared to Jingbai, he considered that Song Yuan merely a substitute. The disparity between a substitute and an original was not insignificant. Mo Qingchuan observed Zhang Xiang, yearning to express certain thoughts. But given the presence of Yi Yishui's body, it was not the right moment. Zhang Xiang, still clinging to his fantasies, was led by a wisp of hope. He found himself at a loss for words, as he believed Zhang Xiang would ultimately not receive a response from Tang Wenk. Perhaps Zhang Xiang himself knew he would fail, yet he remained undeterred, unwilling to turn back until he hit a wall. All right, it's time to return to class. Chuan, sometimes I truly envy you for winning the favor of the campus flower. Yi, Zhang Xiang couldn't help but express. His underlying sentiment was not solely about the campus beauty, but rather the desire for someone who loved him in return. There's no need for envy. It's not as perfect as you imagine. Many are enduring the torment of waiting for that special someone. None can foresee the future or know when they will finally arrive. During this period, one may miss opportunities or perhaps find companionship. Regardless of the outcome, there are certain endeavors that one must pursue, are there not? Yi Shuai spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback. Her words illuminated a realization within him. Yi Shuai's affection for him did not merely blossom after their bodies had exchanged. He had sensed this on some level, yet it was only now, upon her utterance, that he was truly awakened. It appeared she had been waiting for him. This process must have been arduous for her. Mo Qingchuan contemplated silently, grateful that fate had orchestrated a serendipitous encounter that brought them together. However, he now pondered the nature of this affection. Could their souls ever return to their original states? Oh, fate, I beseech you. Otherwise, he would find himself, once again, passively subjected to uninvited kisses. I understand now. Chuan was right. Certain things must be done. I refuse to live with regrets. Song Yuan from Class 9. Is it? I shall keep a vigilant watch over him until he reveals his true colors. Zhang Xiang resolved firmly, regardless of his circumstances. Tang Wenk must not be tarnished by such a scoundrel. He would not permit it. After all, she was his radiant moonlight. With a plan in place, Zhang Xiang felt a significant boost in the likelihood of success. Throughout the morning, he sought out acquaintances to inquire about Song Yuan's past. Only one person had some knowledge, mentioning that Song Yuan had previously enjoyed a close relationship with a sophomore, but current details were unknown. He had intended to discover the name of this sophomore, yet no one among his acquaintances could provide it. This left Zhang Xiang in a quandary, and thus, during the remaining breaks, he kept a watchful eye on the entrance to Class 9. However, after a full day, he made little progress. Although he had seen Song Yuan several times, he had yet to strike up a conversation. In fact, Song Yuan cast several disdainful glances in his direction. After evening study, Tang Wenk excitedly dashed out, walking a portion of the way with Song Yuan before returning alone to the girls' dormitory. The school's dormitories were shared among 8, somewhat cramped yet kept tidy. She eagerly finished her evening routine and climbed into bed, furtively retrieving her phone to message Song Yuan, unable to contain her anticipation for their forthcoming conversation. However, another message caught her eye, prompting her to click it open. It was from Jing Bai, the first communication since their last conversation ended abruptly. How have you been lately? Tang Wenk gazed at the words, biting her lip, internally scoffing. Oh, now you remember to contact me. Too late. I have someone else I like now. Why inquire? This seems unrelated to you. She typed her response, her words dripping with resentment. After all, this man had been so cold toward her. She had vowed to hold a grudge for a lifetime. Yet, she noticed that he seemed to have grown close to a boy named Song Yuan and felt compelled to ask. Tang Wenk's expression subtly shifted. Could it be he had changed his heart? Or perhaps he truly felt the loss of her presence and now regretted it. However, she will not look back. She wishes to spare Song Yuan any heartache. What is there to inquire about? I believe it is time for me to block you. Tang Wen felt a sense of vindication. Jing Bai, today is your day of reckoning. Blocking is excessive. After all, we were classmates. My inquiry stems from a place of concern for a fellow student. Enough of this. I perceive you are filled with regret. You are already betrothed. What do you intend by approaching me now? I mentioned my concern as a classmate, and I believe you ought to take a moment to reflect calmly. Do not allow the fleeting allure of the present to cloud your judgment. In times like these, one should remain composed. I am perfectly composed and fully aware of my actions. Jingbai, this matter has nothing to do with you. If your intention in contacting me is solely regarding this issue, then let this be the end of it. Chapter 64, Smash. Although Tang Wenk spoke harshly, she could not help but respond to Jingbai's message as soon as it arrived. She felt as though she were afflicted with a malady, yet found herself unable to resist the allure of his words. Was she truly a woman of such lowly character? This question arose unbidden in her mind, and before long, she arrived at a conclusion. The past was not yet laid to rest. The indelible mark of their first encounter loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain, and despite encountering similar scenarios thereafter, she felt incapable of transcending that initial moment. No matter how many times she revisited those feelings, they could never rival the intensity of the first. Meanwhile, as Jingbai inquired, Zhang Xiang once again retreated to the restroom on the upper floor, seeking refuge in a stall. He intended to linger for a while, hoping to cross paths with Song Yuan once more. In truth, this was a gamble, with minimal odds of success and a significant expenditure of time. Yet, fortune favored him this time. Song Yuan and a few others returned to the restroom, not for the purpose of relieving themselves, but rather to indulge in the pleasures of smoke. Typically, dormitory supervisors or teachers on duty seldom ventured into the restroom, as their rounds usually focused on the living quarters, rendering the restroom an ideal locale for such clandestine activities. The rationale for avoiding the dormitory was twofold: the odor of smoke and the risk of being penalized for discarded cigarette butts. Ah, Li Kun is truly a delight to smoke. One exclaimed, "Hey, don't take another puff. Just this one, hurry up. After you're done, pass it to me." Their voices were laced with impatience, desperate for that single drag. After taking a puff, Song Yuan closed his eyes in enjoyment, exhaling the smoke slowly from his nostrils in swirling tendrils. Zhang Xiang, concealed in the stall, pinched his nose at the acrid stench of secondhand smoke, but he endured it in the name of gathering evidence. "Brother Yuan, how's it going with that Tang Wink? Can you arrange to meet her this weekend for a rendezvous?" One of the group inquired. Song Yuan chuckled, a knowing look gracing his features. While he wouldn't guarantee absolute success, he felt there was a 90% chance that she would engage with him today. She had even gifted him something, though they were strangers, from the looks of Tang Wink. It appeared to be something she cherished, called March 7. With this momentum, he thought, a little flirtation and daring advances would suffice. "By the way, lend me some cash when the time comes. I might not have enough left for protection." The others exchanged lewd grins at this. "Don't worry, Brother Yuan. We'll chip in if you're short. Just make sure to regale us with all the juicy details when you return." "All right, I'll share my impressions and her demeanor. If the opportunity arises, I might even snap a couple of photos for you." Song Yuan replied with a sly smile, taking another indulgent drag as a wave of pleasure washed over him, thoughts of enticing imagery flooding his mind. "Brother Yuan, you'd better keep your word. We're all eager to see." Another chimed in. "Indeed, if you send us those photos, I'll cover your smokes for a week." These words made Zhang Xiang's fist clench tightly in the stall. His blood boiled with rage. How could they conspire over such despicable matters? What did they think of Tang Wink? Nevertheless, peering at his phone, he felt a sense of certainty regarding the outcome of this affair. Await the collapse, he thought. As long as this recording exists, Tang Wink should undoubtedly believe it, right? He intends to confront Song Yuan, this two-faced villain. "Fine, you said it. I have the photos on me, and I will certainly let you all see them in due course," Song Yuan confidently asserted. "So, Brother Yuan, if the photos can be captured, what about the video?" One individual exclaimed with great enthusiasm. "Your point is indeed valid yet. It will take 2 weeks for the cigarettes. What do you all think?" "Excellent. It's settled then." A few individuals displayed excitement, their faces devoid of any pretense. Amidst the acrid smoke, their true natures were unveiled, with their inner desires and malevolent thoughts magnified infinitely. Bang! Zhang Xiang could no longer contain himself and kicked open the partition door. He glared fiercely at the group, his fists clenched tightly. Had reason not prevailed, he would have already struck them. Enough of this nonsense. Given how things stand, it should come to a halt now, especially you, Song Yuan. You are an unrepentant scoundrel. Tang Wink is not someone of your ilk. You should distance yourself from her, for you are utterly unworthy of her. Zhang Xiang's voice was laced with suppressed fury, his tone exceedingly harsh. This caused Song Yuan and the others to furrow their brows in discontent. Particularly, Song Yuan felt extremely displeased. He had noticed Zhang Xiang watching him intently several times that day, akin to a surveillance camera, which he found exceedingly distasteful. "This matter has nothing to do with you, right? I've seen you in class 6. Are you secretly in love with Tang Wink?" Song Yuan queried, irritation evident in his voice. "I'm talking about your affairs. Why drag me into this? You're all scoundrels, every last one of you." Zhang Xiang's voice rose, echoing down the hallway. He felt no need for discretion. Even if a teacher were to come and punish him, he wouldn't care, especially since these individuals were smoking. Their punishment would only be more severe than his. Who the hell are you? Looking for a fight? One individual could no longer restrain himself and charged forward. With so many of them provoked by one person, their composure was understandably frayed, particularly since this individual sought to thwart their plans. They had all agreed that such a disruption was intolerable. However, Song Yuan remained calm, directly blocking the aggressor. His aim was not Zhang Xiang, but rather Tang Wenk, and he was confident he could win her over. Hence he did not wish for any interference. Since this individual harbored feelings for Tang Wenk, the situation could be easily resolved through subtle coercion and persuasion. Let us not act impulsively, brothers. Let us discuss this amicably. It's just a woman. To be frank, I'm indifferent. But if you insist on causing trouble, you and T leave this restroom today. Of course, if you choose to refrain from causing a ruckus, then we could be friends. A wicked smile graced Song Yuan's face as he approached, tightening his grip around Zhang Xiang's shoulder. This action made Zhang Xiang feel nauseated. Friends are meant to share good things, to show you something worthwhile. With a grin, Song Yuan retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened the photo gallery, and enlarged one of the images. In the photograph, Tang Wenk is donned in a dress, standing upon a verdant patch of grass. Her neck is elegantly slender and pale, with her upper body revealing delicate collarbones, accentuated by subtle, captivating indentation. Just behold her neck, delicate shoulders, and the exquisite contours of her collarbone, along with that elusive dip. Do you not yearn to glimpse what lies beneath the fabric of that dress? What a sight it would be! How about this? I can see that you also admire Tang Wenk. Once I finish with her, I will be delighted to share the photos and videos you desire. What do you say? It will cost you nothing. A gift for your eyes. Song Yuan playfully patted Zhang Xiang's shoulder, his smile broadening. He believed there was no reason for the other party to decline. After all, he was being quite generous in sharing. However, at that moment, Zhang Xiang was oblivious to the surrounding sounds, his mind echoing with a deafening silence. His expression twisted in terror, rage surging within him, his eyes wide with fury. Gradually, his gaze shifted towards Song Yuan, his fists clenching with a menacing crackle. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arm in a wide arc, delivering a powerful punch. The frail frame unleashed a strength far beyond the ordinary. How dare you treat Tang Wenk with such disdain? Chapter 65, Serious Measures. Zhang Xiang's furious roar reverberated throughout the corridor. His fist struck Song Yuan's face, sending him crashing to the ground, a bruise blossoming on his cheek. Following that thunderous shout, Zhang Xiang seemed to lose the ability to articulate, his throat producing only guttural growls as his fists rained down upon Song Yuan. Caught off guard, Song Yuan found himself powerless to retaliate. However, his classmates, sensing the gravity of the situation, rushed in to intervene. Some restrained Zhang Xiang, controlling his arms and legs, while others grappled with his neck, attempting to pin him down. Yet Zhang Xiang remained undeterred. His singular focus was to unleash every ounce of his strength upon Song Yuan, to make that scoundrel pay the price, even if it meant losing everything in the end. Before long, however, his consciousness began to blur, the lack of oxygen rendering his vision dark, a profound sense of helplessness enveloping him. The following day, on the way to school, Yi Yishui tilted her head back to gaze at the rising sun in the east, painting the clouds in radiant hues of crimson. After waiting for a while, Mo Qingchuan finally arrived. Observing his expression, she sensed that his mood was particularly somber. Had he not slept well the previous night? Yi Yishui reached out to adjust Mo Qingchuan's clothing slightly. No need to worry. Zhang Xiang has been taken to the hospital. He should be fine after some rest. She reassured him. Little did she expect that Zhang Xiang possessed such a side to him. Mo Qingchuan's gaze wandered momentarily before he grasped Yi Yishui's hand, halting her adjustments. If he were to show weakness, he would no longer be Zhang Xiang. Despite his usual demeanor of a slacker, he never faltered in critical moments. Let us head to school. Zhang Xiang has already sent us the recording. It's time to expose that shameless scoundrel. The recording had come through in the early hours, and Mo Qingchuan had only listened to it upon waking. After hearing its contents, he realized that Tang Wenk would no longer fall prey to the other party's machinations. Yet the cost had been steep. As a good brother, he wished Zhang Xiang and Ti had to endure such an ordeal. But if the roles were reversed, he believed he would have acted just like Zhang Xiang, compelled to confront Song Yuan. He wondered how Tang Wenk would react upon hearing the recording. If she learned that Zhang Xiang had ended up in the hospital for her sake, would she reconsider her feelings? Ye Yisui Muset softly. In truth, Zhang Xiang was a person worthy of trust, but she felt the outcome ultimately depended on Tang Wenk. If Tang Wenk was unwilling, nothing could come of it. After all, love flourishes only when both parties are mutually invested. Just like a key and a lock, if they do not fit, forcing them together will only lead to mutual harm. Zhang Xiang didn't even want her to acknowledge that it was his recording. He didn't want Tang Wenk to worry about him. He simply believed that if Tang Wenk knew Song Yuan was a scoundrel, she would distance herself from him. Mo Qingchuan spoke slowly. But he doesn't want me to say it, and yet I must. After such a hefty price, how can I remain silent? If one does not allow their efforts to be known to the other, how can they expect to garner any attention? Should the other party become aware of your considerable contributions, yet remain indifferent, it may be wise to relinquish one's hopes sooner rather than later. If one cannot be swayed despite all one has done, further endeavors would be futile. This is the perspective held by Mo Qingchuan, who is resolute in his approach. If, after this matter, there is no advancement between the two, he will fervently encourage Zhang Xiang to focus on his studies, suggesting that aspiring towards Tang Wenk is less fruitful than admiring the senior sisters at university. Yi Shui does not take sides with Tang Wenk, as she believes Zhang Xiang has done quite enough in this situation. I'll follow your lead, Yi Shui remarked, noting that there was a brief interval before the morning self-study session, which they could use to find Tang Wenk. I concur. Let us proceed with that plan. Mo Qingchuan nodded, urging them to head to school. Wait. Mo Qingchuan felt a tug on his arm and turned back, puzzled by Yi Shui's expression. What is it? Did we forget the morning kiss? He inquired. Mo Qingchuan hesitated, replying, You're indulging in self-kisses now? Doesn't that seem a bit awkward? Not at all. I believe I am kissing your soul. It is a deeper form of communication. Yi Shui reassured him, simultaneously providing herself with comfort. Besides, she thought, her body is fragrant and soft. How could one find fault with that? She felt little awkwardness. Perhaps it was Mo Qingchuan who felt more discomfort. Enough of this flirtation. There are mere minutes before the school gates close. Isn't there insufficient time after school for your exchanges? A voice interrupted them. Startled, they turned to see their homeroom teacher, Jean Miao, merely 3 meters away. I understood, teacher, Yi Shui stammered, feeling embarrassed. Having been caught by her mother was one thing. Now with a homeroom teacher too? Fortunately, this time, there was no kiss involved. Teacher, how will Zhang Xiang's situation be handled? Mo Qingchuan inquired urgently. Jean Miao continued walking, and the 2 students hurried to keep pace. How will it be handled? It will certainly be treated with seriousness. Mo Qingchuan's heart sank. Could it involve a disciplinary action resulting in suspension for over a month? Such a consequence would greatly affect his academic performance, unless one possessed remarkable self-discipline at home. Otherwise, a month of stagnation would likely lead to a decline in grades, which would be significant. Zhang Xiang was hospitalized, while those few individuals suffered little consequence. Only that Song Yuan has a bruise on his face. I have already informed the principal. Should the punishment for those individuals be lenient, I will escalate the matter to the school leadership, Jean Miao stated with utmost seriousness. So the serious repercussions are directed at Song Yuan and the others. Mo Qingchuan scratched his head, feeling his mood lift. That makes sense. Zhang Xiang is not particularly strong and would naturally be at a disadvantage in a fight. It is reasonable that he could not withstand the blows of several assailants. So, once Zhang Xiang has recovered, he will be able to return to class? He queried. Of course. How long does he intend to rest? Doesn't he realize this is the final sprint of senior year? If he wishes to be lazy, I shall personally go to the hospital to drag him back. Indeed. As they arrived at school and rejoined their ranks, they noticed that Tang Wenk appeared somewhat unwell. She had messaged Song Yuan the previous night, yet received no response, leaving her to ponder and fret for hours without succumbing to slumber. "Wink, please come with me after the morning exercises. I need to discuss something with you," and Mo Qingchuan remarked. "All right. Is it related to Song Yuan?" "Indeed." "Okay." After acknowledging, Tang Wink scanned her class's formation, failing to spot Zhang Xiang. She realized that this matter likely extended beyond Song Yuan and was probably intertwined with Zhang Xiang as well. Chapter 66. Learning is of utmost importance. After the morning exercises, Tang Wink stood in place for a while and noticed that Jing Bai, Yi Shui, and Mo Qingchuan were gathered together. She couldn't help but ponder. If Jing Bai were not betrothed, if he were with her, perhaps it would be four of them standing together. Suddenly, she felt a subtle distance growing between herself and them. "Come with us," Jing Bai approached and said in a flat tone, devoid of emotion. In truth, he held no significant resentment towards Tang Wink. This was all Zhang Xiang's choice, and he respected such decisions. In a secluded corner where few people lingered, the expressions of the group varied. "Tang Wink, perhaps you are unaware, but a significant incident occurred last night," Jing Bai revealed. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback that Jing Bai openly mentioned Zhang Xiang, indicating he had no intention of concealing the matter. "What?" Tang Wink exclaimed in astonishment. These two individuals were strangers to her. How could they have fought? No. Zhang Xiang has feelings for him. Could it be due to the closeness between him and Song Yuan? If that were the case, it might explain why Song Yuan had not responded to her messages last night, while Zhang Xiang had yet to arrive. As for the reason for the altercation, it was not out of envy or hatred, but rather Zhang Xiang's realization that Song Yuan was, in fact, a scoundrel. "He fought him for your sake, and the result was that Zhang Xiang ended up in the hospital," Jing Bai continued. Tang Wink was taken aback. Song Yuan was indeed a scoundrel? Zhang Xiang had fought Song Yuan for her. This revelation caused her mind to spiral into chaos, leaving her at a loss for words. Jing Bai had no intention of waiting for her response. He took out his phone and opened the audio file that Zhang Xiang had sent him. This was the evidence he had gathered. As the recording played, it captured the conversation between Song Yuan and his friends from last night. Every word crystal clear, devoid of any noise. The more Tang Wink listened, the paler her complexion became. Her body trembled slightly, and sorrow welled up within her. Tears streamed down her face, but she quickly wiped them away, struggling to contain her emotions. Song Yuan was, after all, a fraudulent Prince Charming, and a despicable one at that. The rapid escalation of her emotions resembled a swiftly expanding bubble, fragile and precarious, ready to burst at any moment. Fortunately, Zhang Xiang had intervened, shattering the bubble before she could be hurt. "Where is he being hospitalized?" Tang Wink wiped her tears again, unable to completely restrain her emotions. The situation had developed in such an unforeseen manner, and the outcome was not what she wished to see. "At the affiliated hospital of Shanghai University. I don't know when he will be discharged, but you ought to visit him." Jing Bai put his phone away. They had conveyed the situation to Tang Wink. What transpired next was entirely up to her. "I understand." Tang Wink lowered her head, her thoughts in disarray, her heart heavy. Zhang Xiang had done so much for her, and guilt washed over her. He could have completely disregarded the matter, even if she were to plunge into the abyss. It would be solely her affair. Yet, he chose to intervene. The group exchanged few words and returned to the classroom, where the day's lessons commenced. However, Tang Wink remained distracted throughout the day, a fact that Mo Qingchuan could easily perceive. He refrained from offering comfort, believing that solace would be futile. This was a situation she must confront on her own. At noon, Tang Wink lay on her bed, scrolling through her phone, where she discovered a multitude of messages from Song Yuan. These included explanations for his lack of response, accounts of recent events, and disparagement of Zhang Xiang. Unbeknownst to him, she was privy to the recordings on Zhang Xiang's phone. Thus, he assumed she was oblivious and would trust his words, aligning herself with his perspective. A surge of anger welled up within her as she read through the messages. It was all because of him that so many troubles had arisen. She tapped on the voice message. "Get lost. You scum. You make me feel sick. Fool." Following this outburst was a string of expletives. Once finished, she deleted and blocked his contact. For someone so vile, she felt no inclination to linger. Internally, she chastised herself for being so infatuated and naive. Was she truly so foolish? Deep down, she recognized that it was a sense of unwillingness, lurking in the shadows, that was tormenting her. Her roommates, hearing her outburst, exchanged puzzled glances, entirely unaware of the unfolding drama. After much hesitation, Tang Wenk finally mustered the courage to message Zhang Xiang. "Are you there?" At that moment, Zhang Xiang lay in a hospital bed, his head wrapped in thick bandages. His entire body ached, with pains flaring up intermittently. He felt as if he were falling apart. Though thankfully, he had escaped internal injuries, and his bones remained intact, merely covered in external wounds. Suddenly, the notification sound of a message chimed. He grimaced as he looked over, and in an instant his previously aching body seemed to revive. Tang Wenk had taken the initiative to message him. But wait, the next moment, he realized something was amiss. Tang Wenk shouldn't be reaching out to him at this time. She ought to be venting to her best friend or chastising Song Yuan for being a scoundrel. Could it be? His expression darkened, realizing that Jing Bai's daughter and Mo Qingchuan's son must have leaked his situation. Damn it! After all his efforts to maintain a low profile, they had unwittingly exposed him. With this thought, he began to reply. "Not here." Tang Wenk sat in her dorm, puzzled. How can you reply if you're not here? Yet, she chose not to confront him directly and instead asked cautiously, "When will you be back?" "Back to school." "When will you return?" "I don't know." Tang Wenk pouted slightly. What does "I don't know" even mean? Has he learned to be evasive now? "I know you're at the affiliated hospital of Shawnee University. I would like to meet you." Zhang Xiang was taken aback in the hospital. Meet? What for? Was she about to confess her feelings? However, after this incident, he found himself much more at ease. Tang Wenk did not harbor feelings for her, and he accepted this reality, resolving to avoid any unscrupulous men in the future. As for the idea of the two of them being together, he had never contemplated it. In the next moment, Zhang Xiang internally scoffed at Jing Bai and Mo Qingchuan. How could the hospital have revealed such information? Perhaps Friday afternoon would be suitable? "You may choose a location," Tang Wenk suggested once more. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to express her gratitude to Zhang Xiang in person. Without him, her fate could have been dire. It was he who had pulled her back. In other words, it would not be excessive for Tang Wenk to bow in gratitude to Zhang Xiang. "All right," Zhang Xiang replied, then pondered for a moment. "Let us meet by Wenhui, a place we often frequented after school on Fridays." "Good. Take care of yourself and recuperate well in the coming days," Tang Wenk remarked. "By the way, I do like to recommend a few anime series to you, in case you feel like watching something during this time." Upon reading this, Zhang Xiang hesitated momentarily before declining. "No, I appreciate the thought, but even though I'll be lying in the hospital for a few days, I intend to focus on reviewing my exercises. Anime can wait until after the college entrance examination. I can watch it whenever I wish. Right now, I believe I must not waste any time and should dedicate myself fully to my studies. Academic pursuits are of utmost importance." Chapter 67. Looking ahead in recent days. Tang Wenk has been perpetually distracted during class, her mind wandering to various thoughts. Mo Qingchuan has noticed this as well. It seems the incident has significantly impacted her, far more than the revelation of Jing Bai's engagement. However, after enduring this experience, it is believed she will no longer be naive in matters of the heart, exercising considerably more caution in the future. As many have observed, one only experiences infatuation once. Once wounded, one is unlikely to fall into such folly again. Coincidentally, the results of the second mock examination were recently posted on the class bulletin board, detailing scores and rankings across subjects. In summary, the top performers remained consistent. Nevertheless, due to the body-swapping incident between Mo Qingchuan and Yi Shuai, their scores had notably declined. Mo Qingchuan could not possibly achieve the scores Yi Shuai had previously attained, resulting in slight alterations in rankings, with a drop of 50 to 60 points compared to her former scores. Yet, Mo Qingchuan was quite content with his score of 618, feeling as though he had unlocked new potential, especially with the Ishui's guidance aiding him in raising his score by over 30 points. Many in the class speculated about the scores, attributing the decline to the influence of previous rumors that had affected their mentality. With such rumors in circulation, His current performance seemed somewhat justifiable. Ding, ding, ding. As the final bell rang on Friday morning, signaling the end of class, the students began to stir. After being cooped up in school for half a month, the boarding students were eager to escape and explore the outside world. Tang Wenk simply gathered her belongings, slinging her backpack over her shoulder, intending to head towards Wenhui. She was aware that Mo Qingchuan, Zhang Xiang, and Jingbai often went there after school on Fridays. Shall we go together? Mo Qingchuan inquired of Tang Wenk. They had already learned about the meeting arrangements through Zhang Xiang. No, that is not necessary. Tang Wenk hesitated to decline. However, at that moment, Jingbai approached them. Let us go together. We want to intrude on your conversation. Afterward, we can all grab a meal to celebrate Zhang Xiang's discharge from the hospital. I agree, Yi Shui added. Well, all right, Tang Wenk murmured softly. After packing their things, the group made their way to Wenhui. It is worth noting that throughout the journey, Tang Wenk was notably quieter than usual on ordinary days. She would have been eager to engage in conversation. One wonders when she will fully emerge from her current state. Wenhui is not far from the school, with a concrete path alongside the river, adorned with greenery. Some individuals jog along this route during their leisure. Zhang Xiang was sitting on a wooden bench, engrossed in a video on his phone. As the others drew near, they realized he was watching a mathematics tutorial. Mo Qingchuan felt astonished. After sustaining an injury to his head, it seemed something had shifted within him, prompting such diligent study. He questioned whether he was truly witnessing this. Oh, I told you all I'm fine. Why did you come over? Zhang Xiang stood up, his face still bearing the marks of bruising, lending him a somewhat comical appearance. It is not that I am worried for you, but rather concerned that we may intrude upon your world of two, remarked Mo Qingchuan. Cough. You jest. Yi Xiaohua. She responded with a chuckle. Zhang Xiang scratched his head, feeling a touch awkward. In truth, he found joy in everyone's presence. At least someone cared for him, did they not? Zhang Xiang, I have something to discuss with you. Let us converse over by the corridor beneath the slope. Tang Wenk stammered. At that moment, her heart raced with anxiety. After what had transpired, she had pondered countless times how to face Zhang Xiang and how to respond to him. Consequently, she had endured sleepless nights these past few days. All right. Zhang Xiang nodded in agreement. The two walked side by side, while the three others quietly followed. Halfway down, Tang Wenk could not help but pause and glance back at the three. Why are you still following us? We're going down to see who can skip stones better, right? Chuan, Jingbai said, looking toward Yi Shui. Yi Shui nodded, declaring, Indeed, this time I shall triumph over Jingbai. Tang Wenk appeared skeptical, but made no effort to chase them away. After descending, she and Zhang Xiang continued towards the other side. Meanwhile, Yi Shui and Jingbai chose several stones, while Mo Qingchuan searched for a flatter one, though he found none. I'll go first, Jingbai announced, preparing herself, and with a powerful flick of her wrist, sent the stone soaring. It skipped 5 times on the water's surface before sinking. Steady, Jingbai laughed. Yi Shui cast a sidelong glance, assumed her stance, and with a sudden burst of energy, launched her stone with remarkable speed. It created a splash as it danced on the water, even veering before finally submerging after at least a dozen skips. Jingbai's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with astonishment, and she slowly raised her thumb in admiration. Impressive. Let us pause here. They will not overhear us, Zhang Xiang said, coming to a stop. Tang Wenk lowered her gaze, her fingers tightly clenched. Internally, she felt a flicker of apprehension, but after a moment, she summoned her courage to speak. Zhang Xiang, this time. Thank you. Without you, I cannot bear to imagine the darkness I would have faced. Truly, I am grateful. As she spoke, she even bowed deeply to him. This startled Zhang Xiang, who hurried to assist her upright. No need for such formalities. We are merely classmates. Lending a hand is nothing extraordinary, he quickly replied, concerned that this incident might burden Tang Wenk in the future, which was far from his intention. Once upright, Tang Wenk's eyes glistened with unshed tears, rendering her somewhat pitiable. Does your injury still hurt? Zhang Xiang inquired, to which he chuckled heartily. It no longer pains me, just a bruise that hasn't faded. They are mere superficial wounds, nothing to fret over. Tang Wenk understood that his words were merely a form of consolation. How could it not hurt? Being hospitalized from an injury was certainly no trivial matter. Her heart was a whirlwind of emotions, predominantly tinged with guilt. If it weren't for her momentary lapse in judgment, such a situation would never have arisen. Zhang Xiang. If perchance we find ourselves in the same city during our university years, then let's be together. Tang Wenk spoke these words with conviction, omitting the mention of attending the same university, fully aware that a 100-point disparity was not easily broached. Yet, being in the same city would still afford them the opportunity to meet once or twice a week. Upon hearing her declaration, Zhang Xiang was momentarily taken aback. In the past, he would have readily assented, but now he had gained a deeper understanding of many things. Wenk, you are so foolish. Tang Wenk was left bewildered, unsure of Zhang Xiang's intent. Observing her expression, Zhang Xiang chuckled, then turned his gaze towards Wen Huiha, inhaling deeply and raising his voice. Tang Wenko, you are absolutely foolish. From now on, keep your eyes wide open. Do not let scoundrels deceive you again. His booming voice attracted the attention of numerous onlookers, their gazes filled with curiosity. The sudden outburst startled Tang Wenk, her face flushing crimson. She retaliated with a gentle punch towards Zhang Xiang, her strength barely a whisper. You're the foolish one. Ha ha! Zhang Xiang erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in the moment. He, too, must now look ahead. Chapter 68. Foot washing at the Yuzhen restaurant. 5 individuals gathered around a meal. Zhang Xiang had a hearty appetite, consuming 3 bowls of rice before contentedly patting his belly. Be careful not to overindulge and strain your stomach, he advised. Jing Bai, on the other hand, had only managed 1.5 bowls before feeling satisfied. Burp. No. But speaking of which, Jing Bai, how long do you intend to keep your fiancée hidden from us? We haven't even caught a glimpse of her. Nor have we heard her voice, Zhang Xiang inquired. Among their close friends, he was the only one without a partner, yet he remained unfazed, confident that his time would come. Why? My fiancée, he doesn't attend school here. She is in Luocheng, Jingbai replied, a smile creeping onto his lips. Let's see a picture. Not a chance, Jingbai refused, his expression protective. Mo Qingchuan blinked. If you want to show us a picture, can you at least describe her? After a moment of contemplation, Jingbai's face brightened as he began to speak. She is simply an angel. An angel? The other 4 exchanged puzzled glances, finding the description rather vague. Noticing their bemusement, Jingbai cleared his throat. When you meet her in Luocheng, you'll understand. You may be quite astonished, but she truly is an angel. Oh, the group sighed in unison, realizing Jingbai genuinely cherished his betrothed. After finishing their meal, they parted ways. Zhang Xiang, having been injured and hospitalized during recent events, faced no repercussions, as those involved dared not reveal their true intentions and had to swallow their grievances in silence. As long as their classes were not disrupted, the others had little to worry about. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui strolled along the path, the breeze providing a pleasant respite. I'm heading home, Mo Qingchuan announced. What prompted this sudden decision? Of course, I want to see my sister and my parents. After dinner tonight, I'll return. It's been ages since I enjoyed my parents' cooking. Yi Yishui nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Then she recalled that she hadn't seen her aunt in quite some time and wondered how she was faring. Perhaps she should visit home as well? Yet, she was unsure if her aunt would welcome her. By the way, my aunt hasn't messaged me lately. What did she be up to? Yi Yishui pondered aloud. Perhaps she's experiencing hormonal imbalances? She has been throwing dolls around in the living room. If not for her ability to converse normally, I would think she's lost her mind. Mo Qingchuan replied, feeling somewhat helpless. Ever since their return that day, her behavior had been peculiar. Huh, that is strange. Didn't we resolve the issue with that scoundrel last time? And she even confronted those elders in the family group, leaving them speechless. Surely, she must have released her pent-up anger? Yi Yishui mused. Well, I suppose I'll check in on her tomorrow. What she did not realize was that upon seeing her face, Yi Qingru might very well explode. 2 individuals descended the stairs only to find a man, clad in headphones, engrossed in a phone conversation, effectively blocking the entrance. They were unable to access the elevator. What to do now? Heartbroken, He dared not confide in his parents or his girlfriend, resorting to solitary moments filled with melancholic melodies, his heart aching, pondering when he might emerge from this sorrow. He sighed heavily, a cloud of gloom adorning his visage. This revelation left Mo Qingchuan and his companion in bewilderment. "You can't tell anyone?" They echoed, astonished. "What? You're suggesting I accompany you for a foot massage? You're treating? Oh, splendid. I shall be there at once," exclaimed the man. "Oh, let us drive a bit farther, shall we?" "Fine. I will be your chauffeur, the Emperor of Baths, to fetch you." Upon concluding his call, the man dashed toward his vehicle, and within mere seconds, the engine roared to life as he sped away. Yishui, momentarily lost in thought, turned to Mo Qingchuan and inquired, "Did he just say he couldn't tell anyone?" Mo Qingchuan's lips twitched, reflecting on his parents and his girlfriend. "Bah, another scoundrel. Buddy, this is quite the predicament. Off to a foot massage now, but whether it's truly a foot massage remains uncertain. Moreover, driving the Emperor of Baths clearly suggests frequent visits." Yishui suddenly asked, "Have you ever had a foot massage?" Mo Qingchuan hastily shook his head, replying, "I can manage on my own. I'm feeling quite inclined to have my feet pampered," she stated. "What? Wait a moment. I'm still a girl, so you should be the one to wash my feet," Mo Qingchuan protested. "Dream on." Their playful banter continued as they ascended the stairs. Upon entering, they discovered Mo Zhu seated on the sofa, absorbed in his computer, oblivious to their arrival. "Son, you're back. Take a break and enjoy some fruit," he called out. "All right," Yishui replied, retrieving a banana for Mo Qingchuan. Only after Mo Qingchuan stepped inside did Mo Zhu notice the noise, lifting his gaze to see his son. "Oh, daughter-in-law. Yishui, you're here. Quickly, take a seat." Mo Zhu's demeanor transformed instantly, his previously stern expression now blossoming into a radiant smile. Witnessing this rapid change, Mo Qingchuan marveled, "Truly impressive, old man." He settled onto the sofa, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes. "My feet are so sore," he murmured, just loud enough for Mo Zhu to hear. "What is wrong, Yishui? Are your feet uncomfortable?" Mo Qingchuan nodded, explaining, "I've walked quite a bit. My feet are sore, and I long for a foot massage." Upon hearing this, Mo Zhu waved his hand with urgency. "Go, Song, bring a basin of hot water. Give Yishui a proper massage." Yishui stood in stunned disbelief. "Oh, you sly one, Mo Qingchuan. Is this your game?" She glanced over to find Mo Qingchuan stifling a laugh. "Hurry up. Why are you dawdling?" Mo Zhu urged. Yishui set down her backpack and said, "You may go to my room first. I will fetch some hot water." Mo Qingchuan nodded in satisfaction, striding into his familiar sanctuary, enveloped in a sense of belonging. He promptly threw himself onto the bed, employing a slight ruse to gain the upper hand. The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. How delightful it was to have the campus belle personally attend to his feet. How amusing. Outside, Yishui quickly prepared a basin of hot water and carried it inside. Once she entered, she closed the door and locked it securely. Mo Qingchuan extended his delicate foot towards her, indicating, "Now do a thorough job." Yishui said little, immersing his foot into the basin. The water was at the perfect temperature, and Mo Qingchuan was thoroughly pleased. Who would have imagined that the first beauty of Shanano, one middle school, would be washing his feet? However, just as he began to revel in the moment, he felt an unexpected sensation, a light graze across the sole of his foot, causing him to flinch involuntarily. What was that? He quickly glanced down to find Yishui's fingernail teasing his foot, while her grip firmly held his right ankle. "Don't squirm. I'm just giving you a nice wash," she exclaimed. Please, not there. It tickles too much." "My mistake." Chapter 69, at 42. Transforming from a cocoon into a dragon, the sounds emanating from the bedroom were faintly discernible to Mo Zhu, who was seated in the living room, allowing him to surmise the general happenings within. Unbeknownst to him, the roles had now reversed, with Mo Qingchuan attending to Yishui's feet. He contemplated whether to procure a foot bath for the two, facilitating their future foot care routines. Recently, he had successfully secured a position in the drone industry under Yi Qingwan, where he now presided over one of the two sales departments, albeit with no subordinates to manage. In essence, he found himself as a solitary commander, as the previous sales department remained operational, intended to incite competition between the two divisions. It appeared that Yi Qingchuan sought to evaluate his capabilities. During this period, Mo Zhu had been diligently preparing, reviewing the drone data, functionalities, models, and costs from Yi Qingrou's company, as well as organizing previous customer information and reconnecting with former colleagues. His transition to the new company had become common knowledge, eliciting congratulations from many, while others expressed envy at his escape from the troubled organization. The news Mo Zhu subsequently shared stirred excitement among many, as he could potentially bring the entire department along, bypassing the need for interviews, thus alleviating concerns of unemployment after resigning. He also spoke of a new company's benefits, leading to over 30 individuals from the previously 50-member department expressing a strong desire to join him. The remainder were primarily tethered by familial obligations, spouses and children either working or studying in the area, making relocation to a new city impractical. The privileges granted by Yi Qingchuan were exclusive to Mo Zhu, rendering it understandable that some chose to remain. Mo Zhu did not press the issue. Bringing over 30 individuals exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, a notification sounded from his phone, revealing an unknown number. Without hesitation, he answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" "Mo Zhu." "Do you still recognize my voice?" The voice on the other end was aged, imbued with a profound weariness. In that instant, Mo Zhu recognized the caller as Li Xingzhou from the headquarters of his former company. "What do you want?" he inquired directly, eschewing unnecessary pleasantries. "Montak-tsu. If I told you that you could return, would you consider it?" Mo Zhu smirked. Was he jesting? His disdain for the previous company had grown, and he had no intention of returning. "If you called to discuss this matter, spare us both the time. I will not be going back." His tone was resolute. At this juncture, he was neither excessively busy nor particularly relaxed, but he had matters to attend to. "Ah, Mo Zhu, must you be so resolute?" Li Xingzhou Siga. He had prepared to consolidate the headquarters operations with the branch, hoping to stabilize the situation. Recently, he received disheartening news. Many individuals previously under the guidance of Mo Zhu had submitted their resignation letters via email. They engaged in numerous discussions, even attempts at negotiating salary increases, yet to no avail. Even if these individuals were to linger, it would be of little consequence. In a month's time, they could depart as they wished, and the company could not impede them. Am I being excessively ruthless? Over the years, I have negotiated countless contracts for the company and generated substantial revenue. I am acutely aware that the profits I've brought in far exceed my salary. And yet, the company offered no more than a terse dismissal, even attempting to manipulate compensation and contractual terms. Had I not been resilient, I would have suffered even greater losses. I have nothing more to discuss with you. If you wish to prevent me from enticing the remaining employees to leave, I can only say, do not entertain such dreams. They have long harbored discontent towards the company, which persistently undermines our value with its abysmal policies. It is inconceivable for me to persuade them to remain out of some misplaced sense of loyalty. Who finds labor easy? You cannot expect to thwart their pursuit of better opportunities. Mo Zhu, after taking a sip of water, glanced at his computer screen, which displayed the list of individuals intending to accompany him to the capital city, including Zhu Kai and Fang Yang. Zhu Kai was his trusted partner. Their synergy in contract negotiations was commendable. Fang Yang, aiming to bring along a promising newcomer, demonstrated considerable skill and cleverness. Indeed, there is little I can do in this matter, but one must leave a door open for future encounters. Stop right there. What meeting? Are you unaware of the strength of the company I currently represent? If you're oblivious, do your research. Who wishes to meet with you? In the future, you would even be worthy to carry my shoes. With that, Mo Zhu abruptly hung up, dismissing the old fox who continued to peddle the same tired rhetoric. The dynamics had shifted. How could one be unaware of the formidable conglomerate CEO who would travel such distances merely to seek him out by name in front of his spouse? Admittedly, while this may carry a hint of bravado, it holds a kernel of truth. Nevertheless, matters were progressing according to his meticulously crafted plan. Should everything unfold favorably, He would report to the headquarters in the capital with a select group, complete their onboarding processes, and then gradually initiate discussions with prospective clients. This presented a fresh beginning and a new opportunity for him. At the age of 42, he found himself on the brink of transformation, marveling at the unpredictability of life. One can never foresee what the next term may hold. Mo Qingchuan mused. Having once resigned himself to a mundane existence, he now found himself working under an old classmate. It seemed fortune was within reach. While it is often said that a mother's prestige stems from her children, he never anticipated a day when a father could also bask in his offspring's success. Had it not been for the earlier rumors, it is likely that Yi Qingchuan would not have returned, nor would she have conducted an investigation leading to her visit. Just then, the door to Mo Qingchuan's room creaked open, and Yi Yixue emerged, her feet clad in damp slippers, producing a soft, squelching sound as she walked. Mo Qingchuan's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Was that a foot bath? How delightful! It reminded him of the youthful days shared with Feng Mei. He harbored a secret unbeknownst to his children. In his youth, he had a penchant for feet. Hey, Dad, this afternoon I will be visiting Yi Yixue at her home, and I shall return for dinner, possibly accompanied by her aunt, Yi Yixue remarked. The inclusion of her aunt was intended to allow her to savor the culinary creations of the Mo Qingchuan couple, which were indeed quite delightful. Mo Qingchuan paused for a moment, realizing that Yi Yixue's aunt was none other than Yi Qingchuan's sister. That works. Perhaps there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future, he replied, unaware that Yi Qingru was the proprietor of the esteemed Yuzhen restaurant, and that her affairs did not intersect with those of Yi Qingchuan. Chapter 70. Enduring the strikes within the spacious 300-square-meter residence, an unusual tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Yi Qingru reclined on the sofa, her gaze fixed upon the computer screen, which displayed the revenue figures from various branches of the Yuzhen restaurant. Previously, she had terminated several locations due to their persistent mismanagement. Despite repeated interventions, the staff remained unchanged, prompting her decisive withdrawal. Consequently, those individuals lost their jobs, and some even contemplated legal action against her. However, she preemptively escalated the matter to Yi Qingchuan. With a mere wave of her hand, dispatched the company's specialized legal team, armed with surveillance and ample evidence, rendering them invulnerable in this confrontation. Faced with such formidable opposition, the disgruntled parties promptly abandoned their claims, their guilt evident and the prospect of victory utterly unrealistic. Having purged these detrimental elements, Yi Qingru naturally aspired to expand and strengthen her enterprise. Recently, she had ventured out to scout promising locations, successfully negotiating several deals, with only the finalization and renovations pending. I'm truly a genius. The foot traffic in these areas was substantial, and numerous affluent companies and individuals were nearby. Remarkably, some prime spaces remained unclaimed due to perceived high costs. What a lack of vision. Yi Qingru felt a surge of excitement. The members of her family who anticipated her failure in managing Yuzhen restaurant would soon be in for a surprise. How laughable. Everything was under her control. When she returned home one day, she would relish the opportunity to confront those naysayers. What a splendid day it was. Yet, a curious thought crossed her mind. Why had Yi not yet returned? Stretching her back, she noticed her once loose nightgown now snug against her form, the neckline revealing a generous expanse of porcelain skin, with her slender waist subtly accentuated, hinting at the definition of her abs. Ding! Verification successful. Just as she finished her thought, the door swung open. Mo Qingchuan entered first, accustomed to seeing his aunt still clad in her nightwear. Ye Vingru exclaimed joyfully. The sight of her adorable niece elevated her spirits further. Such a delightful presence deserved ample affection. Following closely behind was Yi Yixue, her expression beaming with a smile, pleased to reunite with her aunt. Observing Yi Qingru's cheerful demeanor, she inferred that her aunt had been faring well during their time apart. However, upon encountering Yi Yixue, Yi Qingru's expression soured instantly. Her face twitched in irritation as she glared at Yi Yixue, wishing she could devour her whole. Montauk, Qingchuan. The venomous tone of her voice caused both individuals to freeze in their tracks, confusion etched on their faces. What was amiss? Their previous encounter had not been marked by such hostility. Yi Yishui remained perplexed, recalling that Mo Qingchuan had mentioned his aunt was experiencing hormonal imbalances. Was there some truth to that? Wah, what is wrong? Yi Yisui venturet tentativity. Oh, so you dare to come to my home? Yi Qingru retorted, slipping into her shoes and rolling up her sleeves. Since you are here, let me give you a good beating to relieve my anger. Yi Yishui, momentarily dazed, suddenly realized the possible source of her aunt's ire. Could it be that her previous remark, suggesting she was inferior to Yi Yishui, had lingered in Yi Qingru's mind, festering her resentment? Sensing the tension escalating, Mo Qingchuan quickly positioned himself in front of Yi Yishui. Aunt, what is the matter? She has not done anything to wrong me. Yishui, do not interfere. Let me teach him a lesson. Otherwise, I will not feel at ease. Yi Qingru bit her silver teeth tightly, the sound of her pearly whites clashing echoing in the air. Each time she recalled being defeated by this boy before her, not once, but twice, her anger surged. How could he be better than me? Clearly, we were evenly matched. He was intentionally belittling her. She conceded that, at present, this boy appeared flawless. But who could ascertain whether this was merely a fade he had crafted? Go ahead and hit him, but be careful. You wouldn't want to harm your health out of anger. Yi Yishui expressed her concern. After all, those were her words, and they might have truly provoked her aunt. I'm sorry, Annie, for making you want to hit him. And Mo Qingchuan turned around, utterly bewildered. What nonsense is this about letting her strike? This madwoman had already ruined several dolls over the past few days. Some had even been torn apart. Such brutality. Moreover, that was my body. Yi, step aside. Let me pummel him. Yi Qingru, clad in an adorable nightgown, appeared fierce despite her charming attire. Mo Qingchuan quickly intervened. Auntie, please, remain calm. What'll I do if you break him? Yi Qingru froze, contemplating. Perhaps he had a point. Their affair was not something her sister had directly interfered with, evidently allowing them to sort out themselves. If she were to damage the boy, it would be quite problematic. Primarily, she was an ordinary woman, and while she could throw a punch, it would likely not inflict significant harm. However, as a member of the Yi family, she was quite aware of her own capabilities. If she genuinely wanted to, she could indeed cause harm. Ahem, how about this? You come to my house for dinner tonight as an apology. Is that agreeable? Yi Yishu kufud lightly. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingru crossed her arms and pouted in thought. The last time her sister visited the boy's home, it turned out they were old classmates. However, she had never met him. This could be an opportunity to understand what kind of people his parents were. All right, I agree, Yi Qingru declared. Mo Qingchuan let out a sigh of relief, thankful that Yi Qingru had ultimately refrained from striking. Yet, he was curious about what peculiar chemistry would unfold when she visited his home and interacted with Mo Qingmiao. Mo Qingmiao was a typical little troublemaker, and Yi Qingru seemed to fit that description as well, though she had evidently matured and become much more restrained. Then let us go to the room to do our homework, Mo Qingchuan suggested. Go ahead. Yi Qingru waved her hand dismissively, but remember to leave the door open. If he dares to make a move, I'll take him down with one knee. And Mo Qingchuan, second brother, may you find your own fortune. The two made their way to Yishui's room, deposited their backpacks, and retrieved their assignments. Wow, I didn't expect my aunt to have such a fierce side, Yishui whispered. She is like a motherly Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Mo Qingchuan quietly remarked. Yishui turned to him, suddenly curious about something. Did you ever get punished when you were young? Mo Qingchuan nodded vigorously. He had indeed endured his fair share of beatings as a child. That is surprising. Your parents seem quite nice, Yishui remarked, puzzled. In recent days, it has become evident that Mo Qingchuan's parents are reasonable individuals, possessing a calm demeanor and a delightful sense of humor. Such people should not frequently resort to punishing their children. As long as no fundamental errors are committed, verbal admonishments would suffice. Mo Qingchuan's expression turned nostalgic as he softly remarked, Alas, I can hardly recall the number of times I was chastised in my childhood. The reasons were as varied as they were peculiar. They accused me of pilfering money from the household, frequenting internet cafes, engaging in fights, and neglecting my homework. Yet, only I know that they never once wronged me. A soft chuckle escaped Yishui's lips as she gazed at Mo Qingchuan. So, you were quite the mischievous child, were you? Indeed. My father wielded a small whip that stung quite painfully, but in hindsight, I believe I deserved it, Mo Qingchuan replied with a smile. But really, was that punishment? It was merely a manifestation of profound paternal love. Sometimes, discipline proves to be quite effective, and I feel that I have been well corrected. Should I prepare a little whip for you, then? Yishue teased, unable to contain her laughter. Mo Qingchuan responded in astonishment. Wait, school beauty? What on earth are you talking about? Chapter 71, Not Affection, Combined. In a modestly sized office, Li Xingzhou rubbed his temples, appearing both aged and weary. His eyes were bloodshot and devoid of vitality due to a lack of rest. The company's troubles were grave. The main office was continuously laying off employees, with plans to consolidate operations into the subsidiaries. Yet, at this critical juncture, the subsidiary was also preparing to let go of a significant number of staff, individuals who were the very lifeblood of the company. This created a dilemma. Even if new hires were brought on board, they would require time to familiarize themselves with the business and clientele. Unfortunately, time was a luxury the company could ill afford. The longer the process took, the greater the losses incurred. Can this company still endure? He murmured, his voice hoarse and feeble. Recently, he had been mentally and physically drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away. Meanwhile, Wang Zhun, the father of Wang Zikai, remained indifferent to the company's plight, extravagantly speculating in the stock market. The depletion of the main office's funds was a direct consequence of Wang Zhun's reckless actions. Now, he scarcely visited the company, only calling to demand more money, insisting on another few million. What was once a thriving enterprise had devolved into a precarious edifice on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the phone rang again. It was Wang Zhun calling. Li Xingzhou felt a reluctance to answer, fully aware that each call meant more money would be drained from the company. Yet as the boss, he had no choice. Hello, President Wang, he answered, his heart sinking. Find a way to transfer 3 million into my account by tonight, Wang Zhun commanded. Li Xingzhou sighed internally. Wang Zhun was ensnared in the stock market, impervious to his repeated warnings. His incessant extravagance left Li Xingzhou with little means to keep the company afloat. Years ago, Wang Zhun had saved his life, which was why Li Xingzhou had diligently followed him. However, the years had transformed him. Wang Zhun had grown accustomed to a life of excess, immersing himself in stock trading amidst a circle of newfound acquaintances. The inherent risks and potential rewards of the stock market captivated him, and witnessing others profit significantly only intensified his obsession. President Wang, the company is struggling to generate these funds. If this continues, we will be unable to operate. Li Xingzhou spoke with gravity. Please, abandon the stock market. Devote yourself entirely to the company. There remains hope for recovery to our previous scale. The stock market is a road of no return, what do you know? Li Xingzhou was cut off by Wang Zhun's furious outburst. Do you understand the stock market? Do you grasp this venture? I've invested so much already. It's on the brink of doubling. I have insider information that several stocks are about to surge. Should I wait until they rise before purchasing? I do not need you to instruct me on my duties. The company is your concern now. Just transfer the funds to me. I want that money by tonight. The phone call abruptly ended, leaving Li Xingzhou with a furrowed brow and closed eyes, exhaling a long, weary sigh. Even this release did little to alleviate the gloom within. In fact, it seemed to intensify. He was utterly fatigued and yearned to relinquish his responsibilities. After all, he possessed savings, did he not? Yet, managing the company also represented a legacy for his daughter, a foundation of wealth that would elevate her starting point in life. He had faith in her capabilities, believing her future would be bright. But what was the current situation? There seemed to be little room for maneuver. Wang Zhun had drained the main company's finances, and Wang Zikai insisted on dismantling the subsidiary's cash cow. To his astonishment, that very cash cow had succeeded in securing a position at a major firm and intended to take the team with him, effectively severing the subsidiary's lifeline. This had rendered the situation exceedingly precarious. Previously, the subsidiary's business could have stabilized matters, but now, with the departure of seasoned sales personnel, the remaining staff were incapable of sustaining operations, leaving him with no viable path forward, trapped in a stalemate. Those two, father and son. Sighing, he shook his head and rose, intending to take the high-speed train to the subsidiary once more, hoping to catch a glimpse of his daughter. It had been far too long since they had last seen each other. Nevertheless, he found solace in knowing that she had always excelled in whatever tasks he assigned her. From a young age, she had surpassed her peers in calligraphy, piano, and martial arts. This was a source of pride for him, the only comfort he could cling to in these trying times. Yet his daughter was on the cusp of graduating high school, poised to assist Wang Zikai in gradually immersing herself in the business world. Although it felt premature, the company's current predicament left little choice. Balancing her studies with a modicum of corporate responsibilities would be demanding, but would also serve to hone her skills. He did not perceive this as detrimental. He was resolved to provide her with the finest resources he could offer, all for her sake. After school, Li Shushu returned home directly. Her residence situated a considerable distance from the school. The commute took an hour and a half by bus, not including the walk. Had her father not insisted on enrolling her in the same school as Wang Zikai, she could have attended a nearby high school where her academic performance would have easily secured her a place. Upon arriving home, she first plugged in her phone to charge and then prepared to take a shower. Although the school had bathing facilities, she always found it uncomfortable and longed to escape. As the water cascaded down her neck, droplets racing past her hair, she brushed her locks aside and gave them a gentle flick. The mirror gradually fogged, rendering her reflection somewhat indistinct. Yet it was evident that her cool visage bore a hint of melancholic beauty, her thin lips tinged with a faint crimson, exuding a subtle sense of sorrow. Gazing into the mirror, Li Shushu's expression darkened. She recognized the numbness of her own spirit, functioning like a machine, obediently following every prescribed directive, lacking a sense of self. This reflection stirred memories of the day on the rooftop of the teaching building, when Yi Shuai had thrown Wang Zikai to the ground. She closed her eyes, her hands grasping as if they were tightly holding an arm within them. Then, with a forceful motion of her waist, she suddenly swung downwards, sending a spray of water into the air. Bang! Ah! Li Shushu covered her head, her eyes reddening with pain, tears welling up and swirling in her sockets. A sudden, intense pain struck her forehead, causing tears to flow uncontrollably. Her face contorted with anguish as she glanced at the sink. Fortunately, its edges were rounded. Had they been sharp, she would undoubtedly have sustained a cut. Now, only a slight redness and slight swelling marked her forehead. It hurt terribly. Li Shushu wiped her eyes with her arm, brushing away the tears. After a moment's respite, she began to take a shower. Once she had bathed, she settled onto the sofa, the hairdryer blowing warm air through her damp hair, infused with the fragrance of her shampoo. She picked up her phone to check her messages, discovering a mere handful. One was from her father, inquiring about her well-being. She replied with a simple fine. Another was from Wang Zikai, proclaiming, "You're doomed." She chose not to respond, long pressing to delete the message from her list. There was also a message from her deskmate, who had bought a cup of trendy milk tea and shared a photo with her. She responded, expressing her desire to have some. After sending that, the conversation dwindled to silence. The only game on her phone was a match 3 puzzle. Her father forbade any others, claiming they distracted from studies and hindered personal growth. He suggested that engaging in part-time work would be more beneficial, allowing her to gain insights into various professions. After drying her hair, she languidly reclined on the sofa and opened Douyin, scrolling through videos. It was her sole source of relaxation. Ding dong soon. Another message popped up from her deskmate. "I'll treat you to a drink next time, but I have good news. Do you want to hear it?" "What news?" "Li Shishi Rapalia. It's about Mo Qingchuan's WeChat. I asked around, and finally someone knows it, so I'm going to get it. You always say he is handsome. Surely you have feelings for him, right? Even though he is close with the first school beauty. I believe you are equally exceptional and not at all inferior to Yi Shuai. There is a good chance to steal him away." Li Shushu was taken aback upon reading the message. What did this mean? To add Mo Qingchuan on WeChat and compete for him? "Cece, you've misunderstood. I don't like Mo Qingchuan," she quickly replied. "Huh? Really? You always say he is handsome. Doesn't that mean you like him?" "No. Could it be that you've developed a crush?" "Absolutely not." After sending her response, Li Shushu pondered for a moment. She placed her hand over her heart. That didn't feel like affection. It could be described as admiration. The scene from that day lingered in her mind, stirred by the emotions it had evoked. She too wished to be like him. Ah, sure. Are we still good friends? With you feeling that way, do you still want to keep it from me? Upon seeing the message, Li Shishir began to reply. I have not concealed anything. I harbor no such feelings for him, especially since he has someone else with whom he intends to attend the same university. Oh well, Cece is somewhat perplexed, given the circumstances. Could it not be considered affection? It seems she still does not understand Shishir at all. Initially, when they became desk mates, she thought Shishir was cold and difficult to approach. However, she later discovered that as long as she posed a question or initiated a conversation, Li Shishir would respond. Her voice cool, yet sincere. Of course, at times, she felt their common ground was somewhat limited, as Li Shishir truly refrained from using her phone at school, surrendering it upon arrival. This occasionally led to moments where Li Shishir could not fully grasp the topics they discussed. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their rapport. As time passed, she realized that Li Shishir was in fact someone who appeared cold on the outside, yet was warm within. Well, since that is the case, have I not pursued this in vain? Never mind, it matters not. Li Shishir stared at her phone, lost in thought for several seconds. She then snapped back to reality and began typing. It is not in vain. Do send it to me. Hey, Shishir, you've changed. What is this? You are being insincere. No, I just want to be of use. Understood. Here you go. I shall refrain from further inquiries. After finishing her statement, Cece sent a string of numbers to Li Shishir. Mo Qingchuan's WeChat ID is his phone number, easily searchable. However, Li Shishir hesitated and did not add him immediately. Her gaze drifted slowly toward the window, somewhat lost in thought. That night, Mo Qingchuan, Yi Yishui, and Yi Qingru set off for the Mo residence. By this time, Mo Qingmiao had already returned from school, and it is likely that this little imp had begun to play mischief. Is your family's cooking delicious? Let me clarify, I am quite particular about food, Yi Qingru declared with an air of pride. Mo Qingchuan felt a hint of exasperation. One cannot possibly compare the dishes from your Yuzhen restaurant to his family's home-cooked meals. While his family's cooking is commendable, it cannot quite measure up to that of professional chefs. Do not worry, you will undoubtedly experience a distinctive flavor, Yi Yishui assured first. During this time, she had enjoyed the dishes prepared by Mo Zhu and Feng Mei, finding them all to be quite palatable. It could be attributed to her physical condition, yet she truly did not find them lacking. Surely, her taste buds could not be so different. Moreover, like Mo Qingchuan, she harbored a dislike for cilantro. What if I find it unpalatable? Would you abandon Ye? Yi Vingru inwided. Yi Yishui felt somewhat helpless. If she were to leave, what would happen to her? Would she remain single for life, leading a solitary existence? Yi Qingru paused, realizing that indeed, the two were currently quite close, clearly suggesting deeper feelings. Even if she were to thwart Yi Yishui this time, would she need to do so for a lifetime? The misfortune she experienced would not necessarily befall Yi Yishui. So what would be the purpose of such interference? It seemed that her actions might only hinder Yi Yishui instead. This inevitably led her to ponder the personal grievances she held against the young man, which should be set aside, for it would not do to hinder Yi Yishui. Furthermore, you're not so young anymore. Why not seek a boyfriend? Surely, there must be at least one good man in this world. Yi Qingru's lips twitched, and her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Yi Yishui. What does it matter to you? Yi Yishui sighed inwardly. Her aunt had been in quite a foul mood lately, and she genuinely wished for her aunt to seek companionship. After all, a life lived in solitude would deprive one of countless experiences. Given her financial independence, why not savor life to the fullest? I do not need a man in my life. Men would only lead to a disastrous conclusion, making everything a chaotic mess. Mo Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly that extreme? Such a mindset is untenable. After all, Yi Qingru is Yi Yishui's aunt, and he felt compelled to alter her perspective. Aunt, do not always believe that having a man will ruin your life. Perhaps the next chapter is filled with happiness. Mo Qingchuan spoke softly. Yi Qingru paused slightly, then shook her head. You mentioned perhaps. but one must at least attempt it. Without endeavor, happiness will forever remain elusive. The cost is too great. Aunt, are you afraid? Who is afraid? Would I fear men? Upon hearing this, Mo Qingchuan finally grasped the depth of her disdain for men. Past wounds, deeply etched in her memory, had led her subconscious to resist romantic relationships, marriage, and even the male gender as a whole. Escaping this mindset is no simple feat, especially with the haunting memories of her sister's past. He sighed inwardly, realizing the challenge ahead. Aunt, perhaps you could observe Mo Qingchuan's parents more closely. Ah, why? Yi Qingru questioned, as her purpose for visiting had indeed been along those lines. Yet she was curious as to why Mo Qingchuan would suggest this. Do take a closer look. Your judgment has always been quite astute. Since it was Yi who said so, I shall consider it. Chapter 72. A visit. Upon arriving at the doorstep of room 601, Yi Ishui gently pushed the door open. Today, Mo Qingchuan had informed his parents in advance that Yi Ishui's aunt would be dining at their home. Both Mo Zhuzhu and Fong may express their warm welcome, as this would be the family of their future in-laws, deserving of heartfelt hospitality. With a soft creak, the door swung open, accompanied by the sizzling sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen. The tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, stirring their appetites. Yi Qingru's nose twitched slightly. Judging by the fragrant scent, the meal promised to be delightful. As she stepped inside, she glanced into the kitchen, where two figures were busily engaged in their culinary tasks. Mo Zhuzhu was stirring a pan, while Fong Mei was chopping vegetables and organizing ingredients for the forthcoming dishes. The adage holds true. Teamwork between men and women lightens the workload, a truth evident in this moment. If one were to tackle all these preparations alone, they would surely find themselves utterly exhausted, especially considering the meal was meant for 6. Ah, you're here. Come, take a seat on the sofa. Fong Mei beamed as she noticed her son leading Yi Ishui and Yi Qingru into the living room. Had gazé discrètement assez Yi Vingru, and she couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable genetics of the Yi family. From Yi Qingwan to her daughter Yi Ishui, and now to her sister Yi Qingru, each was a stunning beauty. Moreover, it was evident that Yi Qingru exuded an aura that only wealth could cultivate. Pardon the intrusion, Yi Qingru spoke softly, demonstrating her understanding of etiquette. Not at all, Yao, go fetch some juice. All right. Mo Qingyu sprang from the sofa, darting to the refrigerator to retrieve her favorite peach juice. Her large eyes were fixed on Yi Qingru, sparkling with admiration. Sister, you're so beautiful, she exclaimed, her sincerity shining through. Having watched numerous variety shows, Mo Qingyu was familiar with many celebrities, yet she found Yi Qingru's beauty surpassed that of most stars. Furthermore, she was aware that many of those stars had undergone cosmetic enhancements. If Yi Qingru was indeed a natural beauty, it was a source of envy for her. You are also quite lovely, little sister, Yi Qingru replied with a smile, feeling a surprising fondness for Mo Qingyu at first glance. I'm not even in the same league as you. Sister, do you have any secrets to becoming more beautiful? Mo Qingyu asked, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Secrets? Yi Qingru pondered, then shook her head. Beauty is determined by genetics. There are no secrets. If you care about your appearance, just focus on skincare. But skincare products are so expensive. Montag Qingyu mom ulit zaftli. Indeed, I can gift you some later, Yi Qingru said nonchalantly, as she had more than enough skincare products, often received from close friends. Thank you, sister. Mo Qingyu's voice rose in excitement, her face radiant with joy. At that moment, Fong Mei emerged from the kitchen with a flourish. Mo Qingyu, you're just a little kid who hasn't even matured yet. Why are you talking about skincare products? Your skin is currently neither oily nor dry. It's in the best condition. Just maintain it, Fong Mei asserted, brandishing a kitchen knife with authority. Feeling the weight of her mother's intense presence, Mo Qingyu instinctively shrank back, overwhelmed. Understood, mother, Feng Mei acknowledged, aware that the little girl had a penchant for beauty. However, those skincare products should not be used indiscriminately. After all, they are technological creations, and their efficacy remains uncertain. Furthermore, this industry harbors significant profits, rife with hidden pitfalls. Besides a few trustworthy established brands, Fang Mei herself refrained from using anything else. She glanced at Yi Qingru, smiled, and momentarily tempered her aura. It was essential to prevent the child from using products haphazardly and to encourage her to focus on her studies instead. Yi Qingru nodded in agreement, observing Fang Mei and recognizing her as a matriarch, effortlessly commanding her presence, seemingly possessing absolute authority over Mo Qingchuan. Yi Yishui approached Mo Qingchuan, scrutinizing the little girl's face. Your skin appears quite good. There's no need to use those products indiscriminately. How about we use mutton tallow soap together? She suggested with a smile. I won't use anything from that stinky old brother. Montauk Qingyao retorted. Yi Yishui was taken aback, marveling at her sister's whimsical nature. Previously, when asking for money, she sweetly referred to him as good brother. Now, she had transformed that into stinky old brother. Mo Qingchuan couldn't help but chuckle. Mo Qingchuan remained unchanged, just as she was during their childhood interactions. Fortunately, she harbored no ill intentions. Sometimes they were affectionate, other times they bickered. But there was no animosity. After Fang Mei returned to the kitchen, Mo Qingchuan, feeling quite at ease, grabbed Yi Qingru's arm and plopped down on the sofa. Sister, you seem both beautiful and graceful. You must be quite wealthy, right? The mention of money ignited a sparkle in Mo Qingchuan's eyes. It's all right, Yi Qingru replied, surprised to discover Mo Qingchuan's sister had a fascination with wealth. Could you share a little? Mo Qingchuan inquired eagerly. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Qingru responded, I have an 8-digit sum, though she did not specify the exact amount. Mo Qingchuan could hardly contain her excitement, feeling that 8 digits were immensely substantial. Her weekly allowance was a mere 50. In truth, Yi Qingru merely stated her personal savings, excluding the value of Yuzhen restaurant. Otherwise, it would require at least 2 more digits. My aunt, my grandmother, my cotton-padded trousers, my coat. My brain has expanded like a jujube. My older brother has become an older sister. Mo Qingchuan exclaimed in astonishment, reciting a playful rhyme. In the next moment, she felt a light tap on her head. Don't be so obsessed with money. This isn't something for a little child like you, Yi Yishui admonished. Mo Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. What was that last part? Please, no more tapping. If you do, I'll become foolish and won't even maintain average grades, Mo Qingchuan pouted, feeling aggrieved. Why is my family not wealthy? My parents graduated from university after years of hard study, yet we still lead such a frugal life. It's too poor. Mo Zhu emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of food, nearly choking upon hearing this. Is your cotton-padded jacket letting in the wind like that? He remarked incredulously. Life isn't so dire, is it? Your family has only 1 generation of hard study to boast of, while others have thrived in business for generations. Moreover, if you find your home unsatisfactory, you should strive to improve it through diligent study, rather than indulging in endless complaints. Ah, father, I was merely expressing my thoughts. Devoid of any ulterior motives, it's simply a matter of comparison. Mo Qingchuan playfully stuck out her tongue, as if nearly piercing her father's heart. In truth, her family circumstances were reasonably favorable, neither the best nor the worst. Particularly now that her father, Lao Deng, has secured an annual salary of $1 million, possibly with bonuses. She was not entirely informed, but she was confident that her father's income was the highest among her classmates. Well, the dishes are ready. Let's wash our hands and partake in a meal. One by one, they took their seats at the dining table. Yi Qingru took a moment to observe the couple. Although time had etched its marks upon their faces, it was evident that they had been quite attractive in their youth. Now, having built a family with a son and a daughter, their lives were not as extravagant as hers. Yet one could discern an air of ease and contentment in their demeanor. Marriage had not become their grave, but rather an extension of life and love. She pondered. Perhaps this was what it meant to find the right person? What's wrong? Is the food unpalatable? Fang Mei inquired with concern. Yi Qingru snapped back to reality, gently shaking her head. No, I was just lost in thought. It must be that your cooking cannot compare to mine, Mo Zhu remarked, glancing at a particular dish. Oh really? Do you think your cooking can surpass mine? Fang Mei challenged. Our opinions hold little weight. Let our daughter decide who cooks better, Mo Zhu suggested, turning to Mo Qingchuan. Of course it's Mom. Mo Qingchuan responded without hesitation. Wait, Think carefully. I currently earn $1 million a year. She quickly amended. But Dada's cooking is certainly tastier. Feeling a sudden chill, she instinctively recoiled. Mom's cooking is the best in the world. Yi Qingru couldn't help but smile. Was this the daily banter between a couple? Having found the right partner, perhaps the next chapter of life would indeed be filled with happiness. Chapter 73. Father and daughter during the meal. Yi Qingru remained considerably quieter, responding to inquiries but primarily observing the interactions between the couple. Suddenly, she felt that men might not be as fearsome as she had previously believed. Perhaps her earlier thoughts were indeed too extreme, or perhaps a certain fear had been at play. Even on the way home, Mo Qingchuan sensed that Yi Qingru seemed somewhat transformed. She had become contemplative, as if lost in thought. This experience may have altered her perspective. Mo Qingchuan felt a slight sigh of relief. Any change was welcome, and this visit to his home had not been in vain. Yay! Yi Qingru suddenly spoke softly. Mo Qingchuan looked up. I will no longer obstruct your relationship with Mo Qingchuan, but you must be cautious and avoid becoming the one who gets hurt. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingchuan smiled. Rest assured, Auntie, what we share may be more solid than you imagine. Is that so? I hope it is. During the weekend, Li Shishir felt restless upon receiving news that her father was coming to visit. She was not particularly eager to confront him. Each encounter brought her an inexplicable sense of immense pressure, a suffocating weight that left her breathless. Although it seemed that everything he did was for her benefit, those well-meaning gestures felt like towering mountains, making it difficult for her to breathe. As she scrolled through her phone, she noticed a number she had hesitated to add, her heart racing with anxiety over the potential answers it might yield, answers that could significantly impact her life. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking drew her back from her thoughts. She stood and walked to the door, peering through the peephole to see her father's face. After a moment's hesitation, she opened the door. With a heavy creak, the door swung wide, and Li Xingzhou saw his daughter, glancing into the room. It seems quite tidy in here. It appears you have neither fallen into disarray nor grown complacent. You are doing well, he remarked as he stepped inside and settled onto the sofa. His mood lightened slightly upon seeing her. Dad, are you hungry? Li Shiqi Kidat. Li Xingzhou shook his head. Ive Iten. No need for you to trouble yourself with cooking. I am aware of your results from the second mock exam. I believe there is room for improvement. This does not reflect your true capabilities. There were 2 major questions I got wrong, Li Shishir murmured. In truth, during that period of the second mock exam, her mind had been somewhat chaotic, with no expectations for the future and having been cornered by Wang Zikai. Although ultimately rescued by Yi Shui, her heart felt heavier than ever. She even entertained thoughts of death, believing that being a soulless machine was a fate worse than death itself. Errors warrant reflection. One must ponder why they occurred and whether they should have happened at all. You're merely taking exams now, but in the future, should you work in a company, a single mistake could lead to significant losses. Li Xingzhou's brow furrowed, his expression grave and his tone weighty. He aspired for his daughter to embody perfection. For someone as exceptional as her, errors should be an impossibility. I understand. Li Shishir felt somewhat numb, her voice growing rigid. It was this tone that instilled immense pressure within her each time. Uncertain how to counter his assertions, she could only respond with a sense of emotional detachment. Beyond that, she was at a loss. To rebel? She had never done so, nor did she dare to. Sure, I have high hopes for you. I wish you not to disappoint me. Everything I do is for your benefit. My current struggles are solely aimed at ensuring you walk a path elevated above others. Countless individuals strive relentlessly yet fail to gain entry. I am paving the way for you. Do you comprehend? Li Shishir lowered her head, standing motionless by the door. The scene before her seemed devoid of color, reduced to an interplay of black and white. The world appeared bleak, suffused with despair. Like a machine, she spoke in a monotone, I understand. Li Xingzhou sighed softly. As long as you understand, that is sufficient. When you mature and engage with society, you will grasp my intentions. I will not harm you. Although Wang Zikai may not be particularly competent, he possesses some degree of ambition. Assisting him as a secretary to correct his course may not be too detrimental. Why must I assist him? Li Shishir's mind echoed with whispered queries, perplexed and bewildered. Yet, This voice was hers alone to hear. Li Xingzhou remained oblivious. Once you complete your college entrance examination, I will have you start at the company to familiarize yourself with the business and gradually take on responsibilities. Of course, you will receive a salary, albeit modest at the outset. Some matters you can also discuss with Wang Zikai. Li Shishir listened silently, aware that her father was orchestrating her post-high school endeavors. This perhaps marked the onset of her life's darkest chapter. At school, she strenuously avoided being alone with Wang Zikai. But as a secretary, was that even feasible? Wouldn't he incessantly harass her? Additionally, there is something else I wish to discuss. As a woman, you will eventually marry, although that is still a few years away. Reliable men are scarce, particularly those worthy of you. I believe after a few years of work, Wang Zikai will become more dependable, and at that point, you may consider marrying him. If you both manage the company together, it will undoubtedly thrive, and your lives will improve, along with your children. Li Shishir felt a roaring in her ears. She yearned to silence the words, feeling suffocated, struggling to breathe, her entire being trembling slightly. Numbness failing to shield her from the encroaching darkness of the future. She could not perceive even a glimmer of hope. Thus, in agony, she shut her eyes. Chapter 74. The weekend, Yi Yishui had arranged for Mo Qingchuan to come over for a visit. Today, her aunt was out for some errands, affording them the opportunity to enjoy some quality time alone. Ever since returning from dinner at Mo Qingchuan's house, her temperament had markedly improved. She was no longer irritable and had ceased her habitual critique of men. It was indeed not easy for your aunt. Her shift in mindset was a positive development. One could only hope she wouldn't encounter any more scoundrels, lest she begin to doubt herself. Mo Qingchuan, while peeling fruit, spoke slowly. The recent change in her attitude had alleviated his concerns significantly. Otherwise, any closeness between him and Yi Yishui might have prompted her aunt to intervene, which would have been quite troublesome. Don't worry, I'm here. If my aunt encounters any more scoundrels, I'll chase them away. Yi Yishui decided, Tamping Herchist. After all, her aunt genuinely cared for her and treated her well. She wished to shield her from further emotional harm. Indeed, Mo Qingchuan nodded. He then placed a freshly peeled fruit into a bowl and slid it in front of Yi Yishui. Have some fruit. You need to replenish your energy after studying. Yi Yishui happily picked up a small fork and popped a piece of pear into her mouth. By the way, do you have any plans for the summer vacation? She inquired. After the college entrance examination, the summer would stretch long ahead, and it was essential to have some plans in place. Mo Qingchuan pondered for a moment. I think I'll return to my hometown first to visit my grandparents. Then I'll learn to drive and get my license. The idea of obtaining a driver's license had been strongly advocated by his mother, as it would prove invaluable in the future. Getting a driver's license? That sounds good. Let us take the test together then. Yi Yishui titit head enthusiasm palpable. By the way, is there anything fun to do in the countryside? Fun? Mo Qingchuan mused, seemingly at a loss for options. There is not much entertainment in my hometown. It's rather tranquil, more suitable for retirement. Though, there was an amusing incident where I helped a villager cancel his mobile plan, and he went around claiming I had connections at the telecommunications bureau. Haha, Yishui couldn't help but laugh. Really, you shouldn't jest. It's not an exaggeration. The elderly in my hometown aren't very adept with smartphones and remain oblivious to such technology. Many still rely on the television for weather forecasts. When I told my grandmother the weather for the next 15 days, she asked if I knew someone at the Meteorological Bureau. Pahaha. Well, it seems you have quite the network. Yi Yisui chocolate. Oh, not all. I certainly can't compare to Miss Yi. Mo Qingchuan replied with a grin. Their interaction had evolved, shedding the initial tension and awkwardness. They were beginning to grow familiar with one another, and this process felt entirely natural. Although many events had transpired during this time, they ultimately deepened their bond. However, neither of them had yet considered taking their relationship to the next level. They are waiting for the day when perhaps their souls will be reunited. If they cannot be restored, they shall await the arrival of that day. By the way, I have another question. Why aren't Zhang Xiang and Tang Wang together? I truly believe that after what they went through, these two would end up as one. Yi Yishui inquired. That day, they all gathered, hoping to witness the two embrace. Yet, to their surprise, Not only did they fail to embrace, but Zhang Xiang also shouted that Tang Wenk was foolish. This struck her as rather peculiar. Mo Qingchuan, biting into a dragon fruit, slowly began to speak. In truth, whether they became a couple or not no longer mattered to Zhang Xiang. He had come to terms with it. Later, he confided in me that for someone who had once been excessively introverted and self-deprecating, conversing with the vivacious Tang Wenk felt akin to radiant sunlight piercing through the darkness within him, granting him a sense of redemption in life. Tang Wenk held significant importance in his heart, which is why he willingly did so much for her. However, after all he had done, he reflected and realized Tang Wenk's feelings. If there was no love, then there was no love. They were still young, and looking forward was far better than forcing a union. Upon hearing this, Yi Yishui agreed. If there is no love, then there is no love. Forcing it does not guarantee happiness. Even if they were together, separation could still loom in the future. She seemed to sense something and glanced at the phone on the table. Qingchuan, it seems someone has messaged you. Your screen has been flashing. Huh? Mo Qingchuan wondered who could possibly be messaging him at such time. He picked up his phone to discover it was his sister, Mo Qingyao. At 11:29 a.m., she wrote, I admit you are quite handsome, but could you please unlock the door for me? I just went out to buy lunch, and you've locked the door. How could you be so cruel as to leave your adorable sister outside? At 11:33 a.m., she continued, so you're not opening, huh? I'm going to put my pants in the fridge to become a cold person. Yesterday, I read a book titled If I Met You. I would bet and accept defeat. Today, I listened to a song called Without You, My Heart Feels Like a Knife. Earlier, I ate a peach, and the peach was falling in love with you. I have no escape. Now, I just had a bowel movement, and it's missing you. I go in circles. And Mo Qingchuan was taken aback upon reading this, and looked towards Yi Yishui. Is no one home now? Huh? When I left, both Mom and my sister were at home, Yi Yishui replied, but my sister seemed to still be asleep then, so she might not have realized I had left. Huh? So my sister is locked out now? How strange. Where could Mom have gone? Mo Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. Why not let her come here? Yi Yishui suggested. That works. Mo Qingchuan nodded. After all, they both likely had no desire to venture outside. The sun was glaring, and it was rather warm. Letting his sister come over seemed reasonable, especially since she was quite eager to see the expansive 300-square-meter house, leaving no valid reason to refuse. Soon, Mo Qingchuan successfully persuaded his sister, after which he sent her an address. To his surprise, she was filled with joy, her previous frustration about being locked out completely dissipating. It was primarily because she was enticed by the delightful meals at Yi Yishui's home. As for Mo Zhu, he had some matters to attend to and had left early that day. By the way, my mother's secretary, Xiao Yun, will be coming today. I heard from your father that she will meet with the new recruits tomorrow for a meal, which will also serve as an opportunity to gather everyone's opinions. Yi Yisui remarqued. Oh, speaking of which, we must express our gratitude to your mother. Otherwise, my father would likely still be in a state of unemployment. Mo Qingchuan reflected. Old Deng has truly found a fortunate alliance this time. He has become quite successful. He prayed to the heavens, and remarkably, it was Yi Yishui's mother who answered his call. How splendid is fate. Chapter 75. The Unexpected Guest on Monday morning. Mo Zhu spent some time at home and engaged in a chat with Lao Zhu and others in the group. He also added Secretary Xiao Yun, who works for Yi Qingwan, into the conversation. The purpose of this gathering was primarily to facilitate an early acquaintance, ensuring a smoother transition into the new job and tasks ahead. Yi Qingwan placed considerable importance on this matter. Thus, she sent Xiao Yun alone, as she had more than one secretary, which would not disrupt her own schedule or work. Later that day, the group planned to convene for a luncheon at Yuzhen Restaurant. These individuals had already completed their resignation procedures and could depart for Luocheng at any time. A portion of the team, however, remained under Li Xingzhou's jurisdiction, with their release being temporarily delayed, although it was expected to last no more than a month. Upon arriving at Yuzhen Restaurant and stating his purpose, Mo Zhu was promptly escorted by the staff to a private room where a gathering of over a dozen individuals awaited, including Lao Zhu and Fang Yan. Lao Zhu, though still in limbo, had taken a leave of absence for the day, while Feng Yang had already attained his freedom. Ah, old Mo has arrived. You seem to have rejuvenated quite a bit since we last met. Lao Zhu cheerfully exclaimed, rising to greet Mo Zhu with a light pat on his arm. The absence of work-related stress and a period of rest had evidently improved his complexion. Mo Zhu himself had noticed this change while shaving over the past few days. He felt as though he appeared younger. Indeed, the absence of office pressures could truly enhance one's state of being. I see everyone looks quite well, too, Mo Zhu remarked with a smile, recognizing many familiar faces, most of whom he had mentored. As he scanned the room, he noted that the guest of honor, Xiao Yun, had yet to arrive. He had made a special trip to pick her up the previous day and had briefly discussed the subsequent arrangements and details during the drive. We are all so cheerful today because of you, old Mo. Everyone was eager to follow your lead, and now not only have our aspirations been realized, but we've also entered a prestigious company. It's simply delightful to reflect upon, Zhu Kai stated. Zhu Kai had once believed his life would remain stagnant. Yet he was fortunate enough to bask in Mo Zhu's success and smoothly transition into a sales department within a major corporation. The benefits and treatment offered by the large enterprise were vastly superior to those of the previous dismal company, creating a significant disparity. Too early to celebrate. Montag zu tease it, delivering a playful punch to Zhu Kai's chest. The sales targets they set are considerably more ambitious than those of the former company. True, Zhu Kai replied. But as mentioned in the group, the salaries and commissions are also much higher. Everyone is definitely more motivated now. Exactly. The previous company was a nightmare, full of criticism and exploitation, and they never even compensated us properly. Who would willingly sacrifice for such a place? The group expressed their frustrations, their grievances long bottled up, finally finding an outlet for expression. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door. Xiao Yun, impeccably dressed in formal attire, entered. Her professional appearance was a constant, maintained throughout her work and outings, exuding competence. Everyone, please quiet down. The guest of honor has arrived. Allow me to introduce Secretary Yun, who is closely associated with the group as president and holds significant importance, Mo Zhu announced with a warm smile. Those who stand beside Yi Qingchuan undoubtedly possess commendable abilities. While Yi Qingchuan may address her as Xiao Yun without hesitation, he cannot do the same due to her esteemed position within the company. Thus, he opts to refer to her as Secretary Yun, striking a balance that neither elevates her excessively nor diminishes his own standing. Clap, clap, clap. Welcome, welcome, Zhu Kai exclaimed as he rose to his feet, beaming broadly and initiating applause. The others, observing his enthusiasm, quickly joined in, recognizing the importance of the individual they were meeting. Xiao Yun, seeing their warm reception, smiled and said, "Please, everyone take a seat. I am here primarily to discuss the onboarding process, benefits, and to address any questions you may have. Do not feel overly restrained. Feel free to ask anything." Her smile was both genuine and effective, prompting many to relax in her presence. Mo Zhu remained silent, aware that his own compensation had been personally arranged by Yi Qingchuan, which placed him in a uniquely privileged position. Consequently, the information Xiao Yun provided was already encompassed within what Yi Qingchuan had communicated to him. As the meal was served, a hush fell over the group, who listened attentively to Xiao Yun's explanations. Questions arose one by one, each met with her thorough responses. Her discourse was refreshingly straightforward, devoid of any pretense, and resonated well with the audience. However, a pointed question emerged. Secretary Yun, what will happen if we fail to meet our quarterly sales targets? Given the lofty sales expectations, there is concern about the possibility of needing to regroup and recalibrate for the second quarter, potentially falling short of projections. It is simple, she replied candidly. Salaries will be reduced. The quarterly sales figures serve as the benchmark for your compensation. The more you exceed the planned targets, the greater your remuneration will be. Conversely, the more you fall short, the less you will receive. If sales figures are drastically lacking and losses occur, departments may face downsizing. However, rest assured that the targets we set are reasonable and will not be unattainable. Furthermore, since you're transitioning into the second quarter, you will need time to adapt. Thus, the sales figures for this quarter can be overlooked, with calculations commencing from the third quarter. Xiao Yun's forthrightness was refreshing, as she eschewed unnecessary embellishments. In a large corporation, the capacity to absorb losses and downsize departments is trivial. As for those affected, it is best to remain silent and accept their severance packages promptly. Moreover, the leniency regarding the second quarter sales targets provided Mo Zhu and his colleagues significant leeway. We understand, Secretary Yin. Rest assured, everyone is eager to showcase their capabilities. We will break those second quarter sales figures, Zhu Kai declared, his enthusiasm palpable. He appreciated the straightforwardness of Xiao Yun's words, finding it a welcome change from the usual convoluted discussions. I look forward to the good news from everyone, Xiao Yun replied with a gentle smile. Her visit was primarily to clarify these matters. Observing the expressions of these individuals, they did not appear to be under significant stress. Rather, each one was imbued with a sense of excitement. This instilled a sense of assurance within her. However, at that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived. I apologize for interrupting your discussion, but is it truly necessary to go to such extremes? Li Xingzhou's voice carried a hint of anger. The audacity of this major corporation to poach talent was rather ruthless. How could he not be incensed? Yet, he felt helpless, for there was little he could do to impede this situation. It seems you weren't invited. Might I inquire as to your reason for being here? Mo Zhu's expression darkened as she rose to her feet. It was unclear who had leaked the information that allowed Li Xingzhou to track them down. I merely wish to ascertain what type of individual possesses the ability to abscond with a significant portion of our subsidiary sales team. At this moment, Xiaoyan also stood up, fully aware of Li Xingzhou's identity. She had learned of him during her investigation into Mo Zhu's company, having already noted his appearance and standing. I sincerely apologize. We presented them with an offer they could not refuse, thereby enticing them into our company's fold. Should you possess the capability, feel free to attempt to reclaim them. I shall not hinder you, as it ultimately depends on their personal choices. Naturally, this is contingent upon your ability to entice them. A faint smile graced Xiao Yun's face, her tone calm and unhurried, exuding an air of composure. After all, the disparity in compensation between the two parties was exceedingly vast. As long as there was no compelling reason to remain in this city, anyone with a modicum of sense would not return. This confidence stemmed from her and the formidable strength of the conglomerate behind her. Chapter 76, Shoulder Throw, combined, at Shana Yizhong as the alarm clock rang. A group of students rushed out of the classroom, their feet barely touching the ground as they hurried to seize their midday meal. Despite their fervor, they occasionally found themselves outpaced by the first and second-year students, as their classrooms were situated on lower floors, bringing them closer to the cafeteria. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui had already slung their small backpacks over their shoulders, preparing to exit the school, followed closely by Jing Bai, who had recently been putting in considerable effort in his studies. He mentioned that his fiancée outperformed him academically, compelling him to strive harder to keep pace. Upon exiting the classroom, Mo Qingchuan was unexpectedly bumped into, causing both individuals to stumble back a step. I'm sorry, Li Shishir, coming back to her senses, offered an apology. It's all right, Mo Qingchuan replied. Yi Yishui, observing from the side, cast a puzzled glance. She was aware of Li Shishir's reputation as the second school beauty, renowned for her allure. The last time she was cornered by Wang Zikai, Yi Yishui had intervened on her behalf. Although she had appeared composed then, her current demeanor was starkly different, her eyes dim and devoid of spirit, resembling a mere shell of a person. What could have transpired? Yi Yishui pondered it. Li Shishir glanced at Yi Yishui, a fleeting spark illuminating her gaze before it vanished, revealing her inherent struggles. What troubles you? Yi Yishui inquired, suspecting that perhaps Wang Zikai had harassed her once more. She had always thought that Wang Zikai would likely continue to trouble Li Shishir. And no, it's nothing, Li Shishir murmured softly. Earlier, she had questions she wished to pose, but now she felt that asking would serve no purpose. It seemed she had lost her way entirely. That hardly sounds like nothing. Has that Wang Zikai been tormenting you again? I'll go confront him. Yi Yishui rolled up her sleeves, her demeanor suggesting she was ready for a confrontation. Li Shishir was taken aback, astonished that such words had been uttered in front of the first school beauty. Was it truly appropriate? Wouldn't she be jealous? However, upon glancing towards Mo Qingchuan, she found him unfazed, showing no outward reaction. Qingchuan, Yu even Jingbai was left dumbfounded, but seeing Mo Qingchuan's silence, he quelled the urge to speak. Internally, he was bewildered. How could his good friend be so composed? Was this the result of some extraordinary training? Mo Qingchuan himself felt indifferent to the situation, continuing to regard Yi Yishui as a girl deserving of respect. And no, that is unnecessary, Li Shishir hastily replied. You have already been a great help last time. I don't wish to trouble you further. Really? If that Wang Zikai continues to harass you, just give him a taste of his own medicine. That fellow is nothing but a coward when faced with strength. You only need to be a bit assertive. And he won't dare to bother you, Yi Yishui asserted. After the shoulder throw incident, she had discerned Wang Zikai's character well. There was nothing to fear. However, she warned, if you grow fearful and passive, he would only take advantage of you. Li Shishir paused for a moment, contemplating the notion of being more assertive. This stirred a ripple within her heart. She had never exhibited a strong demeanor towards her father or anyone else. Due to the constraints of her upbringing, she had always restrained her temperament, reluctant to engage in conversation. How to be assertive? You could throw him over your shoulder, yell at him, or strike him. You must learn to resist. Complacency is not an option. Resistance is also a means to better protect oneself, Yi Yishui stated earnestly. Resistance? Li Shishir was taken aback, the word sending a tremor through her soul. Could she truly resist, under the cage woven by her father? I understand now. Thank you, Li Shishir replied, before departing alone. Mo Qingchuan scratched his head. Are you quite familiar with her? Not particularly. We've encountered each other numerous times, though our conversations have been scarce. Anyway, let's go. I'm starving, Yi Yishui responded, clutching her stomach. Then let us proceed. They had pre-ordered their meal at Yuzhen Restaurant and could simply pick it up upon arrival. After Li Shishir descended the stairs, she wandered across the playground, her mind in a haze. Could she truly embrace resistance? Her father had done so much for her. From his perspective, it might seem commendable. Yet from her vantage point, it felt suffocating, an incessant yearning to escape, even wishing to relinquish everything her father offered. She pondered whether she harbored rebellious sentiments, simply desiring to live with greater ease. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up, stop dawdling. A voice she found distasteful interrupted her thoughts. She slowly lifted her gaze to the person before her. Wang Zikai appeared somewhat impatient, casting a glance at Li Shishir that was both tantalizing and infuriating. It was something he should have secured long ago, yet she persistently evaded him, leaving him at times unable to locate her. Furthermore, you don't even reply to my messages. You've become quite adept at avoiding me, he said, his tone laced with irritation. Where's my father now? Li Shishir Bang Zikaiskei. They had intended to utilize the midday break for a casual lunch among the three of them, originally scheduled for the weekend. It was postponed due to Wang Zikai's claimed unavailability. She had even specially approached her teacher to obtain a pass for leaving. Just come with me. Wang Zikai's eyes glinted. With so many people around, he found it imprudent to act. However, once they exited the school grounds, he could take her wherever he pleased. He would not impose any unreasonable demands, merely requesting a kiss. Surely that was not excessive? Wang Zikai had deeper intentions, fully aware that haste would yield no fruitful results. Thus, he chose to proceed gradually, akin to a game, slowly engaging with the characters. Once he achieved that first milestone, success would follow. With some care, he could eventually make more audacious requests, and she would inevitably become ensnared. Upon exiting the school, Wang Zikai directed their path towards Yuzhen Restaurant, only to veer into a narrow alley along the way. The area was nearly deserted, cloaked in a somber ambience. Li Shishir sensed something amiss and halted her steps, refraining from proceeding any further. Wang Zikai had harbored intentions toward her for quite some time, and she remained vigilant. Keep walking. Your father is inside, Wang Zikai remarked. Turning back to her, shaking her head, Li Shishir retreated, intending to exit the alley. Observing her actions, Wang Zikai's gaze hardened, and a sinister expression crossed his face. He had not anticipated her level of caution, yet he was determined not to squander this rare opportunity. He swiftly approached and seized Li Shishir's arm. "Where do you think you're going? Let go of me." Li Shishir protested, struggling to free herself but to no avail. Wang Zikai smirked disdainfully and said, "Stop resisting. This time, my request won't be as excessive as before. You merely need to let me kiss your cheek, and I shall release you. What do you say?" Li Shishir continued to retreat, but with her arm firmly grasped, escape from the alley became impossible. Faced with Wang Zikai's unreasonable demand, she clenched her teeth in defiance. Such impertinence was something she could never acquiesce to. "Hurry up, don't waste time. If your father waits too long, he might scold you," Wang Zikai urged. His eyes ignited with fervor, a grin creeping upon his lips. "This time, let us see where you can flee." He leaned in closer, inhaling the delicate fragrance surrounding Li Shishir, unable to suppress his inner turmoil, eager to experience her soft touch. Li Shishir's breath quickened as she sensed Wang Zikai's presence. Her body trembled in resistance. Her mind began to cloud, and she feared that her cherished purity would soon be compromised. However, her father had not instructed her on how to resist. Wang Zikai could hardly contain his delight. He was on the verge of success. This sensation was exhilarating. Feeling the tremors coursing through Li Shishir's arm, he realized she was somewhat afraid. Yet, in the next moment, the trembling abruptly ceased. Just as Wang Zikai registered his surprise, a voice reached his ears. "He is so handsome." "What?" Wang Zikai was baffled by Li Shishir's words. Who was she referring to? "I want to be as handsome as him." In the next instant, Wang Zikai felt his arm being seized with an unexpected force that caused him considerable pain. Before he could comprehend the situation, the world around him began to spin, and his mind seemed to halt. Bang! He felt as though his soul had left his body, lying on the ground, instinctively struggling. Meanwhile, Li Shishir's figure vanished into the distance, leaving no trace. "This sausage is truly delicious, and it's such a low price, 2 for $5. Not that cheap, though. We should only indulge occasionally. It's not healthy." "All right, then let us have it once a week." As long as you're happy." Yi Ishui and Mo Qingchuan had purchased 2 sausages from a nearby stall at the school gate. While it was indeed something to be consumed sparingly, their cravings proved irresistible. As Mo Qingchuan savored his sausage, he was suddenly jostled again. He turned, astonished to see Li Shishir once more. "Apologies, apologies." Li Shishir emerged from the alley, slightly breathless, her gaze fixed upon the 2 individuals. Even now, she found it hard to believe that she had just executed a shoulder throw on Wang Zikai. This was her first instance of resorting to physical action against him, and her heart raced with anxiety. She dreaded the thought of her father's reaction should he discover what she had done. Yet, amidst her trepidation, a sense of relief washed over her, for she had accomplished something she had long desired. "Oh, what coincidence! How did you come out from the alley?" Yi Ishui inquired, puzzled. Li Shishir hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Wang Zikai was trying to intimidate me inside, so I threw him down and then ran out." "Well done. People like him deserve a good beating." Yi Isui iklimet, shakink hadfeast. Li Shishir managed a faint smile. "I'll head back to school now." She wished to avoid dragging either of them into her troubles. Without her father around, she resolved to return to school, where she would feel significantly safer. After all, Wang Zikai would never dare to threaten her in plain sight. Wait! Just as Li Shishir intended to leave, Wang Zikai staggered out from the alley, supporting himself against the wall. His expression was one of agony, clearly indicating he had sustained considerable injury, limping as he walked. "Did you forget we had matters to discuss at noon? To be frank, your father is currently at the Yuzhen restaurant. If you choose not to go, you should be aware of the consequences." Wang Zikai hissed menacingly. His gaze fell upon Mo Qingchuan and the others, his eyes darkening. He had never anticipated that the typically timid Li Shishir would dare to strike. It dawned on him that her shoulder throw was likely inspired by witnessing Yi Ishui throw him in the corridor previously. "That damn boy. He keeps ruining my plans." This grievance, he vowed, would not go unavenged. Li Shishir froze. In truth, it was her father who represented the true source of her dread. Each encounter with him brought immense pressure. Yushan restaurant? That's precisely where we are headed. Let us go together, Yi Yishui suggested. Li Shishir glanced at Yi Yishui before silently nodding. There was no evading this meeting. Avoidance would only lead to dire consequences. Thus, the three of them walked ahead, with Wang Zikai limping behind. Upon reaching the Yushan restaurant, Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui proceeded to the private room upstairs. Wang Zikai could not suppress his urge to look back at them. What are you following us for? My father is at Yushan restaurant today. Is it a problem for me to see him? What is it to you? Yi Yishui retorted defiantly. Wang Zikai's lips twitched, feeling a mix of irritation and helplessness. He genuinely feared receiving another beating, which rendered him subdued. As they ascended the stairs, they were met with a cacophony of noise. Li Xingzhou stood at the entrance of a private room, his brow furrowed in distress. Unexpectedly, he found himself confronting some individuals from the branch office, as well as Mo Zhu. Unable to endure the conversations any longer, he stepped forward. However, Xiaoyan's words left him feeling somewhat stifled, rendering him momentarily speechless. He found himself unable to confront these individuals. Uncle Li, is this the daughter you have raised? Just look at the state I'm in. Upon encountering Li Xingzhou, Wang Zikai immediately began to complain. His anger was palpable, and he could hardly swallow the indignation he felt moments ago. While he found it challenging to manage Li Shishir, he knew that it would be a simple matter for Li Xingzhou to intervene. Wang Zikai was well aware that Li Shishir had never disobeyed her father's commands, so he anticipated that she would face severe repercussions this time. Upon hearing Wang Zikai's accusations, Li Shishir's once calm demeanor turned ashen. Li Xingzhou turned his gaze towards the approaching group. When he learned that Li Shishir had thrown Wang Zikai, his brow furrowed and his expression darkened. He had previously advised his daughter that the Wang family had extended kindness to them, yet here she was, resorting to violence against Wang Zikai. Had his teachings truly fallen on deaf ears? What was going on? Li Xingzhou inquired as he walked closer, his voice low and grave. Yi Yishui sensed the tension and stepped forward. What are you doing? I advise you not to cause a scene here, or someone might escort you out. I am merely disciplining my daughter, Li Xingzhou replied, attempting to brush past Yi Yishui. Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to lay hands on my son? Mo Zhu emerged from the private room and rushed towards Li Xingzhou upon witnessing his actions. Startled, Li Xingzhou quickly withdrew his hand, taken aback by Mo Zhu's fierce demeanor. I am not trying to harm your son. However, with the crowd blocking his path, he found it difficult to act. Uncle Li, just look at the trouble your daughter has caused. I am covered in dirt from the throw, and I couldn't even move at that moment. She humiliated me and insulted the Wang family. Wang Zikai exclaimed, embellishing the story. I did not insult you, Li Shishir retorted through gritted teeth. At that moment, many people from the private room emerged, including Xiaoyan. She regarded Li Shishir thoughtfully. Having gathered information indicating that Li Xingzhou placed great emphasis on his daughter's upbringing, not only was she academically accomplished, but she also excelled in various other aspects. Seeing the increasing number of onlookers, Li Xingzhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. Such a spectacle was undeniably humiliating. Wang Zikai showed no regard for their dignity. Yet Li Xingzhou was unable to retaliate against him. Thus, he fixed his gaze once more upon his daughter. Li Shishir kneel. Chapter 77. Rebel, Young Maiden. Li Xingzhou's shout rendered the majority of those in the corridor momentarily speechless. Was he truly so harsh toward his own daughter? With so many people gathered here, he expected her to kneel under their scrutiny, and considering her striking beauty, how could he possibly be so callous? Li Shishir, donned in her school uniform, unmistakably appeared to be a high school student. At this age, one possesses a sense of pride. If discipline were to be administered, it should be done privately at home. To utter such words in front of a crowd showed a complete disregard for his daughter's feelings. Moreover, there have been numerous instances in schools where parents chastising their children led to tragic consequences. Regardless of their misdeeds, children deserve to maintain a semblance of dignity in public, with reprimands reserved for the privacy of home. A moment of disorientation washed over Li Shishir as she fell silent, unsure of how to respond. She felt no wrongdoing on her part and could not comprehend why she was being subjected to such treatment. Was this not excessive? Yi Yishui, with a raised brow, met Li Xingzhou's gaze directly. From the very first glance, she sensed an air of obstinacy and antiquated thinking emanating from him. Who was he to discipline his daughter in front of others? Li Xingzhou's expression darkened. I believe my son's words hold merit, he retorted. Mo Zhu wholeheartedly concurred with Yi Yishui's sentiments. He cautiously approached, wary of Li Xingzhou's potential aggression. What was initially a discussion about recruitment had shifted focus upon the arrival of these individuals. Although Mo Zhu was not entirely privy to the intricacies of Li Xingzhou's relationship with his daughter, he felt compelled to safeguard his own son and future daughter-in-law. Should anything untoward occur, Feng Mei and Yi Qingchuan would likely exact a severe reckoning upon him. Mo Zhu, this matter does not concern you, yet you wish to meddle? Li Xingzhou's forehead creased with fury. He felt both anger and resentment towards Mo Zhu. While he acknowledged Mo Zhu's capabilities, he now stood in opposition. Why harbor such rage? This demeanor will not serve you well for long, Mo Zhu remarked, casting a glance at him. Mo Zhu, you are the father of Mo Qingchuan? How do you feel about your current unemployment? You might be unaware, but I was the one who persuaded Uncle Li to let you go. Wang Zikai interjected with a sudden grin. He had not anticipated encountering Mo Qingchuan's father here and was eager to mock him. Mo Zhu shot a sidelong glance at Wang Zikai, his lips curling into a faint smile. I must thank your Uncle Li for the 30,000 compensation. While it may not seem substantial to you, it is rather considerable for me at present. As fortune would have it, I have recently secured a position far superior, allowing me to leave your precarious company behind. Wang Zikai's smile faltered, his expression hardening. Compensation? 30,000? Is our company truly so dilapidated? The realization struck him, and his expression soured as he glared at Li Xingzhou. Uncle Ali, what is the meaning of this 30,000 compensation? Wasn't it agreed that there would be none? Can you not even manage this simple matter? Li Xingzhou, weary, closed his eyes for a brief moment before responding. This compensation does not originate from the company. You need not worry. So that's why they want to dismiss me. It turns out to be a spoiled rich kid still in high school. This company truly has a unique way of impressing me. And Mo Zhu couldn't help but mock. If this gets out, it would be utterly laughable. Even the CEO wouldn't treat long-standing employees with such disdain, as those who have remained with the company for so long are its true assets. Yet a mere young scion can easily orchestrate the dismissal of a seasoned employee. It's somewhat absurd that such a company hasn't collapsed yet. It's nothing short of a miracle. Li Xingzhou took a deep breath. He did not wish to linger on this matter, especially with Mo Zhu present. Prolonged exposure would only provide them with fodder for amusement, which would be an embarrassment for him. Li Shishir, come here to the private room I booked. His tone was somewhat blunt, instilling a sense of fear in Li Shishir. She truly did not want to go, particularly not alone with her father and Wang Zikai, as that would only heighten her discomfort. In fact, she wished to avoid hearing even a single word from either of them. I'm not going. Wang Zikai may be insufferable, but you, old man, are no better. Yi Yishui shouted, entirely unafraid of the confrontation. It should be noted that they were in the Yuzhen restaurant. If Mo Qingchuan raised his voice, all the waitstaff and managers would rush over, effectively blocking any potential conflict. However, their intention was not to instigate violence, but to protect Li Shishir. Li Xingzhou's expression twitched. He turned his gaze toward his daughter and slowly spoke. Li Shishir, you have 3 seconds to come here. Otherwise, I will no longer recognize you as my daughter. He was genuinely enraged. Encountering Mo Zhu and her companions had already put him in a foul mood, and now his daughter was being disobedient, which made him feel humiliated. Li Shishir bit her lip, silent tears streaming down her cheeks as her eyes reddened while she surveyed her surroundings. She understood that her father had provided her with many things, all in an effort to mold her into an exceptional individual. She knew this and had worked diligently to meet his expectations. Yet some of those expectations were not what she desired. They were forcibly imposed upon her. Now, the scene unfolding before her was causing her inner turmoil to reach a breaking point. The stark contrast between her father's stern reprimands and the protective presence of Yi Yishui and others was jarring. She cast a glance at Yi Yishui's retreating figure, closed her eyes tightly, yet her tears continued to flow. She did not wish to remain trapped in the cage her father had woven for her. She yearned for her own life. I won't go. Her voice was barely a whisper, but she spoke the words nonetheless. Li Xingzhou heard her clearly, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was the first time in her life that his daughter had defied his command. "What did you say?" he exclaimed, his hand trembling as he pointed at Li Shishir. "I said, I won't go," Li Shishir shouted this time, all the suppressed words that had accumulated within her suddenly erupting in that moment. Her adrenaline surged, and her body trembled. Why? Why must you treat me this way? I only threw him with a shoulder throw, but he sought to violate me, which is why I resisted. What fault do I bear? He accused me of slandering the Wang family, yet I uttered not a single word. Why do you place your trust in his slander rather than in my truth? The Wang family has shown you kindness, but they owe me nothing. Why should I repay your debts of gratitude? To serve as his secretary? And then marry him? Are you unaware of the multitude of women he entangles himself with? He is nothing but a scoundrel. Do you expect me to marry a rogue, claiming it is for my own good? You often proclaim that all your actions are for my benefit, yet I perceive them as impositions, none of which are advantageous. I even believe that death would be preferable to my current existence. If you feel I have disappointed your expectations, then so be it. I refuse to accept a future shrouded in darkness. I do not wish to live my life like a soulless machine. I yearn for my own life. If you deny me as your daughter, then I shall likewise reject you as my father. Chapter 78. Li Xingzhou's phone call, Li Shishir's cries resonated throughout the corridor, prompting several individuals in private rooms to emerge and witness the unfolding drama. As Mo Qingchuan observed Li Shishir's tear-streaked face, he silently raised his thumb in approval. One must learn to resist and reject. Otherwise, life may become exceedingly grim. Only you can truly discern your desires. You may articulate them or act upon them silently, but the burdens imposed upon you must be shed. Otherwise, progress becomes an arduous endeavor. Li Xingzhou was rendered speechless by his fury, his lips twitching as he clenched his teeth tightly. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. His daughter, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, was now defying him at this critical moment. Yet, a pang of anguish pierced his heart as a familiar silhouette resembling Li Shishir flickered through his mind. It was her mother, who had passed away too soon, leaving him in a state of perpetual guilt. In his quest for atonement, he endeavored to cultivate Li Shishir into an exceptional individual, undertaking countless efforts, but it seemed he had erred from the very beginning. He lowered his arms, his thoughts swirling chaotically. Witnessing his daughter's anguished cries, he found himself questioning the purpose of his actions. Had he twisted the essence of love into something convoluted? After years entrenched in the workforce and society, had he reduced his worldview to mere self-interest? Li Shu. Wang Zikai called softly. Li Xingzhou raised his gaze slightly to meet Wang Zikai's. Was he truly a scoundrel? If the woman's earlier claims were genuine, this man, while engaging with numerous women, also harbored intentions towards his daughter. The thought ignited a ferocity in his eyes akin to that of a serial killer. Wang Zikai, meeting his gaze, felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming as his heart raced. Li Xingzhou inhaled deeply, then closed his eyes to contemplate before speaking. Very well. Since you assert that you will no longer be my daughter, let us sever all ties. You are no longer my daughter, and I am no longer your father. With that, he turned and walked away without a moment's pause. The onlookers were taken aback. Such a declaration of severance seemed to be spoken in anger. Yet he had acquiesced so decisively. Was there truly a father who could so readily abandon familial bonds? Upon hearing this, Li Shishir appeared to lose all strength, her body gradually succumbing to weakness. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui swiftly supported her arms to prevent her from collapsing. Quick, let us move her into the private room. Mu Zhu beckoned. The two handled her delicately, noting that her current state seemed to stem from overwhelming emotion. Once inside, Li Shishir was gently seated in a chair, her complexion pale and her gaze somewhat vacant. It appeared she had yet to fully come to terms with the reality of the situation. After a moment, Yi Yishui approached her and waved a hand in front of her face. Are you all right? Mo Qingchuan pulled her back, suggesting, let her be for now. She needs a moment to collect herself. Yi Yishui nodded gently, contemplating the need to inform her that they must return home for dinner, especially since her sister was still at home, hungry. You may go ahead. We will keep an eye on things here. No need to worry, Mo Zhu replied, unwilling to let his daughter suffer from hunger. It's fine. I apologize for the interruption. Li Shishir exerted herself to stand. Her tears not yet dried, yet she wished not to disturb the others, nor did she want to burden them with her sorrow. But you haven't eaten, have you? Why not join us for dinner? We've packed our meal downstairs, Yi Yishui suggested. No need. Oh, come on, let's go, Yi Yishui insisted, nudging her along. After all, they had already helped so much. What was the harm in sharing a meal? The excess food was bound to be left over. Li Shishir felt a bit awkward. She was reluctant to impose on others, viewing it as taking advantage. Yet, for Yi Yishui, it was inconsequential. She was accustomed to enjoying free meals at her family's restaurant. Meanwhile, her sister, Mo Qingchuan, lay helplessly on the sofa at home, nearly starving, eagerly awaiting the sound of footsteps outside, a beacon of hope for her cravings. After Mo Qingchuan and the others departed, Mo Zhu took a sip of water. The earlier scene made him feel that his son was indeed capable, having befriended such a stunning beauty. He glanced at Zhu Kai and pulled him closer, exclaiming, Hey, old Zhu, did you see my son just now? He's surrounded by two gorgeous ladies. Zhu Kai looked at him with mild annoyance. Please, spare me the bragging. I have eyes, you know. Old Zhu, your daughter is going to have to step back in line. Get lost. Xiaoyan propped her chin on her hand, checking her phone for information. Aren't you afraid I might report you? She inquired of Mo Zhu. Ha, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. You all witnessed it. It's merely classmates supporting one another. Mo Zhu waved dismissively. Indeed, being Li Xingzhou's daughter must be quite unfortunate. That old man lacks any humanity. A colleague commented, If I had such a lovely daughter, I would cherish her immensely. I can't fathom how Li Xingzhou could sever ties, another colleague remarked. Their complaints were understandable, as the earlier scene had been somewhat absurd. Noticing Xiaoyan fixated on her phone, Mo Zhu grew curious and leaned closer. Is Secretary Yin busy? Yes, I'm reviewing some detailed information about Li Xingzhou and his daughter. This Li Xingzhou seems rather dim-witted and lacking in empathy. How did he manage to raise such an exceptional daughter? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, struggling to comprehend. Perhaps she is extraordinary in her own right, independent of her father. Mo Zhu replied thoughtfully. She is a genius, quick to learn, excelling in everything she undertakes. I'm quite captivated. Captivated? Indeed, I would gladly have her as my daughter. The brain of Mo Zhu paused momentarily, his gaze astonished as he looked at Xiaoyan. You can't be much older than her, right? Just 10 years. Still a young person, Mo Zhu mused, feeling a twinge of age creeping upon him. At that moment, his phone rang again. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. However, it could potentially be a client referred by another, so despite the anonymity, he chose to answer. Hello, who is this? It's me. Mo Zhu was taken aback. Li Xingzhou. What would he possibly want at this moment? I'll be brief. Although I harbor some dislike for you, I must admit your capabilities are formidable. I have a request, which isn't too outrageous, and I hope you can oblige. Wait, let me find a phone. Mo Zhu signaled to old Zhu, who understood and unlocked his phone for him. Isn't the phone in your hand? Why are you searching for another? Li Xingzhou inquired puzzled. To record a message, Li Xingzhou was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet on the other end, Mo Zhu's rationale seemed reasonable. This Mo Zhu is truly cunning. Among all the people he has encountered in his lifetime, he surely ranks among the top few. All right, go ahead. My request is simple. I will provide you with a substantial sum of money if you could assist me in taking care of my daughter for a while. Chapter 79. Candidates for the secretary position. Mo Zhu was taken aback. Help you care for your daughter for a while? What kind of new trick is this? He found himself utterly perplexed by Li Xingzhou's thought process, which seemed rather unconventional. How could he entrust his daughter to someone with whom he had a contentious relationship? Wait a moment. Do I appear to be someone with ample free time? He intended to decline, for he genuinely had little time to spare. He was about to set off for Luo City to report for duty. Subsequently, he would be occupied with business trips, meetings with clients, and securing orders, leaving him quite busy. I understand this request may seem abrupt, but it appears that my daughter has a connection with your son, who seems to be quite fond of her, alongside another girl. Although you are somewhat formidable as an adversary, you prove to be quite dependable when it comes to family. Please don't rush to reject my proposal. I am not only offering you a generous sum of money, but also ensuring that the employees from the company who are meant to liaise with you will not be impeded in their departures. I will release them all in due course. What do you think? And Mo Zhu's expression turned peculiar. He couldn't shake the feeling that Li Xingzhou's methods were rather abstract. Was he truly offering to send his daughter away? Was this a change of heart upon hearing about Wang Zikai's actions? Considering it this way made a semblance of sense. He genuinely wished for his daughter's well-being. Yet, while your words hold merit, I must decline. Li Xingzhou fell silent. Was it truly impossible, even under these circumstances? It was merely a temporary arrangement. He wasn't asking for a lifelong commitment. The primary concern arose from what his daughter had mentioned, leading him to realize that his actions might be inadvertently harming her. The company seemed devoid of a promising future. What was the point of laying groundwork? With so many responsibilities to manage daily, he was unable to salvage the company. Ultimately, only he would bear the burden of exhaustion. Thus, he contemplated severing his ties with the company. As for the Wang family, he had already contributed significantly. The company's current state had little to do with him. In fact, without his efforts, the company would have likely faced bankruptcy long ago. The only lingering concern now was his daughter. Xiaoyun, who had been listening intently, was equally surprised by Mo Zhu's refusal, expecting him to acquiesce. Mo Zhu refrained from elaborating on his reasons for declining, preparing to end the call with a simple dismissal. However, Xiaoyun suddenly interjected. Li Xingzhou, I have a suggestion that I wonder if you might consider. And what might that be? I am a secretary to the chairman of Ye's Group. You must have heard of our conglomerate. On the other end of the line, Li Xingzhou was taken aback. Such a major corporation had long been on his radar. Compared to this colossal entity, their own company was but an insignificant speck, utterly unworthy of comparison. Realizing this person was affiliated with Mo Zhu, he deduced that Mo Zhu was now employed by Ye's Group. Is it the Ye's Group headquartered in Luo City? He inquired cautiously. Indeed, Xiaoyun confirmed. What is your suggestion? Our chairman has been keen on recruiting young secretaries to mentor and prepare for future endeavors concerning our daughters. Given your daughter's remarkable qualities, she naturally qualifies as a potential candidate. I am well aware of her academic achievements. Gaining admission to Los Angeles University should pose no challenge. As they spend more time together during their university years, an unspoken understanding will likely develop between them, surely proving more advantageous than appointing a secretary at random. What are your thoughts on this? We could take charge of your daughter's subsequent affairs. Li Xingzhou was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Was this a proposal for his daughter to serve as the secretary to the daughter of the Yi family conglomerate? It sounded rather appealing, certainly more favorable than the path he had initially considered. However, he found himself hesitant to accept this matter. It would be best to consult my daughter. If she agrees, I shall have no objections. Li Xingzhou spoke slowly, reluctant to impose what he deemed beneficial upon her, recognizing that what he valued might not resonate with her. Thus, he pondered that, moving forward, it might be wiser to allow his daughter to make her own decisions. Had she not voiced her thoughts this time, he would have likely continued on his previous course, which would indeed have been detrimental to her. Very well. We shall reach out to your daughter for further discussions, and will contact you once we have an outcome, Xiaoyun said with a gentle smile. Ultimately, the decision lay with Yi Qingwan. However, she would likely not refuse, as the task of finding a secretary for Yi Yishui had been entrusted to her from the outset. Understood. After agreeing, Li Xingzhou ended the call. He had matters to attend to. If the Wang family acted inappropriately, he would respond in kind. Wow, you're finally back. I was about to starve on the sofa, wailed Mo Qingchuan, leaping up from the couch as her siblings, Mo Qingchuan and others, arrived home. She was genuinely famished. Had she not snacked on some treats, her stomach would likely have been growling by now. As Mo Qingchuan rushed over, she abruptly halted, her mouth agape as she glanced at Li Shih. What's this, brother? Have you brought home another beauty? But she seems to have been crying. What happened? Did you make her cry? She's back now. So let us eat quickly if you're hungry, Yi Shui said, placing the meal she had prepared on the table before heading to wash her hands. Looking at your face, have you gained some weight recently? A few pounds? Mo Qingchuan observed, noticing that his sister appeared slightly rounder than before. He reached out to pinch her cheek, confirming its softness compared to earlier. This little girl only consumes a single bowl of home-cooked meals, but devours 2 bowls from the Yuan restaurant. Is outside food truly more delectable than home-cooked fare? I've gained 3 pounds, all thanks to my sister-in-law. Without her cooking, I'd probably be nothing but skin and bones. Mo Qingchuan coûte affectionately to Mo Qingchuan. Unfazed by her charm, Mo Qingchuan lightly tapped her on the head. It's not that exaggerated. One must eat in moderation. Don't overindulge, as it's bad for your stomach. Got it, sister-in-law. Mo Qingchuan began to call her sister-in-law more fluidly, fully aware that being near her meant delicious food awaited. Sister-in-law, who is this lady? Mo Qingchuan tilted her head, looking at Li Shi. A classmate. Ah, hello, sister. Would you care for some juice? I can fetch it for you. No, it's not necessary, Li Shi quickly declined. Yi Shui emerged after washing her hands and said, Please get the juice. I would like some. My brother can fetch it himself. Mo Qingchuan firmly refused. Yi Shui playfully kicked Mo Qingchuan's backside, urging her, Hurry up. Sister-in-law, look. He is bullying me. You must stand up for me. Mo Qingchuan glanced over and playfully tapped Mo Qingchuan on the head. Go on. Mo Qingchuan was taken aback. She suddenly felt that her sister-in-law was not on her side. Why was she supporting her brother? Shouldn't she align with her instead? Shouldn't the sister and sister-in-law be allies? However, she did not dare to offend her sister-in-law, for doing so might lead to a lack of treats. It dawned on her that she was the real fool in this situation. Mo Qingchuan mumbled to herself and ran off to fetch the juice. Mo Qingchuan nearly lost his composure. Mo Qingchuan was small yet clever, and aside from their mother, no one else could manage her. Now, he realized that leveraging his sister-in-law's authority could effectively keep her in check, and the results were quite satisfying. Chapter 80. Menstruation during mealtime. Li Shi remained unusually silent. Following the recent events, her inner turmoil was palpable, rendering her somewhat distracted in all her actions. It was uncertain when she might emerge from this state. After finishing the meal, Mo Qingchuan tidied the table. Li Shi, my parents' room is currently unoccupied. If you don't mind, you could take a short nap there. Yi Shui suggested, feeling a twinge of compassion for Li Shi. The burden of such a father was undoubtedly overwhelming. Thank you, but that's not necessary. I could just rest my head on the table, Li Shi replied, visibly hesitant. Despite having met the first beauty of the school, Yi Shui and Mo Qingchuan before, their conversations had been minimal, and they were not even acquaintances. Noticing Li Shi's discomfort, Yi Shui refrained from insisting further. It was only natural that Li Shi felt reserved, given their lack of familiarity. Then we shall return to our room to rest, said Mo Qingchuan. Li Shichi Replia. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Shui retreated to their room, closed the door, and drew the curtains, plunging the environment into twilight. As Mo Qingchuan surveyed his familiar surroundings, nostalgia washed over him, only to be interrupted by the sight of his computer resting on the bed. How did my computer end up on a bed? Did you move it? He inquired, puzzled. I placed it there because it was in the way. What's the password for your computer, anyway? Yi Shui asked, picking it up. That's a secret. Humph. Yi Shui was genuinely curious about the password. She attempted to guess several times, even trying Mo Qingchuan's birthday, but to no avail. Her intrigue stemmed from the belief that the secrets contained within the computer were far more extensive than what Mo Qingchuan had previously mentioned. Forget it. I'm not that curious, Yi Shui declared, tilting her head back and placing the computer on the desk before reclining on the bed. Mo Qingchuan discerned her sarcasm, but felt an impending sense of social death if the computer's secrets were unveiled. Thus, he resolved that the videos featuring his teachers must be deleted. My apologies, dear teachers. Deleting them is indeed painful, but I fear social demise if I do not. With that, Mo Qingchuan approached his desk, intent on accessing his computer. Suddenly, Yi Yishui sprang up and seized his arm. What are you doing? Naturally. I am organizing my study materials. What else would I be doing? If you wish to use the computer, I can make it available to you, Mo Qingchuan replied. That's unnecessary. If I need a computer, I can simply purchase a new one. There's no need to delete your study materials. What a waste that would be. Yi Yishui protested, adamantly refusing to let him erase the files. Mo Qingchuan regarded Yi Yishui with surprise. Why don't you want me to delete them? Could it be that you want to see them? He asked. Who would want to see that? It would tarnish my eyes. Yi Yishui hurriedly denied. She would never admit her curiosity about those things. So why not delete them? Mo Qingchuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. The more she denied it, the more it proved her desire to see them. This little thought did not escape Mo Qingchuan's keen observation. Unexpectedly, he found that a girl could indeed be curious about such matters. Yi Yishui wanted to explain, but suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Her mind raced until she finally thought of a reason. Since the study materials had been deleted, she could no longer watch videos for her studies. Without studying, how could her grades improve? I suggest you send the study materials to Tang Wank. It would help her improve her academic performance too. Mo Qingchuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Surely, these study materials were not the same as those. Sending them to Tang Wank? That would be illegal. Mo Qingchuan flatly refused. Oh, then let's take a break. Yi Yishui said, scratching her face with her index finger. In truth, she was aware that study materials circulated among girls, but no one had ever shared them with her. The recommendations from Tang Wank were always legitimate anime. As for the more risky content, Tang Wank would only indulge in it privately. Initially, she had no curiosity about such things. However, she was intrigued by what was on Mo Qingchuan's computer. I think it must be deleted. Mo Qingchuan was resolute. Today, he would formally bid farewell to the teachers. Though it pained him, the time had come. I believe it would be better for you to pay more attention to your health lately. Yi Yishui quickly interjected, shifting the subject. During this period of body swapping, both had adapted to the differences in each other's bodies. There was no longer the initial tension when using the restroom. Yet, there was one experience Mo Qingchuan had yet to encounter. What do you mean? Mo Qingchuan stiffened. He had indeed been feeling unwell lately, as if something was looming. My physiological period is approaching, Yi Yishui stated earnestly. Mo Qingchuan's mouth fell open in shock. Oh no! Oh no! He suddenly realized that since the body swap, he had not experienced his menstrual cycle, and now, nearing the end of the month, it was finally upon him. To be honest, he did not want to experience it. Why had his body not reverted back yet? He inwardly lamented while grappling with his disbelief. What? What should I do? Mo Qingchuan asked Yi Yishui, genuinely clueless about how to proceed. Thus he could only seek her assistance. Yi Yishui certainly understood the situation. If you abandon the idea of deleting the study materials, I will help you. Yi Yishui proposed. Why are you so fixated on this? You can't even see them. Why do you care? Will you agree or not? Fine. Mo Qingchuan gritted his teeth in acquiescence. Although he could search online, it was certainly not as familiar as receiving advice from someone who had experienced it. With Yi Yishui's assistance, he should be able to navigate these next few days. I heard that emotions might be unstable these days. Is that true? He inquired. A little, but it's manageable. It's mainly the pain and discomfort that have some impact, Yi Yishui replied. Inside, she felt a twinge of happiness. She was finally free from the torment of her monthly affliction, and now it was Mo Qingchuan who would bear the burden. How delightful! Long live the body swap. Oh, don't worry too much. It's just a minor issue. If you were to become pregnant in the future, it wouldn't come for 10 months, Yi Yishui said, rising to pat Mo Qingchuan on the shoulder. Pregnant? Mo Qingchuan pondered for a moment, then fell into silence. Why did he feel a sense of resistance? Yishui, what's the matter? You're so clever. You must have some inkling about how our bodies have swapped, right? Apologies, but I have no idea at all. It's time for a break. Why dwell on such things? You'll gradually come to accept it. Yi Yishui couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, being a man has its perks. Chapter 81. Fondness for blonde hair? As Yi Yishui lay on her bed that night, she found herself searching on her phone for a rather peculiar question. What to do if your boyfriend has his period? She was unsure why she had suddenly embarked on such an inquiry. However, to her surprise, there was indeed an answer. Males do not experience menstrual cycles. If one feels discomfort, they might resort to self-relief or alleviate symptoms with cold water. With a slight tremor, Yi Ishue quickly shut her phone, her cheeks tinged with crimson. What on earth was she thinking? She vowed never to search for such questions again. Her gaze drifted down to her legs, lost in thought. Suddenly, the door swung open, and her younger sister, Mo Qingchuan, barged in. Hey, big brother, did you bring a stunning beauty home again today? What's going on? Is sister-in-law not upset? Mo Qingchuan remarked. Rolling onto the bed, Yi Ishue shifted to the side, contemplating her sister's words. Jealousy? Would Mo Qingchuan truly feel jealousy over this matter? Clearly not. Although their souls had exchanged places, he still perceived her as a female in his heart. Upset? Why would he be? We were perfectly fine during dinner, Yi Ishue replied. Indeed, sister-in-law seems quite confident, as if it doesn't bother her at all. Big brother, you should be cautious and maintain some distance from other girls. Otherwise, if sister-in-law ever gets genuinely upset, I might not have anything delicious to eat. Montag Qingchuan erneste ellipsilon advisit. So, your main concern is the potential lack of tasty food? Yi Ishue teased. Of course not. It's essential to prevent sister-in-law from getting angry over trivial matters. Just think, if she were to get upset and it escalated, we might end up eating nothing but dirt. Yi Ishue couldn't help but chuckle at her sister's foresight. Montag Qingchuan was remarkably clever. Yet her academic performance did not reflect her intelligence, as her playful spirit often took precedence. Rest assured, your sister-in-law will not feel jealous over such trivialities. Wow, sister-in-law is truly impressive. Is this the confidence of the main wife? Mo Qingchuan marveled. Main wife? Yi Ishue couldn't suppress her laughter. Is Mo Qingchuan considered my main husband? Ha ha ha. The main wife is currently hard at work. Indeed, this is the essence of the main wife's confidence. Anyone else who dares to intrude must stand aside. Yi Isui asserted. How about if a girl is overly affectionate with you? Mo Qingchuan inquired, tilting her head. Naturally, I would tell her to leave. Ah, I see. A silly dog cannot become a wolf, and a devoted admirer cannot share the bed. Yi Ishue glanced at Mo Qingchuan, impressed by her articulate nature. At such a tender age, she had already grasped the fate of those who fawn over others. Quite commendable. The future is promising. By the way, big brother, seeing how capable you are, I have a question I've been eager to ask. Mo Qingchuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What question? Big brother. If someone of the opposite sex shares everything with you and seems to have a strong desire to share, does that mean they like you? Desire to share? Yi Ishue pondered for a moment and remarked that if someone of the opposite sex shares everything with you, it certainly indicates they have a certain fondness for you. However, whether it equates to genuine affection remains uncertain. She suggested that it might not be the case. Perhaps the individual simply requires a listener for their mundane daily affairs. And you happen to fit that role. Mo Qingchuan scratched her head and inquired whether she could share this thought with her classmates, expressing her concern that doing so might cause emotional distress. Is it a male or female? She asked. A male, came the reply. Never mind. You might as well ask that girl how she feels about him. This statement, indeed, could easily provoke vulnerability. If the girl happens to be the boy's ideal, such a remark could deliver a crushing blow to his heart. Primarily, that boy does not allow us to inquire. He is reluctant to know the answer. Mo Qingchuan noted, her expression tinged with apprehension. In the class, she was privy to all the gossip, as her amicable relationships with everyone ensured they confided in her. This sometimes overwhelmed her with too much information. Respect his personal opinions. It is unnecessary to meddle, Yi Ishue advised. It is best to refrain from getting involved and simply observe. She then gazed at Mo Qingchuan, noting her striking beauty, and mused that surely there would be many suitors vying for her attention. Dear sister, do you have a crush on any boys at school? Yi Yisui inread. Not at all. The boys I adore are my dear brother and my wonderful father. Mo Qingchuan replied with a playful grin. What about the rest of us? Yi Ishue pressed. There is no one else. Mo Qingchuan declared firmly. Really? Yi Yishui raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask me this? Mo Qingchuan became cautious. I fear you might be lured away by a certain boy with yellow hair. Yellow hair? Mo Qingchuan tilted her head in confusion. But yellow-haired boys are quite charming. Do you fancy yellow-haired boys? I prefer yellow hair, she admitted, shocking Yi Shui. I never expected you to have such a preference. The news was urgent. She must inform Mo Zhu and Mo Qingchuan before it was too late. But first, she needed to intervene. If you pursue a boy with yellow hair, you'll only eat once every 3 days. What? Mo Qingchuan exclaimed in disbelief. Once every 3 days? I would starve. Do you still like yellow-haired boys? Yi Yishui retorted. I no longer like them. I was merely joking. Why are you so serious? Mo Qingchuan chuckled. In truth, she was only jesting. Riding in her father's car was far more comfortable than any yellow-haired boy's vehicle. Brother, does your wife have a tug-of-war event? Mo Qingchuan asked. Why? Are you interested in participating? Not at all. I have no desire to join. The 3-star brilliance may not illuminate your future, but a 3-color canopy will certainly shield you from the storm, keeping you dry and unscathed. Uft. Where did you hear that? Yi Yishui couldn't contain her laughter, fully aware of the recent uproar surrounding the topic. Hee. Online, Mo Qingchuan replied with a mischievous smile. Your interests are quite diverse, aren't they? Is it influenced by what you see on Douyin? In comparison to that, I am curious about the boy who pursued you last time. How is he faring? What else could it be? Just friends, I suppose, for I do not harbor any affection for him. He is rather prone to tears. Mo Qingchuan stifled a yawn. No more talk, my friend. I must retire now. I am quite weary. Aldikt, Yi Yishui nodded. Recently, Mo Qingchuan frequently visited her for conversations, each time bringing delightful snippets of gossip. She relished these exchanges, finding the gossip rather captivating. However, lately, she pondered whether she should invite Mo Qingchuan over to call Mo Qingchuan and hear his perspective as well. Chapter 82 Essentials. The arrival of her menstruation shattered Mo Qingchuan's fantasies, ultimately forcing him to endure this discomfort. It commenced on Wednesday afternoon, aligning closely with Yi Yishui's estimated timeline. This time, the two did not return to Mo Qingchuan's residence, but instead went to Yi Yishui's home. As for Mo Qingchuan, she was instructed to dine at home with Mo Zhu. This weekend, Mo Zhu would depart for Luocheng, and it was uncertain how long they would be apart. At this moment, Mo Qingchuan lay on the bed, feeling utterly despondent. He never imagined he would one day experience the sensations associated with menstruation. The discomfort in his lower abdomen was quite distressing, yet was bearable enough to allow him to remain mobile. Just moments ago, he had to inquire of Yi Yishui regarding the proper use of sanitary pads, which filled him with a profound sense of embarrassment. How infuriating! Couldn't he, this peculiar time, be exchanged for something else? He was unwilling, yet resistance proved futile. The gentle warmth in his abdomen eased his expression somewhat. The heating pad indeed worked wonders, effectively alleviating the pain. The door creaked open. Here comes the brown sugar water. Yi Yishui had personally brewed the concoction, feeling it necessary to care for Mo Qingchuan since he was enduring this suffering for her sake. After all, Mo Qingchuan was her rightful partner. It was only fitting that she showed him affection. Darling, it's time for your medicine. Yi Yishui settled beside him, spoon in hand, ready to offer him a taste. Mo Qingchuan glanced at the dark, reddish-brown liquid and then at Yi Yishui. Let me try it first with a silver needle. Try what? Would I truly harm my own body? Yi Yishui retorted, Somehat irket. Upon hearing her call him darling, Mo Qingchuan felt a wave of mortality wash over him. Darling, darling, darling. Stop. Fine, I'll drink it. Mo Qingchuan relented, finding her persistent endearments quite unbearable. Want to drink it? Beg me. Yi Yishui teased, retracting the spoon with a sly smile. You, personally, brewed this brown sugar water, and now you refuse to let me drink it unless I plead? Mo Qingchuan's expression darkened. How could Yi Yishui still find time to tease him in such a situation? Isn't our relationship based on mutual affection? Must I beg? Speaking of mutual affection, Yi Yishui proposed, I think it should be mouth-to-mouth feeding. Absolutely not. That is repulsive. Oh dear. Yi Yishui couldn't help but laugh. She had been put off by the idea, Yet Mo Qingchuan had taken offense. Disdain me? Isn't that tantamount to disdaining your own body? Are you really getting offended? Enough of the banter, drink it. Yi Yishui once again offered the spoon to him. This time, Mo Qingchuan successfully took a sip. As the brown sugar water slid down his throat, he felt a warm current flow into his stomach, radiating warmth throughout his body. Wow, this brown sugar water is remarkably effective. Mo Qingchuan's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Indeed, hot water would suffice, but brown sugar water is excellent for beauty and nourishing the blood. It replenishes energy, which is why I always drank it before. I shall impart all my knowledge to you. You must learn well, so that you can take good care of yourself. Yi Yishui carefully fed him spoonful by spoonful. Mo Qingchuan sipped cautiously, the liquid slightly hot. Yet upon consumption, the pain was significantly alleviated. With the sweetness of brown sugar water within and a heating pad outside, enduring this monthly ordeal should pose no difficulty. Furthermore, it is crucial to avoid catching a chill or consuming cold foods during this period, as they would only exacerbate the discomfort. Yi Yishui incessantly reminded him. I understand, he replied. How long does this usually last? Mo Qingchuan couldn't help but inquire. For my body, about 5 days, she responded. 5 days, that's manageable. As the days passed, the pain would gradually diminish. However, the thought of having to endure this every month dampened his spirits. Now, he had slowly relinquished the idea of returning to his former self. If there was indeed a bug in the Earth Online system, it would have been rectified by now. The prolonged silence from them suggested that a return was unlikely. Henceforth, he would continue living in Yi Yishui's body. Having finished a bowl of brown sugar water, he felt considerably more at ease and gradually lay down, closing his eyes. I'm going to take a nap. You may leave, Master Yi. Yi Yishui placed the bowl on the bedside table, grinning mischievously. Leave? After enjoying my service, shouldn't there be some reward? I cannot agree to that. A reward? Mo Qingchuan opened his eyes, looking at Yi Yishui in confusion. Well, given that you have devoted your time to care for me, as long as the reward is reasonable, I shall agree. What reward do you desire? Let me touch your legs, she proposed. Mo Qingchuan couldn't help but lift his head, his expression one of astonishment. Touch your legs? This is your own body. How can you ask that? What do you intend, Master Yi? I want to, Yi Yishui replied without the slightest hesitation. Mo Qingchuan's expression darkened. Was that really what she meant? What nonsense! I was asking why you wished to touch your legs. Before we switched bodies, didn't you have enough of that? Yi Yisui Shuruk. Back then, who would randomly touch their own legs? There was nothing particularly intriguing about it. Now, however, I am curious. I refuse, Mo Qingchuan stated firmly. A person who is all about study, yet suddenly becomes shy. Yi Yishui teased. You're too shy to let others see, yet you don't hold back when looking at it yourself. Mo Qingchuan fell silent, contemplating her words. Perhaps she had a point. I believe we can negotiate a different reward, he finally suggested. What reward? I will give you the password to my computer. Yi Yishui's eyes lit up. That reward was indeed enticing. For so long, she had yearned to unlock that computer and delve into its secrets, especially after Mo Qingchuan mentioned those names that piqued her curiosity. Very well, let that be the reward. What is the password? Mo Qingchuan glanced at Yi Yishui, chuckling softly. He lifted the blanket, extending his leg and rolling up his pants to reveal his fair, well-proportioned calves. Just teasing you. Still thinking about the password? Go ahead, it is after all your own body. Upon hearing this, Yi Yishui gritted her teeth, rolled up her sleeves, and boldly caressed her former calves. The sensation was silky, yet with a slight exertion, she could feel the underlying resilience. That familiar feeling. Well, I shall retire for the night. Within a mere 2 seconds, Mo Qingchuan withdrew his legs, uncertain if it was due to the feminine physique. But he perceived it to be decidedly more sensitive than his own. Was it that brief? Indeed, just that brief. TCH, Yi Yishui harbored a profound dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, she had touched upon it, and Mo Qingchuan was not as resistant as she had envisioned. Well, having experienced the first time, future encounters should be easier, right? She feared that Mo Qingchuan might resist during their first encounter. Although they had exchanged bodies, certain boundaries were not easily transcended. Despite the fleeting moment, I found a semblance of satisfaction. Really? Falsehood. Yi Yishui supported her chin with her hand. Satisfaction was merely a fabrication of my own making. True contentment eludes me. Unfulfilled desires? Yi Yishui rose and lay on the other side of the bed, gazing at the ceiling. In truth, I have long been lacking an essential element of life. What essential element? You. Chapter 83. In the blink of an eye is life merely a necessity? Mo Qingchuan felt a peculiar sensation within. It turned out that Master Yi had always held him in such high regard. Fortunately, fate had been kind, intertwining their paths during the final stretch of high school. Otherwise, they might have truly missed their chance. One cannot rely on the prospect of a serendipitous encounter in a city square post-graduation under a dreary, rain-soaked sky, where they meet again beneath umbrellas. Such hope is as insubstantial as winning 5 million in a lottery. He turned a glance at Yi Yishui, who had already closed her eyes and begun to rest. In the tranquil atmosphere, even her breathing was distinctly audible. Mo Qingchuan, too, shut his eyes, finding solace in the present moment. The subsequent time spent in school had settled into a peaceful routine. It had been a while since he had seen Miao Miao and Zhou Yingying in class, and the whispers of rumors had gradually faded into silence. Zhang Xiang had also begun his final sprint, dedicating all his energy to his studies. Games, beautiful girls, and study materials no longer held his interest. It was as if a resolute goal had taken root in his heart, propelling him toward his aspirations. Tang Wink had matured somewhat after the incident, maintaining her friendship with Zhang Xiang. However, as May approached, an astonishing event occurred that left Mo Qingchuan bewildered. After establishing contact with Xiao Yun and Li Shih, a proposition was made. After several days of contemplation, Li Shih assented. Henceforth, she would serve as his friend and assistant. When this revelation was shared, Yi Yishui was present, equally perplexed. She also urged Mo Qingchuan to call Yi Qingwan. To their surprise, Yi Qingwan suggested that Li Shih be groomed as a secretary, advising him to cultivate a good rapport with her, as they might share their university years together. As an assistant, Mo Qingchuan could naturally delegate certain tasks to her. Upon hearing this, Yi Yishui considered it a fortunate turn of events, envisioning a future where Mo Qingchuan would earn a living to support her, allowing her to indulge in leisure. Yet, Mo Qingchuan pondered whether an assistant was truly necessary at this juncture. Don't take advantage and then act coy. Be sure to get along well with your good friend Li Shih. Yi Yishui chuckled, playfully patting his shoulder. Good friend? Mo Qingchuan shrugged helplessly, fearing that growing too close to her might unveil their shared secrets. What is there to fear? If she were to discover it, it might even turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Yi Yishui dismissed his concerns, suggesting that the secrets between two could simply evolve into those among three. After this development, their communications with Li Shih increased significantly. Early May arrived. The weather began to warm, reaching temperatures of up to 30 degrees. Warm winds rustled through the leaves, and the senior students prepared for their third mock examination. In this round, Mo Qingchuan still fell short of Master Ye's previous scores. However, he felt confident in achieving a mark nearing 650. This score places him comfortably within the top 5 of his grade, marking a significant breakthrough for Mo Qingchuan under Master Ye's guidance. He had never envisioned achieving such a score before. Notably, this examination yielded a singular perfect essay. The prompt was, in life, everyone learns how to interact with others. At times, we conceal our thoughts out of consideration for others. However, expressing our thoughts may lead to mutual respect and understanding. What associations and reflections does this evoke in you? Please compose an essay. The flawless essay was penned by Li Shih, titled, How Should I Describe You, My Dear Self? This essay was prominently displayed on the bulletin board in the middle of the floor, and many who read it felt their own compositions paled in comparison, lamenting their scores of merely 40-some points. Upon reading her essay, both Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui recognized that Li Shih had undergone a transformation. Perhaps not entirely perfect, Yet she had learned to resist and articulate her innermost thoughts. In the past, she had kept everything bottled up inside, which was not beneficial. Some things, if left unspoken, would forever remain misunderstood by others. Following the third mock examination, the school began to alleviate the pressure on the senior students. Lunchtime and dinner were advanced by 5 minutes, relieving their anxiety over food cues. Meanwhile, teachers significantly reduced the amount of homework assigned, with some subjects assigning none at all. With the mock examination results finalized, there was little need for last-minute cramming. The intention was to allow students a month to gradually adjust their states of mind, focusing on self-study and addressing any gaps in their knowledge. The emphasis shifted to mental guidance from class teachers. Previously, the rhetoric had been, the college entrance examination is imminent. Do you understand why you attend school? Are you struggling to hold on during this final stretch? This examination will determine your future. Many senior students had grown weary of such proclamations, but the tone had now transformed. The new narrative conveyed, do not feel pressured by the college entrance examination. Consider it merely a small test. Life is a line, and the examination is but a point. No one wins everything from a single test, nor does anyone lose their entire life because of it. There is no such thing as a lifelong decision made by one exam. Perhaps each mistake and loss point is merely a stepping stone toward meeting the right person. Such sentiments prove to be quite beneficial, leading many to relax somewhat. Easing the tension that had once gripped them, they began to savor the final moments of their high school experience. This period is undoubtedly exhausting, akin to working like a dog, though in truth, dogs do not endure such fatigue. Nonetheless, many are reluctant to let this time slip away, for it encapsulates the efforts and sweat of countless individuals, as well as their youth. While many may feel their youth is far from perfect, it is undeniably their unique and singular experience. Some have encountered their true love, others have forged lifelong friendships, and some have discovered romance. The fleeting days of May have swiftly given way to June. Chapter 84. Late summer on June 7th. The subject for the examination were Chinese and mathematics. It was a formidable challenge, with the Chinese exam lasting 2.5 hours and the mathematics exam 2 hours, necessitating peak mental acuity during this period. Fortunately, their school, Shanghua No. 1 High School, served as the examination venue, conveniently close at hand. Additionally, students from other schools would also be present to take the exam at their institution. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui had both elevated their states to the utmost readiness to face the Gaokao. They adhered to their teacher's advice and refrained from donning their school uniforms, opting instead for simple black and white short-sleeve shirts and shorts. This was prudent, as the visiting students would not be in uniforms, and the invigilators would not be from their own school. Avoiding uniforms could potentially spare them from unnecessary complications, should any unfair treatment arise that might disrupt their mental focus. Go for it, Yi. Your aunt believes in you. Yi Qing grew encouraged, watching Mo Qingchuan as he prepared to enter the examination hall. There's no need to worry, Aunt. Admission to Luoqing University is a certainty, Mo Qingchuan replied confidently. Yi Yishui joined Mo Qingchuan, exuding a calmness devoid of any nervousness. With the Gaokao upon them, there was no need to conceal their abilities. It was time to truly demonstrate their prowess. Regrettably, Mu Zhu was away meeting clients for a significant order, unable to attend and send off his son for the exam. Do your best, too. Don't let anything hinder your chance of entering Luoqing University, Yi Qing grew advised, glancing at Yi Yishui. How could that happen? It's guaranteed. Yi Yishui responded with an okay hand gesture. That is good to hear. Just make sure you have your admission ticket and ID ready before heading in, Yi Qing said, refraining from prolonging their departure. Mo Qingchuan and Yi Yishui exchanged a glance and entered the hall side by side. This scene was witnessed by many parents waiting outside, though none uttered a word. Shanghua No. 1 High School was all too familiar to them, and they were well aware of the designated classrooms for the exams. However, the two were not in the same room for their assessments. High school has flown by so quickly, Yi Yishui remarked, gazing at the teaching building. Indeed, it feels like it has passed in the blink of an eye. Mo Qingchuan mused, relieved that his initial goal had been clear, allowing him to focus entirely on his studies. Now, He had the opportunity to take the entrance exam for the same university as Yi Shui. Otherwise, even if they had swapped places, they would likely have endured 4 arduous years of college apart, an experience they had not encountered, but one that many claimed to be fraught with challenges. Yi Shui, he called. Yes, let us give it our all in the Gaokao. Mo Qingchuan declared, extending his fist. Yi Shui giggled lightly. Together, she reciprocated, bumping her fist against his. Thus, they slowly made their way into the examination hall. The atmosphere of the exam was exceedingly monotonous, filled solely with the sounds of writing and turning pages. Though the classroom was equipped with air conditioning, it remained unused, relying instead on the ceiling fans. Fortunately, artificial cooling had been implemented in recent days, preventing the heat from adversely affecting their performance. Mo Qingchuan remained intensely focused during the exam, achieving a state of unwavering concentration, completely absorbed in the task at hand. After completing the essay portion, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he still had half an hour remaining. Thus, he meticulously reviewed his answers with the remaining time, making a few minor adjustments, though the essence remained largely intact. After the exam, he felt confident about his language score. His current state was significantly better than during the third mock exam. The afternoon mathematics session promised a similar outcome, prompting him to marvel at how efficient Yi Shui's CPU was. The following day, on the 8th and 9th, he was to face physics and foreign language examinations, followed by chemistry and biology. As he completed the final stroke of the last word on the biology answer sheet, he paused momentarily. That stroke signified not only the completion of the exam paper, but also the conclusion of his high school journey. Lost in thought for a brief moment, he ultimately added that final stroke. The chapter of high school had come to a perfect close. After finishing, he relaxed with a sense of relief, glancing at the clock and noting that there were still a few minutes left. Unfortunately, biology could not be submitted early. Otherwise, he would have been free to leave. Yet, those remaining minutes passed swiftly as he conducted a brief review before gathering his belongings in anticipation of the end. When the bell rang, everyone placed their pens down, and the teacher began collecting the papers. Once completed, they would be free to depart. As he stepped out of the examination room, he spotted Yi Shui exiting for the opposite side. They met and descended the stairs together. How did you find the biology questions? Yi Shui inquired. So easy. Mo Qingchuan replied with a smile. Really? Do you think you'll score 670? Not a chance. Mo Qingchuan responded decisively. In truth, he estimated it would be close, but did not dare to make promises. He was certain he would surpass 650. From the way you speak, I thought you were aiming for 700. Yi Shui teased. Hey, what about you? Are you confident about hitting 700? Not at all, Yi Shui replied, equally resolute. As the students descended the stairs, some rushed out of the examination hall, eager to leave high school behind forever. However, the majority were filled with nostalgia. On their way to the school gate, they encountered Jing Bai, Zhang Xiang, and Li Shi. The group walked together. Oh dear, I think I flunked, Zhang Xiang lamented, his face clouded with worry, feeling he could only manage around 530. I'm so foolish. That S still acceptable. It's above the first-tier university line. Jing Bai reassured him, patting Zhang Xiang on the shoulder. He too had seen improvement in his grades and was confident about securing a place at Luoqing University. I'm contemplating which university near Luoqing to attend. Luoqing University of Technology or Luoqing Institute of Technology. Zhang Xiang pondered. Let us wait for the scores to decide on a major, Mo Qingchuan suggested. No. Zhang Xiang quickly shook his head. I'll choose based on which university has the prettier senior sisters. Going there will make you their boyfriend. Huh? Jing Bai remarked, surprised that Zhang Xiang was genuinely considering the senior sisters. Oh, don't say that. The night before my college entrance exam, I dreamt of entering university and kissing a beautiful senior sister. Hee. I believe that dream was sent by her. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingchuan and the others couldn't hold back their laughter. Zhang Xiang's dreaming ability remains as formidable as ever. How did Shi perform? Mo Qingchuan inquired of the aloof Li Shi beside him. Once the second belle of the school and an exceptionally high-achieving student, her excellence is beyond dispute. She should score around 650. Li Shishir was precise in her self-assessment, yet it remained merely an estimate until the results were announced. Impressive. Zhang Xiang could not help but exclaim. What kind of intellect do these individuals possess? Are we not all human? How can there be such disparity? Mo Qingchuan nodded, Rishuat. After all, Li Shishir was now his assistant. Yi Yishui called softly, grasping Mo Qingchuan's hand. Huh? What is it? Mo Qingchuan turned to Yi Yishui, a face he had once known well and had grown accustomed to over time. In the presence of others, they would revert to their formal titles. Our friendship has lingered for quite some time. I believe it is time for us to take a step closer. Wow. Zhang Xiang's mouth formed an astonished O, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Yi Yishui held Mo Qingchuan's hand aloft, basking in the sunlight and gentle breeze. Yi Yishui, will you be my girlfriend? Mo Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at their intertwined hands against the azure sky, a symbol of their vibrant youth. Before he could respond, Yi Yishui tugged him away, running towards the school gates where Yi Qingwan and Feng Mei awaited their arrival. The scene at that moment felt as if it had been frozen, slowly unfurling like a scroll. Thus concludes the high school chapter. The events have been fully chronicled. Some unresolved matters will be addressed in the university segment. There will be no transition. We shall move directly into the university narrative, while the events of summer will be recounted as memories. I shall take a day off tomorrow to recharge. Thank you all for your support, gifts, and encouragement. Chapter 85. Entering University. Ah, how heavy. A soft murmur echoed in the corridor. On September 2nd, the first day for freshmen at Luoqing University, the campus was bustling with activity, with vehicles streaming in and out, nearly causing a traffic jam. Even at university, many parents drove their children here. Currently, Mo Qingchuan found himself at dormitory 211 of Taoyuan, dragging his luggage to the point of exhaustion, surprised at the vastness of Luoqing University. Were it not for Senior leading the way, they might still be wandering outside in search of their dormitory. However, from this moment on, they had truly stepped into university life. I'll leave you here. Feel free to contact me on WeChat if you have any questions. Thank you, Senior. Mo Qingchuan replied with a smile. The senior, named Xiaji, was a petite beauty, a second-year student in software engineering, sharing the same major as them. Along the way, she helped carry their luggage, answer their questions, and even assisted them in purchasing military training uniforms, saving them a great deal of time. Mo Qingchuan was immensely grateful. The reason he referred to her as a petite beauty was that Xiaji stood at approximately 155 meters with a slender frame. Although she had a lovely face, she was flatter than Mo Qingchuan, marking the first time he had met someone a year older, yet less endowed than himself. No need to be polite. We shall meet again, Xiaji said with a playful smile before turning and walking away, her steps light and seemingly exuberant. Will we meet again? Mo Qingchuan pondered. But Xiaji had already distanced herself. Despite her shorter legs, she walked surprisingly swiftly. Initially, a senior had greeted them, but before they could exchange more than a few words, Xiaji had swooped in to take them away, leaving the senior looking somewhat forlorn as he silently escorted Yi Yishui and Jing Bai away. This dormitory feels rather ordinary. Perhaps I should help you rent a place off campus? Yi Qingru, wearing sunglasses and tilting her delicate chin, surveyed the corridor and found it somewhat unrefined, preferring the comfort of an external residence. Moreover, with so many people in the dormitory, any significant noise in the corridor could easily disturb their sleep at night. There's no need for that, Auntie. Everyone else is staying in the dormitory. I don't require special treatment. Besides, the dormitory is certainly closer to the teaching buildings than any off-campus housing, so it would be unnecessarily complicated, Mo Qingchuan replied slowly. He then produced the key he had just received from the dormitory supervisor, inserting it into the lock and turning it twice to the right. Click, click. With those two sounds, the door lock disengaged. Mo Qingchuan grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open, a cloud of dust wafting towards him. Let's open the windows first. Yi Qingru covered her nose as she stepped inside, showing a hint of disdain. She quickly made her way to the balcony and opened the window, feeling refreshed after some ventilation. Mo Qingchuan and Li Shishir placed their luggage down, taking in their new living quarters. It was a standard four-person room, with bunk beds and a desk below, accompanied by a small cabinet. However, it was evident that the room had been used before, as they spotted stickers left by previous seniors on the cabinet. The air conditioning is equipped, and the remote control lies on the table, albeit covered in dust, necessitating a bit of cleaning. Further ahead is the balcony, which hosts a wash basin and serves as a space to hang clothes and store luggage, complemented by a separate bathroom that remains relatively clean. This space feels rather cramped. Ye, are you truly all right? Yi Qingru, with her arms crossed, continues to ponder over Ye's comfort. There is nothing to worry about, and Mo Qingchuan reassures, deeming the situation unremarkable, as it is merely a standard four-person dormitory. What more could one reasonably expect, considering the annual accommodation fee is a mere 900, quite affordable. Although Luo University does offer single apartment buildings, Mo Qingchuan finds the prospect of solitary living rather disheartening. After all, should one forego friendships upon entering university? Furthermore, those apartments cost $8,000 a year. Coming from an ordinary family, he finds the $7,100 fee quite reasonable. Moreover, his purpose for attending university is to study, not merely to indulge in leisurely pursuits. Thus, he ultimately opts for the standard four-person room. As for the other two roommates, they have yet to arrive, granting them the privilege of choosing their beds first. Mo Qingchuan approaches the inner bed on the left and hauls over his luggage. I shall choose this bed. The advantage of the inner bed is that one need not turn off the light, as it is typically the outer roommates who do so. He first come, first served when it comes to beds. He retrieves wet wipes from his backpack, preparing to clean the table. Then I shall select this one. Li Shishir opts for the bed directly opposite Mo Qingchuan on the outer left. She believes that this choice will facilitate easier communication with him, as their beds are adjacent. With the bed curtains drawn aside, one could easily traverse between them. Naturally, Mo Qingchuan has no intention of using the bed curtains, provided that the dormitory remains free of mosquitoes. Once they have selected their beds, the two begin to tidy up, with Yi Qingru also lending a hand. After some time, Mo Qingchuan finally arranges his bed, layering two mattresses, which are quite soft. Once finished, he collapses onto the bed. So comfortable, he exclaims, though he notes the warmth of early September-esque heat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, after organizing her bed, Li Shishir sits in an M position atop hers, brushing her hair aside and checking the time on her phone. It is already past 11, the hottest part of the day outside. I just spotted the cafeteria. Shall I go buy some food to bring back for you both? She suggests, preparing to rise. For now, she continues to serve as Mo Qingchuan's assistant. Yi Qingru personally covers her tuition and accommodation fees, though she declined the meal expenses, nonetheless. Yi Qingru still deposited money into her bank account. Her father, Li Xingzhou, had also transferred a substantial sum, instructing her over the phone to focus on her studies and pursue her passions without excessive interference. Now, with a considerable amount of money idly sitting in her bank account, Li Shishir finds herself uncertain of how to utilize it, unaware of her father's current endeavors. No need. Let us go together and see what delicious offerings the university cafeteria has. Mo Qingchuan responds, getting up to join her. Currently, the second and third year students have not yet commenced their academic term, with their return to campus scheduled for the 8th. Only a few senior students are present. The cafeteria in Taoyuan is quite spacious, spanning 2 levels, sufficiently accommodating the influx of new students and their parents. The dining facilities in other departments do not present any conflicts. The students have not procured meal cards, as payments can conveniently be made through WeChat scanning, rendering the cards unnecessary and prone to loss. I shall also explore the cafeteria at your institution. If the cuisine does not suit your palate, I will establish a Yuzhan restaurant adjacent to the school for your convenience. Ye vingru rejinet in herchair, krosin herlix, exhibiting none of the decorum expected of a lady. Yet, this is the true essence of Yi Qingru. She maintains an air of pride in public. Should we call Mo Qingchuan and Jingbai? Li Shishir inquired after donning her shoes. Mo Qingchuan paused momentarily, letting out a soft sigh. I will handle it. With that, he retrieved his phone to send a message to Yi Shui. In truth, he and Yi Shui have long harbored a minor disagreement, their opinions never aligning. Although this discord has not hindered their companionship, it has prevented them from defining their relationship thus far, unless one party is willing to compromise. Chapter 86. When to Gather. Mo Qingchuan. Are you there? Shall we have a meal together? Yi luo, yi shui. Repeating words is rather nauseating. Yi luo, yi shui. You and your aunt can go ahead. My dorm mates have arrived. Jingbai and I plan to dine with them first. Perhaps we might encounter each other later at the cafeteria in Peach Garden. Mo Qingchuan. All right, we'll head out first. Remember to share any juicy gossip with me. Yi luo, yi shui. Got it. Just be mindful not to overeat. I don't want you to gain weight. Mo Qingchuan. Even if I gain weight, there are places where it won't linger. Yi luo, yi shui. So it's my fault now? Rolls eyes, pouts. Mo Qingchuan. But I finally found someone I can compare to. Senior Xiaji is even slimmer than I am. Yi luo, yi shui. That is splendid. At last, I won to be the one bringing up the rear. Mo Qingchuan. Off we go to enjoy our meal. Yi luo, yi shui. Okay, go on then. Mo Qingchuan put away his phone and turned to Yi Qingro and Li Sure. Let us head out first. She is dining with her dorm mates. What? Are her dorm mates more important than Yi? Yi Qingro was perplexed. During such times, one ought to be with their partner. Li Sure, however, remained indifferent, her demeanor as cool as ever, though her bright eyes occasionally sparkled with a smile. It's fine, Aunt. After all, she will be living with those dorm mates for the next 4 years. It's the first gathering, and it would be impolite to decline. Mo Qingchuan had already crafted a rationale for Yi shui. All right then, I forgive him. Let us go. Yi Qingro didn't dwell on it much. She merely posed question. Having known Mo Qingchuan for a while, she found him agreeable. Thus she accepted him now. The three exited the dormitory, locking the door behind them. Descending the stairs, they found themselves on a lengthy bluestone path, flanked by lush greenery, with expansive branches casting shade over parts of the sunlit path. The area was named Peach Garden due to the vast orchard of peach trees nearby. Each March and April, the trees bloom with vibrant pink and white blossoms, creating a spectacle that attracts numerous students and visitors for admiration and photography. As they walked down this path, a stream of new students and their parents flowed by. Yet the trio of Mo Qingchuan became a striking sight, drawing curious glances from many. The university remains unchanged. Mo Qingchuan couldn't help but exclaim. Honestly, some already have wives and children, yet their gazes remain so brazen. Aren't they afraid of developing eye ailments? Yi Qingro, of course, did not hold back, her voice slightly raised. Wearing sunglasses, she noticed several individuals staring unabashedly, which greatly displeased her. They were all unfamiliar faces. A mere curious glance would suffice, but staring so intently was incredibly rude. Moreover, their attire was quite ordinary, just simple short sleeves and long pants, nothing out of the ordinary, no extravagant costumes or skirts. With Aunt shout, those who were staring naturally ceased their bold stares, though it only drew the attention of more strangers. Mo Qingchuan and Li Sure walked briskly with their heads lowered, unable to exude the social charm of Yi Qingru, while internally cheering for their aunt's prowess. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cafeteria, the tantalizing aroma wafted towards them. This cafeteria seems quite decent, Yi Qingru remarked. The interior of the cafeteria bore no significant differences from others. Yet the tables were wooden and the chairs resembled sofas, providing a far more comfortable seating experience than the usual plastic chairs. The various stalls surrounding them were bustling with patrons, offering a delightful array of dishes including rice noodles, braised pork rice, buns, and milk tea. Mo Qingchuan glanced around, retrieved a tray from a nearby counter, and selected several small bowls of dishes, rice, and a bowl of black-bone chicken soup. To his surprise, the total cost was merely 12. He had anticipated it to be at least 20, astonished at the affordability. Indeed, the meals at the university cafeteria were significantly cheaper than those available outside. His aunt and Li Sure soon approached with rice noodles and meat sandwiches in hand. The trio found a suitable spot and settled down. Delicious, Yi Qingru exclaimed after tasting the meat sandwich, the succulent juices of the braised meat bursting in her mouth. melting away effortlessly. Paired with the rice noodles, it was a delightful combination, though she lamented the absence of snail rice noodles, perhaps due to their potent flavor. Mo Qingchuan brushed aside his hair, often irritated by its tendency to fall into his face during meals. He contemplated cutting it, but alas, Yi Yishui forbade him from doing so, leaving him with no choice but to endure. Sure. Now that Yi and Mo Qingchuan are in a heated relationship, when will you start dating? Yi Qingru inquired of Li Sure. Li Sure, with her rare and serene demeanor, was indeed captivating. She often immersed herself in books, speaking little but responding thoughtfully when engaged. Me? Li Sure's eyes widened, her hand trembling slightly as disbelief washed over her. I'm not dating Mo Qingchuan, she stammered. Mo Qingchuan nearly choked, managing to hold back his laughter. What my aunt means is, when will you find a partner? He clarified. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Li Sure occasionally interpreted words in a manner beyond the ordinary, something he only discovered after spending considerable time together. Oh no, Li Sure's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing fervently to bury her face in her chest to avoid the gaze of others. It was utterly embarrassing. She awkwardly replied, I have no plans to date. For now, I just want to excel as Miss E's assistant and focus on my studies. I haven't considered anything beyond that. Mo Qingchuan, noticing her flushed face, couldn't help but chuckle. Being an assistant is one thing, studying is another, and dating is yet another. None need to interfere with the others. This is a significant matter for life, and you should ponder it well. Li Sure whispered. I will think it over. Yi Qingru slurped her rice noodles and contemplated. There truly aren't many who can match Sure. Talent, character, and integrity are all essential, and such men are exceedingly rare. It's indeed challenging for Yi to find one, though regrettably, Mo Qingchuan cannot be split in two for you. Just moments ago, Yi Qingru had been incessantly criticizing Mo Qingchuan, and now she was singing his praises, making him feel rather bashful. How perplexing. Why does it seem that the current cohort of younger students is more aesthetically pleasing and possesses superior figures than our own? Lower your voice. Aren't you afraid of being photographed and posted on the confession wall? What is there to fear? I am merely the vice president of the modeling club, scouting for new members. Oh, look at that table of girls. They are even more beautiful than Lu Yelmeng. The three gazes shifted, fixating on the table of Mo Qingchuan. Chapter 87. Unfollow. Oh my goodness. She is far more exquisite than Lu Yelmeng. She completely outshines Lu Yelmeng. The vice president was taken aback. Very well. I shall remember your words and later relay them to Lu Yelmeng. No, that's not fair, is it? Fine. Since you've said that, be careful when you go to bed tonight. What do you intend to do? What do you think? The vice president gazed at his roommate, revealing a mischievous grin. His roommate felt a shiver run down his spine, a sense of foreboding looming overhead. He began to ponder whether he should find alternative accommodations for the night. Let us go. I want to meet some new freshmen. When the club recruitment begins in October, we must ensure they join us. That seems unlikely. Our club is barely hanging on. Do you really think they would choose us? The key is whether they will join or not. The president has issued a strict order. I knew it. Soon after, the two began their mission. They had no choice. If the modeling club did not attract new members, it would cease to exist. Such niche clubs only admitted a handful of individuals each year. Mo Qingchuan continued to savor his meal, occasionally glancing around to see if Yi Yishui and the others had arrived. Eventually, he noticed the two approaching them. Hello, are you freshmen? I'm your senior. How is the food treating you? The vice president of the modeling club smiled, his physique and face undeniably impressive, a quintessential model. Unfortunately, his gaze was rather too intense. Get lost. Yi Qingru shot him a glance, branding him as a scoundrel, and replied coolly. The vice president's expression stiffened. He sniffled, as though wounded. My apologies for the interruption. Without further ado, he turned to leave, but after a few steps, he picked up his phone to make a call. Woohoo, President. I feel utterly helpless. When will you return? Life without you is quite the struggle. Mo Qingchuan stared blankly for a moment, feeling sorry for the senior. He seemed to harbor no ill intentions, merely fixating on them with eager eyes. However, this crossed the boundary of his aunt's warning. You must be cautious of scoundrels at school, especially those who appear charming. One can only wonder how many girls they have pursued. His aunt began to instill in them a sense of caution, seemingly more concerned about Li Shishir. After all, Li Shishir was utterly inexperienced in this realm, only capable of identifying low-level scoundrels like Wang Zikai. The tactics of seasoned players were far more sophisticated. Upon seeing the four characters of Taoyuan Cafeteria, Yi Shui intended to reach for her phone to ask Mo Qingchuan where he was, but was interrupted. Mo Qingchuan, you're in the same school as Jingbai, right? He has got a fiancé, and you're not dating anyone? Li Jieqi inquired curiously. He was the first to arrive at the dormitory, contemplating what his roommate would be like. The second person to arrive was He Wenlong, who spoke little, was rather introverted, and left him feeling bored after just a few exchanges. Shortly after, Yi Shui and Jingbai arrived at the dormitory together. Upon first laying eyes on Jingbai, Li Jieqi felt an immediate spark of excitement. This fellow, upon arriving at school, would undoubtedly wreak havoc among the young women. Given his penchant for charming faces, it was entirely plausible he could change partners monthly. However, as their conversation unfolded, Jingbai revealed that he was already betrothed. This revelation plunged Li Jieqi into further gloom, fearing that he had been snatched up by some affluent woman. How he wished to be chosen by a wealthy patroness as well. Aware that pressing Jingbai further would seem rather intrusive, he redirected his inquiry towards Yi Shui. Yi Shui was no slouch in the looks department. He stood taller than Jingbai and possessed undeniable charm, though he lacked Jingbai's fair complexion. Yi Shui glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and replied, I do not have a girlfriend, nor have I ever courted one. As for the future, I cannot say whether I will have one. The initial part of his statement eased Li Jieqi's heart, grateful that there was another single nobleman in the dormitory. Otherwise, he would feel rather isolated. Yet, the latter part of his declaration sent a wave of anxiety through him. Given Yi Shui's commendable qualities, could it be that he had someone in mind? Perhaps a campus beauty, a haughty yet alluring teacher, or even a childhood friend among their peers. Oh, how distressing. There is someone who wishes to be my boyfriend, and I'm contemplating it, Yi Shui added,